I have traversed dimensions. The fortunate news is that I have established a breeding house. The unfortunate news is that the breeding house is on the verge of collapse. What kind of is this? I am destined to become a Pokémon Master. How could I possibly open a shop in this lifetime? It is utterly inconceivable. System. Three-legged selection. Choose one. Alright, I confess, my desire is indeed to run a Pokémon breeding house. Chapter 1. The Dawn of Dreams. President. The opposing team is attacking with ferocity. Each member possesses a fully starred mythical beast. We cannot triumph in this guild battle. A cacophony of voices erupted from the phone as a boy sat in an esports chair, deftly maneuvering his computer, observing the guild battle score of 52-50. Indeed, they are merely 3 stars away from clinching victory in this national guild battle, which would grant them a cash prize of 500,000 yuan. Some affluent members of their guild are indifferent to such monetary rewards. However, there are equally those who desperately need this sum. Yet, they all share a common aspiration: to achieve victory in this competition, a glory that belongs to the realm of Pokémon games. As the esteemed president of the Xinjiu Pavilion Guild, he does not disappoint expectations, leading his teammates into the finals. At last, the battle has reached its climax. Both guilds are left with a solitary member, and they are the respective leaders of their guilds. The competition is a one-on-one duel. Each participant has 6 Pokémon, and the victor is determined by the battle's outcome, with living pets earning scores and star ratings from the system. The highest rating is 3 stars, yet this opponent is the leader of the Dragon Clan Guild, an exceptionally formidable figure. Achieving a full star rating is no trivial feat. Boss, do you have confidence? A voice echoed from the phone, followed by an eerie silence on both sides. After a moment, the boy in the esports chair chuckled. No matter what, one must believe in their Pokémon, mustn't they? As dawn broke, the sun shining just right, the protagonist lay soundly asleep in bed. Cuckoo. Orient Yin felt something gently caressing his face, fluffy and ticklish. Cuckoo, stop it. Let me rest a little longer. Orient Yin replied impatiently. It seemed that his attitude had angered the creature, which promptly unleashed a surge of pink light towards him. Initially enjoying a peaceful slumber, Orient Yin gradually sensed something amiss, feeling as if he were levitating. Indeed, he was floating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, gazing at the ceiling before him, exclaiming in disbelief, "I am truly floating." Orient Yan's drowsiness vanished in an instant. After celebrating excitedly the previous night, he had lacked energy in the morning, but now he was brimming with vitality. Cuckoo. Hearing the sound, Orient Yin turned his head towards the bedside table and was taken aback. How did this creature resemble a Noctowl so closely? The image of the Noctowl from his beloved anime and games gradually merged with the living creature before him. Goodness, that hurts a bit. Is this real? Gazing at the opposing Noctowl, Donfang Yin found it somewhat incredulous. However, his act of self-harm left the Noctowl utterly bewildered. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths merely to wake you up? Observing the living Noctowl before him, its eyes emanating a pink glow, Donfang Yin pondered whether this was the skill telekinesis. Donfang Yin excitedly mused, completely forgetting that he was still floating in mid-air. The final evolution of his previous form, Pidgey, was the Noctowl before him. Although the Noctowl belonged to the general flying type, it exhibited extraordinary aptitude for controlling psychic abilities. Hello. Unsure of how to commence the conversation, Donfang Yin cautiously greeted it. Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain surged through Donfang Yan's head, as if something were trying to emerge from within. Beep beep. Host detected. Conditions met. Merging in progress. 13 merged. Continue merging. 54 merged. Continue merging. 87 merged. Continue merging. 100 merged. Fusion complete. Binding with host successful. Is this the system? As an avid reader of novels, he naturally understood the implications of such a system. Could it be that he had crossed over? System. Donfang Yin inquired again cautiously, fearing yet another bout of excruciating head pain. I am here. What are your commands? An emotionless electronic female voice echoed in Donfang Yan's mind. Incredible. This is indeed a system, isn't it? What on earth is happening? Donfang Yin felt somewhat dazed and then asked, Have I really crossed over? Yes, the host has crossed over into the world of Pokémon. Please accept the memories of this body. Accept. Donfang Yin replied weakly. Being new to this situation, he understood the necessity of acclimatization. Having read numerous crossover novels, he was well aware that the original owner of this body would likely share his name and appearance. As the throbbing in his head intensified, unfamiliar memories began to surface within his mind. Observing the familiar yet strangely unfamiliar faces within, Dongfang Yin gradually regained his composure. The Noctowl utilized its telekinesis to gently place him on the bed. It appeared to sense something was amiss with Dongfang Yin, flapping its wings anxiously and emitting a series of coo sounds. "I'm fine, Noctowl." Dongfang Yin shook his head and patted his face, confirming his condition. Just as he had surmised, they shared the same name, the same surname, and even bore the appearance of his 15-year-old self. Indeed, who would have imagined that the president of the prestigious guild, Xianju Pavilion, in the Pokémon game was an 18-year-old high school student? Nevertheless, Dongfang Yin felt somewhat bewildered. After all, he merely intended to take a nap, and yet he found himself crossing over. Unlike others who are often struck by vehicles or transition through games, or who jump from buildings or rivers to achieve the same fate, he simply fell asleep and inexplicably crossed over. How was it that he had crossed over just from taking a nap? Contemplating this, Dongfang Yin glanced back at the Noctowl. Indeed, it was alive. The Noctowl tilted its head, gazing at Dongfang Yin with curiosity. How could something that merely slept appear so foolish? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resonated at the door. "Who is it?" Dongfang Yin climbed out of bed, reaching out to touch the wings of the Noctowl, which was as tall as he was. Initially intending to pat its head, he discovered it was 1.6 meters tall, which felt slightly awkward. "Xiao Yin, have you woken up?" A gentle voice called from outside. "Is that Grandma?" Dongfang Yin was taken aback, for in his previous world, his parents rarely attended to him. In his childhood, Dongfang Yin resorted to deliberately getting into fights, bullying girls, and scoring zeros on tests, all to capture his parents' attention. Yet, every time he stirred up trouble, it was always his grandmother who came to his aid, not his parents. He watched as the elderly woman humbly apologized and pleaded for forgiveness on behalf of her grandson to individuals who seemed to be of his parents' generation. The elderly lady never blamed Dongfang Yin. She seemed to understand the reasons behind his actions. However, her behavior filled him with profound shame. Eventually, Dongfang Yin corrected his ways and ceased his foolishness. Sadly, when he turned 12, his grandmother departed from this world forever. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a face both unfamiliar yet familiar. Though wrinkled, the kind smile stirred something deep within Dongfang Yin. Unable to contain himself, Dongfang Yin rushed forward and embraced his grandmother, causing her to be startled by his sudden affection. After a moment of surprise, she gently patted his head. "It's all right, Xiao Yin, the past is behind us. I believe the authorities will find Meng and Xiao Qing." Dongfang Yin felt a twinge of confusion as he carefully reviewed the memories in his mind. It turned out that 2 months prior, his parents had traveled to Sanya. The plane they were on, along with the escorting Pokémon of the flying type, had mysteriously vanished, akin to evaporating into thin air, leaving no trace behind. This incident sparked considerable turmoil within both the Huagua Alliance and the World Alliance. However, Dongfang Yin felt little emotional weight regarding this. In his previous world, his parents seldom spent time with him. They barely met once a year, and, at most, they only had video calls every 2 years. Did Dongfang Yin resent them? Not at all. After all, despite their absence, they did fulfill their parental duties. They provided him with nearly everything he desired, which he considered a form of unconventional compensation. While Dongfang Yin was indifferent to their absence, a glimmer of sorrow flickered in his grandmother's eyes, quickly concealed by her demeanor. Yet, the Eastern dialect was still discernible. After all, one was her son, and the other was her daughter-in-law. It would be impossible to claim indifference. Indeed, the elder had already lost her husband, a situation that remained unchanged since before her travels. "Let us proceed. It's time for dinner. We must swiftly sell the remaining Pokémon eggs," she said, beckoning Dongfang Yin to follow her downstairs. Dongfang Yin understood that the disappearance of his parents had profoundly affected his grandmother. Life must go on, especially since she still had a grandson. Thus, she had to conceal her sorrow and confront Dongfang Yin with an optimistic demeanor. The family operated a breeding house, a venture that his grandparents had built together, pouring in countless efforts. Likewise, Dongfang Yin's parents had inherited their legacy as breeders. However, since the disappearance of Dongfang Yin's parents, managing the breeding house had become a daunting task for the elderly woman. She had to handle procurement, management, and sales all on her own, which proved overwhelming. Consequently, she contemplated the closure of the breeding house. In truth, She was loath to shut down this establishment, a testament to the dedication of both her and her husband, as well as her son and daughter-in-law. Yet, reality compelled her to make such a decision. Although the profits from the breeding house were sufficient for her sustenance, even allowing her to support her grandson's university education, she still wished to avoid closure if possible. A mechanical, emotionless female voice suddenly interrupted Dongfang Yan's thoughts, announcing the detection of a primary system mission to assist his grandmother in reopening the breeding house and to become an exemplary Pokémon breeder, thereby making the new breeding house renowned worldwide. This mission was long-term, and the system encouraged diligent effort from him. Startled, Dongfang Yan chuckled, a Pokémon breeder. A long-term main mission? How delightful. Let us go, Night Owl. With a smile, he descended, embracing the notion of remaining in this world, which seemed more suited to him. Filled with beloved Pokémon and the grandmother he cherished. More importantly, he possessed a system. As for being a Pokémon breeder, he harbored no aversion. In fact, he relished nurturing Pokémon and witnessing their growth. Thus, the revelation that his system was not a combat system, but rather an auxiliary one did not faze him. He had long aspired to establish a Pokémon breeding house. Unfortunately, his original world lacked Pokémon and related games. Otherwise, his ambition would not have been to become a Pokémon Master, but rather a Pokémon Breeder Master, with mastery over the former being merely a bonus. Downstairs, Dongfang Yan savored a Squirtle-shaped pancake while sipping Moo Moo milk. Oh, how delicious, he thought blissfully, as his grandmother opened the breeding house's grand doors. Cloudy Breeding House. The name was prominently displayed above. Dongfang Yan searched his memories for the meaning behind this name. Finally, he paused, took a sip of Moo Moo milk, and recalled that Cloudy was a name conceived by his grandparents. Representative of the proposal made by his grandfather to his grandmother beneath a vast sea of flowers that resembled clouds. With a sigh, Dongfang Yan understood why his grandmother was so reluctant to part with it. It was time for him to take action. At that moment, several well-dressed men with briefcases entered the breeding house. Excuse me, who is the owner here? May I inquire as to your purpose? Dongfang Yan's grandmother asked, puzzled, as these men hardly seemed like prospective buyers of Pokémon eggs. Ah, greetings. I am the manager of Huaxing Real Estate. We've heard you are considering closing the breeding house, so we would like to purchase this land, the man said calmly, handing a folder to Dongfang Yan's grandmother. Your business has not been thriving. It would be prudent to sell the land to us. Of course, we will provide you with a sufficient pension. Without waiting for a response, the lead man continued, some things ought to be phased out. This old establishment is dilapidated. It would be wise for you to sell before it becomes a burden. Before he could finish his sentence, Dongfang Yan's grandmother was already incensed. Unfazed, she returned the documents to the man, coldly stating, we do not require unsolicited advice regarding our business. The man shrugged dismissively. The facts remain unchanged. Let us know if you wish to sell. We are quite sincere. Fury coursed through Dongfang Yan's grandmother, for they not only dismissed her hard work, but also belittled the efforts of 2 generations. Enough. You may leave. This establishment is not for sale. The crowd turned in surprise at the source of the voice, and they beheld Dongfang Yan, holding his Moo Moo milk, gazing intently at the Pokémon eggs in the glass display. He turned to his grandmother, who wore an astonished expression, and smiled. I assure you, this place is not for sale. This breeding house will not close nor falter, for I am here. He took a sip of his Moo Moo milk and spoke calmly. Oh, what can you, a mere child still drinking milk, possibly do? The lead man scoffed, and his companions joined in laughter. Dongfang Yan paid no mind to their ridicule. Placing his cup down, enough of your laughter. It's time for you to leave and not disturb our business. The lead man glanced at Dongfang Yan and turned to his grandmother with a smile. I hope you will reconsider our offer. After all, time is on our side, while you may not have the luxury to wait. As for you, child, perhaps you should focus on catching a cater pie? With that, the man led his associates out. Outside, one of the men opened the rear door of their vehicle, revealing an elegant Meowth lazily wagging its tail. Moments later, the car vanished from sight. Inside the car, the lead man cradled the Meowth, gently stroking it. Manager Han, why not deceive them into selling the breeding house first, and then turn against them? One of his subordinates in the front passenger seat asked. Humph, these old folks are quite stubborn. Unless you shatter their confidence, they will not heed us. However, what we said is the truth. This breeding house can only last a maximum of 6 months. When we return, the price will not be as generous. It's best to save money where we can. Manager Han adjusted his glasses confidently, dismissing the notion of the child as nothing more than a mere boy. Xiaoyan, are you all right? After they departed, Dongfang Yan's grandmother inquired with a perplexed expression. It is no wonder that the elderly lady would pose such a question prior to Dongfang Yan's arrival in this world. The original owner of this body exhibited no interest whatsoever in operating a Pokémon breeding house. In fact, he showed a complete lack of enthusiasm for Pokémon, which left both Dongfang Yan's parents and grandmother quite confounded. However, while he was indifferent towards Pokémon, he harbored a profound fascination for manned aerospace technology. Indeed, this world had yet to witness a rocket carrying humans into the cosmos. As Dongfang Yan perused the memories of the original owner, he couldn't help but exclaim that the two of them should exchange worlds. Dongfang Yan himself had no qualms about the situation, as it merely entailed relocating to a different environment. "It's nothing, Grandma. I simply wish to inherit the Yunai breeding house," he declared earnestly, gazing into his grandmother's eyes. Dongfang Yan's grandmother looked back at him, puzzled. "Weren't you uninterested in running a Pokémon breeding house?" This is. Dongfang Yan concocted a plethora of excuses in his mind, ranging from wanting to carry on his parents' legacy to ensuring the continuity of the breeding house, and even to making a profit. This left his grandmother utterly bewildered. She still recalled Dongfang Yan's previous aspiration to become a scientist. Under the warm sun, a group of grass-type Pokémon basked in the sunlight, replenishing their energy. The streets bustled with people, some of whom cradled Pokémon in their arms or had them trotting alongside. Naturally, larger Pokémon were prohibited from being released in public spaces within the city. As Dongfang Yan strolled along the road, he admired the familiar yet novel Pokémon around him. For instance, the ubiquitous Rattata, with its striking purple hue, stood out prominently. Occasionally, in more secluded areas, a lost Rattata would be spirited away by a Pidgey soaring overhead. Dongfang Yan also spotted a pink, toothy Snubbull, as well as a particularly amusing walking oddish that swayed with every step. He even glimpsed an Eevee, adorably nestled in its owner's embrace. Regrettably, he did not encounter the starter Pokémon, which was a shame. He understood that each region's starter Pokémon were regulated by the local government. Given the formidable nature of these Pokémon, it was only fitting that they remained under governmental control. In the Huagua region, the starter Pokémon were predominantly the Charmander line, and the government naturally managed these as well. This was Dongfang Yan's first encounter with so many living Pokémon, a far more vivid experience than those he had observed in games or anime. Yet, one aspect left him somewhat displeased. "The sun is shining bright, the flowers smile at me. I must go to school, never arriving late," he hummed cheerfully. While he felt a sense of joy, the obligation to attend school even after his transmigration was a bit disconcerting. He had already been on a break for a month, with only 1 month remaining until the high-stakes entrance examination. Having already taken the exam in his original world and performed admirably, he was uncertain how the examinations here would unfold. In this world, elementary education mirrored that of his previous reality, though it included an additional subject focused on Pokémon. This was designed to enhance people's understanding of Pokémon, considering this world coexisted with them. Middle school marked a significant transition, with high schools divided into 2 categories: general high schools and Pokémon high schools. General high schools aimed to cultivate exceptional talents for various professions, while Pokémon high schools focused on training Pokémon trainers. However, this world was not entirely peaceful. Pokémon occasionally attacked humans, and criminal organizations wreaked havoc on global tranquility. Additionally, relations between nations were often strained. Consequently, governments trained their own Pokémon armies and nurtured numerous Pokémon trainers, developing them into gym leaders, Elite Four members, or even champion-level trainers. A nation boasting a champion-level trainer wielded power akin to possessing nuclear technology, granting it a voice on the global stage. There were purportedly 3 Pokémon Masters recognized by the World Alliance, yet they were all advanced in age and merely nominal figures within the organization. Although they held nationalities, they refrained from intervening in matters unless they were of monumental significance. Their influences were linked to the Dragon Valley of the United States Alliance, the Miyamoto family of the Sun Kingdom Alliance, and Huagua Alliance. It was said that the master of the Huagua Alliance preferred solitude and eschewed building influence, spending his days wandering in nature, elusive and rarely seen. As Dongfang Yan sifted through these memories, a feeling of insecurity washed over him. "Where's my peaceful and harmonious Pokémon world?" he pondered, feeling a twinge of fear and longing for home. Suddenly, a chime echoed. "Please accept your beginner's gift package." Dongfang Yan exclaimed in realization, having forgotten about his system that granted him advantages. Instantly, his trepidation vanished, replaced by excitement. Chapter 3. School is truly annoying. The notion that transmigration comes with a golden finger was indeed true. The multitude of transmigrators had not misled him. "System, what is your name? Perhaps I shall bestow a name upon you," he mused. "System, will you protect me? If danger arises, will you step in first?" The system replied. The host's inquiries exceed this system's response capabilities. Dongfang Yin, still walking along the roadside, chuckled to himself, engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. Passers-by regarded him with expressions of bemusement. After proposing numerous names, the system remained silent until Dongfang Yin finally called out, "System, can I claim my beginner's gift package?" The system then presented a pop-up interface that read, "New trainer gift package for Pokemon breeders." Dongfang Yin was left speechless, finding none of the names he had suggested to his liking. Moreover, before his transmigration, he had been the leader of the foremost Pokemon guild. Shouldn't a typical Pokemon enthusiast aspire to become a Pokemon Master? Ding. The system detected fluctuations in the host's psyche and declared, "If you wish to become a Pokemon breeder master, it is imperative not only to cultivate powerful Pokemon and manage a successful breeding house, but also to demonstrate your prowess to the world." Establishing the Yunai breeding house as renowned globally. A long-term quest has been issued, become a Pokemon Master. Just as he contemplated this task, 2 long-term missions had materialized, one to become a Pokemon breeder master, and the other to become a Pokemon Master. Oh. Who says a breeder cannot also be a Pokemon Master? He thought. Lost in contemplation, he had unconsciously arrived at the entrance of his school, Yangqing Middle School. Indeed, the name was straightforward and unpretentious. The Yangqing region was expansive yet economically challenged, rendering it relatively obscure within the Huagua Alliance's territory. Observing the school before him, he noted its differences from institutions in his previous world, though he managed to navigate through thanks to the memories stored in his mind. In this world, he was only somewhat familiar with his grandmother. Nearly everyone else was a stranger. Yet, with the memories at his disposal, he could recognize a few individuals. For instance, the rotund fellow before him, with pale skin and adorned in gold and silver, was animatedly chattering away with a bun in his mouth. As he turned to look at Dongfang Yin, he excitedly exclaimed, his words muffled, "A Yin, long time no see. I've missed you. How have you been? Are you eating well? How is your grandmother treating you?" Dongfang Yin began to comprehend the system's sentiments, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. The onlooking classmates regarded him with curious glances, prompting Dongfang Yin to feel increasingly uncomfortable. "Chin Fatty, let's discuss this in the classroom." Upon concluding his words, Dongfang Yin immediately dashed towards the classroom. Remaining by the school gate with Qian Punzi was simply too humiliating. As Qian Punzi was unable to finish reminiscing, he watched Dongfang Yin sprint away like a gust of wind. Oblivious to the peculiar gazes around him, he murmured, "I haven't yet introduced my first Pokemon to him." Upon entering the classroom, Dongfang Yin was greeted by a flurry of warm inquiries from his classmates, indicating that he had previously enjoyed a commendable rapport with them. Except for a few peers with whom he had only a casual association, nearly everyone else exchanged greetings with him. On the blackboard, the countdown to the entrance examination read 32 days. Gradually, the excitement surrounding Dongfang Yin's return began to wane. Just as the class bell rang, Qian Punzi arrived late, nearly colliding with the homeroom teacher as he stepped through the door. His original name was Qian Dekhang. Dongfang Yin sat alone at the back, having moved his desk there due to a month-long leave of absence, which he relished for the peace it afforded him. The homeroom teacher nodded at Dongfang Yin, evidently aware of his return, likely having received a call from Dongfang Yin's grandmother. Clearing his throat, the homeroom teacher scanned the classroom before announcing, "With just a month until the examination, this is a pivotal moment in your lives. You must carefully consider the direction you wish to pursue." He then invited the school principal to address the students, prompting a round of applause. Following the applause, a middle-aged man entered the classroom. A familiar face to all but Dongfang Yin, who recognized him only superficially. The man bore a face etched with the trials of life, yet radiated an invigorating spirit, instilling a sense of reliability. He walked to the podium with poise, gesturing for silence as the classroom gradually quieted down. "Greetings, students. I am Lu Guodong, your principal. It is a great honor to stand before you today. I understand you are at a crossroads regarding your futures. I hope each of you aspires to become individuals who contribute positively to our nation, whether as Pokemon trainers or esteemed professionals in your chosen fields. May you traverse your paths with increasing excellence and serve your country well." Another round of applause followed, and Dongfang Yin joined in, having surmised the principal's esteemed standing. In the month ahead, those opting for regular high schools will have the opportunity to enter universities to study Pokemon science, sociology, and other disciplines aimed at benefiting humanity and Pokemon alike. I encourage you to strive diligently in this crucial month to secure your place in your ideal high school. Lu Guodong paused before continuing. "Now, for those choosing the Pokemon High School, listen closely. You are destined to become Pokemon trainers, committed to protecting society and surpassing your own limits. You must stand shoulder to shoulder with your Pokémon in battle, in times of national strife. I hope you will rise to the occasion. He continued, in the next 2 days, you must purchase your own Pokémon egg or a juvenile Pokémon below level 10. It is imperative to register your purchases at the school within these 2 days, as late registrations will not be accepted. Subsequently, you will have 1 month to train your Pokémon to its highest potential. There will be inspections, which are critical for your admission to the Pokémon High School. Finally, I hope everyone secures a place in their desired high school. Thank you. With that, Lu Guodong nodded to the homeroom teacher, signaling the conclusion of his speech, and exited the classroom with a dignified demeanor. As soon as he left, the classroom erupted in lively discussions, with students either deliberating on which high school to choose or speculating about the principal's rank as a Pokémon trainer. It was well known that he was a retired military man. His level uncertain but undoubtedly high, given the respect he commanded from the faculty. The homeroom teacher, a young man named Li, entered the room and distributed forms for applications to both regular and Pokémon high schools. As Dong Fangyan received his form, ready to select the Pokémon high school, Mr. Li called him to the office. Reluctantly, Dong Fangyan paused his writing and followed him out of the classroom. In the office, Mr. Li inquired, "How has your family been lately? Given the circumstances, I am deeply saddened. Have you contemplated your future direction?" Dong Fangyan, feeling slightly bewildered, replied, "Oh, my parents are missing. It's all right, Mr. Li. People must look forward. During this month, I've come to a decision. I want to become a Pokémon trainer and help my grandmother run her shop." Mr. Li felt a wave of relief as he witnessed Dong Fangyan's swift recovery from his sorrow. His spirits evidently lifted. However, he was somewhat taken aback by Dong Fangyan's choice of becoming a Pokémon trainer, as it was common knowledge that he had little interest in Pokémon and possessed remarkable scientific aptitude. Yet, considering that he now only had his grandmother to rely on, Mr. Li quickly warmed to the idea. "I support your decision, and I believe in you. As long as it is your choice, made without regrets, that is what truly matters." After expressing his gratitude to Mr. Li, Dong Fangyan exited the office. Mr. Li, seated at his desk, tucked away a notice of acceptance for a regular high school. Pondering the unexpected turn of events in Dong Fangyan's life, he realized it was unrealistic to expect him to devote himself solely to scientific studies now. He could only hope that Dong Fangyan's potential as a Pokémon trainer would rival his scientific talents. With a sigh of regret, Mr. Li made another phone call. In Chapter 4, Pokémon Battles, Dong Fangyan returned to the classroom, where the school's announcement had been made. All students opting for the Pokémon High School could leave today and return tomorrow to register their Pokémon. In a month, their training results would be evaluated. Meanwhile, students aiming for regular high schools were to diligently prepare for their entrance exams. Upon receiving the announcement, some students eagerly rushed home to purchase Pokémon eggs or juvenile Pokémon. Those who had already resolved to become Pokémon trainers had likely secured their Pokémon eggs or juvenile Pokémon long ago, as the incubation period for an egg typically spanned 3 days. Thus, they had planned ahead, either purchasing a day early or pre-ordering their eggs to immediately begin training post-registration. The pursuit of admission to the Pokémon High School was an arduous journey. Generally speaking, any aspiring trainer would gain entry to a Pokémon High School. However, the quality of the institution varied. Unlike ordinary individuals, Pokémon trainers possessed the capability to inflict harm, and should they stray into illicit paths and join dark organizations, the consequences would be dire. Ordinary people could also capture Pokémon, yet trainers who fell into darkness posed a greater threat. Therefore, except in special circumstances, virtually every Pokémon trainer would be welcomed into a Pokémon High School. However, nurturing Pokémon required substantial financial, material, and human resources, making the selection of a reputable Pokémon High School all the more crucial. A distinguished institution naturally provided superior resources. The world of Pokémon Academy does not impart an abundance of knowledge. Rather, it merely provides some initial resources. Subsequently, Pokémon trainers must journey across the globe, challenging gyms, exploring the world, seeking treasures, and ultimately participating in league competitions. This encapsulates the journey of a Pokémon trainer. You may also choose to enlist in the military or pursue a business venture, among other paths. The renowned Moo Moo Milk from the East is a product of a determined Pokémon trainer who, through sheer perseverance, built a commercial empire from nothing. From a solitary Moo Moo cow to thousands of them, he has led the pastoral community to prosperity. As Dong Fangyan glanced at a Moo Moo Milk advertisement on a roadside television, he felt a mix of disbelief and amusement. How timely are these advertisements? The ad featured a Moo Moo cow adorned with a gold medal, proudly holding a bottle of milk, while the narration detailed its production process. including the introduction of advanced foreign technology. Just as he was about to head home, Dongfang Yin noticed a portly figure ahead and promptly turned to walk away. The embarrassment he felt at the school entrance still haunted him. To his surprise, the plump individual seemed impervious to the peculiar stares of passers-by, calling out to him in an overly affectionate manner, addressing him as a yin with excessive familiarity. Though he wished to escape, it was too late. A yin, over here. 3 minutes later, Dongfang Yin found himself on a court-sized arena, watching as the rotund figure eagerly eyed a girl across from him. Yes, the plump fellow intended to challenge her to a Pokémon duel. Initially, Dongfang Yin had no intention of participating, but the plump man played the emotional card, lamenting that their friendship forged over 9 years of school would come to an end. He even claimed he once shielded Dongfang Yin from harm, absurdly asserting that even a nail clipper could be considered a weapon. This was perhaps why Dongfang Yin had once been close to him. They had grown up together, though they were not childhood sweethearts. Nonetheless, Dongfang Yin was particularly intrigued by the duels between Pokémon trainers. He yearned to discover how these encounters differed from those in the Pokémon games. Thus, he decided to cheer for his friend. Seizing the opportunity while they prepared, Dongfang Yin resolved to claim the novice gift pack bestowed upon him by his breeder system. He had been eager to access this for a long time. Starting with a fossil pterodactyl, right? And a 7-day sign-in reward of a Banjira, if he recalled correctly. He was quite familiar with this game, having even purchased a monthly card to level up. Little did he know, he had crossed into another world. His monthly card had been rendered pointless. Claim. Dongfang Yin thought to himself. Ding dong. The novice gift pack is being opened. He received the skill True Sight, a bottle of Super Pokémon Potential Enhancer, 10 System Pokeballs, 100 Reputation Points, and 1 Breeding House Renovation. An electronic voice echoed, leaving Dongfang Yan's mind buzzing. Once he regained his composure, he was puzzled. Where was his fossil pterodactyl? Where was his Banjira? This was not what he had envisioned. He understood the potential enhancer was meant to elevate a Pokémon's capabilities. But what was the distinction of the system's Pokeballs, and what in the world was reputation? How would the renovation work? Would he need to hire someone for the remodeling? Fortunately, the system provided timely clarification. Reputation serves as currency for purchasing items from the system's marketplace. The system's Pokeballs boast advanced technology that is not subject to the League's regulatory control and can connect to the League's information network for registration. Renovating the breeding house in an unoccupied environment takes 12 hours to complete. Once the host returns to the breeding house, the host will naturally understand. Oh, so the system enjoys keeping secrets. As for True Sight, Dongfang Yin had a general idea of its function. Come forth, my ace, Snorlax. The plump fellow bellowed dramatically, launching his Pokeball forward with flair. A flash of red light illuminated the court-sized arena, revealing an adorably rotund Snorlax. The girl across from him remained unfazed, releasing her own Pokémon in response. There is no disadvantage to being the first to summon a Pokémon. At this stage, both trainers possess merely one Pokémon, so the timing matters little. It would be more gentlemanly to maintain composure. It appears the plump fellow possesses some wit. In the arena, he stood with his hands in his pockets, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle. How about it? Is my Pokémon not intimidating? As for the order of summoning, the plump man had not considered it. He was simply too eager. Pokémon, Snorlax level 3. Potential, C. Gender, male. Type, normal. Status, healthy. Ability, gluttony. Now consumes berries when at half health instead of low health. Inherited skill, body slam. Basic skills, tackle, headbutt. Skill disc, none. Held item, none. Remarks, Snorlax has a voracious appetite, consuming food equivalent to its weight daily, often hiding food within its thick fur. So this is how True Sight operates. It's akin to a cheat. Dongfang Yin mused, a smile spreading across his face. It was evident that the plump fellow, true to his surname, had chosen Snorlax as his starter Pokémon, likely due to its expense. Most individuals could not afford to raise one, and those who could were certainly not ordinary. The girl opposite him was not intimidated. She scoffed and released her own Pokémon. Meanwhile, the plump man stealthily scurried to retrieve his Pokeball, a rather awkward moment. Dongfang Yin resolved to never haphazardly toss Pokeballs again. While tossing them may seem cool, retrieving them is decidedly less so. Charmander, Dongfang Yin exclaimed in surprise. Although the habitats of most starter Pokémon were controlled by the Huagua League, there were still wild variants and privately owned ones available for sale. The market still featured a selection of starter Pokémon, including many from abroad. Of course, their prices were exorbitant, though not as outrageous as those of quasi-divine Pokémon, which were often not available for purchase despite their high value. However, possessing a starter Pokémon significantly inflated their price. Many believed that lacking a quasi-divine Pokémon was acceptable as long as one had a powerful starter Pokémon. As long as one was not foolish and trained diligently, they would not fare poorly in the future. This was the advantage conferred by high-potential Pokémon. Generally, Pokémon potential is categorized as F, E, D, C, B, A, or S. Further subdivisions exist within E, and E. F and E are the typical potentials of most wild and ordinary Pokémon, with only 10% of wild Pokémon exhibiting high potential. In the wild, proper breeding is challenging. The offspring of a high-potential Pokémon and a low-potential one will average the two potentials, with only a small fraction displaying mutations that yield extraordinarily high potential. Additionally, high-potential Pokémon can produce offspring with similar traits if both parents possess high potential. However, such pairings typically involve parents of considerable strength. Aspiring to acquire their offspring often entails significant risks. Wild Pokémon are not inclined to negotiate. Thus, seeking B or A-grade potential Pokémon in the wild is exceedingly difficult. Acquiring an S-grade Pokémon at birth is nearly impossible, as such talent is exceptionally rare. A C-grade Pokémon is sufficient for trainers to attain the rank of gym leaders. As Pokémon evolve, their potential may increase. In this world, a trainer's level is largely determined by the strength of their primary battling Pokémon. Level 1 to 10 denotes novice trainers. Levels 11 to 20 signify junior trainers. Levels 21 to 30 represent intermediate trainers. Levels 31 to 40 correspond to advanced trainers. Levels 41 to 50 define senior trainers. Levels 51 to 60 indicate gym trainers. Levels 61 to 70 classify as quasi-champion trainers. Levels 71 to 80 are regarded as champion trainers. Levels 81 to 90 denote elite trainers, and levels above 91 are esteemed as master trainers. Naturally, this mirrors the stratification of societal classes. Charmeleon. Observing the small flame flickering at the tip of its tail, the diminutive, crimson-hued dinosaur evoked a sense of envy in Dongfang Yan. The ultimate evolution of Charmeleon is Charizard, a creature not only striking in appearance, but also formidable in strength, capable of both Mega Evolution and Gigantamax. In the past, one could easily acquire a Charizard within the game. Now, even a mere Charmeleon demands a substantial financial investment. Truly, one only learns to cherish what they have lost. Chapter 5, Pokémon Battle. True Sight. Pokémon, Charmeleon Level 4. Potential, D. Gender, female. Type, fire. Status, healthy. Ability, Blaze. When its health is critically low, Blaze activates, doubling the damage of fire-type moves. Inherited moves, Ember, Dragon Breath. Base moves, Scratch, Ember. TM, none. Held item, none. Note: the flame on Charmeleon's tail continuously emits intense heat. It is said that when Charmeleon meets its end, the flame extinguishes. Fatty Chien was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that this girl possessed one of the starter trio. Although he could also have one, he preferred the Snorlax he currently held. Dongfang Yan observed the two Pokémon on the battlefield. While Charmeleon boasted a slightly higher level, Snorlax exhibited superior potential. Fortunately, Snorlax's ability was gluttony rather than thick fat. Otherwise, Charmeleon would have stood little chance. The battle commenced. On the opposite side of the arena stood the Charmeleon girl as friend, serving as the referee, which meant Dongfang Yan was also called over as a witness. Charmeleon, charge in and use Ember. The Charmeleon girl exclaimed excitedly as the referee signaled the start. Humph, Snorlax. Dodge it, and then use Tackle. Fatty Chien shouted back with equal enthusiasm. Dongfang Yan watched as Charmeleon, upon receiving commands, dashed towards Snorlax. With its little legs, it scurried and aimed at Snorlax, unleashing Ember. Thus, a captivating scene unfolded. Charmeleon relentlessly pursued Snorlax, flames erupting from its mouth, while the chubby Snorlax displayed remarkable agility, evading the fiery projectiles. Indeed, the playful antics of these two creatures melted Dongfang Yan's heart. Before long, Charmeleon's Ember fizzled out. Confused, Charmeleon huffed a few breaths, attempting to spit out more flames. However, Fatty Chien seized the moment. Now Snorlax, use Tackle. Snorlax, having been provoked, turned and charged with a tackle. In Dongfang Yan's view, a small blue and white chubby creature collided with Charmeleon, knocking it to the ground. Charmeleon quickly scrambled back to its feet, just as the girl's voice rang out, "Stand up. Don't run away, use Scratch." Initially, Charmeleon intended to create distance and use Ember for a ranged assault on Snorlax. Yet in the girl's eyes, Charmeleon's actions appeared as attempts to flee. Use Fury Swipes. Fatty Chien decided to engage in close combat. Dongfang Yan, observing the situation, felt speechless. Charmeleon's combat talent was evidently high, exhibiting its own strategic thinking. Nonetheless, the girl was oblivious. Engaging Snorlax in close quarters was a precarious choice. After all, Snorlax already possessed high health and physical defense, being a normal-type Pokémon, were it not for its ability being thick-fat, which would further mitigate fire-type damage. Charmeleon would have found itself at an even greater disadvantage. After a few rounds of brawling, Charmeleon was nearing its limit, while Snorlax merely appeared slightly ruffled. In a state of desperation, the girl shouted, "Charmeleon, quickly use Ember." Upon hearing this, Charmeleon had no choice but to create distance and attempt to unleash Ember. However, Ember was a move that required at least level 12 to master. Although it was an inherited skill, it was not instinctively known. It merely allowed for a quicker acquisition. For instance, with diligent practice, this Charmeleon could potentially learn Ember at a higher level, but at present, it was merely level 4. First, it needed to master Ember itself. Charmeleon gathered flames within its mouth, but was unable to release them. Snorlax charged forward, using Tackle, with Fatty Chien excitedly shouting, "Can't you see the fireball in Charmeleon's mouth? You must interrupt it quickly." Had Dongfang Yin been in charge, he would have known that this Charmeleon would not be able to unleash Ember. He wouldn't allow his Pokemon to interrupt. Instead, he let Charmeleon gather its energy, knowing that it would eventually exhaust itself. Snorlax's Tackle was evidently not familiar to it, but it managed to execute the move nonetheless. This highlighted the difference in inherited skills. Had Snorlax attempted to use Heavy Slam, it would likely encounter the same predicament as Charmeleon. Snorlax approached Charmeleon, raised its chubby paw, and unleashed a flurry of Fury swipes. Charmeleon attempted to move, yet its body was paralyzed, rendering it immobile. Following the Fury swipes, Charmeleon, unable to unleash the effects of Blaze, succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. The girl's friend, witnessing this, had no choice but to declare Snorlax the victor. Fatty Chien erupted in cheers, jubilantly running about. He rushed over to embrace Snorlax, and the two plump figures began dancing in joyous celebration. The girl gritted her teeth, a flash of red light enveloping Charmeleon as it was recalled. This Charmeleon isn't nearly as formidable as legends suggest. Your victory was mere luck. Unfazed, Fatty Chien continued to dance with Snorlax. Did you hear that? This time, I was careless. Next time, I won't let you off so easily. The girl, seeing Fatty Chien's silence, raised her voice. Fatty Chien and Snorlax began a lively disco dance. Wait until I bring a stronger Pokemon next time. Don't get too cocky. The girl shouted in frustration. Fatty Chien and Snorlax engaged in a duet. Dongfang Yin could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, inadvertently drawing the girl's ire, which swiftly redirected towards him. What are you laughing at? You've been laughing since the start. Are you mocking me? Dongfang Yin shook his head vigorously. What's the matter? Is laughing a crime? He certainly did not wish to provoke this volatile woman. He was eager to purchase a Pokemon egg. If you're dissatisfied, why not battle me? The girl pressed, eyeing Dongfang Yin's school uniform, which suggested a lack of wealth. No money typically meant no powerful Pokemon, making it imperative for her to teach him a lesson for reveling in her misfortune. I have no Pokemon, Dongfang Yin replied, shaking his head. This drew the girl's derision. No Pokemon, yet you act as if you know everything. Huh, without a Pokemon, you must be too poor to afford one. She taunted. Fatty Chien, overhearing, grew agitated. He was aware of the recent troubles in Dongfang Yan's family. This foolish woman's words inadvertently struck at Dongfang Yan's wounds. Having finally seen his friend attend school, he couldn't allow him to be further hurt. You wretched woman, what did you just say? If you're not satisfied, why not challenge me? Meanwhile, the Charmeleon girl's friend stood resolutely beside her, clutching a red and white Pokeball, observing Dongfang Yin and the girl. Humph, judging by your demeanor, you must also be a Pokemon trainer. The girl rolled her eyes and continued. In a month, I shall challenge you in the high school entrance examination competition, and you will learn the consequences of provoking me. And you, Fatso, just wait. I shall return with a stronger starter Pokemon, and you will be awaiting your defeat at my hands. Observing her confident demeanor left Chien Fatty speechless. Enough already, defeated foe. I can't be bothered with you. He led his Snorlax away from the scene, casting a last glance at her with a hint of disdain. The irate little fire dragon girl hopped in frustration. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yin followed Chien Fatty, dismissing the girl's challenge as mere childish bravado. Although Dongfang Yin was only 18 and still a high school student, with her level of command, defeating him was a distant dream. As the president of the first Pokemon Guild, such a title was not merely a boast. Well, perhaps there was a slight exaggeration. Dongfang Yin didn't inquire about Chien Dechang's identity, as it held no significance for him. Chien Fatty, expecting Dongfang Yin to ask questions, waited in vain for a response, only to turn around and find that Dongfang Yin had vanished without a trace. He was left dumbfounded, as he hadn't yet had the chance to boast about his first victory as a Pokemon trainer or share his battle insights, let alone introduce his starter Pokemon, Kakashi. How could he have just left? Yet, there was something different about Dongfang Yin. He seemed colder, less familiar. Perhaps the time apart had changed him. Unbeknownst to Dongfang Yin, the gaps in his demeanor were being filled in by Fatty's imagination. At the Cloud Mist Breeding Center, Dongfang Yin's grandmother, seated at the counter, gazed at him thoughtfully. Have you truly decided to become a Pokemon trainer? She asked. In truth, she was not particularly keen on this path for him. If he expressed a desire to pursue a career as a scientist or an academic researcher, she would not oppose it. However, once he became a Pokemon trainer, he would enter one of the most perilous professions in the world. Each day, trainers ventured out on expeditions, risking their lives, or fell victim to malevolent trainers and criminal organizations who roamed the wilderness, seeking to rob and kill. Some trainers, upon discovering treasures, succumbed to murderous impulses, ultimately disguising their victims as casualties of Pokemon attacks to evade the law. Such knowledge was part of the unspoken rules, never mentioned in textbooks, which always advised caution and safety in the wild. Dongfang Yin was well aware of these realities. However, having arrived in this world, he felt compelled to embrace his destiny as a Pokemon trainer. After all, what would be the purpose of his existence here if not to strive for greatness? As he aspired to become the strongest Pokemon breeder, it was imperative to possess unrivaled power, particularly with a system at his disposal. Chapter 6. The Egg Gambling Market. Yes, I have made my decision. I will become a Pokemon trainer, Dongfang Yin declared with newfound determination. His grandmother, observing him, was reminded of her late husband, Dongfang Yin's grandfather, who had shared the same youthful aspirations of becoming a great Pokemon trainer. A trivial matter had led them on an adventurous journey, encountering nefarious trainers and formidable Pokemon, even witnessing the legendary Suicune together. During their travels, she had gradually developed a fondness for the foolishness of battling alongside her husband. Now, looking at her resolute grandson, she felt a pang of nostalgia for her past and her late husband. Well then, here is 3.8 million, a sum saved from the store over the past few years. This should be sufficient for you to acquire a Pokemon with promising potential. She handed him a card from behind the counter. Being the owner of the shop, she knew that the better potential Pokemon had already been sold, and she hadn't restocked. What remained were merely average specimens, suitable for ordinary individuals or novice trainers. Yet, affluent buyers often sought to purchase D-rank Pokemon at exorbitant prices. D-rank was already quite rare, while C-rank was even more difficult to come by, and B-rank was nearly impossible to find in the market, typically available only through auctions. For a battling Pokemon of a trainer, the standards were far from adequate. Upon returning to the shop, Dongfang Yin activated his true sight ability, revealing the attributes of all the Pokemon eggs. Unfortunately, none were suitable. For instance, Pokemon, Mewtwo, level 0. Potential, E, gender, female. Type, grass. Status, healthy. Ability, chlorophyll, speed doubles in sunny weather. Inherited skills, bullet seed, vine whip. Base skills, none. Skill discs, none. Held items, none. Remarks. Mewtwo prefers to stay in sunny spots for photosynthesis. If not, it will shuffle around on its short legs to find a better location. And another. Pokemon, Caterpie. Level 0. Potential, F. Gender, female. Type, bug. Status, healthy. Ability, shield dust, protected from additional effects of moves. Inherited skills, string shot. Base skills, none. Skill discs, none. Held items, none. Remarks. Resides in grassy areas of forests, feeding on leaves from trees. Indeed, the attributes of most Pokemon eggs were simply inadequate, failing to meet his minimum expectations as a Pokemon trainer, especially for someone like him with a system. These qualifications were far too low for his standards. Given his access to an unfair advantage, he felt compelled to venture into the egg gambling market. After all, what good was the true sight ability if it were not utilized? The egg gambling market was distinct from the breeding center, where Pokemon eggs and juvenile Pokemon were professionally evaluated by the league before being sold, ensuring their quality. This facilitated selection for trainers, making it common for initial Pokemon to be purchased from breeding centers, with few opting to capture wild Pokemon as their first. Wild Pokemon often exhibited strong personalities, making emotional bonding challenging, and investing time in them seemed less worthwhile than acquiring a well-cultivated Pokemon. Such Pokemon fostered deep connections with their trainers. which explained the popularity of purchasing initial Pokémon from breeding centers. Of course, there were those who relished the thrill of chance, seeking to strike it rich at the egg gambling market, hoping to uncover a legendary Pokémon, a starter trio, or other powerful Pokémon. These could either be resold for profit or trained personally, making it a seemingly foolproof venture. Previously, someone had even drawn a near-legendary Pokémon at a gambling market, prompting the Huagua League to intervene, purchasing it for a high price and compensating the individual with a starter Pokémon. This incident had propelled the egg gambling market into the limelight, leading to reports of others successfully drawing starter trios or powerful Pokémon in the following period. Certainly, the vast majority of individuals still end up acquiring Pokémon of the FE level. However, this does not deter the relentless pursuit of sudden wealth. "Welcome to Forever City," exclaimed the taxi driver. Dongfang Yin paid for his ride and arrived in Forever City. The economic development of Yang City is rather modest, despite its considerable size. There are only 3 breeding houses, one of which is his family's Yunai breeding house. Within Yang City, only a small fraction of the local populace frequents the 3 breeding houses to procure Pokémon. The majority flock to Forever City, which not only boasts numerous breeding houses, but also offers some with juvenile Pokémon available for purchase. The significance of acquiring juvenile Pokémon lies in their accessibility and the ease of fostering emotional bonds. Newly hatched Pokémon often require a nurturing phase before training can commence, the duration of which varies according to the species. Trainers must also impart basic knowledge to these newly hatched Pokémon. However, breeding houses that sell juvenile Pokémon typically provide this foundational education, facilitating the trainer's ability to cultivate their bonds effectively. Naturally, the majority of breeding houses still specialize in selling Pokémon eggs. Those that offer juvenile Pokémon maintain a stable lineage for breeding, ensuring a consistent supply of Pokémon for sale. Some breeding houses even specialize solely in a single species of juvenile Pokémon, leveraging brand exclusivity. These are often high-quality Pokémon, rated DC level or higher, and their exorbitant prices primarily cater to dedicated Pokémon trainers. Dongfang Yin felt the weight of his bank card in his pocket as he surveyed the expansive gambling egg market in Forever City. It resembled a bustling marketplace where, for a modest stall fee, the market administrator would grant you a temporary identification card, certifying your right to sell. Here, the origins of the Pokémon eggs could be dubious or otherwise, but no one seemed to care. The eggs were often grimy, their surfaces deliberately left uncleaned by the vendors, who sought to obscure their patterns and prevent potential buyers from discerning their quality. After all, what would a gambling egg market be if it didn't involve risk? Transactions involving adult or juvenile Pokémon directly were strictly prohibited, as their provenance could not be guaranteed. Such Pokémon might have been captured, stolen, or obtained through illicit means, potentially harboring issues that could pose risks to others. To prevent such incidents, the state forbids any individual or organization from buying or selling adult Pokémon. However, legitimate establishments like breeding houses and nurseries operate under different regulations. For a breeding house to sell juvenile Pokémon, they must undergo a thorough inspection by the league, lasting 1 to 2 months, to verify the legitimacy of their juvenile Pokémon sources. Furthermore, they are required to establish a Pokémon breeding ecological park. Once these criteria are met and passed by a final inspection, the breeding house is permitted to sell juvenile Pokémon independently. Additionally, the league conducts random checks to ensure compliance. The illicit trade of adult Pokémon is generally considered a crime, punishable by imprisonment. Chapter 7. Bargains in the Egg Market. Step right up, take a look. With a stroke of luck, you could hatch a powerful Pokémon and realize your dreams of overnight wealth. Each stall owner shouted fervently, eager to attract foot traffic. Yet, when someone inquired about which eggs were of superior quality, the vendors fell silent. This business is fraught with complexities. All sorts of Pokémon eggs abound, and the proprietors indiscriminately acquire them without regard for their origins. They cannot risk making decisions for others, lest they face the wrath of an irate customer who ends up with a common cater pie. Some vendors even offload unsold eggs to other gambling egg merchants, recycling their stock. Naturally, one might wonder why these vendors do not hatch the eggs themselves. There was once a gambling egg proprietor who, having spent a fortune on several truckloads of eggs, ended up hatching nothing but cater pies and rattatas. Now he toils in the coal mines of Sanchi, working to repay his debts and stage a comeback. Observing the various stalls along the roadside, Dongfang Yin noted that most of the Pokémon offered were of exceedingly poor quality, comprising exceptionally common species such as rattata and cater pie. It is no wonder that others claim the gambling egg market is fraught with peril. The dream of overnight riches is often a mere mirage. At many stalls, Groups of individuals scrutinized the eggs with magnifying glasses, inspecting every nook and cranny. Given the grimy condition of the eggs, the vendors had no intention of cleaning them. In fact, they preferred them to remain dirty. Just then, a young man at a nearby stall exclaimed, "This is the one." He cradled an egg without any disdain for its filthy exterior. In this line of work, once you pick up an egg and clean it of its grime, you are obligated to purchase it. Otherwise, everyone would recognize its species. How could the vendors maintain their business then? Consequently, many individuals hesitated to touch the eggs directly, instead opting to observe from a distance with their magnifying glasses. Someone had even offered Dongfang Yin a magnifying glass for 50 yuan. He retorted silently, "Why don't you just steal it?" The young man, cradling the egg, passionately declared, "I feel it. You are my chance for a turnaround, my hope for overnight riches. I sense a profound emotional connection between us. I'll buy you." The young man, brimming with excitement, paid and received a container from the vendor to transport the egg. Before he departed, Dongfang Yin couldn't help but use his true sight to examine the egg's attributes. Pokémon, Rattata, level 0. Potential, C. Gender, female. Type, normal. Status, healthy. Ability, when burned, asleep, paralyzed, or poisoned, damage increases by 50 and reduces burn damage by half. Inherited skills, tackle, tail whip, bite. Basic skills, none. Skill discs, none. Held items, none. Remark, although this Pokémon is frequently encountered, one must not underestimate it. Its incisors can gnaw through wood. Indeed, this exemplifies the remarkable utility of true sight. Dongfang Yin was somewhat speechless, pondering whether this individual might end up losing his sanity upon returning home. Was he fortunate? His potential was rated C. Was he unfortunate? Yet, he possessed the tenacity of a Rattata. After witnessing the earlier incident, Dongfang Yin scrutinized the eggs with even greater diligence, determined not to overlook any potential Pokémon. As he perused the stalls, he indeed stumbled upon an egg with higher potential, albeit at a stall with fewer patrons. Pokémon, EV, level 0. Potential, C. Gender, female. Type, normal. Status, healthy. Ability, adaptability increases the same type attack bonus from 5 times to 2 times. Inherited skills, quick attack, tail whip, refresh. Basic skills, none. Skill discs, none. Held items, none. Remark, due to EV's inherent instability, it is susceptible to environmental influences, leading to variations in its form. This one seems promising. While EV's standard form may be unremarkable, it has the potential to evolve into various types, such as Jolteon, Vaporeon, or Flareon. The discovery of EV's various evolution forms has also been quite an extraordinary journey. The evolutionary form of the fire sprite begins with a child who stumbled upon a crimson stone. In a moment of mischievousness, the child hurled this red stone with great force at their beloved EV nearby, inadvertently capturing the attention of the entire world. Subsequently, the inhabitants of this nation serendipitously discovered a new evolutionary form. This revelation sparked a fervent frenzy among the populace, who were driven to conduct extensive research on EV, fervently hoping to unveil a mightier evolutionary path for it. Some even went so far as to frantically assert their desire to evolve EV into an entity akin to Arceus. Ultimately, they were apprehended by the Alliance, who uncovered their true nature as a pyramid scheme organization. Thus, through countless coincidences and experiments, the various evolutionary forms of EV were finally brought to light. Observing an unoccupied stall, Dongfang Yin approached with an air of nonchalance, feigning indifference. The stall owner had been waiting for quite some time, with little business to speak of. Upon noticing a student had arrived, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Thinking to himself that a significant transaction was at hand, "Young man, come here. I have some exceptional eggs. Take a look for yourself," he exclaimed, eagerly extending a magnifying glass to Dongfang Yin. Dongfang Yin accepted the glass and pretended to inspect the Pokémon eggs, subtly shifting towards the location of an EV egg. Suddenly, a pungent odor assaulted his nostrils. "What on earth is that smell?" he exclaimed, taken aback by the truly repugnant scent. The stall owner, hearing this, quickly handed Dongfang Yin a mask. "I sincerely apologize. A few days ago, I procured a batch of Pokémon eggs, and unbeknownst to me, one of them was particularly filthy and foul-smelling. It has remained unsold for days, and I certainly do not wish to keep it. You see, in our line of work, we cannot simply clean it, for once it is cleaned, it becomes unsellable. I feel it would be a waste to discard it. But this foul thing has severely impacted my business." Dongfang Yin activated his true sight ability, casting his gaze towards the stall owner's line of sight. There, not far away, sat a dark purple egg enveloped in black sludge, exuding a foul stench. It was from this egg that the odor emanated. Dongfang Yin withdrew his true sight, fixated on the grotesque egg. Observing Dongfang Yan's expression, the stall owner resolved to part with the egg, lest he lose yet another potential sale due to its noxious influence. Chapter 8. An unusual hue? Indeed, merely by appearance and odor, anyone would exclaim, "This surely cannot be a stunky egg. Who would desire such a thing? Even a small rattata would be preferable. Stunky is notoriously malodorous and seldom kept by trainers. One could imagine an entire household reeking if it were kept indoors. Neighbors might even complain, accusing you of harboring waste within a residential building." In truth, even the stall owner believed the egg to be that of a stunky. After all, what strength does stunky possess? Most people share this sentiment, and young ladies are even less likely to favor such a Pokemon. However, endowed with the gift of true sight, Dongfang Yin was acutely aware of the egg's true nature. This particular Pokemon was among his renowned companions from his previous world, a Pokemon he held dear. Pokemon, Shiny Psyduck, Level 0. Potential, B. Gender, male. Type, Water Psychic. Status, healthy. Ability, Regenerator. Rest for a moment and return, regaining 13 HP upon being recalled into its Pokeball. Inherited moves, Confusion, Yawn, Rest, Trick, Curse, Healing Wave. Base moves, none. Move TMs, none. Held item, none. Remark, Psyduck enjoys meditating on stones by the water, and its shed tail is considered a delicacy. It is said that Psyduck appears somewhat dim-witted due to its remarkable intelligence. Appearances can be deceiving. The shiny Psyduck's coloration is a pale purple, and combined with the foul black sludge on its egg, it manifests as a dark purple hue. This combination renders it strikingly similar to a stunky egg. Were it not for Dongfang Yin's true sight, and his refusal to rely solely on subjective judgment, he would have hastily purchased the EV egg and departed without a second thought. Young man, if you find nothing to your liking, perhaps it would be best to explore other stalls, the stall owner suggested, noting Dongfang Yan's lingering indecision. Although he was in competition with other stall owners, he could not compel a customer to buy something they did not desire. Seeing the stall owner's resigned expression, Dongfang Yin concocted a plan. "My dear proprietor, it seems you are in quite a predicament. With such a thing in your possession, your business must be suffering. Indeed, hardly anyone visits my stall, and those who do are driven away by the stench. I haven't made a sale in days. Business has become exceedingly difficult," the stall owner lamented. Thus, Dongfang Yin and the stall owner shared their grievances, bonding over their mutual struggles. As their conversation deepened, they nearly became sworn brothers. "Dear brother, if you have your eye on any Pokemon eggs here, rest assured I shall sell them to you at cost," the stall owner declared with fervor. Business had been dismal, and with his wife nagging him, he welcomed the chance to vent his frustrations to someone, even if that someone was much younger. "Life is about looking forward, and success comes from perseverance," he offered, punctuating his words with applause. "In my lifetime, I have yet to meet a child with such insight." With a smile, Dongfang Yin quipped, "I am merely picking apples from the shoulders of giants." Such high emotional intelligence elevated their exchange. "Do you aspire to become a Pokemon trainer?" the stall owner inquired earnestly. Dongfang Yin nodded, affirming the truth. The stall owner continued, "Young one, I advise you to save some money and purchase a Pokemon from a reputable breeding facility. There is no need to leave your fate to chance here." "I understand. Dear proprietor, I merely wish to procure a couple of eggs for fun, especially since you are offering them at cost," Dongfang Yin explained with a grin. Seeing the young man's determination, the stall owner refrained from further persuasion. To do so would imply a change of heart, as though he would no longer offer them at cost. Dongfang Yin, perceiving the stall owner's reluctance to dissuade him further, picked up the magnifying glass once more. Feigning interest in the EV egg, holding his nose, he approached the EV egg and, observing the stall owner's calm demeanor, casually declared, "Proprietor, I shall take this one." Having firmly decided, Dongfang Yin grasped the Pokemon egg, and the stall owner, unable to protest, nodded in agreement. From the back of his small storeroom, he retrieved a sleek, transparent glass case, brimming with technological flair. "Would you like me to clean it for you?" he inquired, eyeing Dongfang Yin. Dongfang Yin shook his head. "No need, no need. Since you are selling it to me at cost, let us skip the trivialities." The stall owner nodded contentedly. "You may select another. I will still give you the cost price." Having spoken, he felt a sense of camaraderie, for he had likewise purchased these eggs at a fixed price. One is never truly at a loss. It merely depends on the extent of one's gains or losses. Dongfang Yin, feigning contemplation, pointed at the dark purple, foul-smelling Pokemon egg and said, "Boss, may I have that egg, please?" The air seemed to pause momentarily. Surely not, young lad. Are you mistaken? I was ready to discard this Pokémon egg. Why would you wish to take home a stinky mud egg? Money is not to be squandered so thoughtlessly. The stall owner wore an expression of disbelief. It was time for Dongfang Yin to showcase his acting skills, as he mused to himself. After all, the vendors of Pokémon eggs were notoriously shrewd. Had it not been for this stall owner's amiable nature and the groundwork laid in their conversation, who would pay heed to a middle school student? Moreover, why would a middle schooler want to purchase a dubious and unwanted Pokémon egg? Anyone would harbor doubts about whether this egg was flawed or if he had simply erred in judgment. If the vendor discerned anything amiss, he might refuse to sell it altogether, leaving Dongfang Yin at a loss. Boss, I couldn't help but notice that you haven't had a sale in days. Since we've had such a heartfelt conversation and you're offering me a cost price. I merely wish to help you dispose of this egg so you can conduct your business. It was not unreasonable for the stall owner to be suspicious. The child before him was of a similar age to his own offspring, and he had initially approached the conversation with a playful demeanor. Little did he know, this seemingly innocent child was quite astute, albeit with a straightforward mindset. While the vendor considered giving a discount, the boy was focused on how to help him succeed in his business, which evoked a sense of genuine goodness in the vendor's heart. All right, young man. If you desire this foul egg, I shall gift it to you. Feel free to select another after this transaction. I intend to return home for a few days of rest. After all, one must also cherish a harmonious life with his spouse. Men may stand tall in the world, but they must remain humble before their wives. The stall owner thought contentedly, contemplating whether to bring home some treats for his beloved. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yin thought, what a stroke of luck. He repeatedly declined, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Swiftly, he scanned the assortment of Pokémon eggs, anxiously ensuring he did not overlook anything of value that might bring him sorrow. Soon, he spotted another Pokémon egg that seemed decent. The rest were rather unremarkable. This realization led Dongfang Yin to understand that the Pokémon egg market was a gamble. One could either become wealthy overnight or squander a fortune without a trace of return. Pokémon, Oddish, level 0. Potential, D. Gender, female. Type, grass poison. Status, healthy. Ability, chlorophyll. In sunny weather, its speed doubles. Inherited skills, sleep powder, grassy terrain. Basic skills, none. Skill discs, none. Held item, none. Remarks, Oddish buries itself in fertile soil, and while underground, its feet resemble tree roots. This was acceptable, after all. It was a gamble that yielded results, far preferable to spending a considerable sum in a breeding center for a mundane Pokémon. Moreover, an Oddish with grassy terrain was quite impressive. Boss, I'll take this one. How much is it in total? The stall owner, still pinching his nose, placed the Slowpoke egg into a transparent glass case. Turning back to see that Dongfang Yin had made his selection, he nodded, removed his gloves, and closed the glass lid, significantly diminishing the surrounding odor. Very well, we'll proceed with this. The total is 200,000. Can you manage that? Surely your family won't mind? At that moment, the stall owner noticed that Dongfang Yin appeared to be alone, without parental guidance. No worries, my family has entrusted me with handling this money. Dongfang Yin perceived the vendor's concerns and interjected, eager to return home with the egg. He contemplated the Slowpoke egg carefully, for it was a shiny Pokémon, and he had yet to encounter even a regular Slowpoke, let alone a shiny variant. Who would have imagined that his first Pokémon in this world would be a shiny one? Truly, he was destined for greatness. Marked as a child of fortune endowed with a system. As Dongfang Yin watched the vendor pack up the 3 Pokémon eggs, he swiftly swiped his card for 250,000. He had no intention of taking advantage of the vendor. After all, he had already acquired what he desired. The vendor, noticing the extra 50,000, intended to alert Dongfang Yin of the overpayment. But upon glancing up, he saw the boy had already dashed away with the 3 Pokémon eggs. The stall owner chuckled and shook his head, preparing to tidy up and head home. Chapter 9, Bath Time. Ah, what a windfall. Dongfang Yin thought excitedly as he sat in the car. He understood that shiny Pokémon were generally considered priceless in the market. In many respects, they might even be rarer than semi-divine Pokémon. Everyone desires to possess a shiny Pokémon. It symbolizes status, identity, and power. Furthermore, having brought 3.8 million today, he was astonished to find he had only spent 250,000 on 3 Pokémon of commendable potential. In a breeding center, one would need at least 1 million to even acquire a D-grade talent Pokémon, not to mention C-grade, B-grade, and so forth. It was likely that B-grade Pokémon eggs were virtually non-existent in the market. Even if they were available, they would probably already be reserved. A B-grade potential Pokémon has the possibility of evolving into an S-grade. This is the threshold for master-level trainers. It is exceedingly challenging for one to become a Pokémon Master with a low-potential Pokémon. The disparity in rewards for equal efforts between a semi-divine Pokémon and an ordinary low-potential Pokémon is stark. Individuals who achieve mastery with low-potential Pokémon are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Before long, Dongfang Yin returned to the Yunai breeding center. He tipped the driver 100 yuan, totaling 200 yuan for the round trip. "Grandma, I'm home," Dongfang Yin called out, carrying his belongings. Suddenly, a large bird burst forth from the breeding center. Whoa! A noctowl flew towards Dongfang Yin, tilting its head inquisitively. Startled, Dongfang Yin instinctively activated his true sight. Pokémon, Noctowl, level 70. Potential, B. Gender, male. Type, normal flying. Status, healthy. Ability, insomnia. It cannot fall asleep and is immune to hypnosis and sleep-inducing moves. Inherited skills, tackle, detect, feather dance, confusion. Basic skills, screech, hypnosis, air slash, moonlight. Reflect, dream eater, psychic, mind reader, sky attack. Skill discs, tailwind. Held item, sharp beak. Remarks. Noctowl prefers to be active at night, and an insomnia Noctowl is particularly lively. Dongfang Yin was taken aback, gazing at the Noctowl. Is my vision deceiving me? This is a near-legendary Noctowl with B-grade potential, just a step away from becoming legendary? He marveled at the realization that even before he had started his journey, his family already possessed a near-legendary Pokémon. "Xiaoyan, you've returned?" Dongfang Yan's grandmother ambled out, hands clasped behind her back. Dongfang Yin recalled that this Noctowl was a pet left behind by his grandfather. It was his grandfather's first Pokémon, and they shared a deep bond. He had released the other battle Pokémon back into their natural habitats, retaining only this one that had always accompanied him. After his grandfather's passing, he entrusted the Noctowl to his grandmother. Certainly, Grandma possesses a few Pokémon of her own. However, in her youth, she was merely inclined to travel rather than engage in the adventurous battles that Grandpa relished. Grandma simply wished to explore diverse locales and behold the varying landscapes. Consequently, during that period, she captured only 2 Pokémon, a Pidgey and a Nidorina. Do not inquire why she chose to raise a Nidorina. It was simply because she was deceived by the charmingly petite appearance of Nidoran. Indeed, Grandma had a penchant for Pokémon that were diminutive and endearing. Alas, as time has passed, and with Grandpa's passing, she has had to concern herself with the operation of a breeding house, leaving her no time to nurture new Pokémon. The EV that Dongfang Yin purchased was intended as a gift for her. Initially, he planned to keep it as a starter Pokémon, but unexpectedly, he encountered a shiny Drowsy. Contemplating this, Dongfang Yin could not resist occasionally using his true sight to gaze at the Drowsy's egg. Discovering that it was indeed real and not a mere dream, happiness had arrived quite abruptly. One must admit, the airtightness of the glass cabinet is truly remarkable. To this day, Dongfang Yin has yet to detect any foul odor. However, the thought of having to clean it later troubled him. "Did you go to the gambling egg market to acquire Pokémon eggs?" Grandma inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Dongfang Yin awkwardly nodded, feeling exposed. "Did I not instruct you to purchase from the breeding house? The quality of eggs in the gambling market is unlikely to be commendable. With the money I provided, you should have been able to buy a Pokémon of C-grade quality." Alas, it is evident that her grandson has not fully embraced the role of a Pokémon trainer. Being overly frugal can lead to significant losses. Grandma shook her head and continued, "How much did you spend in total?" As she spoke, she prepared to retrieve some money from within the house, believing that Dongfang Yin must have been severely duped. Of course, she bore no ill will towards him. Her own considerations were somewhat lacking. I spent 250,000, Dongfang Yin murmured timidly. "How much?" Grandma exclaimed, incredulous. "Indeed, it was 250,000. The owner sold them to me at cost." Grandma was flabbergasted. 250,000 for 3 Pokémon eggs? She could not fathom how Dongfang Yin managed to procure them. The ordinary E-grade eggs from their own Yunai breeding house cost approximately 150,000 each. Nonetheless, she remained skeptical about the quality of the eggs he had purchased. It was highly probable that the Pokémon emerging from them would be the most mundane and common species, such as Caterpie or Rattata, mere street corner Pokémon. Consider it a lesson learned on Dongfang Yan's journey as a Pokémon trainer. You should head to the Pokémon Center shortly to assess the quality of these eggs. If they are lacking, I shall accompany you to Forever City later. You must prepare a Pokémon egg for your registration at school tomorrow. Now, Dongfang Yin stammered. What else could there be? Grandma replied, regarding him quizzically as he fidgeted. Nidorina, use water gun. roared the 2-meter-tall Nidorina, emitting a peculiar sound as she caught the scent of a strong, refreshing aroma. Without further ado, she unleashed a low-power water gun aimed at the shiny Drowsy's egg. Naturally, she had to control the power. Should a powerful water gun accidentally pierce the egg, it would be quite embarrassing. The back garden of Yunai breeding house features a small stream. The main watercourse is the mother river of Yang City, which runs quite close to their breeding house. Otherwise, this stream would not exist. Chapter 10, Pokémon Center. The main watercourse is indeed the mother river of Yang City, flowing in proximity to Yunai breeding house. Thus, it is no wonder the breeding house is quite expansive. When Grandma and Grandpa built their home, they constructed it on a grand scale. Dongfang Yan's residence is a large villa, with the breeding house's storefront occupying the first floor, directly facing the road. The second floor serves as their sleeping quarters, while the third is a storage room. The back garden is enclosed by a half-height fence, where Grandma has planted some vegetables. Just beyond the back garden lies the small stream. In truth, Dongfang Yan was puzzled as to why there were so few inhabitants in the vicinity. Scattered about were only a few households, rendering the location somewhat remote. No wonder business was not particularly thriving. Dongfang Yan mused as he pinched his nose. Thanks to Nidorina's efforts, the black muck on the egg was thoroughly washed away, flowing downstream along with its foul odor. Instantly, the surrounding stench dissipated significantly, and Dongfang Yan no longer covered his mouth and nose. "All right," Grandma announced, stepping out from the back garden, her hands clasped behind her back. "Roar!" Nidorina shouted at Grandma, gesturing towards the red and white pokeball on her person, then pointing at herself and the drowsy egg in the stream, adopting a comically nauseated expression. This display left Dongfang Yan utterly astonished. This is true sign language. True sight. Pokemon. Nidorina, level 56. Potential. B. Gender. Female. Type. Poison ground. Status. Healthy. Ability. Poison point. 30 chance to poison Pokemon that make contact. Inherited skills. Tail whip. Double kick. Basic skills. Tackle. Toxic spikes. Stomp. Earth power. Bite. And break. Skill discs. Water gun. Protect. Held item. None. Remarks. Utilizes its body, which is covered in hard scales, to ram enemies. Goodness, my grandmother is quite formidable. A gym leader level Nidorina, and this is not even her starter Pokemon. Her original starter was a Pidgey, which has evolved into a Pidgeot. Given that this Nidorina is already at level 56, it stands to reason that the Pidgeot would be at least on par. The clean drowsy egg bore an unusual pattern. Fearing that the egg might be washed away, Dongfang Yan hurriedly rushed over to cradle it, anxious to avoid damaging it. While others may not recognize its value, he was acutely aware of the worth of this egg. Yet, he was uncertain whether Drowsy was a fan-favorite Pokemon. Nevertheless, as it was shiny, its value would far exceed that of a regular specimen. Regardless of anything else, he adored it. "This egg?" Grandma inquired, stepping out from the back garden, her gaze fixed on the egg in Dongfang Yan's hands. "What is it, Grandma?" he asked, noticing her intense scrutiny. Grandma shook her head and replied, "Let us go to the Pokémon Center and take a look." She casually retrieved the noisy blue creature nearby with a red and white Pokeball. "Oh, it's nothing, Grandma. Do you really need to accompany me for such a trivial matter? You can rest assured that I can handle this." Seeing the resolute expression on Dongfang Yan's face, Grandma could only nod in agreement. After a brief moment, Dongfang Yan still had not set off, prompting Grandma to glance back in confusion. Which direction is the Pokémon Center?" Dongfang Yan stammered. On the road, he followed behind Grandma, engaging in light conversation. It was hardly his fault. Before his transmigration, the original Dongfang Yan had never been involved in the world of Pokemon. He had never set foot in a Pokemon Center or a pet hospital. Were it not for the fact that his family operated a breeding house specializing in Pokemon eggs, his existence would seem utterly incongruous in this world. Regardless, none of that mattered. He was living in this world now. However, the thought of taking over the breeding house brings with it the certainty of numerous reforms. Certain matters must be discussed with my grandmother, yet I fear revealing my true self. If she discovers that I am not the original Dongfang Yan, it would undoubtedly create complications. One who is fascinated by Pokemon and another indifferent to them. Should the transition be too abrupt, it is inevitable that the elder would harbor doubts. Nevertheless, the necessary conversations must be had. After all, I possess the system. There remains an unused house renovation feature in my novice package. I have yet to comprehend how this mechanism operates, nor have I had the chance to inspect the breeding house. System, what exactly is this house renovation? Dongfang Yan silently inquired within his thoughts. Ding dong. The house renovation will execute a comprehensive and systematic transformation of the breeding house based on the host's preferences or requirements. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A product of the system is undoubtedly of exquisite quality. However, any alterations must still be discussed with my grandmother, as it represents the culmination of her and grandfather's years of dedication. If possible, I hope to retain the majority of the store's layout, as it provides the elder with a sense of nostalgia. Ding dong. What insights does the host glean from this journey to Forever City? The unfeeling electronic female voice chimed again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for having profound insights. The following special mission is issued. Traverse the moonlit forest of Yang City on foot to reach Forever City, defeating 10 Pokémon along the way, within a 3-day limit. Reward, 20 prestige points. Penalty, a deduction of 50 prestige points from the host. The special mission is as follows. How can a successful Pokémon breeder not possess their own ecological garden? Convince your grandmother to establish an ecological garden with a 30-day deadline. Reward, 1 renovation of the ecological garden and 5 aptitude repair potions. Penalty, a random amputation of one of the host's legs. Dongfang Yan. I don't understand. Dongfang Yan was taken aback. He hadn't uttered a word. Furthermore, traversing the moonlit forest isn't a concern. After all, I must venture out for training in the future, and the Pokémon at the outskirts of the moonlit forest are generally of a lower level, hence relatively safe. Yet, establishing an ecological garden, might that be a bit premature? Moreover, why is the reward 20 prestige points while the penalty amounts to 50? And what on earth does it mean to sever one of my legs? Ding dong, please do not question the basis of the system's missions, nor doubt the authenticity of its penalties. All tasks are subject to a probability of completion. Probability. Who knows if it's 1% or 0.1? Well, it seems I have no choice but to face my grandmother. It's not that I wish to doubt the system. Rather, I prefer not to, especially since I have already experienced the effects of the Eye of Truth. Furthermore, I have no desire to gamble on that 1/3 probability. No interest whatsoever. Just as I intended to consult my grandmother, we arrived at the Pokémon Center. Dongfang Yan, carrying 3 Pokémon eggs, felt his arms growing numb. He feared that a moment's inattention might lead to the eggs being damaged. Fortunately, the glass case provided by the stall owner appeared quite sturdy, clearly a product of Huaxia. Nonetheless, Dongfang Yan believed that caution should always come first. At present, his sole desire was to ascertain whether the nurses at the Pokémon Center resembled Nurse Joy. It is widely known that the genetic lineage of Miss Junsha and Nurse Joy is exceedingly robust. Hence, Dongfang Yan was eager to investigate. Upon reaching the entrance, the glass door opened automatically, and he followed his grandmother inside. It was already afternoon, and the Pokémon Center seemed relatively empty. At that moment, Dongfang Yan noticed his shadow growing ever larger, and upon turning abruptly, he was taken aback. Goodness, Dongfang Yan, now in the body of a middle school student, stood at only 1.6 meters tall. The imposing nurse before him was probably around 1.8 meters. She towered over him by several heads, her appearance rather average, reminiscent of a character from an anime Dongfang Yan had watched in his previous life, evoking the essence of Neza from 10,000 Laughs. Long grandma, what brings you here? The robust nurse inquired, addressing Dongfang Yan's grandmother while completely disregarding his presence. It's Huan. Is today your turn to be on duty? Lan, the name of his grandmother, was addressed by her full name, Mulan. Observing their familiarity, it was evident they had known each other for some time. However, Dongfang Yan felt a pang of trepidation. With such arms, explosive strength, and powerful thighs, he feared she could easily crush him. This made him contemplate activating the Eye of Truth to check if she was a Pokémon. Chapter 11, Sister Huan. This is my grandson. You must be meeting him for the first time. Xiaoyan, greet your sister. Hello, sister. Dongfang Yan obediently greeted. Huan, noticing Dongfang Yan's politeness, effortlessly grasped his head with one large hand. Perfect fit, just right. Dongfang Yan, what a peculiar quirk. He dared not move, not even slightly. Long grandma, what brings you to the Pokémon Center? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Huan shifted to the main topic. It's not that Xiaoyan wishes to become a Pokémon trainer, so I bought 3 Pokémon eggs to check their aptitudes. If the aptitudes are satisfactory, I'd like to register the eggs under Dongfang Yan's name at the Pokémon Center. Long grandma replied with a smile. If they are acquaintances, the process will be smooth. Results can be obtained immediately. If the Pokémon eggs aptitudes are lacking, we will have to make another trip to Forever City. I see. Please hand over the Pokémon eggs. I will test them right away, she said, snatching the 3 Pokémon eggs from Dongfang Yan's hands with ease, her demeanor exuding effortless grace. Dongfang Yin wished to caution her to be careful not to drop his precious eggs, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Not that he was afraid, of course. Just then, as Huan was halfway through her task, she suddenly turned back, sending a chill down Dongfang Yin's spine. "Long Grandma, would you like to come and take a look? Is that appropriate?" Dongfang Yin muttered as he walked, intent on protecting his precious dyed-eye egg. What if this woman discovered that his dyed-eye egg possessed B-grade aptitude and attempted to hoard it for herself? It was something he had painstakingly procured from the gambling egg market. Thus, it would be prudent for him to supervise the process. Long Grandma chuckled and shook her head, following Dongfang Yin as he moved forward. They navigated through several corridors, passing by a few Pokémon recovery rooms. In one of the rooms, a Machoke was visible. Curious, Dongfang Yin activated the Eye of Truth. Pokémon Machoke, level 34. Potential, C. Gender, male. Type, fighting. Status, weakened and poisoned. Ability, Guts, when in a non-normal status. It enhances its willpower, increasing damage by 50 when afflicted by burn, sleep, paralysis, or poison, while having damage from burn attacks. Inherited skills, low kick, focus energy. Basic skills, tackle, body slam, revenge, tackle, wake up slap. Skill discs, none. Held item, none. Note, as a humanoid Pokemon, Machoke enjoys lifting weights, training its muscles, and especially relishes arm wrestling with humans. Observing the Machoke's evident struggle, yet vibrant spirit, one cannot help but admire the resilience of Pokemon life. Inside the recovery room, Machoke was performing acrobatics akin to Tarzan, bouncing on the bed, while nearby trainers and nurses wore expressions of exasperation. Thud! Huan burst in, delivering a swift slap to Machoke. Infuriated, Machoke turned to glare, rolling its eyes before collapsing straight down. The nearby trainer and nurse nodded in unison, watching in admiration as Huan instructed. Administer a sedative and give it some antidote tablets. Just moments ago, through the Eye of Truth, Dongfang Yin observed that Howley's status bar had shifted from weak to near death. The trainer dared not utter a word, likely mirroring Dongfang Yin's own trepidation. It was certainly not fear. However, Dongfang Yin also discerned that not everyone bore a resemblance to Miss Joy. In fact, he had yet to lay eyes on her. It was only logical, considering the vast expanse of the Huaguo Alliance. If everyone indeed looked alike, the alliance would have been divided solely by these two families. "You're not frightened, are you?" Huan asked with a smile, gazing at Dongfang Yin. No, I'm fine." Dongfang Yin replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed ahead. "Come with me. This is the place where Pokemon qualifications are assessed. You can observe from the glass window outside, with 3 Pokemon eggs in hand." Huan reminded them before pushing open a numbered door and stepping inside. Dongfang Yin and his grandmother approached the window. The testing apparatus resembled a cooking stove, the kind powered by a gas burner. Huan placed the Pokemon eggs on 3 machines, alongside several other eggs, presumably inserted as a favor to assist both his grandmother and himself. Dongfang Yin refrained from keeping the Eye of Truth activated for too long, as prolonged use often left him feeling slightly dizzy, and the information it displayed sometimes obstructed his vision. He could directly perceive the qualifications of the Pokemon. However, within the same level, there existed a hierarchy of quality. This was something Dongfang Yin had observed multiple times with the Eye of Truth, noting that Pokemon of identical level and qualification exhibited different colors. For instance, Pokemon with F-level qualifications appeared transparent, A level as white, D level as orange, C level as green, and B level as cyan. The higher the qualification, the more vibrant and pronounced the color. For example, his day's Pokemon, classified as B level, displayed a more vivid cyan than the B level Noctowl beside it. Comparatively, Howley's color was noticeably less bright than his grandmother's Night Arena. Meanwhile, the green of Chin Fatty Snorlax was even deeper, with a hint of cyan. Initially unnoticed, it became evident that this Snorlax possessed remarkable talent. Nevertheless, compared to his own day's Pokemon, it still paled in comparison. My day's Pokemon is a shiny. Do not inquire why Dongfang Yin did not mention the colors of A and S level qualifications. He had yet to encounter Pokemon of those classifications. Without having seen them, how could he possibly know their colors? Yet, it undeniably piqued his curiosity. Beeping incessantly, Huan stood beside the machine, recording data in a notebook. She gazed curiously at the 3 Pokemon eggs, particularly the day's egg, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. This made Dongfang Yin somewhat anxious. He feared Huan might seize his day's egg, and he was uncertain about the authenticity of the Eye of Truth. If the results from Huan's tests differed from what he observed, it would be rather awkward. After a while, The door to the room swung open, and Huan Huan emerged, clutching the 3 Pokémon eggs. Dongfang Yin, having been on edge, rushed over eagerly, intently scrutinizing the day's egg. He activated the Eye of Truth once more, anxious to ensure it had not been swapped. Fortunately, it had not. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss as to how to reclaim it. Oh right, I still have a Noctowl at home. With this thought, Dongfang Yin felt a surge of confidence. A potential champion, indeed. A household champion. Chapter 12. Humanoid Pokemon? Hehe. Dongfang Yin smirked slyly as he respectfully accepted the Pokemon eggs from Huan Huan's hands. He had just remembered that his Noctowl was watching over the house and had not been brought along. Granny Lan, where did you acquire these 3 Pokemon eggs? Huan Huan inquired as she passed the eggs to Dongfang Yin. What is it? Granny Lan stood up from her chair nearby. Though her hair was entirely white, she appeared quite spirited, albeit with an inexplicable hint of weariness in her eyes. It was evident that the days had been arduous. Granny Lan possessed a gentle demeanor, her smile warm and inviting, instilling a sense of comfort. Dongfang Yin had seen photographs of her from her youth, and she was indeed beautiful. With 2 braided pigtails elegantly swept back, she resembled a national goddess. It was no wonder that she had captivated his grandfather, who had remained devotedly by her side. Without any further inquiries, she continued, among these 3 Pokemon eggs, one is of D-level qualification, and the brown egg is of C-level qualification. Based on my years of experience, this brown egg is likely an EV egg, Huan Huan stated earnestly to Granny Lan. This revelation left Dongfang Yin utterly astonished. Could it be that you possess a system as well? How did you know? Is it true? I am immensely grateful. However, Granny Lan questioned, could this brown egg not be a Teddiursa or some other Pokemon egg? Although their family operated a breeding house, Granny Lan typically took over the operations from her husband. Through recollections, it was clear that her husband, as a Pokemon trainer, had adventured worldwide and encountered many Pokemon. Granny Lan had fortuitously met him during his travels. Prior to that, he seemed to have been a somewhat renowned Pokemon trainer. This realization made Dongfang Yin feel somewhat foolish. Yet he was pleased that his grandfather had ultimately succeeded. As for that foolishness, he hardly wished to dwell on it. Discussing it only invited tears. Thus, it was understandable that Granny Lan might not recognize an EV egg. I am 80% certain that this is indeed an EV egg. I graduated from a regular high school, and my major in university was the study of Pokemon, with EV being my area of specialization. Therefore, I am quite knowledgeable about EV. Upon hearing Huan Huan's explanation, Dongfang Yin exhaled in relief. Granny Lan visibly brightened. EV is splendid. I once asked your grandfather to procure several EV eggs, but he always claimed they were out of stock and refused to go catch any, insisting there were none in Yang City. It infuriated me, and I ignored him for several days. That old man. However, she decided to reserve this C-level EV for her grandson as his initial Pokemon. Granny, do not celebrate too soon. Do you know what qualification the purple Pokemon egg in Xiaoyan's possession holds? Huan Huan teased, pointing at the day's egg in Dongfang Yan's grip. Yet, Dongfang Yin clutched it protectively. Following Huan Huan's earlier words, Dongfang Yin was now certain that his Eye of Truth was indeed authentic. Such a high-quality Pokemon egg deserved to be embraced with utmost care. Ding dong. Please refrain from indulging in errant thoughts, host. Focus on your endeavors in this world, and strive to become a Pokemon trainer and breeder of both strength and talent. The system's words, though somewhat cliched, ignited a fervor within him. What qualifications? Granny Lan inquired. Perplexed, Huan Huan, not one to keep secrets, continued. The Pokemon egg in Xiaoyan's hands is of B-level qualification. Granny Lan stared agog at the egg Dongfang Yin held. A B-level qualified juvenile Pokemon. This talent is truly remarkable. My old man's Noctowl is also B-level, but that is already an adult. The nature is entirely different. She gazed at her grandson, observing his suspicious demeanor and impish expression. However, it suddenly dawned on me that my grandson seems to have developed an affinity for Pokemon. How peculiar, as he had previously shown no interest in these creatures at all. He is undeniably becoming more like his grandfather. Yet, what kind of Pokemon is this? Grandma Lan inquired with a hint of confusion. I do not recognize this delicate lavender-patterned creature. Very well then, Huan Huan. Could you assist me once more and register this Pokemon under my grandson's name? Grandma Lan pointed towards the drowsy in Dongfang Yin's hands. Huan Huan nodded in agreement, beckoning Dongfang Yin to follow her. After taking photographs, collecting samples, and scraping a bit of the egg powder for specimens and evidence, the drowsy egg was officially registered under Dongfang Yin's name. Once the Pokemon hatches, we can return to the Pokemon Center to register its identity. The Pokémon Center sells Pokeballs, and every trainer in the Huagua Alliance must register their Pokémon. Unregistered Pokémon are deemed illegal and will not be recognized. Should the Alliance discover any, they will invite you for a little chat. At that point, any Pokémon you caught will be released. It is akin to a real name verification system. The red and white Pokeballs sold at the Pokémon Center have also been sanctioned by the Alliance. If you engage in illicit activities, the Alliance will seize your Pokeballs, leaving you with no escape. After all, who would dare challenge Huagua Alliance, the safest country in the world? Other nations may champion freedom, but even their Pokeballs undergo certain regulations. Now it makes sense why the system provided me with 10 red and white Pokeballs in my beginner's gift pack. Dongfang Yen had only registered the Drowsy egg. Grandma Lan mentioned that another EV egg would also be registered under his name, but Dongfang Yen declined, asserting that having the Drowsy, a B-grade Pokemon egg as his initial companion, sufficed. Although the C-grade EV is admirable, he lacked the energy to nurture it. Moreover, he had his own team composition in mind. Ultimately, he registered the EV egg under his grandmother's name, claiming it as a gift for her. Grandma Lan, unable to resist her grandson's enthusiasm, reluctantly agreed to have the EV registered under her name. After taking photographs, collecting samples, and scraping a bit of the egg powder, the EV egg was officially registered under Grandma Lan. Content: the old lady cradled the EV egg as she and Dongfang Yen embarked on their journey home. As for the D-grade Pokemon egg, neither of them showed any interest, so they decided to take it home for the time being. Before leaving, they purchased some specially formulated milk powder for newly hatched Pokemon at the Pokemon Center. Newly hatched Pokemon cannot consume Poke Cubes directly. They require specially prepared Pokemon milk powder instead. In fact, the Yunai breeding house has some in stock. So buying a few would also help Wanwan meet her sales targets. Even if I do not need them, they could be sold at the breeding house. Consider it a replenishment. Chapter 13. Establishing an ecological park. Grandma, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Dongfang Yen stated as they walked along the road. Having decided it was time to share his thoughts, Grandma Lan nodded, encouraging him to continue. I have resolved to inherit the role of the breeding house proprietor from our family. Given your advancing years and my impending travels, I have chosen to become a Pokemon trainer and, correspondingly, I aspire to manage our breeding house effectively. Becoming a Pokemon trainer is my current dream, and inheriting the breeding house to become a Pokemon breeder is a responsibility I must embrace. Grandma Lan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I am confident that with my B-grade companion and my efforts, our breeding house will flourish. Grandma Lan gazed at her grandson, who appeared resolute and virtuous, almost as if she was seeing him anew. His tone increasingly resembled that of his grandfather's. All right, my dear, speak plainly. There must be more you wish to say. I refuse to believe you brought this up solely to tell me that, Grandma Lan remarked, a knowing smile on her face. Hee. Dongfang Yen scratched his head, feeling a touch embarrassed. Well, I wish to construct an ecological park. The air fell into a hush as they approached the entrance of the Yunai breeding house. A noctowl swooped down from the rooftop, perching beside Grandma Lan, tilting its head to observe Dongfang Yen, who stood there, momentarily at a loss. After a long pause, Grandma Lan exhaled deeply and quietly entered the house. Darn that system. I told you that establishing an ecological park was premature. How can one propose to build an ecological park without any proof? Now look what you've done. Grandma is upset. System, hurry inside. What are you standing out there for? Grandma Lan, holding some items, noticed Dongfang Yen still standing outside, mumbling to himself, and urged him to come in. Oh, Dongfang Yen, clutching 2 Pokemon eggs, hurriedly entered the house. This is something your grandfather left behind. Take a look. Grandma Lan handed a document to Dongfang Yen. Grandfather's? Dongfang Yen expressed immense interest in the possessions left by his grandfather, who was a formidable Pokemon trainer nearing the Elite Four. He opened the document to find the future planning proposal for the Yunai breeding house. Since its establishment, his grandfather had meticulously completed each step outlined in the plan. As he continued to peruse, he turned to another page, which evidently detailed the establishment of an ecological park. Wow. So my grandfather had long desired to create an ecological park? This could be seen as fulfilling his grandfather's aspirations. Your grandfather adored Pokemon immensely, dedicating his life to them. In his later years, he could no longer roam as he did in his youth, so he opened a breeding house. He invested tremendous effort into this venture. I do not wish to see the breeding house fail, especially now that your parents are missing. I cannot manage this alone. Observing Dongfang Yen's hesitant demeanor, Grandma Lan smiled and reassured him. Do not worry. I am not as fragile as you presume. During my travels with your grandfather, I faced numerous hardships. Your parents may be missing, but I believe they are alive somewhere. As for the ecological park, your grandfather likely anticipated the current state of the breeding house when he drafted the future development proposal. Hearing this, Dong Fangyan felt bewildered. His grandfather was so astute as to foresee the present circumstances. As if reading his thoughts, Grandma Lan produced several documents from the file. Dong Fangyan accepted them, and upon examination, it became evident that his grandfather was a genius, whereas he felt inadequate. The documents were all land deeds for parcels surrounding the Yunai breeding house, marked with red letters on a white background and bearing official seals. It seemed he had been contemplating how to acquire land, even considering using his true vision to profit from eggs. Little did he know, his grandfather had already secured everything. No wonder he felt the area was so desolate. It turned out all the land belonged to his family. He longed to be a landlord. Ding dong. Please, host, abandon such frivolous thoughts. If you continue to indulge in such musings, I shall break 3 of your legs. Look at that. Is it even reasonable to threaten the host like this? Since when did I become so subhuman? Dong Fangyan sighed, realizing the absurdity of the situation. What are you daydreaming about? Grandma Lan prompted, noticing her grandson lost in thought. Nothing, just contemplating how to run the breeding house effectively. Grandma Lan smiled, nodding approvingly. Truly her grandson. If you aim to manage the breeding house and construct an ecological park, it signifies your transition into adulthood. However, to achieve all this, you must first pass my trials. Grandma Lan suddenly fixed a serious gaze upon Dong Fangyan. Upon hearing this, Dong Fangyan perked up, for he understood that passing her test would mean the immediate transfer of the breeding house into his name, granting him the liberty to manage it as he pleased. You must pass my trial, Grandma insisted earnestly. In this world, many individuals at Dong Fangyan's age had already embarked on journeys of their own. People here matured quickly. Many were accomplished at a tender age. By the time they reached 15, they were either competing for accolades or building careers at home. Grandma felt it was time to pass on the mantle of the breeding house owner to Dong Fangyan. Unlike other parents who indulged their children, she believed that exposing him to the wilderness would better prepare him for the dangers that lay ahead. After all, early training in self-reliance was preferable to the potential cost of naivety in the wild. Grandma Lan, having traveled with Grandpa and weathered many storms, possessed a mindset that diverged from the norm. Since her grandson had his own aspirations, she decided to place her trust in him, letting go of unnecessary control. Even if establishing an ecological park turned out to be a misstep, she was confident in her ability to rectify any mistakes. Thus, she entrusted everything to Dong Fangyan, encouraging him to pursue his ambitions with vigor. However, she kept these thoughts to herself, refraining from sharing them with him directly. What task do you have for me, Grandma? I promise to fulfill it. Dong Fangyan exclaimed, eager to manage the breeding house and ecological park, which suited him perfectly. This way, he could rely on the system to engage in clandestine endeavors. He chuckled mischievously. The system interjected, you must wait for your Pokémon egg to hatch. You cannot take a vehicle. You must walk with your Pokémon to the moonlit forest. Traverse through the forest to reach Forever City, where there is a League egg selling point dedicated to selling Pokémon eggs to all breeding houses. This is an official organization. Establishing an ecological park is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. You cannot abandon the sale of Pokémon eggs either. You will need to sign a contract for purchasing eggs, and the quantity and types of Pokémon eggs are entirely up to you. After Grandma Lan finished her lengthy explanation, Dong Fangyan, ever perceptive, handed her a glass of water. She shot him a knowing glance, recognizing that her grandson was becoming increasingly astute. Nevertheless, this was a good thing. He would not be easily taken advantage of in the world outside. By the way, you must be cautious in the moonlit forest and capture 10 Pokémon. The type of Pokémon you choose is entirely your decision, though the higher their qualifications, the better. Dong Fangyan nodded vigorously, realizing this encompassed the entirety of Grandma's test. Chapter 14, Departure. This task intriguingly paralleled the system's requirements. Grandma Lan nodded at Dong Fangyan, signaling that she had finished her instructions. He grinned and replied, got it. I'll head up and prepare right away. As he hurried towards the staircase, clutching the drowsy and oddish eggs, he suddenly halted. Wait, he exclaimed, turning back with a puzzled expression. Was there something of great importance she had yet to convey? Seeing the seriousness return to her expression made him feel a twinge of fear. There is one more thing. Dong Fangyan perked up, eager to listen closely. Once you arrive in Forever City, please buy some Pokémon treats that Eevee enjoys, and also procure some imported Moo milk. Eevee will be hatching in a few days, and it will need food. Dong Fangyan thought to himself, is it just me? Or does it seem like Eevee holds a slightly higher place in Grandma's heart than I do? In his room, Dong Fangyan carefully took out the drowsy egg. placing it in the Pokémon incubator and adjusting the temperature. In a day or two, the Drowzee would emerge. As for the Oddish egg, he preferred to wait a bit longer before hatching it, saving it for the establishment of the ecological park to serve as a breeding seed. After all, it had a D-grade qualification, and he was determined that his ecological park would not house Pokémon of inferior quality. Henceforth, the minimum qualification for ordinary Pokémon in his ecological park would be D-grade. Otherwise, how could he fulfill the system's long-term tasks and make the breeding house renowned across the world? Thus, he placed the Oddish egg in a temperature-controlled box, knowing that keeping it for a month was no issue, as their home was filled with such items. His breeding house would not only sell Pokémon eggs, but also ordinary Pokémon treats, though currently, only regular grass-type and water-type treats were available due to their affordability and the residents' needs in Yang City. His Drowzee, being a water and psychic type, would initially be given Moo Moo milk, followed later by water-type treats. Of course, he would also need to provide some psychic-type treats to ensure proper nutrition. Otherwise, its ability to grasp psychic skills would diminish. However, psychic treats were somewhat pricey. It was true that the more expensive the treat, the better the effect, potentially allowing one to refine it into a miniature experience candy. Consuming these would benefit the Pokémon and aid in their physical conditioning. He mused. If only the system could sell Pokémon treats. Ding. Sensing the host's confusion, the system chimed in. The host may use their prestige to unlock the system's Pokémon shop, which will contain the items you seek. The cold, mechanical voice of the system was fleeting, delivering its message before vanishing. Oh right. I still need to claim my beginner's gift package. I should do that now. I remember it contains prestige. Ding. Detecting that the host is about to establish an ecological park, the breeding house permissions in the beginner's gift package have been temporarily retracted, to be released upon successful establishment of the park. With that, the system disappeared, leaving Dongfang Yin bewildered by its lack of engagement. Disregarding the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he resolved to extract all the items from the beginner's gift package. The system's opportunity to remodel the breeding house would have to wait for another time, perhaps when Grandma was absent. On his bed, an array of items materialized: 10 red and white Pokeballs, a bottle of Pokemon Qualification Enhancement Potion, and a hidden stash of 100 prestige points. Among these, the enhancement potion was undoubtedly the most valuable. However, he was curious to compare the system's red and white Pokeballs with those of the Huaguo Alliance. He retrieved a Pokeball from the cabinet, crafted by the Huaguo Alliance, and picked up one of the system's offerings. The moment he held it, he sensed a distinct difference. The Pokeballs produced by the Huaguo Alliance lacked the smoothness of those from the system, and their craftsmanship seemed inferior. Aesthetically, the system's Pokeballs resembled works of art, with a red and white exterior that shimmered like amber, reminiscent of jade. In contrast, the Alliance's version appeared as mere painted spheres, coated in wax. It was evident which was superior at a glance. System, how do I use this? Dongfang Yin returned the ordinary red and white Pokeball to the cabinet and held the system's Pokeball, mentally inquiring. Ding. I'm here. It's quite simple. Do this. Then that, and finally this. Dongfang Yin sighed in exasperation. Why can the system joke around while I face consequences for even a light-hearted comment? Of course, his protests fell on deaf ears. First, register your fingerprint. Then, a long press will shrink it, and another long press will enlarge it. Ah, this is great. Just like in the anime, I can carry it with me. Dongfang Yin pondered happily, wondering about the distinction between the two red and white spheres. As he recorded his fingerprint, he inquired of the system, is there any difference? Humph. Have you not noticed how much more aesthetically pleasing my Pokeballs are? The system replied with a hint of pride. Is that all? Indeed. Dongfang Yin found himself at a loss for words. By the way, the Alliance's red and white Pokeballs are controlled by the Alliance. If you are designated a fugitive, your Pokeballs will be rendered unusable. Well, that does have some merit. But wait, I haven't committed any crimes, so why would I need that? Are you foolish? What if someone with ill intentions uses their connections to ensure you cannot utilize your Pokeballs? You would be in dire straits. That does sound quite reasonable, he conceded, realizing that as he intended to open a breeding house, the prospect of someone coveting his charms was indeed rather unsettling. After much deliberation, it was already midnight. System, can these items be stored away? The red and white Pokeballs are fine, but primarily the Pokemon aptitude enhancers are a concern. It's unsafe to carry them. Yet leaving them at home is equally troubling. The red and white Pokeballs can be stored in the system's space, provided it is devoid of Pokemon. The same applies to the Super Pokemon aptitude enhancers. Anything produced by the system can be stored in its space. Of course, there is a limit to the capacity. And if you wish to expand the space, you will need to increase your reputation. Dongfang Yin stowed away all his belongings, once again hearing the system mention reputation. What exactly is reputation? It seemed he still had 100 points of reputation he had yet to utilize. Oh right, let us open the Pokemon shop. Ding. Would the host like to open the Pokemon shop? The system's mechanical female voice chimed excitedly. Dongfang Yin understood the system's excitement due to the noticeable increase in its pace. Open, he asserted confidently. Okay, deducting a service fee of 50 reputation points from the host. Dongfang Yin felt as though he had just lost a fortune. Ding. The Pokemon shop has been updated. Please check it at your convenience. With that, the system went offline, and Dongfang Yin seemed to hear it muttering about beauty sleep. Well, with the system absent, he would have to fend for himself. In his mind, he accessed the Pokemon shop. A splendid interface materialized before him, showcasing 3 grand symbols. The first, a golden emblem, red lucky lottery wheel. The second, a crimson emblem, proclaimed battle shop. The third, a verdant emblem, announced breeding house shop. Curiously, he clicked on the lucky symbol. Inside was a golden wheel, adorned with a myriad of colorful sections, densely packed, among which he spotted a golden square. He knew that this must be the legendary gold. The wheel also indicated that it required 10 reputation points for a single spin, and 100 reputation points for a 10-spin bundle. Damn it, the system took 50 reputation points from me. 10 spins, though? Dongfang Yin exited and clicked on the red symbol. 2 shops appeared, one for TMs and another for held items. Wow, the system can actually sell this stuff, he exclaimed. Upon further inspection, he found that the champion's badge required a staggering 50,000 reputation points. 50,000. He decisively exited. Delving into the TM shop, he found it user-friendly, categorizing TMs by Pokemon types. However, the prices were still exorbitant. Obviously, he could not afford any of it at the moment. The prices for different held items varied. For instance, the metal coat cost only 5,000 reputation points, while the flame orb was priced at 1,000 reputation points. Well, this has nothing to do with me. TMs were similarly priced, based on skill effectiveness and rarity. Weather-related TMs, being both rare and effective, started at a whopping 50,000 points, while a more common move like Tackle was merely 10 points. Chapter 15. Returning to school. Dongfang Yin clicked on the breeding house shop. Here, the selection was even more extensive, featuring various berries, plant seeds, Pokemon blocks, incubators, and even manuals for crafting held items. The shop also sold Pokemon blocks, along with their crafting methods. The value of Pokemon blocks was determined by their attributes. Crafting methods were similarly priced: grass, fire, water, electric, bug, normal, and flying-type Pokemon blocks were 100 reputation points per can, while their crafting methods cost 30,000 reputation points. Poison, fighting, fairy, dark, psychic, dragon, steel, rock, ground, ice, and ghost-type Pokemon blocks were 150 reputation points each, with crafting methods priced at 50,000 points. These items were indeed quite expensive. Dongfang Yin once again felt the pangs of poverty. However, he sensed that these items were worthwhile. The crafting methods, in particular, were invaluable. Given the methods, it meant he could produce them. If he could produce them, he could sell them. System, how can reputation be earned? Dongfang Yin inquired, puzzled. There were so many desirable items, yet he lacked both money and reputation. Ding! Are you not going to sleep? The system retorted, clearly exasperated. Aha! Dongfang Yin chuckled awkwardly. Reputation is earned by the host operating the breeding house. When customers purchase items in the cloudy breeding house, acquiring a Pokemon egg yields 10 points of reputation, while purchasing a Pokemon grants 20 points. Receiving positive reviews automatically generates 1 point of reputation. If a customer becomes a loyal patron of the cloudy breeding house, they will generate an additional point of reputation weekly. Should they actively promote the existence of the cloudy breeding house to others, they will generate 0.1 points of reputation. Are you running a pyramid scheme? Dongfang Yin mused. He understood now that the more people who knew about the cloudy breeding house, the better it would be for him. The more customers who came to purchase goods, the more reputation he would accumulate. His strength, as well as the development of the breeding house, was closely tied to this. As the reputation of the cloudy breeding house grew, and with more loyal customers, he would continuously reap reputation. This would enhance his capabilities, allowing him to quickly bolster his strength through the system's shop. Thus, running a successful breeding house equated to an increase in strength. With that thought, Dongfang Yin was filled with enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating the establishment of his ecological park. No man could hinder him from possessing his own ecological park and nurturing a diverse array of Pokemon within it. He was so thrilled that he found it nearly impossible to sleep. The Noctowl gazed at the slumbering figure before it, utterly perplexed as to why he had yet to rise at the early hour of 6. It had gone without sleep all night and was now up. Since conventional methods failed to wake him, it decided to resort to more extreme measures, psychic. It was a familiar sensation, a familiar strategy. Moments later, Dongfang Yin, sporting dark circles under his eyes, groggily stared at the drowsy before him. He had been so excited the previous night that he did not fall asleep until 4 in the morning. However, he had barely slept for 2 hours. Just as he was about to drift off, the Noctowl had struck him with a psychic. Can you imagine a person floating in their sleep, spinning and performing difficult maneuvers that they could not normally execute? With that thought, Dongfang Yin felt a sense of grievance. Alas, he had no Pokémon. Otherwise, he would surely have enjoyed a good night's sleep and risen early. He couldn't possibly contend with the Noctowl, which possessed champion-level strength. He still relied on its protection. Xiaoyan, prepare yourself. We are heading to school shortly to register your Pokémon there, Granny Lan announced, bringing forth a plate of bread and warming milk. Dongfang Yin still appeared rather disheveled, yet his mouth was never idle. Beside him lay the drowsy's egg, currently incubating, as he observed the time displayed on the screen. It is estimated that in approximately 1 day's time, the adorable Dai beast will emerge from its shell. However, for now, I shall take the precious egg to school. Originally, my grandmother intended to accompany me, but Dongfang Yin insisted that she stay behind to manage the shop, as we must promptly sell the remaining Pokémon eggs. Grandmother did not voice any objections, seemingly acquiescing to this decision. Therefore, before I departed, she could only remind me to safeguard the Pokémon egg with utmost care. I nodded vigorously, affirming my understanding. I hailed a taxi by the roadside, opting for this mode of transport to ensure safety on my journey to school. After all, should any unforeseen emergencies arise along the way and my beloved Dai were to sustain injuries, it would surely result in my grandmother's wrath. Thus, taking a cab was the most prudent choice. The driver, observing my careful handling of the Pokémon egg, inquired if I was a student at Yang City School. I nodded in affirmation. This prompted the driver to engage in conversation, revealing that his son also attended Yang City High School. He mentioned that his child aspired to be a Pokémon trainer, and thus he had purchased an E-grade Pokémon egg, which cost him over 200,000 yuan. He claimed it was an egg of a Gyarados. The shopkeeper had informed him of Gyarados' prowess, and since his son was fond of it, he made the purchase. Well, a Gyarados egg, wasn't that merely a Magikarp? Such wordplay. The driver then inquired about the price and quality of the Pokémon egg I was holding. He asked whether the egg I had acquired was of good quality. I simply replied that I had casually purchased the egg without knowing what Pokémon it would hatch into, but it was of a similar grade to his son's. When the driver asked about the quality of the egg he had bought for his son, I could only respond, when the salted fish turns over, the Dragon King will transform. I then suggested that if he wished to buy another Pokémon egg in the future, he should visit the local Yunai breeding house in Yang City. The driver, perplexed, asked me why. I candidly replied, because I am the owner there. To be truthful, this Pokémon egg I have is actually of D-grade quality. I refrained from disclosing that my egg was of B-grade quality, fearing that he might covet it or deem me foolish for such a claim. Upon arriving at school, I advised the driver to return to the breeding house in a month if he wanted to purchase another egg, as there would be a new batch available, and I could offer him a discount. The driver nodded eagerly, expressing his intent to return, and I even asked him to help promote my business, advertising on the go. He did not doubt my words, being a local himself and familiar with the Yunai breeding house. As for any concerns about being deceived, he had nothing to lose. And in this world, there were indeed many teenagers adeptly managing their own businesses. It was unfortunate, however, that he was a taxi driver and could not obtain a driver's license until he turned 18. Upon entering the classroom, I found it in disarray, with everyone preoccupied and entirely oblivious to my presence. This suited me just fine, as I was not particularly familiar with anyone. The classroom was bustling with excitement as students who had decided to become Pokémon trainers displayed their newly obtained Pokémon or eggs in various stages of incubation. I activated my true sight to closely observe the Pokémon around me, discovering that the majority possessed E-grade qualities, with a few at D-grade, while only a select few boasted C-grade qualities. It appeared that C and D-grade Pokémon were not as commonplace as one might think. Even if they were, they came at a steep price. Not everyone was inclined to spend lavishly on high-quality Pokémon. Some would rather invest over 2 million yuan in a property closer to the city center. This world was not devoid of danger. In certain cities, the proximity to forests posed a significant threat. Cities near such forests frequently faced Pokémon attacks. No city could confidently claim immunity from such incursions. Wild Pokémon occasionally wandered into urban areas, inadvertently causing havoc. Yang City was adjacent to the Moonlit Forest, though its location was relatively central within the Huagua Alliance's territory. Many exceptionally powerful Pokémon had long been subdued by the Alliance. The Moonlit Forest was renowned as the site of many rookie trainers' initial adventures. If there were significant dangers, issues would have arisen long ago, and many newcomers would not be allowed to enter so freely. Of course, danger was not entirely absent. Incidents of disappearances and fatalities within the Moonlit Forest occurred 3 or 4 times a year. Hanmeng, is that your starter Pokémon? A girl exclaimed, staring at me in astonishment. More accurately, she was referring to the Pokémon behind me. Sensing the curiosity, I stepped aside and turned to see a small green snake. Its head held high and a demeanor of aloofness, standing beside a girl. True Sight activated. Pokémon, Vine Snake, Level 3. Potential, B. Gender, female. Type, grass. Status, healthy. Ability, verdant. When HP is below 13, the power of grass type moves increases by 15 times. Inherited skill, Leaf Storm. Basic skill, Tackle. Skill CD, none. Held item, none. Note, Vine Snake enjoys basking in sunlight with its tail for photosynthesis. When lacking energy, its tail droops. Wow, this is the 3rd Pokémon with B-grade potential I have seen. Aside from my Noctowl and my soon-to-hatch Isekai'd beast. Moreover, it is one of the starter Pokémon. However, the coloration of this Vine Snake is not as vibrant as my Noctowl. At this stage, its potential does not surpass that of my Noctowl. Yet, it remains in its juvenile form and has 2 evolutions ahead, making it quite likely to exceed my Noctowl in the future. As for my yet-to-be-born Isekai'd beast, for reasons unknown, I feel an unwavering confidence in it. It is noteworthy that a Pokémon with such high potential, especially one of the starter trio, raises questions about the girl's background. Perhaps it was my lingering gaze upon the Vine Snake that made it uncomfortable, causing it to hiss at me. Vine Snakes emit a vining sound when happy and hiss only when agitated. Realizing that my position at the doorway was inappropriate, I intended to step aside. But the girl named Hanmeng spoke up. Have you seen enough? If you have, kindly let me through. Without waiting for my response, she coldly nudged past me, pushing me aside. As she entered, she cast a disdainful glance at the egg in my hands, which bore a striking resemblance to a Stunky. As she passed, she muttered, "In this day and age, even Stunkies have trainers." What the heck? Was that a jab aimed at me? I found myself at a loss for words. What was this all about? Naturally, I had no intention of engaging in a dispute with her. I observed as everyone immediately flocked around her, while Hanmeng reveled in the attention, as if she were the protagonist of this world. I chuckled softly, choosing not to explain myself as I made my way to my seat. I recognized her now. No wonder she seemed somewhat familiar. However, despite my desire to avoid conflict, she was determined not to let me off the hook. Ah, Dongfang Yin, long time no see. I never imagined you would aspire to become a Pokémon trainer. What has transpired? Has your household faced calamity and bankruptcy, rendering you unable to afford even low-quality Pokémon? Have you resorted to acquiring a Grimer egg merely as a facade? Hanmeng pointed accusingly at the pale purple Pokémon egg in Dongfang Yin's hands. Well, Dongfang Yin could not fathom why this woman harbored such animosity towards him. Surrounded by onlookers, he perceived a mixture of derision, sympathy, and disdain in their gazes. They were all too aware of the significance of the starter Pokémon, which symbolized status, wealth, and power. They understood the dynamics of social climbing, as yesterday's classmates now appeared as strangers. I shall pursue my own pursuits. Your opinions matter not to me. Dongfang Yin shrugged, turning his gaze toward the window. Observing his silence, the girl felt a profound sense of satisfaction, just as she was about to continue her mockery. What did you say, you wretched woman? Try causing a ruckus with your rotund uncle. Qian Dekang suddenly charged in from the doorway, shouting. It was no jest. As Dongfang Yin's staunchest ally, they had grown up inseparably. Of course, the rotund boy could not fit into Dongfang Yin's clothes, nor could Dongfang Yin wear his. Their shared childhood was merely a figurative expression. Upon seeing his friend arrive, Dongfang Yin finally exhaled in relief. He had no desire to engage in disputes with this woman. Arguing with a woman was far too cumbersome, especially one devoid of reason. Reflecting on his memories, he recalled that this girl, despite her flaws, possessed considerable prowess. She excelled in academics and athletics, regarded by teachers and peers alike as a paragon of virtue, with an impeccable family background and abilities. That was until Dongfang Yin's emergence. Despite being of the same age, Dongfang Yin's remarkable aptitude for science set him apart. He had authored a research report submitted to the Alliance's science department, garnering their attention. Through his findings, the department achieved breakthroughs in certain technologies. Although Dongfang Yin's report had little immediate effect, it inspired the scientists to delve deeper into the development of clandestine weaponry, piquing their curiosity about him. Yet, Dong Fanyan remained oblivious to why the alliance had yet to approach him. He understood that his so-called research was merely a re-articulation of others' findings, infused with his insights. Perhaps they considered it a coincidence. This was for the best. If he had truly traversed into this realm, he might have continued to babble endlessly. Nevertheless, Han Ming found this deeply unsettling, having overheard others compare her to Dong Fanyan. They claimed he was a genuine genius who only discovered his talents upon encountering these subjects, while she was merely a product of her affluent upbringing and superior education, achieving her results as a matter of course. Consequently, Han Ming frequently harbored animosity towards Dong Fanyan, devising schemes to humiliate him. However, each time, her attempts were thwarted by the rotund boy, who was impervious to her taunts. When she sarcastically remarked on his slender figure, he bashfully retorted, "Not at all. I simply have a good physique." His responses often left her speechless. "Why are you here again, Fatty? Are you his sidekick?" Han Ming scoffed as the Snivy hissed at Chin Fatty. How could he allow such insults to pass? He promptly released his Snorlax, towering over the Snivy by 2 heads, its imposing size and level superiority silencing the hissing Pokémon. "Humph, Fatty, associating with such individuals will inevitably degrade your manners and refinement," Han Ming remarked. Fatty chuckled. "What refinement? You mean becoming as repugnant as you? I think not. You. Humph, just wait." Han Ming, unable to gain the upper hand against Chin Fatty, opted to retreat, having already exhausted her barbs against Dong Fanyan. "Thanks, Fatty," Dong Fanyan expressed gratefully. Fatty draped an arm around Dong Fanyan's shoulders, saying, "What need is there for such pleasantries between brothers?" Dong Fanyan recognized Fatty's genuine kindness towards him, or perhaps it was the bond with the former Dong Fanyan that resonated. Despite the time that had passed, Fatty remained a good companion, and Dong Fanyan wondered if he would ever notice the differences between the two. His character aligned well with Dong Fanyan's tastes, and they shared enjoyable moments. "Very well, in this world, I shall reluctantly consider you my first friend." Chapter 17. Testing. Dong Fanyan pondered silently, for he was indeed sincere. As long as one treated him with genuine kindness, he would reciprocate in kind. "Ian, what Pokemon egg is this? Is it truly a Grimer?" After the crowd dispersed, Fatty plopped down beside Dong Fanyan, whispering curiously, "No. Not a Grimer. Then this purple egg is quite rare. You must know something. Do share." This revelation had ignited Fatty's curiosity, for he believed Dong Fanyan's discernment could not be so simple. In truth, Dong Fanyan was already aware of Fatty's affluent background. His family had established their wealth through business. However, Fatty had never explicitly revealed the nature of his family. Dong Fanyan surmised it was likely quite significant. Fatty's reluctance to disclose details only deepened Dong Fanyan's resolve to refrain from prying into why Fatty remained in this small town. Speaking of which, he was contemplating enlisting someone to assist in constructing an ecological park for his family. Fatty's connections would be invaluable, and he felt reassured. Just as he was about to call out to Fatty, their homeroom teacher entered the room. Fatty, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat, immediately ceased his inquiries about the Pokemon egg, retreating to his seat. Dong Fanyan found this amusing. He could not fathom why the usually fearless Fatty displayed such trepidation in the presence of their teacher. "Is everyone present? Chin Dekang, please come forward and distribute these forms to those who wish to become trainers," the teacher commanded. Fatty, now meek and compliant, approached to collect the forms. His earlier bravado vanished. Once you receive the forms, proceed outside to queue. The Pokemon doctor will assess your Pokemon's levels and assist you in filling out the forms before submission. Additionally, each of you must pay 300 yuan to obtain a Pokédex. If you already possess one, you need not purchase another. Is that clear? Teacher Lee called out loudly. Understood, the crowd replied, taking the forms from Fatty and promptly producing 300 yuan to acquire their Pokédexes. Though not particularly expensive, the Pokédex was a high-tech product that integrated various functions, continuously upgraded through the efforts of the World Alliance. It could be purchased at official Pokemon stores or hospitals, but Teacher Lee had facilitated their acquisition. Dong Fanyan speculated that perhaps the Pokemon hospital staff aimed to capitalize on this opportunity to boost their performance by collaborating with the school to sell Pokédexes. He noticed Han Ming and several unfamiliar classmates still seated. Their Pokemon were all of C-grade quality. It was unsurprising that Han Ming did not join, having already acquired the starter trio, and thus had no reason to lack a Pokédex. Dong Fanyan patted his pockets. Alas, he seemed to be short of 300. He could only approach and inquire. Is card payment acceptable? Dong Fanyan produced the 3.8 million yuan bank card that his grandmother had given him. Although he had already spent 250,000, Teacher Lee could only muster a resigned smile. indicating that he would cover the costs for now and that Dongfang could repay him later. Thus, for reasons unknown, Dongfang Yin ended up acquiring a Pokemon Pokédex. Fatty sent a data sheet to Dongfang Yin and then retrieved his own Pokédex. Fatty's Pokédex took the form of a Snorlax, illustrating his fondness for the creature. However, it was only now that Dongfang Yin realized that the Pokédex could be customized, albeit at a significantly higher price. Dongfang Yin was indifferent, as he possessed the true sight ability. To him, the Pokédex was merely a keepsake and a communication device. The standard red Pokédex suited his taste rather well, reminiscent of the ones seen on television. Dongfang Yin powered on the Pokédex, which featured a solar charging panel. It could be charged directly via a data cable or harness solar energy. An innovation designed for trainers who required the device while traveling and found themselves without a power source. Dongfang Yin couldn't help but appreciate this thoughtful feature. He took the data sheet and deliberately avoided Han Meng, exiting through the back door. Fatty had completed sending the data sheet and promptly followed suit. Hey Yin, did you hear? The registration of this data sheet is for evaluating the trainer's progress with their Pokemon a month from now to establish a baseline for comparison. Does that mean my little Snorlax will be at a disadvantage? Fatty lamented to Dongfang. That seems unlikely. There must be a standard grading system in place. The experience needed to level up from level 6 to 7 will not be less than that required to advance from 1 to 6, so don't worry. Dongfang Yin pondered this and found it to be a reasonable conclusion, which he shared with Fatty. Upon hearing Dongfang's logic, Fatty felt reassured, dismissing any thoughts of regret. But how did you know my Snorlax's level? Perhaps I mentioned it to you, he speculated. So, should we find a place to train? Fatty exclaimed with excitement. He had long desired to embark on a journey, yet his family was quite strict. Otherwise, he would have set forth to explore the world already. Well, I've decided to train in the Moonlit Forest in a few days. Dongfang Yin replied. Hey, I want to go too. Take me with you. It'll be more fun with a companion. Fatty eagerly suggested, unable to contain his enthusiasm. The prospect of forest training invigorated him. Dongfang Yin nodded. After all, Fatty was also heading to the Moonlit Forest, and having someone along would provide some reassurance. Moreover, he would need Fatty's help with establishing his ecological garden. However, Dongfang decided to discuss this with Fatty later, preferring to clarify matters at school first. At that moment, Dongfang Yin noticed the familiar figure of a nurse overseeing the registration. Her powerful physique and perfect curves were unmistakable. She was none other than Wan, the acquaintance he had met when his grandmother took him to the Pokemon Center. Oh, little Dongfang. Wan's tall stature made her stand out among the crowd. With her height, she spotted Dongfang Yin instantly. She set down her pen, picked up her Pokédex, and addressed him. Come on, I'll help you with the test. Dongfang Yan's eyes brightened at the sight of the lengthy queue ahead, if he had to wait. It might take an eternity. He nodded and asked, could I add one more person? Pointing to Fatty, who expressed his gratitude with a look that seemed to say, what a true brother. Wan smiled and nodded in agreement. Dongfang Yin promptly added, thank you, Sister Wan. Wan's face lit up with joy as she began testing the Pokédex for both Dongfang Yin and Fatty. Meanwhile, Han Ming approached from behind. She had not come to retrieve a Pokédex since she already possessed one. Instead, she had come to queue with the data sheet. Seeing Dongfang and Fatty conversing with the robust nurse, she could not contain her irritation. Hey, big nurse, you should help me too, Han Ming said rudely, believing her prestigious background warranted preferential treatment. As Wan was testing Fatty's Pokemon level, which revealed that his Snorlax was at level 6. She hesitated upon hearing Han Ming's impolite remarks. Big nurse. The atmosphere grew tense. And Dongfang Yin recalled the time Wan had effortlessly subdued a Mac Hoke in the hospital with a single strike. Upon hearing Han Ming's dismissive comments, Dongfang Yin realized the situation was escalating. Wan kindly instructed Dongfang Yin to hand over the form and suggested he leave the school for the time being. She wanted to maintain her ladylike demeanor in front of him. Dongfang Yin nodded obediently, while Fatty had already lowered his head, acutely aware of the brewing tension. Around them, others began to murmur, expressing that Dongfang and Fatty should not be allowed to cut in line and criticizing the nurse for her lack of professionalism. Sensing the impending eruption of conflict, Dongfang Yin didn't linger. He felt the atmosphere growing volatile. Under Wan's watchful gaze, he exited the building without looking back. Chapter 18. The pinnacle of strength. Once Dongfang Yin vanished from Wan's sight, her tense expression relaxed. She turned abruptly, her imposing stature and muscular build instilling a sense of intimidation among the onlookers. The previously chattering crowd fell silent, a palpable fear sweeping through them. Han Ming took a few steps back, her earlier arrogance dissipating. What happened to all that bravado? She said, ladies, let us take our time with the tests. As future trainers, we have no need to rush. The nurses, led by Wan, were clearly captivated by her charismatic presence and complied. They began to conduct the tests at a leisurely pace, which frustrated those waiting in line. Those at the front were fine with the wait, but the students at the back grew impatient, questioning why they should be hindered from training when they hadn't done anything wrong. Wan recognized the growing discontent and decided to divert attention. Don't look at me. This girl has a lot to say. So let us give her a moment to cool off. Consequently, all eyes turned to Han Ming. It's her fault. Doesn't she realize that time is of the essence for our future training exams? Can she take responsibility for this delay? No one blamed Dongfang Yin and Fatty. After all, they were acquaintances, and their brief cue-cutting hadn't significantly impeded others. Everyone has a few relatives. But Han Ming's unwarranted confrontation with the petite nurse was wholly unjustified. Naturally, no one dared to criticize Wan. It wasn't he out of fear, but respect. Han Ming, realizing the scrutiny she was under, stormed off in frustration. Why should I be the one to suffer? I was only trying to help. Wan chuckled softly and returned to her duties. However, it wasn't long before Han Ming returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. Director. This nurse allowed others to cut in line and deliberately slowed down the testing speed. Han Ming took the initiative, knowing that Wan was indeed at fault and would not dispute her claims. What kind of nurse are you, and which department do you belong to? Call your superior to speak with me. This is an outrageous display of favoritism. The head of the teaching department bellowed. Slowly, Wan rose to her feet, casting her gaze downward at the headmaster. Oblivious to the nurse's demeanor, the headmaster remained unaware of her presence. As Wan stood, she inadvertently pressed down on the table, creating a hole. Oh, your school's furniture is rather flimsy. Rest assured, I shall compensate for the damage. As for our work, we have our methods, and by the way, I am the head of this department. Do you have any objections? Wan extended her hand from the table's hole, using the tabletop as a fan to cool herself. It's a bit warm, isn't it? She said, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat. The headmaster scoffed. How dare you threaten me? Remember to hand over the funds to the finance department, not to me. I seem to have other matters to attend to. Everyone should listen to the nurses. I shall take my leave. With that, the headmaster hastily vanished, leaving Han Ming and the others bewildered in his wake. What are you all doing? Form a line. Oh, and someone go fetch me another table, exclaimed the headmaster. Wow, a yen, who is that nurse to you? She exudes such a commanding presence. The chubby one exclaimed in astonishment to Dongfang Yin. Those muscles could probably lift me without breaking a sweat. Dongfang Yin trudged along, speechless. All right, chubby. You've been rambling on for ages. Despite nearing the cloud mist breeding house, the chubby one continued to chatter. Dongfang Yin had just logged into the Pokémon encyclopedia, which would facilitate future communication, and he called his grandmother to inform her that the chubby one would be visiting. The chubby one was exceedingly familiar with Dongfang Yan's household, having visited countless times. He owned a villa in Yang City, complete with a butler, 2 bodyguards, and 2 maids. Dongfang Yan had yet to meet the chubby one's parents, but judging by his wealth, it was evident that he hailed from a prominent family. Upon arriving at the cloud mist breeding house, the rich aroma of milk wafted from within. The chubby one couldn't resist salivating and sprinted inside, exuberantly calling out, Grandma, I want to eat. Dongfang Yin was taken aback. Is she your grandmother or mine? Grandma, I want some too, he shouted, unwilling to be outdone. Watching the 2 lively characters devour bread baked with moo milk, filled with moo cream, was a sight to behold, as the bread burst with flavor. The remaining moo bread was glazed with honey from the 3 bees, adding to the sweetness. The chubby one relished every bite, while Dongfang Yin couldn't quite comprehend why he had joined in the raucous shouting. How embarrassing. At 19, he felt foolish. But the chubby one's infectious enthusiasm was hard to resist. Oh well, it doesn't matter. No one knows my true age. I suppose a bit of childishness is forgivable. Both boys ended up with crumbs strewn across their faces. This is absolutely delightful. The chubby one mumbled through a mouthful, keeping a wary eye on Dongfang Yin to prevent any sneaky attempts to snatch his bread. The chubby one refrained from mentioning Dongfang Yin's parents, as he was aware of the situation and felt it would be inappropriate to intrude. This time was different. Dongfang Yin had returned to school, marking a closure to recent events. Thus, they felt free to indulge in their feast without restraint. The chubby one was utterly defenseless against the desserts prepared by Dongfang Yan's grandmother. This light-hearted atmosphere lifted Granny Lan's spirits, which both Dongfang Yin and the chubby one could clearly see. Observing the 2 boys competing for bread, Granny Lan smiled, reminding herself that life must continue and that she shouldn't dwell in gloom. She recognized that their antics were aimed at cheering her up. Once you two finish eating, feel free to play. I need to tend to the flowers in the backyard and incubate the EV eggs. You can entertain yourselves, she announced, heading toward the garden. Knowing that no guests would arrive at this hour. What's an EV? Did Grandma buy an EV egg? Dongfang Yin could only assume it was one purchased from the egg market, including the one he had in hand. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing the quality of the Pokémon he possessed, as that would be difficult to explain to the chubby one. Upon hearing about the EV egg, the chubby one exclaimed how lucky Dongfang Yin was to have acquired one. He couldn't quite grasp the nuances of Pokémon qualities, so he didn't question further. After a lengthy and lively discussion, Dongfang Yin decided it was time to address a serious matter. Chubby, do you know anyone familiar with the area? I wish to establish an ecological park in Yang City. Dongfang Yin said earnestly. The chubby one stared in disbelief. No way, in this barren place. Creating an ecological park would be a loss. Not necessarily a loss, Dongfang Yin countered, as long as the Pokémon breeding is executed well. No matter where the ecological park is situated, a plethora of Pokémon trainers will flock to it. No one would turn away a high-quality Pokémon. The chubby one, however, was skeptical about Dongfang Yin's breeding capabilities. After all, the owners of typical ecological parks had cultivated countless Pokémon of the same species and captured numerous high-quality specimens. Establishing an ecological park was no simple feat, and maintaining it would entail substantial expenses. The chubby one expressed his concerns to Dongfang Yin just as Granny Lan returned from the garden. She had overheard their conversation and, upon reflection, realized the validity of their points. The funds left by her husband were barely sufficient to establish a medium-sized ecological park, and future maintenance would pose a significant challenge. After careful consideration, she advised Dongfang Yin that relying solely on selling Pokémon eggs was not without merit. If all else failed, they could simply set up the breeding house in the city at a prime location. Dongfang Yin, seeking clarification from his system, received the reassuring response that as long as there was land for the ecological park, all subsequent maintenance and equipment would be managed by the system. The ecological park established by the system would be a self-sustaining world. Having witnessed the system's technological wonders, Dongfang Yin had faith in its capabilities. Essentially, the system required only a vessel, and it would handle all the contents within. To enhance his standing as a Pokémon trainer, he needed to expand the influence of the Cloud Mist breeding house. If he continued to sell Pokémon eggs methodically, achieving his goals of becoming a Pokémon Master and a breeding expert would be indefinitely delayed. By elevating the Cloud Mist breeding house's reputation, he could exchange that prestige for better resources within the system's marketplace, hastening his growth. Thus, establishing an ecological park became an unwavering ambition for Dongfang Yin. Chapter 19. The application for the ecological park. Seeing that his attempts to dissuade Dongfang Yin were futile, the chubby one conceded, choosing to place his trust in him. He believed that since Dongfang Yin had acknowledged his concerns yet still chose to pursue the ecological park, it indicated his confidence. Now that Dongfang Yin had made his decision, it was only fitting for him, as a brother, to offer his unwavering support. Granny Lan remained apprehensive, suggesting that they wait until Dongfang Yin had completed his tasks in the moonlit forest before making any final decisions. It's just about catching 10 Pokémon and then reserving a batch of Pokémon eggs for sale. I will definitely accomplish that, Dongfang Yin declared, increasingly eager for his journey to the moonlit forest. Meanwhile, the chubby one discreetly contacted his butler to arrange for the necessary materials to establish the ecological park. There remains the task of submitting an application to the League for the establishment of a Pokémon breeding house ecological garden. Additionally, it is necessary to engage construction workers and skilled technicians. The portly fellow, having spent many years in the company of Dongfang Yin, is well aware that once Dongfang Yin sets his mind to something, he will undoubtedly see it through. Naturally, he is prepared to assist Dongfang Yin to the fullest extent. His role is merely to facilitate contact with the workers. The financial investment necessary for the creation of the ecological garden will ultimately come from Dongfang Yin himself. Of course, Dongfang Yin is quite content, for having reliable individuals to construct the ecological garden is sufficient. Financial matters are of little concern. The primary focus is on assurance and safety, paired with an aesthetically pleasing appearance. Although he understands that the system will rectify any flaws within the ecological garden, it is beyond the system's capabilities to overtly enhance its exterior. Hence, skilled artisans are essential for its construction. As the evening shadows began to deepen, the portly fellow's driver arrived, and he and Dongfang Yin agreed to convene at the Yunai breeding house in 2 days. Dongfang Yin estimated that the drowsy would hatch tonight, allowing him to foster a bond with it over the next couple of days. He also intended to train the drowsy in advance, imparting some basic commands, as he needed to be well prepared for their journey to the moonlit forest. Just as the portly fellow was about to enter the vehicle, 2 bodyguards appeared out of nowhere, joining him in the car. Dongfang Yin was perplexed as to when these 2 individuals had materialized near the breeding house. Yet, he recognized them from his previous memories. After bidding farewell to the portly fellow, Dongfang Yin closed the breeding house's door. It was not long after he had shut it that a knocking sound echoed from outside. Curiously, he opened the door, suspecting that the portly fellow might have forgotten something. To his surprise, a small boy stood at the threshold, with dark, bright eyes and jet black hair, a rather handsome child, indeed. "What brings you here?" Dongfang Yin inquired, his mind racing to recall if he had ever seen such a boy in the vicinity. He speculated that the child might belong to a neighbor. Yet after a thorough recollection, he still had no memory of him. The boy remained silent, suddenly grinning mischievously before darting past Dongfang Yin and into the breeding house. "What are you doing?" Dongfang Yin exclaimed, startled by this unexpected behavior. He had never encountered anyone who would invade another's home without uttering a word. Alarmed, he realized the drowsy egg was on the table. The boy, moving with remarkable speed, rushed to the table where the drowsy egg rested and snatched a few pieces of bread, making faces at Dongfang Yin before bolting out the door and disappearing into the underbrush, leaving no trace. The boy's swiftness had left Dongfang Yin no time to react, and by the time he chased after him and pushed aside the foliage, the area was empty. Well, as long as his drowsy egg was unharmed, that was what mattered. As for the boy, he would address that matter upon his return from the moonlit forest training. Dongfang Yin closed the door, resolving not to open it for anyone else. He simply wished to retreat to his room and enjoy the company of his drowsy egg. He turned off the lights in the shop and the rooms on the first floor, cradling the drowsy egg as he hurried upstairs. The light in his grandmother's room was still on. She was likely tending to the EV. After closing the door, he gazed at the drowsy egg in the glass cabinet, unable to resist taking it out. He had never seen an egg of such size, lying on his bed with the Pokémon egg in his arms. He brought it closer to his nose, no scent to speak of. Unable to resist, he licked it. Still, no flavor. Perhaps a gentle shake? No, better not. If it were to break, he would have nowhere to lament. He placed the drowsy egg back into the incubator and stared vacantly at it. To his astonishment, he noticed a small crack forming where he had just licked. Oh no, it's cracking, and I only licked it once. While it lacked the blinding brilliance often depicted in anime, Dongfang Yin could distinctly see a fissure developing in the egg. "It's coming out," he exclaimed, watching as the crack widened. This Pokémon was about to hatch. He opened the incubator and set it on the bed, observing intently. To his wonder, he was witnessing the birth of a Pokémon for the very first time. As the drowsy egg shook, fragments of the shell began to fall away. Dongfang Yin was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes glued to the egg. Suddenly, with a loud crack, a soft, lavender, fuzzy tail burst forth, slapping Dongfang Yin squarely in the face. Wait, shouldn't the head come out first? What kind of Pokémon hatches with its tail first? Dongfang Yin lamented, feeling a bit disheartened by this unexpected turn of events. Shaking his head in disbelief, he realized that the drowsy had indeed hatched, albeit with its rear facing him. "Oh, drowsy, I'm your trainer. My name is Dongfang Yin," he declared enthusiastically. "Look at that dazzling, shimmering lavender fur. It's already soiled my bedding." The drowsy, seemingly sensing a disturbance behind it, turned slowly to face the first entity it had ever seen. "Drowsy," it uttered. "Hello, drowsy. I am your trainer, and my name is Dongfang Yin." He introduced himself, attempting to emulate the enthusiastic greetings of trainers he had seen in the past. "We must keep up with the times. After all, drow?" The drowsy gazed blankly at Dongfang Yin as he fetched a towel to clean off the residue from its body, scrutinizing this Pokémon that felt both familiar and foreign. Its large eyes sparkled with a hint of intelligence, and its mouth was undeniably sizable. The ears were slightly curled, and its tail displayed a gradient from purple to white. When it opened its mouth, 2 tiny fangs were visible. Its appearance was undeniably charming. The drowsy stared at Dongfang Yin, then turned back to nibble on the remnants of its eggshell. "Oh, I've heard that some Pokémon consume their eggshells to replenish energy. This must be perfectly normal," Dongfang Yin thought, observing the voracious appetite of his new companion. His knowledge of Pokémon was still rather rudimentary, relying on his past experiences from nature documentaries for reference. "Judging by my observations, this newly hatched drowsy is approximately 0.6 meters in height, suggesting it has just been born. It appears smaller than the standard drowsy depicted in the Pokédex." Chapter 20, the Pokédex. Dongfang Yin retrieved his Pokédex and snapped a photo of the drowsy, which was automatically saved in the device. Much like a camera, the Pokédex also displayed a prompt, asking if you wished to inquire further about the Pokémon. It even had a setting for automatic queries upon taking a photo. However, it was still necessary to visit a pet hospital for a comprehensive assessment of the Pokémon's level. Not rushing to adjust the settings, he opted for an inquiry first. The Pokédex emitted a voice. Drowsy, the dopey Pokémon. The tail it sheds is considered a highly delectable delicacy. Listening to the common description of drowsy provided by the Pokédex, Dongfang Yin noted that a typical drowsy measures around 1.4 meters in length. His drowsy, being freshly hatched, appeared somewhat smaller, indicating that it would need to be fed to grow larger. However, he worried whether tending to it would interfere with his planned journey to the moonlit forest. In the span of a few moments, the drowsy had completely devoured the eggshell, and its body was visibly growing larger. Goodness, is it truly that remarkable? Had I known earlier, I would have indulged myself as well. It would be just the right opportunity for me to grow taller, after all. I once stood at a height of nearly 2 meters, and I assure you, I am not one to deceive. So what should I do now? Oh dear, the capturing. I almost forgot about that. Psyduck, would you be willing to become my first Pokémon? Psyduck gazed at Dongfang Yin with a puzzled expression, utterly unaware of the intentions of the man before him, although he detected a familiar scent that had lingered in his vicinity for several days. Dongfang Yin, clutching the Pokeball provided by the system, awaited Psyduck's response. Will you agree or decline? Please, show some reaction. After a prolonged silence, Psyduck remained unresponsive. Dongfang Yin slapped his forehead, realizing the futility of questioning Psyduck. Could he truly comprehend the thoughts of a divine being? By the way, I hope my Psyduck does not resemble the one from the anime, for that would be a true conundrum. With that thought, he gently tapped Psyduck's head with the Pokeball, and in an instant, a flash of red light enveloped Psyduck, drawing him into the sphere. Incredible. This is cutting-edge technology. To be honest, he had longed to experiment and see if he could capture himself in a Pokeball. Alas, the atmosphere had reached this point. So why not give it a try? Dongfang Yin promptly retrieved a red and white Pokeball from the system's inventory and began pressing it against himself incessantly, nearly wearing down the button. The system remarked, "All right then." After a futile attempt, Dongfang Yin abandoned this trivial notion and decided to release Psyduck instead. He had heard that newly captured Pokémon should not remain confined within their Pokeballs for too long, but rather should be kept close to foster a bond between them. With that in mind, he took out Psyduck's Pokeball. Once a Pokémon is captured, it cannot be returned to the system's inventory. However, the Pokeball had shrunk in size, making it convenient for carrying. Another flash of red light appeared, and Psyduck materialized atop Dongfang Yin's bed. Psyduck appeared bewildered, clearly perplexed by the sudden change in surroundings. Unable to resist, Dongfang Yin reached out and stroked Psyduck's smooth fur, which bore a striking resemblance to that of creatures from his previous world. The sensation was unlike petting a cat or dog. Embracing Psyduck, he gazed into its large, expressive eyes, somewhat questioning whether this creature truly understood his intentions. "Dear Psyduck, you are my first Pokémon in this world. My aspiration is to become a Pokémon breeder, with the added ambition of achieving the status of a Pokémon Master. In the future, I hope to receive your guidance." Psyduck regarded Dongfang Yin with an air of wisdom. Alas, it seemed he had indulged in a rather sentimental monologue. Tomorrow, he would commence special training for Psyduck, ensuring it grasped fundamental human knowledge and skills. However, for tonight, an early rest was in order. With that, he scooped up the wandering Psyduck, cradling it in his arms, feeling its warmth, and soon drifted off to sleep, leaving Psyduck in a state of confusion within his embrace. Suddenly, Dongfang Yin was roused from slumber by a persistent tapping against the window. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of wise, sparkling eyes staring back at him, causing him to nearly toss the creature in his arms aside. How could he have almost forgotten about Psyduck hatching the previous night? With a sigh, he lamented the unusual start to his morning, being scrutinized by such intelligent eyes. Anyone would find it disconcerting. Dongfang Yin suspected Psyduck had not slept at all. He opened the window, and as expected, outside was the vigilant night owl, ready to wake him. "Good morning, Night Owl." It was essential to maintain a good rapport with this formidable creature. Seeing Dongfang Yin awake, the night owl flapped its wings and soared down, signaling him to hurry for breakfast. "Come along, Psyduck, let us surprise Grandma," Dongfang Yin exclaimed as he dressed and opened the door for Psyduck, who took a tentative step forward and accidentally tumbled off the bed. Fortunately, the bed was not too high, and Psyduck rolled onto the floor, landing at Dongfang Yin's feet, tilting its head in curiosity. Dongfang Yin chuckled at the sight of Psyduck sprawled on the ground, wagging its tail. He scooped it up, realizing surprisingly how heavy it was. It seemed to have grown a bit overnight. Soon, he would find it challenging to carry. Although he had only held it for a short while, he found Psyduck remarkably comforting to embrace. Its soft fur was warm, and it emitted a faint, pleasant scent. Xiaoyan, why haven't you come down for breakfast yet? Grandma Lan called, her back turned to Dongfang Yin, unaware of the Pokémon nestled in his arms. However, the night owl had noticed the glimmering Psyduck. Hoo-hoo! It exclaimed excitedly, having not closely observed Dongfang Yan's room earlier. What is it, night owl? Grandma Lan inquired, puzzled by the bird's enthusiasm. Turning around, she gasped. Is that a shiny Psyduck? Xiaoyan, could this Pokémon be? She asked with intrigue. Dongfang Yin nodded confidently, lifting Psyduck in his arms. Come here. Let Grandma take a look. Grandma Lan's face brightened instantly. A shiny Pokémon. I once discovered one with your grandfather, but it got away, and that was truly heartbreaking. Who would have thought my grandson would accidentally acquire a shiny Pokémon? Even though it is a Psyduck, it can evolve into a Golduck, and with proper training. Considering Psyduck's high special attack, special defense, physical defense, and health points, it can become quite formidable. Such were Grandma Lan's thoughts. She took Psyduck and placed it on the floor, where Psyduck looked up at her with a confused expression. Psyduck, Night Owl, please fetch Dongfang Yan's milk. Dongfang Yan. The Night Owl deftly retrieved the milk and bottle, placing them on Grandma Lan's table. With practiced ease, she poured the milk into the bottle. Psyduck, perched beside her, curiously observed the process, its nose catching the delightful aroma that made it salivate uncontrollably. All right, come and taste it. Grandma Lan held the bottle to Psyduck's mouth, and without hesitation, Psyduck embraced the bottle, tentatively sipping a few times. Psyduck displayed an expression of sheer bliss. Turning to Dongfang Yin, it offered the bottle forward. Are you offering this to me? Dongfang Yin was profoundly touched. Don't give it all to him. I've got some too. Grandma Lan pressed the bottle back to Psyduck's mouth. With no choice left, Psyduck reclined back, exposing its white belly. Both paws clutching the bottle as it drank heartily. Oh dear, it seems Psyduck has forgotten me in its newfound delight. However, Dongfang Yin was genuinely surprised by Psyduck's willingness to share. It appeared far from the foolish creature depicted online. No, it was indeed imbued with wisdom. Chapter 21, Leveling Up. Breakfast passed swiftly, and there were 2 days left until the meeting with the chubby fellow. Today was dedicated to the special training of Psyduck. He felt a twinge of nervousness at the thought of training a Pokémon for the first time in this world. Just earlier at breakfast, Dongfang Yin had perused training insights from various Psyduck trainers using the Pokédex. In essence, the task is rather straightforward. It involves honing the proficiency of the Drowzee in utilizing its skills and ensuring it accurately strikes its adversaries. Battles between trainers are contingent upon the variations of the battlefield, the diverse Pokémon encountered, and the distinct Pokémon employed. We act as the guiding eyes for these magnificent creatures, steering them towards the right path. Naturally, there are occasions when trainers misjudge the situation, yet this is a common occurrence. Novice trainers must undergo rigorous training. Moreover, an even more crucial element is the bond shared between the trainer and the Pokémon. Should the level of trust be insufficient, the Pokémon's responsiveness to commands will be significantly delayed. Some trainers share an exceptional rapport with their Pokémon. Often, a mere glance suffices for the Pokémon to comprehend their trainer's intentions. Furthermore, there are battle-hardened Pokémon that, through extensive experience alongside their trainers, learn to employ various skills according to the circumstances. It appears that the endeavor is not as effortless as one might assume. Nevertheless, the myriad of intricate strategies from my past life cannot be abandoned. There remains much to glean from this. Come now, Drowzee, let us commence our training. Oriental Yin engaged in some stretching exercises to warm up, preparing to begin the training. Drow, responded the Drowzee, at the stream behind the backyard. Oriental Yin fashioned several wooden stakes from timber. True sight. Pokémon, shiny Drowzee, level 0. Potential, B. Gender, male. Type, water psychic. Status, healthy. Ability, regeneration, upon resting. It will recover health gradually unless withdrawn to its Pokeball, where it can regain 13 health points. Inherited skills, psychic, yawn, lick, trick, curse, healing wave. Basic skill, tackle. Skill discs, none. Held item, none. Note, Drowzee enjoys pondering while seated upon rocks by the water and finds its fallen tail to be quite a delicacy. It is said that Drowzee appears slightly dim-witted due to its overwhelming intelligence, merely in appearance. The inherited skills are indeed diverse, suggesting that Drowzee's lineage must be exceptionally formidable. After all, Healing Wave is a skill typically learned at level 50 or higher. Although the means by which Drowzee arrived in Eternal City is a mystery, it is now my Pokémon. Typically, Drowsy learns Yawn, Trick, and Tackle at level 1. Water Gun is acquired at level 9, and Psychic at level 14. The higher the aptitude, the swifter the acquisition of skills. With Drowsy's potential, it could learn at least one level earlier. If it involves inherited skills, it could be learned 2 levels ahead. However, this largely depends on the trainer's guidance. A trainer must possess a clear objective and provide direction in training their Pokémon. Of course, with Drowsy currently at level 1, we should first refine its Tackle. Drowsy, use Tackle. Drowsy tilted its head to glance at Oriental Yin, then slowly charged towards the wooden stake. Is that speed a tad too slow? Drowsy reached the stake and collided with a forceful impact, sending the stake flying. Well, that was quite a forceful strike. Though Drowsy's speed may be lacking, the damage it inflicts remains considerable. However, one might question the utility of not hitting the target. Alas, it indeed renders little benefit. Therefore, Drowsy, you must level up quickly. Now use Trick. Since Drowsy is not a ghost-type Pokémon, using Trick will enhance its special attack. A purple glow enveloped Drowsy. While Trick may not benefit physical skills, it's worth a try, isn't it? We must test it out. After all, we've never seen it in action before. Yes, maintain that stance, and then use Tackle. Oriental Yin shouted with fervor. Drowsy gazed at the wooden stake and charged at it with all its might. Boom! The stake flew away, causing Oriental Yin to cover his head and crouch down in shock. The stake collided with a rock by the stream, splitting in two. Not bad. I didn't expect such damage. The damage is indeed quite impressive, though if only the speed were faster. Nevertheless, Oriental Yin finds this level of damage acceptable. After all, he had never witnessed another Pokémon perform this skill. Indeed, agreeing to train with the stout fellow in the moonlit forest has its advantages. The stout fellow's Snorlax is at a higher level and possesses the move Heavy Slam. Although slow, it can effectively hold opponents in place. He can rely on Drowsy to sneak in attacks from behind, playing the role of the cunning strategist. Having established a training regimen, Oriental Yin resolved to seek out opponents in a nearby park. He aimed to give Drowsy some practice while simultaneously raising its level. After recalling Drowsy to its Pokeball and bidding farewell to his grandmother, he stepped outside. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Drowsy being revealed. Even the most unseemly brides must eventually meet their in-laws. A secret may be kept for a time, but not indefinitely, as he would undoubtedly need to take Drowsy to various competitions in the future, as long as he kept Drowsy's potential concealed. The rarity of a shiny Pokémon would not draw too much attention. To be candid, Drowsy is not particularly esteemed among trainers. They remain unaware of how formidable it can become in due course. As Oriental Yin pondered, he arrived at Sunny City Park. Noticing the desolate surroundings, he retrieved the Pokeball. Come forth, Drowsy. The park was sparsely populated, with hardly a soul in sight. After all, who would wander into a park during the midday sun? Let us go, Drowsy, Oriental Yin said, affectionately patting Drowsy's head. The vegetation in this park was indeed lush, filled with the fragrant aromas of earth and grass from the forest. As Oriental Yin and Drowsy strolled, suddenly, a purple figure darted by. Here it comes, Oriental Yin promptly warned. Drowsy quickly assumed a defensive stance, aware that the newcomer bore ill intentions. Observing Drowsy's preparedness, Oriental Yin felt as though he had struck gold. The newcomer was none other than the fearsome Rattata. Drowsy, use Tackle, Oriental Yin commanded from behind. Rattata, refusing to back down, charged forward as well, evidently intending to use Tackle. However, the disparity in their sizes was overwhelming. Oriental Yin felt no need to employ true sight. The difference in power was far too significant. Rattata flopped over, its 4 legs in the air, revealing its heroic spirit while a lump formed on its head. Ding! Leveling up for the first time. The system rewarded a package of Pokémon blocks of the same type. No way, a reward for just leveling up? Oriental Yin wondered in disbelief. Could you clarify how this reward system works? The system explained that any Pokémon designated by the host as a primary Pokémon would receive a reward every 10 levels. Drowsy had already been implicitly acknowledged as a primary Pokémon. Well, that's quite a stroke of luck. Now Drowsy's provisions are secured. Oriental Yin checked the system space, discovering 5 additional Water-type and 5 Psychic-type Pokémon blocks. Excellent, I can feed these later. But for now, let us focus on leveling up and mastering skills to enhance proficiency. Chapter 22, The Journey Through Moonlit Forest. Oriental Yin continued onward, exploring with Drowsy. Oh my, it's Rayquaza. Oh no, a Caterpie. Use Yawn. Drowsy demonstrated remarkable proficiency with the Yawn skill, executing it swiftly and effortlessly. Well, it seems there's no need for practice. It appears to be an innate talent. In no time, the Caterpie succumbed to slumber, allowing Oriental Yin to seize it. Just moments ago, in an attempt to evade its silk, I found myself unable to dodge effectively, resulting in a few unwelcome tumbles. Although the damage from the silk is minimal, the humiliation it brings is profoundly distressing. I certainly do not wish to be ensnared by such a creature, for that would be utterly mortifying. Soft and squishy, it seems as if it could be crushed effortlessly. The final evolution of the green caterpillar, the Butterfree, equipped with compound eyes, possesses the moves Hypnosis and Quiver Dance. When these abilities stack, the damage potential is simply explosive. Additionally, with the item Power Bandana, it ensures survival against one-hit KOs. In the realm of gaming, this Pokémon becomes an unstoppable force. However, this is merely a game. Real Pokémon battles are far more complex. Nonetheless, this strategy is still viable. Even with just 1 or 2 layers of buffing skills, the damage can be considerable. Yet, Dongfang Yin has decided to let the green caterpillar serve as experience for the dull beast, as even the tiniest mosquito is still flesh. Free experience is not to be scoffed at, having just sent the green caterpillar soaring with a blow from the dull beast. Another flash of purple appears. Could it be a Rattata warrior? Dongfang Yin turns to glance, then swiftly propels himself forward, creating a significant distance. Thankfully, his reflexes are sharp. What on earth is this creature? A Beedrill. True sight. Pokemon. Beedrill, level 6. Potential, E. Gender, male. Type, poison. Status, healthy. Ability, shed skin. Occasionally heals abnormal statuses upon shedding its skin. Inherited moves, none. Basic moves, tackle, poison sting, bind, leer. TM, none. Held item, none. Note, Beedrill is known to pilfer the eggs of bird Pokemon, often swallowing them whole and occasionally choking in the process. Though there is a 4-level difference, Dongfang Yin believes he can still engage. From a short distance away, he carefully observes the Beedrill, which is entirely purple, adorned with a golden ring around its neck, and a beaded tail, fixating its cold gaze on the dull beast as if it were prey. Dull beast, use yawn, then curse. He commands. First, a control move to hinder it, followed by a self-buff. How else can one fight? Such a cold-blooded Pokemon, especially wild ones, are highly likely to attack humans. Had he not reacted swiftly earlier, his posterior would surely have been compromised. Therefore, caution is paramount. Let our beloved dull beast take the brunt of the attack. The dull beast yawns, but the Beedrill remains oblivious to its meaning, assuming it's being looked down upon. In the game, the yawn effect typically triggers in the subsequent turn. Dongfang Yin is unsure when the effect will activate. Although the previous green caterpillar succumbed to yawn, it fell asleep almost immediately. Surrounding the Beedrill, purple needles begin to glow ominously. Goodness, a poison sting right off the bat. Dongfang Yin can only dodge, momentarily disregarding the dull beast, issuing a command for it to evade. Yet, due to the dull beast's sluggish speed, it takes several hits. Purple spots appear on its body, indicating it has been poisoned. Dongfang Yin is baffled by his misfortune. Is this really how it triggers poison? The Beedrill swiftly coils around, and the sluggish dull beast becomes an easy target. Immediately, the Beedrill employs bind. Most Pokemon would be flustered by now, but the dull beast remains unfazed, its bewildered gaze fixed on the Beedrill. Before long, the Beedrill gradually loosens its grip on the dull beast, evidently affected by the yawn. Dongfang Yin knows he must seize this opportunity to strike. He can't let it slip away. Now use tackle. As the Beedrill, having initially bound the dull beast, falls asleep beside it, the dull beast delivers a powerful tackle. Bang! The Beedrill is sent crashing into a tree, nearly embedding itself within. The intense pain jolts the Beedrill awake, yet the agony renders it immobile. Ultimately, the Beedrill collapses from exhaustion. Incredible! Dull beast, you are nothing short of magnificent. With this victory, the dull beast levels up 3 times, gaining abundant experience from this over-leveled challenge, now reaching level 4. The journey was indeed tumultuous, and to be frank, without the dull beast's control skills, things could have been quite dire. Lacking those control abilities would have forced him to trade damage rather than strategize, or even retreat entirely. The following day, Dongfang Yin took the dull beast to a Pokemon Center for a checkup, considering it had been poisoned. He continued to train the dull beast. 2 swift days passed, and the time agreed upon with the chubby friend had arrived. Early in the morning, Dongfang Yin awoke, packed a bag with essentials, and found his friend waiting outside. After a brief farewell to his grandmother, who nagged him with warnings, he finally departed. He climbed into the chubby friend's vehicle, where the chauffeur would take them to the moonlit forest. Thus began their journey through the moonlit forest, savoring the unique essence of the woodland. Meanwhile, 2 figures darted through the thicket like thieves, Qian Dekhang and Dongfang Yin. Accompanied by the dull beast, and a Snorlax. They had set a training expedition in the forest, promising to reach Forever City in 7 days. If they failed to arrive, they joked about sending a rescue team. "Hey, what's that Pidgey doing, blocking our way?" the chubby friend asked, eyeing a descending Pidgey nearby. "I don't know, let us take it down," Dongfang Yen replied decisively, seeing it as a chance for the dull beast to gain experience. After 2 days of training, the dull beast had mastered several skills. Earlier, on their way to this place, he had released his shiny dull beast, prompting astonishment from his friend, who remarked on the rarity of shiny Pokémon with envy. Chapter 23, Pidgey. Initially, Dongfang Yen scoffed at the idea of using true sight to examine the Pidgey, but remembering the task assigned by his grandmother, he resolved to complete it promptly, though she only required him to capture 10 Pokémon. Dongfang Yen understood her true intentions, to begin amassing a collection of quality Pokémon through capture and subsequent evaluation at the Pokémon Center, keeping only those with suitable qualities. However, for one endowed with true sight like Dongfang Yen, there was no need for such redundancy. He would simply capture the most promising specimens. True sight. Pokémon. Pidgey, level 13. Potential, D. Gender, male. Type, flying. Status, healthy. Ability, big pecs, possessing sturdy chest muscles. Its defensive capabilities remain intact. Inherited moves, quick attack. Basic moves, tackle, sand attack. TM, none. Held item, none. Note, due to their exceptional sense of direction, they can locate their home regardless of the distance, and they are indeed social creatures. Who would have thought that a Pokémon with a D rank qualification could yield such a promising start? Though, this rank is rather high. Without a system of my own, I would be unable to ascertain its qualifications. Generally, a D rank Pokémon would be considered quite a luxury for an ordinary household. Let's capture it together, my plump companion. Dongfang Yen retrieved a red and white Pokeball sold by the Alliance from his backpack. He was reluctant to use the system's Pokeballs, preferring to reserve them for capturing his main Pokémon. "What is up, Xiaoyan? Are you interested in this Pokémon?" his chubby friend inquired with a puzzled expression. "I'm just completing the task Grandma assigned me. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can relax." "That makes sense," replied the plump one. "Little Snorlax, use tackle." Confirming Dongfang Yan's intentions, Qian, the chubby one, commanded the little Snorlax. The slow-moving Drowsy was even less agile than his little Snorlax, which at least knew tackle and was quite resilient. It would be the best strategy to have it distract the Pidgey while Drowsy could attempt a sneak attack. The plump one took out his Pokédex and, through life feedback, discerned that this Pidgey was approximately level 13. Not bad at all. It was definitely a feasible target. Though there was a concern that the Pidgey might flee. If it were solely focused on escape, capturing a flying-type Pokémon could indeed be quite challenging. "Drowsy, start with Yawn." Dongfang Yen commanded directly, coordinating with little Snorlax's skills. With a controlling skill in play, they need not fear the bird's escape, and thankfully, Drowsy possessed such a skill. As the little Snorlax rolled its body, its seemingly pudgy form moved surprisingly swiftly in the flickering light. Startled, the Pidgey spread its wings to take flight. But Dongfang Yen and his companion were quick to act. The Pidgey was sent flying by little Snorlax's tackle, flapping its wings before regaining its stance. Suddenly, the Pidgey flung a cloud of sand towards little Snorlax. "Dodge it!" the chubby one exclaimed excitedly, urging little Snorlax to evade. However, little Snorlax's speed was comparable to Drowsy's. The Pidgey's sand attack struck true, covering little Snorlax's face with sand, which it clumsily tried to wipe away with its short arms. Who would have thought that the Pidgey would resort to such underhanded tactics? How unsportsmanlike. The Pidgey, unwilling to engage in a prolonged battle, glimmered with a white light, preparing to escape with quick attack. A lovely thought, yet reality proved to be starkly different. The Pidgey gained distance, but soon felt increasingly dazed. Observing this, Dongfang Yen promptly retrieved a standard red and white Pokeball and hurled it forcefully at the Pidgey's head. Remarkably effective, it was a physical hypnosis. The red light flashed as the Pidgey was drawn into the Pokeball, which illuminated momentarily, indicating a successful capture. It was not that the Pidgey lacked the desire to resist. The combination of yawn and physical hypnosis proved insurmountable. Dongfang Yen approached to collect the Pokeball. "Impressive. Xiaoyan, you captured it in one throw." "Hee, just a small feat." Dongfang Yen replied with a proud smile. This marked his first capture in the Pokémon world. Is this what it feels like to tame a Pokémon? He found himself increasingly eager for the establishment of an ecological park. There, he could nurture all the Pokémon he captured. Once they matured and produced Pokémon eggs, they could be sold for profit and prestige. What a delightful prospect. Dongfang Yen stowed the Pokeball away, intent on capturing more high-quality Pokémon this time. He had purchased 30 red and white Pokeballs, which were reasonably priced at 3,000 coins. The moonlit forest was vast, and Dongfang Yin and Qian dared only to operate around its periphery. Although the moonlit forest was the initial challenge for novice trainers in the vicinity, many had chosen this as their first adventure. However, they remained merely on the outskirts, venturing no deeper than the central areas of the forest. Few novice trainers returned unscathed from deeper within. Soon, night fell. The crescent moon hung in the sky, accompanied by a few dark clouds. Dongfang Yin set up a tent while Qian gathered wood, preparing to start a fire for cooking. Oh, going out is so much more enjoyable than staying in Sun City, the chubby one remarked, picking up twigs as he conversed playfully with Dongfang Yin. Seemingly devoid of any sense of urgency about their expedition, Dongfang Yin felt similarly. The two were enjoying their outing as if they were on a leisurely journey, their faces alight with excitement as they exchanged banter. At last, with the tent and fire pit ready, Dongfang Yin produced their provisions, and they settled beside the fire. As he ate, Dongfang Yin reflected on the day's achievements. 2 Pidgeys, 1 Sandshrew, and 1 Oddish. All had D-rank qualifications, and throughout their journey, they had encountered countless Pokémon. Yet, only a handful met his criteria, and he had even inadvertently allowed a D-rank Rattata to escape. Well, Dongfang Yin conceded he didn't particularly want it. Out of the 30 Pokeballs, 23 remained, presenting ample opportunity. Dongfang Yin was not merely aiming to fulfill Grandma's task. He desired all 10 Pokémon to possess qualifications of D-rank or higher. Initially, he had hoped to capture more, but upon reconsideration, he realized there was no space at home. He could always return later for more, thus deciding to focus solely on capturing Pokémon with qualifications above D-rank. Qian produced a finely crafted little stove from his backpack. Upon closer inspection, Dongfang Yin remarked, "Isn't that just an incense burner?" Surprise. Qian chuckled. "I came prepared with this essential trainer's item, mosquito-repelling incense." "Ah, what is this expression? Don't you have any?" Dongfang Yin responded. "I thought it was some kind of attack-enhancing incense, but it's just a mosquito repellent. You might as well have bought some mosquito coils. Are you going to use it?" "Sure." Dongfang Yin realized he had forgotten to purchase mosquito coils himself, so he figured it was better than nothing. Qian lit the mosquito-repelling incense, and a faint scent wafted into their nostrils. "Are you certain this isn't just mosquito coils?" Qian could only respond with silence, placing the incense a safe distance from the tent to avoid any accidental fires. Losing a tent was trivial, but losing a life would be catastrophic. "Qian, you take the early shift, and I'll handle the late one. Wake me when it's my turn." Dongfang Yin yawned, having already released Drowsy and Little Snorlax. This was to ensure that in case of danger, he could promptly summon Pokémon to protect them. "Okay, I'll handle it. You can trust me." Qian patted his chest confidently. "All right, just be careful and wake me when it's time." Dongfang Yin yawned again, feeling excessively fatigued after a day filled with nonstop activity. They had encountered several dangers along the way, but thankfully, both he and Qian had managed to escape swiftly. Each time, they narrowly avoided calamity, which could only be attributed to their fortune. For instance, Qian had accidentally stepped on a baby Sandshrew, leading to a frenzied chase by a horde of Sandshrews. The Sandshrew he had captured was the result of that chaotic moment. The price for their capture was that they had to remain in a tree for over an hour. However, it was worth it. This Sandshrew was already level 14. Additionally, Dongfang Yin later stumbled upon a Pidgey, also of D rank, while in the tree and managed to capture it as well. Alas, they were soon discovered by the Pidgey's parents, who sent 2 Spearows and a flock of Pidgeys after Dongfang Yin and Qian. Through life feedback, he noted that one of the Spearows was already level 34, just 1 level shy of evolving into Fearow. Thankfully, Dongfang Yin seized the opportunity to capture it and quickly took refuge in a thicket with Qian, evading the pursuit of the Spearows. However, their troubles were far from over, as they then spotted several Oddishes and a Stunky nearby. Enduring the foul stench, Dongfang Yin discarded several Pokeballs, all of which failed to capture their target, and the Oddish escaped from the confines of the ball. However, the Stunky had already spotted Dongfang Yin and the rotund companion, unleashing a spray of noxious liquid, a vile purple substance that hurtled toward Dongfang Yin. With agile reflexes, he evaded the attack, causing the liquid to splatter onto the grass, corroding it into a sticky mass of purple goo. Alarmed, Dongfang Yin dashed forward, seized the Oddish, and fled. The chubby companion followed suit, wailing in terror, his eyes wide as he observed Dongfang Yin's audacious maneuver. Remarkable, a physical capture. This was a lesson learned. Chapter 24. The journey through the forest in the early morning. The moonlit forest basked in the gentle embrace of dawn. A caterpie perched on a branch, voraciously munching on leaves, while a swarm of cotton-like creatures floated nearby. Dongfang Yin groggily opened his eyes, paused for a moment, and then sprang to his feet. Daylight had arrived. Hadn't he agreed with his chubby friend to take the night watch? Pulling back the tent flap, he discovered the rotund companion fast asleep beside the campfire, clutching a small Snorlax. Both of them had drool pooling at the corners of their mouths, leaving Dongfang Yin utterly speechless. Thankfully, the previous night had been uneventful. Had they encountered any malevolent Pokémon or nefarious individuals, both he and his companion could have found themselves in grave danger, and his shiny Drowsy might not have been able to protect them. This thought incited a wave of frustration within him. He could no longer contain himself. Dongfang Yin strode over and delivered a sharp kick to his friend's backside. Startled, the chubby boy leapt up, wiping drool from his face, his eyes bulging in disbelief. "Who dares? Ah, Yin, why did you kick me?" he exclaimed, finally recognizing the assailant. Dongfang Yin was equally at a loss for words. "Did we not agree that you would take the morning shift? How could you fall asleep? Do you even realize where we are? This is a forest." The chubby boy scratched his head and quickly wiped his mouth clean. My bad. I don't know how I dozed off." He was aware of the gravity of the situation and lowered his head, hesitant to speak further. "Forget it. Let us eat first and hurry through the moonlit forest." After all, nothing catastrophic had occurred, and it sufficed that his friend understood the seriousness of the matter. After they washed up, Dongfang Yin retrieved provisions from his backpack and shared them with his companion. The chubby boy also prepared a poke block for his Snorlax. Dongfang Yin called forth his Drowsy from the tent, offering it a poke block provided by the system. "Wow, Yin, why does your poke block smell so delightful?" The chubby boy and his Snorlax drooled, fixated on the package in Dongfang Yin's hands, sniffing incessantly. The system-produced poke blocks were a reward for Drowsy's recent breakthrough to level 0, granting him 5 Water-type and 5 Psychic-type poke blocks. Presently, Dongfang Yin was feeding his Pokémon the Water-type poke block. "Don't ask why I'm not feeding the Psychic-type. It's certainly not because I'm stingy. All the items are in the system space, and while feeding the Water-type, I can also give a little Psychic-type." The Water-type poke blocks are adorned with 3 blue water patterns, exquisite in both appearance and aroma. It's no wonder Snorlax, munching on its own bowl, kept glancing longingly at Drowsy's exclusive secret recipe, "Mind your own." Dongfang Yin replied while feeding. "Come on, share some with me." The chubby boy approached, hands clasped in a gesture of request. "Really? With your wealth, you mean to tell me you don't even have any poke blocks?" Dongfang Yin feigned disbelief, adopting a tone of mock surprise. As their banter escalated, playful scuffles ensued, with the chubby boy unable to resist snatching at the poke blocks while Dongfang Yin deftly concealed them. Ultimately, due to the chubby boy's relentless persistence, Dongfang Yin relinquished 1 Water-type poke block. With 5 poke blocks, he still possessed a substantial quantity, enough to last 3 days. The chubby boy, inspecting his new treasure, admired the 3 swirling blue patterns on the block, which exuded a faint, enchanting fragrance. Observing Snorlax tugging at his leg, he understood just how irresistible the treat was. Swallowing hard, he seemed to make a resolute decision and handed the poke block to Snorlax, who eagerly accepted it, sniffing and licking before finally devouring it, wearing an expression of bliss as it stood savoring the flavor. "Is it really that delicious?" the chubby boy remarked, swallowing his own saliva, his demeanor reminiscent of someone unaccustomed to such delights. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from the depths of the forest. The frequency and intensity of the blasts caused Dongfang Yin to feel the ground tremble beneath his feet. He directed his gaze toward the source of the commotion, the inner moonlit forest. Turning back to his companion, he noticed the chubby boy shrinking back, apprehensive. After all, that was the heart of the moonlit forest, and he valued his own life dearly. "You stay here. I'll go take a look," Dongfang Yin announced, bidding farewell to his friend as he recalled Drowsy and prepared to investigate the site of the explosions. "Wait, those explosions seem perilous. We should hasten to report to the Alliance instead," the chubby boy urged, prioritizing their safety. "That is a valid point. You should head out and alert them. I'll just take a quick peek. It surely must be dangerous, so accompany me to report instead. Don't take risks," the chubby boy continued, trying to dissuade him. However, Dongfang Yin was resolute. He simply had to be part of the unfolding drama. "Come on, let us go check it out together. If anything arises, we'll make a run for it." Unable to resist Dongfang Yin's enthusiasm, the chubby boy reluctantly followed as they crept deeper into the forest. Caution was the order of the day, better safe than sorry. "Captain, this special weapon is truly effective. How many Pokémon have we captured already?" Within the moonlit forest, a group of individuals clad in black combat attire, each adorned with unique insignia, surrounded a man of distinction who bore various medals. A rather rotund, unseemly figure fawned over the man, extolling the virtues of their weaponry. The man smiled, surveying the remarkable contraption before him. Silver armor connected to a series of tubes leading to a machine that continuously supplied energy to the front. Within the armor was a Pokémon, its body predominantly silver-gray with hints of purple, emanating a faint aura of intimidation. Opposite it stood a group of Teddiursa, their roars echoing as they fixed their gaze on the enigmatic creature. Various Pokémon of diverse species surrounded them, while the black-clad individuals tirelessly captured the Pokémon, either subduing them or placing the unconscious ones into specialized cages for transport. The Teddiursa, sensing a profound fear from the strange being before them, unleashed their most potent attacks against it. "Deal with them," commanded the man in black. Yet, the silver-gray creature remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. As the Teddiursa's assaults were about to connect, the black-clad men, previously so composed, now exhibited panic as they realized the attacks were on the verge of impacting them. "Snap out of it. Stop those attacks immediately," they shouted in alarm. The silver-gray creature, as if emerging from a stupor, glanced at the man in black, raised a hand. And suddenly, a powerful purple light coalesced around it. With a gentle push forward, it effortlessly dispelled the myriad of attacks in a single stroke. The ensuing explosion sent the Teddiursa tumbling, rendering them incapacitated and ceasing their movements entirely. Yet that group of cloaked figures found their every assault thwarted by a violet barrier. Chapter 25. The Mysterious Creature. A cacophony of triumphant laughter erupted from the black-clad individuals, their curiosity long since extinguished by the spectacle before them. The leader, however, was seething with frustration, incensed by the silver-gray creature's defiance of his commands. Approaching the creature, he demanded, "What were you hesitating about just now? Acknowledge your position. You are merely a Pokémon fabricated by our organization." Observing the motionless silver-gray being, the man smirked, finding it utterly laughable that he wasted breath on a mere weapon. "Let us proceed to fulfill the task assigned by the organization and return to report." "Not a weapon." The man turned back, only to find the silver-gray creature remained unmoved in its previous stance. "Did anyone just speak?" he inquired, perplexed, but his comrades, preoccupied with capturing a circular bear, denied having uttered a word. Realizing he must have imagined it, the man dismissed the thought, yet the voice echoed in his mind, cold, solitary, and tyrannical. Gazing at the unchanged Pokémon before him, he shook his head, gestured to his companions, and left a few individuals to guard the equipment and Pokémon. He was now bound for the destination outlined by the organization's directive. "Hey, Yen, did you see that?" "Yes. That Pokémon is incredibly powerful." "Indeed. Why aren't you more astonished?" "I am surprised. How could I not be? If I'm not mistaken, that silver-armored Pokémon must be the Mutwo from my memories." His faith in Mutwo's strength had long been unwavering. He regarded it as merely a fundamental fact. What astonished him was encountering Mutwo on his very first journey, further solidifying his belief that he was destined for greatness. Could it be that all those organizations were affiliated with Team Rocket? After all, in the anime, Mutwo was created from the dream mist extracted by Team Rocket. Nearby, a Drowsy gazed anxiously towards the direction Mutwo had departed. Just moments ago, it seemed to have heard a voice. Struggling free from its pokeball, the Drowsy stood still for a moment before turning to Yen, opening its mouth as if to convey something. Yen recognized the Drowsy's intent to communicate, so he attentively focused on it. However, after a short while, Yen surrendered. Through the Drowsy's wise gaze, he glimpsed the vastness of the cosmos. Although he could not decipher what the Drowsy wished to express, he had already deduced that the creature was indeed Mutwo. Based on the events witnessed in the anime, it was clear that Mutwo was currently enveloped in confusion and doubt, still grappling with its extraordinary power. Surely, the words spoken by that leading man had provoked Mutwo, causing its emotions to spiral out of control. They had grossly underestimated Mutwo. The Mutwo from the anime was capable of cataclysmic destruction. In the finale, Mutwo severed ties with the organization, nearly bringing the world to ruin. Fortunately, Ash managed to persuade Mutwo to return. Yet, Yen was not Ash. He could not employ the same tactics. As for capturing Mutwo, how could he rely on this remarkably powerful Drowsy beside him? Yen turned to the Drowsy, which continued to gaze blankly ahead, then lifted its head in bewilderment to meet Yen's eyes. "All right, I must devise a strategy to establish a rapport with Mutwo, perhaps by granting it freedom." Yen resolved that Mutwo possessed the ability to explore memories. He refused to believe the novels that suggested he could merely let Mutwo peruse the anime memories in his mind, then deceive it into compliance. Such naivety was absurd. Mutwo, possessing immense power, had no reason to negotiate with him. It could simply capture him, control him. and forcibly delve into his memories. After all, when power dynamics are imbalanced, what could he possibly negotiate? Only when one possesses sufficient strength can they engage in bargaining. As for the possibility of Mutuo turning rogue, he had no solutions. His system was designed for development. This was a growth-oriented system, and initially, he must remain diligent in his progress. If Mutuo truly did turn to darkness, he would still aim to forge a connection. After all, if he couldn't defeat it, he might as well join it and avoid becoming its subordinate. Fatty, hurry and report this situation to the Alliance. Yin tore off a bundle of branches, still adorned with leaves, and fashioned it into a makeshift crown, donning it as a disguise. Though he felt it served little purpose, it was primarily a psychological reassurance. What about you? Fatty questioned, puzzled. Yin feigned profundity, gazing upwards at the sky. If I do not descend into the depths of hell, who shall? I cannot simply stand by and watch as criminals roam free. Therefore, I must remain here to monitor them. Fatty, I will leave you signals. Feeling a surge of moral righteousness, Yin reflected on his own conviction. Wow, Xiao Yin, your sense of duty is remarkable. I've never noticed it before. This place is far too perilous. I cannot permit you to stay here. We must face danger together. Fatty responded resolutely. Uft, stop with the morbid talk. Yin shook his head. In truth, he wished to spare Fatty from peril. The opposition was clearly hostile, and if he uncovered their secret, they would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Those individuals appeared to be ruthless rogues, likely stained with blood, even if they had not committed murder. It was evident they had engaged in numerous illicit activities. Moreover, acting alone was typically more advantageous than in pairs. With their objectives still quite limited, he was no fool. In the face of danger, he would undoubtedly distance himself. He would avoid direct confrontation with them unless absolutely necessary. Fatty, please, no more. You witnessed the power of that mysterious Pokémon. They undoubtedly harbor vast conspiracies. You must swiftly report to the Alliance and have them send reinforcements. I will continue to follow them. The sooner you bring help, the safer I will be. Yin declared solemnly to Fatty. After a thorough discussion, Fatty finally relented. With a final admonition for Yin to stay safe, he hurried away. Yin was correct. Someone must alert the authorities. Watching Fatty depart, Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though he could not confront that group, nothing stopped him from creating chaos. The organization had dispatched Mutuo, indicating that the adversaries they faced were far from weak. Were they truly capturing Pokémon in the Moonlit Forest? There were no particularly rare Pokémon there. To send Mutuo merely to capture Pokémon seemed like overkill, a wasteful display of power. It was inconceivable that they had no ulterior motives. He would never buy such an argument, even under duress. Only a select few entities could warrant the deployment of Mutuo. Yet, identifying the organization with precision posed a challenge. His goal was to sow discord, and then take advantage of the ensuing chaos to attempt to rescue Mutuo. Even if rescue proved impossible, forging a relationship was still a worthy endeavor. However, the first step was still to create disorder. Chapter 26, The Transport Aircraft. Beside a large transport aircraft, two men clad in black combat gear busily loaded Pokémon onto the plane. With their Pokeballs running low, they resorted to specialized capture cages. This time, it seems we've struck a veritable jackpot, capturing so many Pokémon. Well, look at how much we've caught. It's largely thanks to that mysterious Pokémon provided by the organization. Indeed, if only I could possess that Pokémon, I would reign supreme across the land, and then secure a championship in the league. Stop dreaming, and be cautious. Don't let anyone in the organization overhear your words, or you might face the captain's wrath. I know, I'm just speaking out loud. The two individuals worked in tandem to lift a specially designed cage, accompanied by two Weezing, presumably their own cultivated Pokémon. Suddenly, a Diglett emerged unexpectedly from beneath the feet of a slender man clad in black. The man, oblivious to the creature's presence, inadvertently stepped upon the Diglett's head, losing his balance and crashing forward. The specially designed cage he had just raised followed suit and came crashing down upon him, fortunately containing only 2 or 3 Cubchoo. While still heavy, the impact was not life-threatening, though it did sting considerably. Where did that little rodent come from? I'll squash you. The black-clad man grumbled as he struggled to push the cage away, while his companion hurriedly assisted in moving it aside. Hey, Slim Monkey, what is wrong with you? Be careful not to damage that cage. We can't afford to let the cargo escape, or we'll be in for a scolding. Slim Monkey cursed, rubbing his lower back. A Diglett just appeared under my feet. It nearly knocked me out. Weezing, teach it a lesson. One of the floating Weezing promptly dove towards the taunting Diglett. Smokescreen. Weezing released a cloud of murky fog aimed at the Diglett. Not to be outdone, the Diglett hastily burrowed a hole into the ground, ready to escape. though this was merely a hole it had dug itself, not a skill-based move. Just as the murky fog was about to envelop it, the Diglett, having successfully excavated a hole, utilized Mudslap, sending a flurry of dirt and mud towards Slim Monkey and his companion. Thankfully, they reacted swiftly and dodged the muddy projectiles, which, if they had struck, would have been quite painful. The resulting dust cloud, however, blew directly into their faces. The pursuing Weezing, caught off guard, was also struck by several clumps of mud. While the damage was minimal, the insult was substantial. Meanwhile, another Weezing, initially observing the scene from a distance, found itself unwittingly caught in the chaos, having merely intended to watch. Now, both Weezing had turned their ire towards the Diglett. Without needing verbal commands, they charged towards it in unison. The Diglett, sensing the imminent threat, frantically burrowed towards the edge of the forest. Don't let it escape. How infuriating, it dares to mock me. Slim Monkey seethed internally, casting a glance at his companion, who mirrored his disgust. I've never encountered such an audacious Diglett before. The two Weezing pursued the Diglett relentlessly, fixating on the ever-rising mounds of soil. Slim Monkey, observing the retreating Weezing, didn't pay it much mind, for under the efforts of Mutwo, several formidable Pokémon had already been captured. They were preparing to lift the specially designed cage once more to transport it to the aircraft when the sound of flapping wings caught their attention. Looking up, Slim Monkey spotted two Pidgey fluttering above, followed by several white objects gently descending. Ugh! The two men were instantly filled with rage, feeling as if they had fallen into a streak of bad luck. The other man, equally incensed, released a Fearow. Chase after it. Slim Monkey, stay here and guard the cargo, he barked, reminding Slim Monkey before darting off, unable to contain his frustration. Slim Monkey, though equally furious, understood the necessity of remaining behind to guard the equipment. His other teammates had ventured deeper into the forest, being relatively new and not as strong as the others. He was assigned to the task of transporting items and safeguarding the camp alongside another weaker member, dragging the specially designed cage. Slim Monkey noticed that the Cubchoo inside had awakened and was glaring at him angrily, baring its teeth and growling. Despite their fearsome demeanor, their adorably cute appearance rendered them more endearing than intimidating, almost comically fierce. What are you all yelling about? With such energy, you'll fetch a handsome price. Slim Monkey shouted in exasperation, struggling under the weight of the cage. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the bushes behind him. Slim Monkey turned, alert, wary of the potential threat. Being somewhat of a newcomer with only one Pokémon and no teammates nearby, he needed to exercise caution. Suddenly, a powerful force struck him, and he felt as if his spine had snapped. As he collapsed to the ground, a figure emerged from the bushes. Slim Monkey desperately lifted his head to discern the person's identity, but upon closer inspection, he saw that the individual was covered in leaves and grass. You sneaky devil. With that, Slim Monkey's head drooped, and he slipped into unconsciousness. Dongfang Yin patted the head of his Drowsy in commendation. Indeed, it was he who had arrived. Remember, as long as you hold them off and protect yourselves, you can complete the mission, and I will allow you to leave. Utilizing his true sight ability, Dongfang Yin informed the Pokémon about the levels of the two Weezing, one at level 16 and the other at level 18. These levels were not particularly formidable, at least not compared to the Pokémon he had captured. As for his own level 10 Drowsy, it was best kept for a surprise attack. The timing was perfect. However, the presence of a Fearow caught him off guard. Yet, he had anticipated that one of the two men would possess a flying Pokémon. To his surprise, the other black-clad man did indeed have one. Pokémon, Fearow, level 24. Potential, gender, male. Type, flying. Status, healthy. Ability, sniper, when attacking a critical hit. Damage dealt is 15 times that of a normal hit. Inherited move, pursuit. Base moves, fury attack, glare, screech, peck, pursuit. TM moves, brave bird. Held item, none. Notes, Fearow has a notoriously aggressive temperament. Any creature that enters its territory will trigger a fierce attack. Quite powerful indeed. And the fact that it has learned a TM move might spell trouble for the two Pidgey. Should they perish, I would be heartbroken. Oh dear. What a waste of two Pokeballs. With subsequent events likely to unfold more favorably, Dongfang Yin was taken aback when the other black-clad man opted to pursue the Pidgey. This made things easier for him, allowing Dongfang Yin to instruct his Drowsy to stealthily approach the man known as Slim Monkey from behind while he drew attention to himself, leading to the preceding scene. Now, staring at the specially designed cage, Dongfang Yin pondered how to open it, feeling utterly clueless. The Cubchoo inside continued to snarl at him, still harboring animosity. However, upon glancing at his Drowsy, there was a hint of familiarity. Dongfang Yin, feeling somewhat at a loss, rifled through Slim Monkey's belongings for a while, eventually uncovering a remote control and some cash. Checking Slim Monkey's backpack, he discovered 2 ordinary Pokeballs and 1 Great Ball. Oh, it seems there are some valuable items here. Silently pocketing the cash and placing the Pokeballs into his backpack, he patted it down. Chapter 27, The Shrine. Captain Sue, is there truly a legendary Pokemon here? Su Shiji laughed lightly. The organization has dispatched Mewtwo. Even if a legendary Pokemon were present, it wouldn't yield any benefits for us. As I gazed upon the Mewtwo striding at the forefront, a creation meticulously crafted by the organization, I felt an undeniable aura of intimidation emanating from it. Despite its modest stature, to preserve its combat effectiveness, Su Shiji had previously instructed the others to refrain from releasing their Pokemon, conserving their strength for the impending mission. Moreover, the organization had reported a concerning decline in Mewtwo's emotional state, leading me to doubt my ability to subdue it, fearing that should it spiral out of control, I would be powerless to contain it. Hence, we had been depleting Mewtwo's strength, preventing it from reaching its full potential. For reasons unknown, Su Shiji harbored an ominous premonition that something dreadful was about to unfold. He halted abruptly, commanding everyone to release their Pokemon. With that, he produced 2 Pokeballs, and in a flash of crimson light, a Hypno and a Croconaw materialized beside Mewtwo. The moment Hypno appeared next to Mewtwo, it trembled violently, casting fearful glances at the formidable creature. As a fellow psychic type, Hypno was acutely aware of the immense power coursing through Mewtwo, suppressed like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Su Shiji, however, remained oblivious to Hypno's distress, for his attention was drawn to a shrine not far ahead. Come, let us venture inside, he instructed, designating positions for his team. He gestured for several members to accompany their Pokemon. Mewtwo, without question, led the charge, advancing at the forefront. Upon entering the shrine, the air was thick with the unique aroma of ancient wood, devoid of any decaying scent, instead filled with a subtle, fragrant essence. The entire structure was constructed of timber, monotonous in appearance. The altar within was shrouded in dust, atop which rested an exquisite small incense burner, and curiously, a single leaf, indeed. A leaf of resplendent jade-like clarity. This must be worth quite a sum, Sue, exclaimed a masked man, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Enough with the jesting. This is our target, Su Shiji retorted with a sardonic smile, taking the box and cautiously retrieving the leaf to place it within. This task poses little challenge, remarked the masked man derisively, observing the others. Let us remain vigilant. We must not let anything go awry. We should retreat swiftly, Su Shiji commanded, signaling for everyone to withdraw. Yet, Mewtwo remained stationary, prompting Su Shiji's impatience to surface. The mission is complete. Why do you linger? He queried, perplexed by Mewtwo's inaction. Just then, Hypno, midway in its movement, abruptly halted as if sensing something amiss, signaling Su Shiji with urgency. As Su Shiji's first Pokemon, their synergy was well honed. A mere glance often sufficed to convey their thoughts. Furthermore, Hypno's profession endowed it with an acute sensitivity to danger. Caution! There is peril! Su Shiji bellowed, swiftly taking refuge beside Croconaw. The others, without hesitation, complied with Su's command, seeking protection beside their Pokemon. A thunderous roar resounded from above, followed by a tumultuous uproar outside. Let us hasten out to discern what has transpired, Su Shiji shouted. Without delay, the group rushed outside, and their eyes were met with a formidable yellow dragon-like creature. Dragonite, Su Shiji murmured, quickly consulting his Pokédex for its life readings, which displayed a staggering level of 94, an elite Pokemon. In contrast, he was merely a near-champion level trainer, with Hypno at 76 and Croconaw at 71. This situation was proving to be quite formidable. However, he recalled he had another ally, Mewtwo. A flash of purple surged forth, and an immense psychic force repelled the rampaging Dragonite. Yet, Dragonite, undeterred, fixated its gaze upon the box in Su Shiji's grasp, seemingly aware of its contents. Enraged, it charged a dragon pulse aimed squarely at Su. Acting swiftly, Hypno executed a teleportation, whisking Su and Croconaw away from danger. Unfortunately, the remaining members of the team were not so fortunate. Su Shiji knew Hypno could only transport 2 at a time, hence his decision to summon only 2 Pokemon, albeit the most adept ones. The onlookers could only watch helplessly as the dragon pulse surged toward them, their Pokemon valiantly attempting to shield them. Yet, against such overwhelming power, any resistance proved futile. A resounding explosion erupted behind Su Shiji, and he could only be grateful for Hypno's timely intervention, which had allowed him to evade the worst of the assault. Dragonite, however, was relentless, swiftly gearing up for a dragon dance. Mutuo, stop it, Su Shiji implored. Yet Mutuo remained immobile, lost in its own thoughts. What are you waiting for? Act now, he urged, but to no avail. Frustration welled within him. Upon returning to the organization, he would certainly report this to the doctor. Crocodile, use rock tomb. Hypno, employ hypnosis. Su Shiji commanded, executing a series of quick maneuvers. Massive stones erupted from the ground, ensnaring Dragonite mid-dance. Meanwhile, Hypno's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light, causing the vibrating stones to suddenly come to a standstill. Su Shiji exhaled in relief. It seemed they had temporarily subdued it. Search for the injured. Prepare for withdrawal, he ordered, and the once chaotic group began to organize. Suddenly, the rocks above detonated, and Dragonite flapped its wings fiercely, charging a purple energy ball in its maw. Find cover. It's a meteor shower. Someone shouted in alarm. Hypno, along with the two it carried, teleported into the shrine. Listening to the cries outside, Su Shiji felt helpless. These were his trusted companions, and losing them would be a grave misfortune. The cacophony outside gradually diminished, and Su Shiji noted with relief that the shrine remained unscathed by the shower. He could now ascertain that this Dragonite was indeed the guardian of this shrine, specifically of the precious leaf. Crocodile, unleash Sandtomb. Hypno, foresee the future. The ground erupted in a swirling vortex of sand, pulling Dragonite within its grasp. Hypno, prepare to teleport us out of here, Su Shiji urged, no longer wishing to linger in this perilous situation. With Mutuo proving unresponsive, he felt the pressing need to return and report to the doctor. A sudden explosion caught Su Shiji off guard, propelling him backward and causing the box to tumble from his grasp. He glanced over to see Hypno engulfed in shadows. While Crocodile bore the brunt of the attack, its injuries severe. Before Su Shiji, Dragonite stood, flames flickering from its claws, effortlessly withstanding a pink energy blast aimed at it. Its speed was astonishing, nearly rivaling Hypno's teleportation. The realization dawned on Su Shiji that Hypno had merely managed to buy them time. He turned to Mutuo, who remained an indifferent observer. Rage surged within him. You traitor! The organization created you, yet you repay us with ingratitude. Fetch the machinery. I demand you fix this. Some individuals who had evaded the Dragonite's assault swiftly sprinted towards the machinery that had been transported. Upon pressing a series of buttons, the armored Mutuo nearby abruptly convulsed, with small explosions erupting around it. Its once clear eyes turned a fierce crimson. Witnessing this, Su Shiji immediately commanded, hurry, stop it. This time, Mutuo complied without hesitation, teleporting directly in front of Dragonite. A layer of purple luminescence enveloped its hand, which it then thrust towards Dragonite, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that resulted in a sonic boom. The force was so immense that Dragonite was slammed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shiji grabbed a box and bolted towards the transport aircraft. As for Mutuo, it had more pressing matters at hand. Boarding the aircraft was paramount. It could assess the situation from there. Observing Su Shiji departing with his belongings, Dragonite felt a surge of urgency. It lunged towards him, only to be abruptly halted by a barrier of light. Understanding the peril posed by the now enraged Mutuo behind it, Dragonite realized that failure to neutralize this threat would severely hinder its next moves. Chapter 28, Dragonite. With a thunderous roar, Dragonite charged at Mutuo. Mutuo remained steadfast, erecting a barrier of light that absorbed the impact of Dragonite's ferocious assault. The surrounding terrain was uprooted by the shockwaves generated from the clash. Su Shiji, glancing towards the transport aircraft not far ahead, quickened his pace upon hearing the deafening explosions behind him. He abandoned any thoughts of the machinery controlling Mutuo. After all, his own survival took precedence, and attempting to operate the machine amidst such chaos would be tantamount to courting death. As the onlookers witnessed Su Shiji's retreat, they too began to flee. This was a conflict far beyond their capabilities. Where had the defenders gone? Su Shiji cursed under his breath. The camp was eerily deserted, with no sentinels in sight. Something was amiss. Gripping the box tightly, he surveyed his surroundings, and soon found himself encircled by the wild Pokémon that had been captured in specially designed cages. They formed a dense ring, leaving no escape. What on earth had transpired here? Who had released these Pokémon? Su Shiji felt a sense of bewilderment. They had unleashed their Pokémon, even those that were injured, to provide a rear guard, all while preparing for retreat. The group of individuals clad in black did not object. After all, the preservation of their lives took precedence over their Pokémon. Su Shiji released a few of his Pokémon, one wheezing and one exploud. Naturally, he had withheld a few, as one must always retain a contingency plan, and releasing them now would bear little significance. Accompanied by several trusted aides, Su Shiji raced back to the aircraft, observing the chaotic carnage outside as Pokémon clashed violently. Various skills and energy waves erupted chaotically, while melee Pokémon engaged in brutal skirmishes. Blood and severed limbs were merely commonplace amidst this chaotic battlefield. Let us go. Su Shiji chuckled, witnessing the tumultuous scene of combat not far away. With the desired items in hand, it was time to make their exit. The roar of the transport aircraft's engines filled the air as its rotors spun rapidly, conjuring a fierce windstorm. Huh. You wretched lowly beings, opposing our organization will lead to nothing but your demise. Gyarados, deliver them a grand gift, earthquake. The transport aircraft thundered into the sky, as Gyarados let out a bellowing roar and forcefully stomped the ground. Boom. Aside from the two terrifying entities lurking in the forest, Su Shiji's Pokémon were nearly the highest level present. With Gyarados boasting the prowess of a level 71 elite Pokémon, its seismic attack wreaked havoc on the battlefield, inflicting severe casualties among both foes and allies alike. Su Shiji remained indifferent to their status as friends or foes. His concern lay in whether Dragonite would pursue him, necessitating a swift exit from this perilous place. As for Mutwo, it was now beyond control. Su Shiji had a modicum of understanding regarding Mutwo's strength. If it refused to cooperate, he would be unable to retrieve it. The machine designed to suppress Mutwo's powers could not be salvaged now, and his subordinates were certainly not in a position to reclaim it. He simply could not afford to provoke such formidable beings. The only option was to return swiftly and relay the events to the relevant departments within the organization, urging them to dispatch personnel to address the situation. Su Shiji cackled maniacally as he surveyed the chaotic battlefield below, more and more Pokémon joining this inexplicable conflict. Suddenly, he noticed his aircraft descending perilously low, the Pokémon below growing ever larger. Fly higher. Su Shiji shouted urgently to the pilot in the cockpit. The pilot, looking rather glum, replied, "Captain, it seems the aircraft's engine has been tampered with." The beleaguered Pokémon on the ground glared menacingly at the approaching steel monstrosity, yearning for a chance for close contact. A dragon-shaped energy wave surged towards Mutwo, who, now crimson-eyed, opted not to evade. Intense purple energy coalesced effortlessly around Mutwo, easily countering Dragonite's assault. Yet, Dragonite found itself in a precarious situation. On one hand, it had allowed the enemy to abscond with what it was sworn to protect, and on the other, it was faced with an adversary of staggering power. More alarmingly, the longer the battle persisted, the stronger Mutwo seemed to become, amplifying Dragonite's pressure. It was evident that defeating this mysterious Pokémon was essential to reclaiming its charge, yet it felt increasingly outmatched. Without further deliberation, Dragonite surged forward, and in an instant, Mutwo teleported directly in front of it. The purple psychic energy manifested as a tangible strike aimed at Dragonite, propelling them both into the air for another round of combat. Dragonite had fully stacked its Dragon Dance, for without these enhancements, it stood little chance. Its fists crackled with electricity as it unleashed a rapid thunder punch towards Mutwo's head, while Mutwo retaliated with a barrage of purple energy strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious clash reduced the surroundings to ruins. The sacred grove at the forest's heart lay in shambles, causing Dragonite great distress. Mutwo, visibly affected by the paralysis from the thunder punch, struggled to evade as Dragonite dove in, its tail glowing with energy, delivering a vicious strike. The incapacitated Mutwo could not evade Dragonite's tail swipe and was sent crashing into the depths of the moonlit forest, demolishing the sacred shrine and uprooting several large trees, sending dust and debris flying. Sensing its advantage, Dragonite unfurled its wings and soared towards the direction Su Shiji had fled, having fully stacked its Dragon Dance. Dragonite's speed surged, and its physical attacks were bolstered. It had successfully repelled the enigmatic Pokémon. Yet, inexplicably, Dragonite felt its flight slow, despite its wings flapping furiously as if on the verge of combustion. Before long, a familiar figure emerged before it, tall and bound in armor, its head concealed within a helmet that obscured its features, save for the blood-red gaze peering through the visor. A chill of dread coursed through Dragonite, an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloping it, the oppressive aura nearly suffocating. Mutwo slowly raised its hand, gathering purple psychic energy at its palm center. A sphere of violet light hovered within Mutwo's grasp, which it then raised and directed at Dragonite. With a gentle push, the orb traced an unusual arc towards its target. Suddenly, a radiant purple light erupted from Dragonite's chest as the sphere appeared before it without warning. A blinding flash of white light erupted in the sky, illuminating the heavens with a dazzling intensity, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Chapter 29, The Duel. As the smoke dissipated, the ground bore a deep crater, a testament to the destructive force of the light waves. At the center of this chasm, Dragonite clasped its hands together, having just shielded itself from some of the damage with its defenses, yet the barrier proved utterly inadequate against such a cataclysmic strike. Mutuo descended gracefully from the sky, raising a hand to conjure another orb of light, albeit significantly smaller than the previous one. Nevertheless, Dragonite dared not withstand another direct assault of that magnitude. It recognized that, in its current state, it could not endure another blow like the last. Thus, it was compelled to flee, evading a confrontation with the enigmatic Pokémon. Consequently, the Pokémon of the moonlit forest were thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions, with even the formidable creatures fleeing, while the weaker ones hastily sought to distance themselves from the clash between Mutuo and Dragonite. Having endured a grueling battle, Dragonite was battered and weary. An intense pain surged through its back, and when it turned with great difficulty, it discovered Mutuo had appeared behind it unobserved. With no other recourse, Dragonite reluctantly raised its defenses once more. Mutuo, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch that sent Dragonite crashing into the ground. As the battle unfolded, Mutuo's armor began to shed, and its eyes fluctuated between clarity and a blood-red hue, as if grappling with a fierce internal struggle. Dragonite struck the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust and inadvertently sending several innocent Pokémon tumbling. As it rose, Dragonite looked skyward, surprised that Mutuo had not pursued it. It found the scattered pieces of armor on the ground curious, recalling the machine not far from the shrine, realizing that Mutuo had no intention of thwarting its escape. Then, the human who had stolen the treasure issued a command, causing Mutuo to launch a frenzied assault. Recognizing the futility of the battle, Dragonite resolved to destroy that machine. Spreading its wings, it took flight, determined to obliterate the device. However, just as Dragonite ascended, Mutuo remained motionless in the sky, the crimson in its eyes growing more dominant. With a furious roar, Mutuo focused on the rapidly retreating Dragonite, unable to contain itself as psychic energy surged behind it. In an instant, Mutuo vanished from sight, reappearing mere moments later in close proximity to Dragonite. The speed was astonishing. Dragonite desperately accelerated, striving to escape. The machine was not particularly far away, but the task of destroying it seemed increasingly daunting. Glancing back at the relentless Mutuo behind it, Dragonite felt a surge of frustration. This was the moment it had long awaited. With a fierce dive, Dragonite unleashed its formidable power, resembling a shooting star as it plummeted, the surrounding air igniting with friction as it hurtled downward. Just as it was about to strike the machine, an even more potent force erupted beside it, violently propelling Dragonite away and shattering its concentration. Painfully, it lay on the ground, gazing at the machine that remained unscathed, filled with regret for not having destroyed it sooner. In the distance, Mutuo lowered its hands, its chest heaving. Dragonite teetered on the brink of collapse, finally comprehending that this Pokémon before it was no ordinary creature. The overwhelming aura it exuded made it clear it was a deity. Just as Dragonite was about to summon the slumbering Pokémon within, rustling sounds emerged from the grass. Both Dragonite and Mutuo turned to see a human boy charging toward the machine, brandishing a large wooden stick. Simultaneously, he hurled a Pokeball, releasing a lavender-hued Pokémon. Mutuo hesitated momentarily, teleporting in front of the dopey Pokémon and swatting it aside with ease. Seizing the opportunity, the boy struck the machine with all his might. The intricate device began to malfunction. Suddenly, Mutuo froze, the psychic energy around it compressing the space. The alternating clarity and crimson in its eyes returned. The boy began to feel a sense of suffocation, while the dopey Pokémon lay incapacitated. Just as the boy thought he might succumb, a yellow figure darted past, swiftly lifting him and the dopey Pokémon away from Mutuo's vicinity. With a deafening explosion, the space around Mutuo seemed to implode, and the nearby machine disintegrated into a cloud of white fragments. Amidst the chaos, Dragonite flapped its wings, cradling the boy in one arm while securing the nearly unconscious dopey Pokémon in the other. Overwhelmed with concern for the comatose creature, Dragonite felt helpless, realizing that Mutuo's speed was far too swift to allow any chance for the dopey Pokémon to defend itself. As the smoke cleared, the boy and Dragonite fixed their gaze intently on the heart of the haze, aware that defeating Mutuo was an unattainable goal. The previous battle had made it abundantly clear that Dragonite was no match for Mutuo, especially in one-on-one combat. Thus, the boy and Dragonite pondered whether Mutuo had truly regained its senses. As the smoke dissipated, Mutuo hovered in the air, lifting its head. The fleeting red glow in its eyes igniting a spark of alarm in the boy and Dragonite. Yet, the crimson gleam vanished almost instantaneously. And Mutuo's gaze returned to normal, becoming clear and lucid, observing the surrounding disarray. Along with the two battered Pokémon in the sky and the human boy who had restored its consciousness, Mutuo felt a pang of confusion. Reflecting on its experiences, Mutuo was suddenly overcome with a sense of guilt and, in a moment of introspection, realized it had finally attained freedom. But who was it truly? What was its essence? This existential dilemma weighed heavily on Mutuo, which harbored a deep-seated disdain for humanity. Through psychic communication, Mutuo beckoned the aforementioned beings to descend. Dragonite made no resistance, flying down with the boy, though it maintained a hostile vigilance toward Mutuo. I will assist you in retrieving that leaf. Mutuo conveyed through telepathy to both Dragonite and the boy. Dragonite regarded Mutuo with skepticism. Mutuo continued, "Consider it my apology," nodding in acknowledgement. Dragonite felt reassured by the prospect of having such a powerful ally to reclaim the treasure. As for the boy, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for restoring my friend." Mutuo raised a hand, causing the unconscious dopey Pokémon to levitate. "Remarkable potential," it remarked, as a soft lavender light encircled Mutuo, swiftly entering the dopey Pokémon's form. The wounds upon the dopey Pokémon swiftly vanished. Mutuo, reluctant to incur further debt, acknowledged the boy's thanks. With gratitude, the boy quickly activated his true sight, scrutinizing Mutuo's attributes. Pokémon Mutuo. Level, Legendary. Potential, S. Gender, Male. Type, Psychic. Status, Healthy, with genetic defects. Ability, Oppressive Aura. The pressure from the deity inhibits your ability to unleash moves. Inherited moves. Base moves. Move discs, none. Held items, none. Notes, a genetic Pokémon, subjected to continuous genetic restructuring for experimental purposes. Ultimately becoming a savage creature. Mutuo waved dismissively, indicating it was unconcerned. Just as it prepared to join Dragonite in the search for Captain Tsushiji, the boy suddenly produced a vial of potion from his pocket, the Super Pokémon Qualification Enhancer from the beginner's gift package. In this world, the essence of one's identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is the legacy one leaves behind or the pursuits one fervently chases. We should relish every process that unfolds in this realm. The outcome is trivial. From the very moment we are born and exist, we become unique individuals, with no one being a mere replica of another. Mutuo remained motionless, yet was profoundly shaken by Dongfang Yan's words. Were these utterances directed at itself? Gazing at the potion in Dongfang Yan's hand, Mutuo felt the potential within to mend its corporeal imperfections. "What is your ambition?" Dongfang Yan boldly inquired, fixing an earnest gaze upon Mutuo. In truth, Dongfang Yan himself felt a wave of trepidation. He was acutely aware of Mutuo's disdain for humanity and feared the possibility of being struck down. Nevertheless, Mutuo fell silent in contemplation of the question. "What is my pursuit?" Mutuo mused internally. Ever since it attained consciousness, it recognized itself as a clone of the Pokémon known as Mew. Dubbed Mutuo, it endured relentless experimentation, unable even to contemplate its own demise. Subsequently, it was coerced into donning mechanical armor and subjected to control, facing various experiments and tasks daily. Those clad in white coats and spectacles. Chapter 30, Dragon King. Mutuo soared into the sky, a definitive goal crystallizing within its mind. It sensed that the individual before it differed from others. Yet, this realization did not diminish Mutuo's animosity towards humanity or the organization behind its suffering. However, Dongfang Yan had begun to earn some measure of goodwill from Mutuo. To be oneself? Yet, before that, with a determined glance, Mutuo signaled to Dragonite. The latter, understanding the cue, swiftly vanished alongside Mutuo. Dongfang Yan glanced at the spoon insignia on his wrist, while his other hand clutched the flute gifted by Dragonite. Though he had not bestowed anything upon Dragonite, the latter expressed profound gratitude for Dongfang Yan's assistance, offering a flute that could summon it. Upon blowing the flute, Dragonite would sense it and hasten to aid Dongfang Yan. Truth be told, when Mutuo sought to probe his memories earlier, he felt a twinge of panic, fearing the exposure of his true identity as a transmigrator. Fortunately, Mutuo chose not to delve deeper but opted to place its trust in him. The most significant gains from this encounter were undoubtedly these two items. This marked his first close encounter with both Dragonite and Mutuo, particularly Mutuo, whose presence exuded an overwhelming aura. Yet, upon closer inspection, Mutuo was undeniably striking. In the past, one could capture it in games, but for now, it was prudent to cling to the powerful. As for where they had ventured, it was evident they were in pursuit of whoever had taken the items from the shrine. However, caution was paramount, for his own Pokémon, Slowpoke, lay unconscious. Without any protective battle prowess, he found himself in the forest's heart, where most Pokémon range from levels 40 to over 50, with dominant Pokémon peaking at level 70. Yet, after witnessing the top-tier battle prowess of Mutwo and Dragonite, most had been frightened away. Still, caution was the order of the day, for life is singular. Upon arriving at the shrine's ruins, Dongfang Yin rummaged about, but discovered nothing of value. He had hoped for treasures such as the GS Ball, capable of capturing legendary Pokémon, but alas, none were found. He recalled the slumbering Slowpoke back into its Pokeball. Mutwo had previously communicated with him through telepathy, indicating that certain matters required its attention. "Everyone hurry! My brother is still inside," shouted the portly man, riding a rapid electrode as he raced ahead. An old steward rode upon a Noivern, surrounded by several Alliance inspectors clad in specialized combat uniforms. They too summoned their Pokémon, charging forward at full speed. They needed the portly man's guidance. Hence the loan of a swift electrode. From a distance, flames had erupted in the Moonlight Forest, not solely due to the clash between Mutwo and Dragonite, but also from a multitude of Pokémon fleeing, which inevitably led to skirmishes. Following the portly man's alarm, the Huawo division of the Alliance dispatched a considerable force of inspectors to investigate the forest, suspecting that something significant had transpired. At the forefront, a man rode swiftly upon a fossilized pterodactyl, his followers exhibiting respect in their demeanor. This man was none other than one of the 4 greatest champions of the Huawo Alliance, Dragon King Du. He happened to be passing through and had heard of mysterious activities attributed to an enigmatic organization. Thus, he decided to investigate. Given the recent inquiries linked to such clandestine groups, naturally, any pertinent leads would be invaluable. However, it was clear that a momentous event had unfolded within the forest. It seemed this forest concealed numerous secrets, and as a newly appointed champion with only 4 or 5 years in office, much of the past remained obscured to him. Yet, with his authority, he could uncover the truth upon his return. What needed clarification was the nature of the occurrences here. The traces of battle indicated that these were no mere skirmishes instigated by ordinary Pokémon. At the very least, they bore the hallmark of champion-level Pokémon. It was terrifying to think of an unknown Pokémon, likely of champion caliber, roaming the forest and its vicinity. Should calamity truly befall this place, it would spell irreparable disaster. Contemplating this, Du instinctively urged his pterodactyl to accelerate. "Everyone, keep pace with the Dragon King's lead." The group hastened to follow in the wake of the esteemed champion. After all, he was one of the 4 greatest champions of the Huawo Alliance. Many of the inspectors had only ever seen Dragon King Du on television. To encounter him in reality was a rare privilege, and those who had were invariably of notable stature. As for the portly man, he felt no particular astonishment. His sole desire was to rescue Dongfang Yin. "Curse it, let me discover who dismantled my aircraft. I shall not let them go unpunished," Su Shiji lamented, scurrying alongside his remaining 3 companions, cursing as they fled. As for the others, they would remain behind to deal with the Pokémon in the forest, buying time for their escape. Fortuitously, he had prepared a contingency plan, having stationed a helicopter on the forest's periphery. Unlike the previous transport aircraft, this one was swifter, designed solely for rapid exodus. It lacked the capacity of the cargo plane, serving merely as a means of transport. Su Shiji boarded the helicopter with his Gyarados. Having already recalled his Krogunk into its Pokeball to evade the onslaught of Pokémon surrounding the transport aircraft, he had compelled Gyarados to take the lead, for he needed to preserve Krogunk's strength. His very life depended on it. After all, Krogunk had been his companion since childhood. Unlike the Pokémon he had raised later, which he could abandon in times of peril, Krogunk's loyalty was unwavering. If danger truly threatened his life, he would be the first to relinquish the battling Pokémon, sacrificing it to secure his own survival. After all, Pokémon could be raised anew, but a life lost was irretrievable. This time, the helicopter flew steadily without incident. However, one can never predict whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first. Not far away, 2 Pokémon floated silently. Su Shiji squinted to discern their forms. "Crap, turn back." Su Shiji was taken aback upon recognizing the approaching Pokémon. Dragonite charged its attack, and the helicopter pilot, sensing the imminent danger, hastily pulled the control stick, desperately ascending. It was no jest. A direct hit would undoubtedly spell utter doom. The energy wave narrowly grazed the helicopter, a perilous close call. In truth, Dragonite had little desire to strike the aircraft, given that the leaf it sought remained aboard. However, Mutwo was far less accommodating. instantly teleporting in front of the helicopter. The pilot broke into a cold sweat, fully aware of Mutuo's formidable prowess. Mutuo raised a hand, gathering psychic energy. Boom. Turning back, Su Shiji, clutching a box, frantically manipulated telekinesis to teleport repeatedly, striving to escape this dire situation. The helicopter had disintegrated into a cloud of debris, plummeting from the sky. Except for Su Shiji, who managed to teleport away, the others had been reduced to mere sparks of light. Suddenly, a shadow darted past Mutuo. Dragonite surged forward. Roar. Dragonite emitted a furious roar, its hands crackling with electricity, accelerating towards Su Shiji with lightning punches. Why was it still pursuing him? Su Shiji unleashed a Weezing, enveloping the area in smoke, hoping to confuse Dragonite. Weezing, though quick to react, utilized its ability to float, remaining unperturbed in the high altitude. Yet, Dragonite was undeterred. Defeating a mere level 60 Weezing was child's play. With Hudi's teleportation speed, Weezing was doomed to be abandoned. Indeed, Weezing had become a sacrificial pawn. Dragonite unleashed a thunder punch, its high attack power augmented by a series of dragon dances. The fierce lightning pierced through Weezing, rendering it unconscious. Without a glance back, Dragonite soared away. Weezing, trailing black smoke, fell from the sky, while Su Shiji refrained from looking back. There was no need. Watching Dragonite draw nearer, he pondered why it had not yet succumbed to Mutuo's might. Even if it had not been vanquished, it should have been nearly out of stamina. Why did it still seem so vigorous? Chapter 31. Escape. In truth, Dragonite was merely mustering its remaining strength. Yet its speed was increasing. Determined to seize Su Shiji while it still had the energy to do so, Su Shiji felt a wave of frustration. He truly wished to discard the box and flee with all his might. However, he was reluctant to abandon his mission entirely. Returning empty-handed would surely invite repercussions from the organization. As Dragonite closed in, Hudi's teleportation could not be employed indefinitely. It required cooldown and rest, and its stamina was waning. With resolve, Su Shiji hurled the box backward, hastily stuffing something inside. The box, freed from telekinetic control, arced backward. Dragonite, observing the box being thrown, then noticing Su Shiji's escape, carefully sensed the location of the leaf, which was indeed inside the box. Consequently, Dragonite swooped down, grasping the box, feeling an odd sensation. Looking down, it spotted a black pokeball gleaming red. Roar. A massive golem erupted from the black pokeball, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson. The moment golem emerged, a radiant light enveloped it. Explosion. Dragonite attempted to evade the blast with its speed, but was also concerned about the potential damage to the box. Left with no choice, it clung tightly to the box and tried to fly away from golem. However, these events transpired in mere moments. Moreover, Dragonite was already severely injured and could not execute any other strenuous maneuvers, forced to endure the impending onslaught. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, sending a cloud of gray smoke into the air. The power of a level 60 golem's self-destruct was beyond what an already battered Dragonite could withstand. Su Shiji thought to himself. Although he had forsaken the mission objective, preserving his life was paramount. Even if he faced punishment, it would be a trivial matter. Amidst the smoke, Dragonite succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet it clung desperately to the box, plummeting toward the ground. Now he should be able to escape unscathed, Su Shiji mused. However, he forgot, or perhaps did not forget, about the teleportation. Su Shiji suddenly shouted. Hearing him, Hudi once again forcefully activated teleportation. An energy ball shot toward the spot where Su Shiji had just been, detonating with a force greater than Golem's explosion. Indeed, it was Mutuo. How could he forget this formidable adversary? Mutuo, gathering energy and targeting Su Shiji in midair. Boom. The energy ball sped toward him. Yet just as it was about to strike, Su Shiji commanded Hudi to teleport, narrowly escaping disaster. Observing Dragonite free-falling into unconsciousness, Mutuo paid it no mind. After all, it had aided Dragonite in obtaining the item, establishing a distance between them. Mutuo had done its part and would not provide further assistance. Cunning human, Mutuo scoffed. Initially reluctant to expend such effort on this organization's leader, it now sought a place to utilize the serum given by that boy to mend its genetic deficiencies. Mutuo could sense its own deterioration, feeling its condition worsen day by day. Life, strength, and potential were all in decline. At this rate, survival itself would become a challenge, let alone confronting the organization. It was likely that some within the organization had recognized this issue. Otherwise, they would not continuously pressure it to undertake increasingly difficult tasks, aiming to squeeze out the last of its potential. Contemplating this, Mutuo felt revulsion towards those grotesque faces. However, the debt would be collected slowly. It did not yet possess the strength to confront the organization single-handedly. At present, Psychic Blade. Mutuo possessed unparalleled talent for psychic-type moves. Within the organization, various psychic-type skills were relentlessly thrust upon Mutuo, all learned in a single attempt. A flurry of psychic blades surged towards Su Shiji. As he beheld the relentless barrage, cold sweat broke out on his brow. For ordinary psychic Pokemon, a psychic blade might be a singular skill. Yet for Mutuo, it was a rapid-fire onslaught. Each strike immensely powerful. Thus, in the sky, a scene unfolded. Hu-Di led a human, dodging the relentless psychic slashes, while a silver-gray Pokemon tinged with purple relentlessly unleashed psychic blades, clearly relishing in the cat-and-mouse game. Su Shiji felt distressed, regretting having commanded Mutuo so casually. The louder he had called, the faster he now ran. Primarily, Hu-Di still had some stamina left, albeit dwindling. What to do? Su Shiji pondered ways to escape Mutuo's grasp. However, Mutuo had lost interest in this game of hide-and-seek. Psychic force. A pale pink beam erupted from Mutuo's eyes. Su Shiji trembled in fright. This was no trifling psychic move. Hu-Di could no longer utilize teleportation. Its defenses were depleted. To teleport again would require a moment of respite, yet there was no time for rest. Su Shiji summoned 2 black Pokeballs in his hands. Boom! The tremendous force caused a tumult in the surrounding space. The dispersed energy rippled outward, creating waves. Su Shiji remained unscathed, while in front of him stood a man. Strikingly handsome, atop a fossil pterodactyl. Accompanying him were a Gyarados and a Charizard, with Gyarados acting as the defender. Su Shiji paused for a moment, and upon closer inspection, he felt speechless. He thought he had escaped calamity, only to find himself plunging from the dragon's den into the tiger's lair. The Dragon King of the Huagua Alliance. One of the 4 Heavenly Kings, Duo, members of the Emperor Organization. Duo turned to look at Su Shiji, who remained silent, for there was nothing to say. Who are you? The Dragon King Duo inquired, his gaze fixed on the nearby Mutuo, sensing the immense power within its body. A hint of seriousness crossed his face, as he realized he could not confidently capture this Pokemon he had never seen before. Is this a product of your organization? Duo curiously asked Su Shiji behind him. Su Shiji scoffed, offering no response, his mind racing with thoughts of revenge. Indeed, Mutuo heard Duo's words. Product? In an instant, a dozen psychic blades manifested around Mutuo, who said nothing further. Yet, the Dragon King seemed oblivious to the impending danger. What Pokemon are you? If possible, could you accompany me for a brief investigation? Mutuo ignored him, waving its hand as the psychic blades surged forth. However, this was merely a technical maneuver by Dragon King Duo to buy time, albeit a rather foolish one. Chapter 32 ends. Su Shiji thought this way. He was not yet prepared to flee. After all, the situation had not yet descended into chaos. If he were to escape now, he faced 2 possible outcomes. Either be obliterated by Mutuo's attack or fall victim to Dragon King Duo's blow. Thus, he could only linger beside Dragon King, seeking an opportunity to flee and buy time for Hu-Di's teleportation. The Dragon King deftly maneuvered the fossil pterodactyl, evading all attacks at remarkable speed, while the 2 accompanying Pokemon, Charizard and Gyarados, swiftly dodged as well. Gyarados Mega Evolve. Soon, 2 spiraling beams of white light from Dragon King Duo connected with Gyarados. Simultaneously, 2 blue beams emerged from Gyarados, linking with Duo's light. In an instant, a brilliant white radiance erupted, heralding the arrival of Mega Gyarados. With its Mega Evolution, Gyarados' type shifted from flying, water to water, dark, rendering it immune to psychic-type damage. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Fossil Pterodactyl, Rock Slide. The Dragon King swiftly issued commands. The 3 Pokemon lined up, maintaining distance to avoid being annihilated in a single strike. Mutuo effortlessly evaded all skills, casually obliterating several boulders. Su Shiji remained at the back, watching intently. In certain respects, a well-trained Pokemon controlled by a skilled trainer could prove far more challenging than one of a higher level. Indeed, in some aspects, these 3 under the command of Dragon King Duo might well be more formidable than a Dragonite. However, they were only slightly more troublesome. Psychic. Once again, a surge of psychic energy amassed. Boom. Charizard stood protectively in front of Duo, using Protect. All 3 Pokemon possessed the move. Yet, to withstand Mutuo's onslaught, they could only take turns using Protect. Gyarados had accumulated 4 layers of Dragon Dance. Suddenly, Gyarados lunged forward, its teeth gleaming with a white light. Crunch. A light screen materialized in front of Mutuo, causing Gyarados to miss its mark, and a single Aura Sphere sent it crashing back. Mutwo was well aware that Dark-type Pokémon were immune to Psychic-type moves. Fighting-type moves were particularly unfavorable for Dark-type Pokémon, and Gyarados found itself severely injured by Mutwo's attack. This was clearly a trial by Dragon King. Indeed, this Pokémon demonstrated extraordinary speed, reflexes, and damage output. It likely fell within the realm of a level 2 deity, already nearing the threshold of a level 1 deity. Initially thought to be a champion-level Pokémon, it turned out to possess the strength of a level 2 deity. Unfortunately, he had not brought all of his Pokémon on this expedition and had only 2 Ultra Balls for capturing. Now, it seemed he was in a precarious position. Unable to fight back, if the opponent persisted, it would undoubtedly be a losing battle, and he could very well be killed. Moreover, there was still the watchful presence of the Emperor organization behind him. Dragon King, we're here. In the distance, the Alliance inspectors had caught up. Regrettably, in the face of true strength, these individuals were of little consequence. What he required was high-end combat power. Mutwo coldly regarded the figures before it. To it, these individuals were only marginally better than those of the Emperor organization. It would be best not to provoke it. Otherwise, it would not hesitate to eradicate them all. Suddenly, 2 black Pokeballs appeared in the air. With a flash of red light, 2 crimson-eyed Geodudes materialized near Dragon King and Mutwo. Su Shiji instantly teleported away with Hudi, beginning his escape. It was no joke. If he remained, would he engage in philosophical discussions with the Alliance inspectors? Once again, 2 level 60 Geodudes unleashed self-destruct. The violent explosion sent the surrounding Alliance inspectors hurtling away. Some of the weaker inspectors were knocked unconscious, their Pokémon on the verge of fainting. As the dust settled from the explosion, Dragon King Duo clung tightly to the fossil pterodactyl. The sudden blast had severely depleted his Pokémon's stamina. As the vision cleared, the mysterious Pokémon had vanished without a trace. Filled with frustration, Dragon King Duo lamented that this outing was merely for investigation, and he had not brought all his Pokémon. If he could capture that Pokémon, he would qualify to challenge that individual once more. A fervor ignited within Dragon King Duo as he glanced at his 3 injured Pokémon and the disoriented Alliance inspectors, who were still trying to comprehend what had transpired. Dragon King composed himself, surveying the chaotic scene before him. The forest, ablaze, was filled with numerous Pokémon that had fled the battle, causing chaos as they sought refuge. There was no option but to dispatch some personnel to calm these Pokémon and send some Alliance inspectors with Water-type Pokémon to extinguish the flames. While the trees could automatically secrete fire-retardant substances, human intervention in firefighting would undoubtedly be more expedient. It was essential to avoid disrupting the ecological balance of the forest. Otherwise, the powerful Pokémon within would drive the weaker ones away in search of a better environment. These weaker Pokémon, with nowhere else to go, would inevitably flood into the cities, leading to an even more disastrous situation. As for the members of the Emperor organization, he had no energy to pursue them. Furthermore, they possessed a Hudi capable of instantaneous teleportation, although he had completely missed the big catch, according to reports from his subordinates. Several minor members of the Emperor organization remained, so it wasn't a total loss. Duo consoled himself with this thought. Thus, he resolved to return to the Alliance headquarters, determined to investigate the individuals within that organization and casually probe into the mysterious Pokémon. Dragonite slowly regained consciousness, examining its wounds and using Roost to recover some stamina. It picked up the box and, avoiding the crowd, timidly made its exit. At the forest's edge, Su Shiji halted, panting heavily. He clenched his fists. This mission had been an utter failure. This was not merely a disgrace. It was a profound humiliation, and he could only wonder what punishment the organization would impose. Observing the utterly exhausted Hudi, Su Shiji promptly ensconced Hudi within a Pokeball. He released the rogue crocodile, preparing to make a hasty retreat on foot, when an inexplicable urge compelled him to glance back. There it stood, with its silvery elongated form and a chilling gaze that emanated an overwhelming aura. Su Shiji silently closed his eyes, lamenting, "It is over. Is this the realm of death, devoid of any semblance of pain?" Moments later, he opened his eyes, exclaiming, "Damn it, Mutwo is still there." He resolved to return and inform the organization. "Wait for me." A surge of formidable power struck him, and he was knocked unconscious. Yet his mind lingered on the thought that he had narrowly escaped a calamity. "Who goes there?" An Alliance prosecutor inquired, eyeing the rustling grass in the distance. Suddenly, Dong Fangyan leapt from the underbrush, gazing at the prosecutor with relief, thinking, "At last, I have encountered an official and can cease my evasion. I am." He felt a jolt from behind. Dong Fangyan fell to the ground, pinned by a houndour that lay heavily upon him. "Oh, so young yet involved with an evil organization? You certainly play quite the game," remarked the puzzled prosecutor, adorned with a hat. Dong Fanyan could only think, truly, there are no words to defend myself. Soon, the rotund companion arrived, finally clearing the misunderstanding. Chapter 33. The Pokémon Outside the Moonlit Forest. Dong Fanyan sat in Qian Pengzi's sedan, gazing absently at the spoon tattoo adorning his wrist. This was a mark left by Mutuo upon its departure. And through Mutuo's psychic connection, he understood that this emblem should summon Mutuo. It was likely a reward for aiding Mutuo, having provided it with a bottle of aptitude-enhancing elixir, and, through gentle persuasion, offering it a purpose for survival. This was a protective talisman, a golden ticket to immortality. Should he ever encounter an insurmountable force, he could directly summon Mutuo. What of invoking assistance in battle? If one possesses the capability, they too may call upon aid. With its growth, Mutuo could now withstand the majority of legendary Pokémon. However, he needed to cultivate a good relationship with Mutuo, for this golden ticket could only be used once. Yet, securing such a powerful ally would be the true safeguard against demise. Dong Fanyan felt immense satisfaction from this expedition to the Moonlit Forest. Not only had Mutuo enhanced the intelligence of his Slowpoke, allowing it to better comprehend his words and align more closely with human norms, but this would not adversely affect the Slowpoke. After all, upon evolving into Slowking, it would become even more anthropomorphic, capable of understanding human speech without barriers. Mutuo had merely expedited this process significantly, although it could not yet communicate with humans as seamlessly as a Slowking could. Nevertheless, following simple commands posed no issue, marking a monumental enhancement. Moreover, amidst the chaos of the battle between the myriad Pokémon, he had captured numerous juvenile Pokémon. Through his true sight, he discerned that their potential was commendable, meeting his standards. Furthermore, during his discussions with the Alliance's official trainers, he discovered that the initial Diglett he had sent out, along with 2 Pidgeys, had suffered no harm at all. This brought Dong Fanyan great joy, as he had initially feared these 3 Pokémon were lost. Their potential was solid, and their bravery commendable. Thus, Dong Fanyan reconsidered and decided against letting the 2 Pidgeys and Diglett leave. He retrieved the 3 Pokémon into their respective Pokeballs. This achievement was largely attributable to Qian Pengzi's timely report, though Dong Fanyan had played a part as well, having tracked the situation alone and left markers. Even more impressively, the Forest Ranger was affiliated with the evil organization. Qian Pengzi was elated. His report had garnered praise from the Alliance officials, who even mentioned presenting a banner in recognition of his efforts. Yet, was this corpulent individual truly one to cherish such accolades? He mused, when will the presentation occur? Ideally, in front of the entire school. Ah, what a jest, an evil organization indeed. However, this would afford him the chance to show off before his parents. The chauffeur also smiled with satisfaction, pleased that his young master had finally matured. In Yang City, Cloud Vale Breeding House, the Noctowl soared gracefully above, circling a few times before diving into the courtyard. Grandma Lan observed the somewhat fatigued Noctowl and inquired, "What troubles you? Wasn't the moonlit forest relatively safe? Could it be that he ventured into the inner sanctum of the shrine? Who? Are you implying that the Dragonite appeared, along with many others? And another exceedingly powerful Pokémon?" After pondering for a moment, Grandma Lan concluded that her grandson's journey to the moonlit forest was far from ordinary. After all, Noctowl had been covertly safeguarding Dong Fanyan, and while it may have missed certain details, it was crucial to consult others regarding the shrine. Gazing at the construction site in the distance, which had begun to take shape, Qian Pengzi asked, "Ian, how many Pokémon did you capture on this trip?" The rotund friend was well aware of Dong Fanyan's proclivities. Upon returning to the moonlit forest, he had witnessed the chaotic battlefield where both humans and spirits clashed, with juvenile Pokémon scattering in all directions. It was no surprise that Dong Fanyan had captured some. Qian Pengzi knew that Dong Fanyan was in the process of establishing an ecological park, necessitating the inclusion and training of numerous Pokémon. Just moments ago, he received word that Grandma Lan had summoned a construction crew to work on the vacant lot in Dong Fanyan's backyard shortly after his departure. They planned a site larger than a football field, designated as the initial area for the ecological park. In truth, it was already quite expansive, surrounded by specialized tempered glass produced by the Alliance. It was estimated that in a day or two, construction would be completed, providing habitats for the Pokémon Dong Fanyan had captured. Dong Fanyan chuckled. With so many spirits in the forest, who could resist? However, most of the ones he caught belonged to a single group, with a few slightly rarer Pokémon that he could not resist capturing. Fortunately, he had brought an ample supply of Pokeballs, allowing him to secure quite a collection. As Dong Fanyin recalled, just as he was hastening toward the battlefield of Dragonite and Mutwo, a sudden intense tremor enveloped him. He found it perplexing. He believed he had steered clear of the main conflict, so how could there still be such commotion? The sound of this battle was distinctly different from that of Mutwo and the others, indicating it was a skirmish among local Pokemon. Quietly, Dong Fanyin crept closer, only to find 3 Geodudes encircling 2 Golem, relentlessly bombarding them with their attacks. Strangely, the 2 Golem did not retaliate, merely enduring the onslaught in silence. Through his true sight, Dong Fanyin discerned that the levels of the 2 Golem far exceeded those of the Geodudes, with the Golem boasting levels as high as 52. While the Geodudes were merely at 46, clearly, they had not evolved long ago. Thus, in this confrontation, it was implausible that one side would be utterly defenseless. At the very least, it should be a balanced struggle. Upon closer inspection, Dong Fanyin's eyes widened in astonishment. Between the 2 Golem, 5 or 6 little Geodudes were cowering, some of them seemingly injured, as the barrage from the 3 Geodudes would inevitably inflict some harm on the small beings. It was precisely because their offspring were present that the 2 Golem refrained from unleashing their full potential. Dong Fanyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, in terms of rarity, Golem were far less common than Geodudes, and their skill damage was significantly more substantial. Moreover, the levels of the 2 Golem were considerably higher than those of the 3 Geodudes. Just as Dong Fanyin contemplated how to rescue these little Geodudes, the 3 Geodudes could no longer contain themselves and unleashed their rollout attack, transforming into 3 colossal boulders. With a resounding crash, the 3 Loudreds charged towards the 2 Geodudes. Dong Fanyin could not fathom why these Loudreds seemed to harbor such a deep-seated animosity towards the Geodudes. The 2 Geodudes, left with no choice, illuminated their bodies with a silvery glow, presumably activating their iron defensibility. Bolstered by this increase in defense, they gallantly surged forward, attempting to shift the battlefield slightly to provide a modicum of breathing room for the Rockruff behind them. One robust Geodude stood its ground against 2 Loudreds, while the other faced off against the mightiest of the trio. However, they were already on the brink of exhaustion, and just as they seemed unable to withstand any longer, a cacophony of booming noises erupted from the distance. Chapter 34, Chaotic Battle. A large horde of Ursaring, accompanied by a troop of adorable bear cubs, came barreling towards them from afar, as if something truly terrifying were pursuing them. They paid no heed to the 3 Loudreds or the 2 Geodudes, crashing into them en masse, sending the Rockruffs tumbling, with some of the cubs inadvertently caught in the crossfire. The lead Ursaring merely glanced at the Loudreds, committing their appearance to memory in preparation for retribution later. The ensuing collision left the Loudreds, Geodudes, and Rockruffs dazed and disoriented. Just as Dong Fanyin contemplated joining the fray, a yellow figure hurtled down from the sky. The Dragonite had been fiercely assaulted by Mutwo not far off. Yet it quickly regained its composure and soared back into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Dong Fanyin utilized his true sight to inspect the Dragonite. Pokémon, Dragonite, level 94. Potential, S. Gender, male. Types, Dragon, Flying. Status, severely injured. Ability, Inner Focus. Through rigorous training, it remains undeterred. Inherited skills, Draco Meteor, Dragon Dance, Roost. Basic skills, Dragon Tail, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Claw, Thunder Punch. Technical machine, none. Held item, Dragon Fong. Remarks, Dragon-type Pokemon, renowned for its unparalleled speed. Serves as a guardian partner to a certain trainer. To his astonishment, Dong Fanyin noted that the Dragonite's potential was indeed rated S. Refocusing his attention, he found the subsequent tasks much simpler, employing his true sight to capture 4 D-grade bear cubs. Additionally, he discovered 6 Rockruffs, 2 of which possessed C-grade potential, while the rest were D-grade, indicating a commendable overall quality for this brood. One Geodude boasted a C-grade potential, while the other held a B-grade potential, the latter being the male capable of besting 2 opponents simultaneously. Dong Fanyin resolved to cultivate these Rockruffs as exclusive Pokemon within the Cloudy Ecological Park, marking them as a flagship brand, with the understanding that he would undoubtedly encounter even finer specimens in the future. Nonetheless, Rockruffs were relatively rare, making their cultivation a worthy endeavor, especially since they thrived underground, rarely seen by the average person. Outside of mining operations, Rockruffs were indeed plentiful. As for their management, well, he had an Alicious at home. Anyone who misbehaved would swiftly find themselves facing this formidable creature, known for its prowess akin to that of a champion. After engaging in a battle of wits and strategy with Mutwo, he managed to retrieve the emerald leaves alongside Dragonite, acquiring a means of contact in the form of a whistle. On his return journey, he encountered both Alliance trainers and police officers, recounting the events that had transpired. Along the way, he stumbled upon a dozen Lilycove dolls and 5 Miss Skirts. Unfortunately, their potential was rather unimpressive, with only 2 C-grade Lilycove dolls and a single D-grade Miss Skirt among them, while the remainder exhibited even lower grades. Nevertheless, Dong Fanyan decided to capture them, securing 6 Lilycove dolls and 3 Miss Skirts, all female, as such Pokemon were exceedingly rare. Moreover, the aesthetic appeal of the Lilycove dolls was striking, undoubtedly appealing to many, prompting Dong Fanyan to retain them. After all, the Pokemon nurtured within the breeding facility were not solely for trainers, but also for affluent individuals who adored Pokemon without aspiring to become trainers themselves. Gradually, he captured several more Pokemon. Amusingly, once he boarded the vehicle, a rather silly-looking Pidove fluttered over, seemingly driven by some unseen force. Upon closer inspection, Dong Fanyan was astonished. This C-grade Pidove indeed possessed commendable potential. Reluctantly, he captured it. Dong Fanyan expressed gratitude for the clash between Mutwo and Dragonite. Though Dragonite had endured a relentless onslaught, it indirectly demonstrated its remarkable stamina and resilience. Their ruckus had sent most Pokemon in the moonlit forest fleeing in all directions, compelling even some rare species to reveal themselves. This fortunate turn of events had allowed Dong Fanyan to reap the rewards. Otherwise, such good fortune would have been elusive. Despite the simplicity of his account, Dong Fanyan had wandered through the forest for quite some time, dodging a barrage of skills that nearly resulted in self-injury. Initially intending to seize a few Pokemon amidst the chaos, he found himself nearly losing his life in the process. Thankfully, he was swift on his feet. Otherwise, not only would he have failed to catch any Pokemon, but his very life would have been at stake. Fatty, upon hearing of Dong Fanyan's impressive haul, was filled with envy. Dong Fanyan chuckled, reassuring him, "Fatty, what is there to be disheartened about? Among these rockruffs, there should be a few with decent potential. You can take some home from the ecological park." Fatty gazed at Dong Fanyan in astonishment, his pudgy face nearly brimming with tears of gratitude. Suddenly, he threw his arms around Dong Fanyan, weeping, "Good brother, woe is me." Dong Fanyan struggled against his embrace, casting a disapproving glance at Fatty. The chauffeur, seated at the front, chuckled and nodded in approval, increasingly impressed by Dong Fanyan. It seemed fitting to mention a few words about him in front of the master. However, considering the rockruff species, he thought it best to let it go. As long as the master was fond of it, it would be acceptable, given the family's wealth. Parting with that high-potential rockruff for Fatty was a decision Dong Fanyan made without a hint of regret. This was not only due to their camaraderie, but also because it was unquestionable that Fatty's family was affluent, making it vital to nurture that relationship. Moreover, there was another significant reason. Nearly every breeding facility had its own trained trainers, who would take their flagship Pokemon to compete in Alliance tournaments, thereby elevating the reputation of their breeding facility. After all, meritocracy ruled. The higher your ranking, the greater the chances of selling your Pokemon. Who wouldn't engage in such a lucrative endeavor? Given Fatty's family's stature, he could succeed with minimal effort, making this investment in Fatty a surefire bet. The chauffeur took Dong Fanyan and Fatty to a veterinary clinic for comprehensive examinations, with the chauffeur covering the expenses. When Dong Fanyan presented a backpack full of Pokeballs to the nurse, she regarded him with a puzzled expression. He hardly resembled a nefarious individual. Yet here he was with such an abundance of Pokeballs. However, observing the chauffeur's demeanor, she surmised that he might indeed be the young master of a wealthy family, likely engaged in some peculiar activities. "Xiaoyan, come here for a moment," the chauffeur beckoned. Dong Fanyan obediently approached, marveling at how effortlessly the chauffeur parted with funds. "The arrangements you requested have been finalized. I have already contacted the Alliance Pokemon Breeding Bureau. They have approved your establishment of the ecological park. However, your breeding facility may only house 70 Pokemon. Any excess will require further application to the Alliance." The chauffeur chuckled at Dong Fanyan's astonished expression. Indeed, Dong Fanyan was quite taken aback. Typically, the process would involve an Alliance representative conducting an inspection, a procedure that could take a fortnight. The fact that he could begin with such a substantial number was unexpected. It appears that the prowess of the corpulent gentleman's family is rather formidable. One must grasp the thigh firmly. "Thank you, Uncle Fu. I shall diligently manage the ecological park." The steward nodded with a smile, and, as the hefty lad headed to the front desk to retrieve the Pokemon, discreetly remarked, "Xiaoyan, Uncle Fu hopes that your friendship with the young master can remain uncomplicated, much like it is now. Do you understand?" Dong Fanyan paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course. I have always regarded the hefty one as my son." Without waiting for the steward's response, he dashed off to collect the pokeballs. The steward paused momentarily, chuckling helplessly at the child. Treating the young master like a son, what would that make the old master? Chapter 35. Evie upon returning home. Dongfang Yin found that both the hefty lad and the steward had already departed, while Grandma Lan was waiting at the door with the cat owl. Upon seeing his grandmother's gentle smile, Dongfang Yin couldn't help but feel a bit teary-eyed. Although they had only been apart for a few short days, the sight of his grandmother stirred a wave of nostalgia within him. Grandma Lan opened her arms wide, prompting Dongfang Yin to rush forward. However, a swifter brown figure darted past him. Dongfang Yin. To his astonishment, he saw that Grandma Lan was holding an incredibly adorable Eevee. In an instant, all traces of melancholy vanished. Upon witnessing this, Grandma Lan couldn't help but chuckle, finding Dongfang Yin's reaction utterly amusing. His expression was almost comically exaggerated, as if he were about to express his displeasure outright. "Enough now, you're quite grown, yet still feeling jealous? Come here, Grandma has a surprise for you." With that, she cradled the Eevee and turned to walk back inside. The cat owl flapped its wings, as if to greet them, before soaring off to the backyard. Dongfang Yin hurriedly followed, entering the nurturing house, passing through the counter, and stepping into the courtyard. There, behind the small stream, the ecological park, nearly the size of a football field, was almost completed. At that moment, a man resembling a foreman approached and addressed Dongfang Yin. "You must be the owner of this ecological park." Dongfang Yin nodded in confusion. The foreman smiled and nodded towards Grandma Lan, acknowledging her presence. "Allow me to introduce you to this ecological park, highlighting its unique features and other functionalities." Dongfang Yin handed his backpack to his grandmother and followed the foreman into the ecological park. The foreman engaged him in conversation, praising Dongfang Yin as a promising youth, mentioning how his own daughter, of similar age, had yet to embark on any adventures. It seemed the foreman was quite supportive of young trainers venturing out into the world. He then proceeded to describe the park's building materials, shapes, and functions. However, Dongfang Yin paid little attention, as he knew upgrades would soon be implemented. Having been quite some time, he thought to check his current prestige level. Since activating the system shop last time, he had used 50 points, leaving him with half of his total. To his astonishment, he found that his prestige had inexplicably increased by 45 points, bringing it to a total of 95. Dongfang Yin was bewildered by the sudden surge. The foreman continued speaking. "Well, I shall call you Xiao Yin. Did you happen to bring back some quality Pokemon from your outing?" Noticing Dongfang Yin's puzzled expression, the foreman quickly elaborated. "You see, my daughter hasn't found her desired Pokemon yet. If you have any good ones, I would like to purchase them from you. Of course, I will pay as you prefer." At this point, Dongfang Yin understood. The news of his substantial ecological park had spread throughout Yang City. This was all due to his rising prestige. It was no wonder his prestige increased so rapidly. Selling a single Pokemon could directly yield more prestige. Thus, he consented to the foreman's proposal. Grandma Lan had also spoken highly of him, noting that the man had worked diligently during the park's construction. It would be a simple favor to oblige him. Dongfang Yin decided that, aside from the Rockruff and the Pidgey he would not sell, he would offer any other Pokemon the foreman's daughter fancied. After conversing with the foreman for a while, they agreed that in 5 days, the foreman would bring his daughter to select from the Pokemon. The ecological park, impressive in its football field-like size, resembled Sandy's home from SpongeBob SquarePants. It featured a 2-meter-high arched entrance equipped with identity verification and facial recognition systems, and the door was custom-made. The entire ecological park, save for its 4-meter-high walls, was constructed from specialized glass, with the tallest structure reaching 7 stories. This glass could withstand damage equivalent to 10 high-explosive detonations. While the interior was invisible from the outside, the interior boasted a clear view of the outside world. Similarly, the specialized walls maintained this feature, though the park felt somewhat empty. Overall, Dongfang Yin was very satisfied with the construction. Thus, the ecological park was completed, and the following day, Dongfang Yin and Grandma Lan would hold an inauguration ceremony. He prepared red envelopes for all the workers as a reward for their efforts. Most of the workers' Pokemon were fighting type, aiding them in various tasks, and their contributions had been invaluable in the park's speedy construction. Dongfang Yin promised them that if they wished to purchase Pokemon eggs in the future, they could come to him for discounts, provided they would help promote his nurturing house. The workers nodded in agreement, expressing that they would direct their children to Dongfang Yin for their Pokemon needs. With a smile, Dongfang Yin bid farewell to the workers. This could be seen as an investment. After all, Enticing even 3 or 4 workers to purchase Pokémon would be beneficial. Ultimately, he was not merely focused on profit, but on accumulating prestige as well. Finally, the nurturing house fell silent. Inside the ecological park, Dongfang Yin had even arranged for the cat owl to have its own facial recognition system, allowing it free access to the park. However, his family's ecological park needed a guardian, and given that his own Snorlax was still asleep, it seemed unwise to rely on it. The two Golem, one at level 52 and the other at level 49, were formidable opponents. He was unsure if he could handle them alone, but with his grandmother and the cat owl, they should manage. Now that everyone had left, it was time to show Grandma what kind of Pokémon he had captured, and he would summon the cat owl as well. Grandma Lan stroked the EV, smiling as it stretched lazily in her arms, looking utterly content. Dongfang Yin rolled his eyes, realizing that purchasing the EV egg had been a rather regrettable decision. Well, let us see then, Dongfang Yin declared, retrieving 2 Pokeballs from his backpack. He pressed the button and called out into the empty ecological park, "Come forth, Golem." 2 beams of red light flashed, and 2 large, black-red Golem appeared before Grandma Lan. The Golem were nearly frantic. Upon emerging, they exchanged glances and began searching wildly for the Rockruff. "Golem, are you hoping to cultivate them into the signature Pokémon of the Unai Nurturing House?" Grandma Lan remarked with a smile as she observed Dongfang Yin. She was thoroughly pleased, acknowledging her grandson's discerning eye. However, it seemed that these 2 Golem needed some training, as they appeared a bit unruly. After scanning the area and failing to locate their familiar companions, they contemplated causing destruction in a bid to escape. While within their Pokeballs, they were subjected to a form of hypnosis and suggestion, being instructed to obey their master and refrain from harming him or the elderly lady beside him. "You are searching for the Rockruff, aren't you?" Dongfang Yin addressed the 2 Golem, presenting a handful of Pokeballs to them. Indeed, the moment the Pokeball was retrieved, both the Geodudes sensed the familiar aura emanating from within. "You were all rescued by me at great cost." Oriental Yin paused for a moment, gauging the reactions of the Geodudes. "Thus, you and the Stone Buddies now belong to me." Upon hearing this, the 2 Geodudes instantly bristled at the injustice of it all. The female Geodude, level 49, could no longer contain herself. She gathered energy and fixed a fierce gaze upon Oriental Yin, as if to say that if the Stone Buddies were not released, she would not hold back. Oriental Yin smirked slightly, recognizing the futility of her defiance. The female Geodude, seeing that Oriental Yin remained unmoved, grew impatient and unleashed a rock slide. A massive boulder materialized above her head, and after a brief moment of waiting, she hurled several enormous rocks toward Oriental Yin. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted into the air. The female Geodude intended to rush off in search of the little Stone Buddies, but the male Geodude intercepted her. Watching as the dust settled, a faint blue giant figure stood protectively in front of Oriental Yin. Nidoking. Chapter 36, Grandma's Pokémon. Gazing at the reassuring silhouette before him, Oriental Yin felt a surge of emotion. However, the 2 Geodudes did not exhibit overt fear. They merely appeared cautious, as one was level 52 and the other 49. Facing a level 56 opponent, they might still have a chance. Unfortunately, Grandma Lan produced yet another Pokeball. This one is a Fearow. Though Oriental Yin had encountered it several times in his memories, he had never shown much interest, and over time, he had forgotten. Each time Grandma took Fearow for a stroll or to feed, he had inadvertently missed the opportunity. "Come forth, Fearow." A flash of red light enveloped the air. A Pokémon adorned with a stunning 2-toned crown, featuring the longest pale yellow crest in the center and flanked by 2 vibrant red feathers, appeared in the sky. Fearow flapped its wings gracefully, measuring about 15 meters, slightly smaller than the Noctowl. Pokémon. Fearow, level 62. Potential. B. Gender. Female. Type. Flying normal. Status. Healthy. Ability. Keen Eye. Ensures accuracy is not compromised. Inherited moves. Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Feather Dance. Basic moves. Air Slash, Agility, Whirlwind, Hurricane. TM. Quick Return. Held item. None. Remarks. A Pokémon with splendid feathers and remarkable speed. Another quasi-elite Pokémon. What a household, with 2 quasi-elite Pokémon. Initially, there was already a level 70 Noctowl, just a step away from becoming an elite. Who would have thought Grandma was also a quasi-elite trainer? Although this Fearow may not be as high in level as Noctowl, it still qualifies as a quasi-elite Pokémon. The 2 Geodudes began to feel a sense of panic. Despite their type advantage, the stark level disparity was not easily surmountable. Suddenly, a brown figure surged from behind Oriental Yin. Noctowl spread its wings in the air, emanating the overwhelming presence of a quasi-elite. Even from below, Oriental Yin could feel the power radiating from Noctowl. For some inexplicable reason, his senses had sharpened recently. The two Geodudes were now thoroughly alarmed. If it were just Nidoking and Fiero, they might still have a fighting chance due to type advantage. But with the addition of a peak quasi-elite Noctowl, what did type advantage matter? Level superiority was no laughing matter. Moreover, both Noctowl and Fiero were nurtured with utmost care by their grandparents. Their overall conditions were not something wild Pokemon like Geodudes could compare to. Having lost their will to resist, the male Geodude no longer dared to act recklessly, displaying signs of submission. However, Grandma Lon was not inclined to let them off so easily. After all, one could not leave wild Pokemon unsubdued, lest they cause trouble in the future. Moreover, these two had the audacity to threaten her grandchild. Without delay, Grandma Lon commanded, and Fiero unleashed a powerful air slash. Disregarding all else, Nidoking charged in with a double kick, while Noctowl, too, exerted its strength in the air, unleashing a moon blast upon the Geodude. In the ecological garden, recently renovated, the shockwave of the attacks stirred up a cloud of dust. Before long, the two Geodudes lay exhausted on the ground, no longer daring to harbor any hostile intentions towards Oriental Yin or Grandma Lon. With a smile, Oriental Yin approached, thinking it was about time things were resolved. They needn't have endured such hardships. Observing the colossal creatures before him, Oriental Yin felt immense satisfaction. After all, these would become the flagship Pokemon of his breeding facility's ecological garden. While Geodude was not particularly rare, its capabilities were well-rounded, albeit somewhat lacking in speed. Its evolution into Graveler required only a simple trade evolution, making it appealing to many affluent trainers. After all, rock, ground, and steel-type Pokemon were notoriously challenging to train. They required supplementation with trace elements, primarily minerals found in ores, which were not easily obtained. Geodude conveniently occupied that balance, demanding significant resources, but not excessively so. Do you understand the difference now? By following me, you will not suffer. I will nurture you well, just as I will the stone buddies. Oriental Yin began to PUA the two Geodudes, explaining that he had their best interests at heart. After all, rare Pokemon like stone buddies would undoubtedly be well taken care of by any trainer fortunate enough to possess them, likely evolving into their trump card. If a stone buddy were to align with a capable trainer, its future potential would be no less than that of its current parents. After all, it was a matter of preference. As for danger, it was a joke to claim that danger could be avoided. They had nearly been trounced by a Roggenrola and a Teddy Ursa in the moonlit forest. They had certainly not safeguarded the stone buddies. It was he who had come to their rescue. As Oriental Yin articulated his thoughts, the hostility in the eyes of the two Geodudes visibly diminished. After all, much of what Oriental Yin said held merit. Lacking strength was a fundamental flaw. I know you've longed to see them, he added, releasing the stone buddies. When family reunites, tensions ease, and the two Geodudes finally accepted the situation, affectionately circling Oriental Yin. Without further ado, he retrieved the prepared Poke Puffs and offered them to the stone buddies and Geodudes. Well then, with food and drink provided, aside from the slightly subpar environment, everything else is quite satisfactory. Oriental Yin also released the remaining Pokemon all at once. The two Pidgeys and Diglett attempted to protest, but fell silent upon witnessing the presence of the powerful beings nearby. The two Mimikyu shielded the 6 Lilligant dolls behind them, watching Oriental Yin warily. However, due to the inherent amiability of grass-type Pokemon, they gradually relaxed as they sensed no malice from him. The 4 Cubchoo huddled together, baring their teeth. When gloom appeared, its eyes sparkled at the sight of the imposing Noctowl overhead. Meanwhile, Oriental Yin casually strolled with the carefree Oddish, showing no hint of fear. He then produced a large bag of Poke Puffs for all the Pokemon to enjoy. Although these Pokemon cubes are merely generic goods, lacking any exclusive attributes, for the wild Pokemon that have never tasted them, they are a delicacy beyond compare. The bear cubs, enticed by the fragrant aroma, are oblivious to the finer details and rush forward to devour them eagerly. Observing the multitude of Pokemon beginning their feast, Dongfang Yin finally feels at ease. For this marks their first step towards relaxation and acceptance. Grandma Lon gestures for Dongfang Yin to come over, and he swiftly approaches her. Without any preamble, she states, "Xiao Yin, you should be aware of how Penguin Monster evolves, right?" Dongfang Yin nods, responding without hesitation, "Of course. It evolves through evolution." Looking at Penguin Monster, he becomes overly excited and momentarily forgets this detail. While Pokemon cannot possibly undergo evolution through mere evolution, they must have been captured by trainers at some point. Yet, After exerting such effort, why release it? Sensing Dongfang Yan's thoughts, Grandma Lan shakes her head and advises, you should ask the Pangyan monster yourself. Then perhaps take some time to investigate in the Moonlight Forest. Oh, and by the way, there will be a ribbon-cutting ceremony tomorrow. I will accompany you. But I must leave Yang City for a while the day after, likely for 2 or 3 months. You will need to oversee the ecological park and the breeding house, as I have entrusted them entirely to your care. The night owl will remain to assist you. Grandma Lan's lengthy discourse leaves Dongfang Yan nodding continuously. Grandma, where are you going? He inquires, a hint of confusion in his voice, for it seems she seldom leaves Yang City. Oh, it's nothing much. Just a visit to my sister, your great-aunt. Dongfang Yan recalls that his great-aunt is associated with a champion-level trainer, her husband. However, her family does not seem to regard their own relatives with much esteem. Oh, he responds nonchalantly, suppressing his annoyance at their condescension. After all, he possesses a system. At this moment, he feels compelled to assert, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. As Grandma Lan observes the myriad expressions on her grandson's face, she silently reflects on how her sister's family can sometimes be excessively demanding. In the evening, after finishing his shower, Dongfang Yan lies on his bed, prepared to claim the rewards for the tasks issued by the system. He has not merely convinced his grandmother to establish the ecological park, he has successfully built it. This is indeed an overachievement. Ding dong. Host has completed the task. Dongfang Yan smirks. It's an overachievement. System. Reward issued. 1 ecological park renovation, 1 breeding house renovation, and 10 aptitude restoration potions. Hooray. Has the system finally changed its tune? Although the breeding house renovation was part of the original offering, the system initially only included the ecological park renovation and 5 potions. To his surprise, it generously added 5 more. How rare. He recalls that initially, opening a system shop required 50 prestige points. The system has indeed matured. System, shall I retract the extra rewards? Dongfang Yan, not at all. Rest assured, as long as the task is completed, rewards will be issued. Exceeding expectations will result in randomly doubled rewards. Randomly doubled? Why didn't you double my previous rewards? Dongfang Yan retorts. System, would you like that? Yes. By the way, what is the purpose of the aptitude restoration potion? System, it can mend inherent defects in aptitude. So, does that mean it can also be used on Mutuo? System, what if someone explores my memory? Wouldn't that expose you? System, do not worry. The system can withstand external forces attempting to probe its existence. That's a relief. I was unnecessarily worried. Dongfang Yan sighs. Regardless, he intends to present this to Mutuo as it is currently in need of such assistance. Delivering it now is far more impactful than later. Gazing at the spoon mark on his wrist, he checks the Pokémon Pokédex. It is currently midnight. As the reigning champion of late-night activities, he decides to wait until 1 a.m. to summon Mutuo, hoping it does not require sleep. In his boredom, Dongfang Yan opens the software template of the Pokédex and begins browsing videos. The Pokédex functions similarly to a smartphone from his previous life, although few people purchase them in this one. The Pokédex is a high-tech amalgamation of a phone and a Pokédex, rendering traditional phones obsolete. Before long, time quietly slips to 1 a.m., and Dongfang Yan, nearly unable to keep his eyes open from watching videos, retrieves the remaining 5 aptitude restoration potions back into the system space, as he intends to save them for later use. With the spoon mark on his wrist in mind, he silently gathers his strength. Big brother, he calls out in a low, forceful tone, blending timidity with a hint of boldness. Dongfang Yan sits at his desk, yet the room remains unresponsive. What is going on? Could it be a hoax? Watching the spoon mark gradually fade, he grows puzzled. He gazes at the 5 aptitude restoration potions on his desk, hoping they will enable Mutuo to truly accept him and gain its trust. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. Big brother, who is it? Dongfang Yan turns around slowly. Mutuo, eyeing the aptitude restoration potions, appears bewildered. It cannot comprehend the intentions of this human before it. After all, what it had offered was merely an opportunity for assistance. Yet it seems this human intends to use that chance to help it instead. This leaves Mutuo in a state of confusion in its understanding. Any exchange should be based on strength. Those without power are merely at the mercy of others. Despite this human's apparent weakness, it must acknowledge that he had disrupted the controlling mechanism in the forest. Otherwise, under such intense control, Mutuo might have truly lost itself. Big brother, what does that mean? Dongfang Yan chuckles awkwardly. What does it mean? It's about relying on each other. Brothers? Mutuo asks, perplexed. Exactly. It means someone you can trust to have your back. Mutuo falls silent, aware that no one acts kindly without reason. There must be ulterior motives at play. Moreover, these potions hardly appear to be of a quality that this human could produce. Could it be that he is a spy sent by an organization to gain its trust? However, that seems unlikely, as organizations would not invest such effort. Mutwo is tempted to use its psychic abilities to delve into the human's memories, to uncover his true intentions. Yet, the genuine gaze from this human reminds it of the little girl from its dreams. Dongfang Yan, looking at the imposing and magnificent Mutwo, feels a tinge of fear. After all, possessing memories from his past life, he is aware of the depth of their connection. Chairman Sakaki, during the creation of Mutwo, had forged significant ties with Sakaki's daughter. Those who have watched the films know that sincerity and trust are the keys to unlocking Mutwo's closed heart. Thus, in his desire to form a bond with Mutwo, he recognizes that sincerity must reign supreme. At this stage, Mutwo harbors a deep-seated disdain for most humans. Had he not fortuitously encountered Mutwo while traveling in the Moonlight Forest, the narrative would have led to Mutwo defeating Dragonite and being recaptured for further torment in a laboratory, ultimately leading to its despair and thoughts of domination and destruction. Fortunately, Dongfang Yan met Mutwo in time, liberating it before it could fully awaken and lose hope in humanity. The consequences of such a scenario would have been dire. While he is unafraid of Mutwo's memory exploration due to the system, he wonders if he can truly trust Mutwo after such an intrusion. Can Mutwo truly place its trust in me? Even if Mutwo, after delving into its memories, comes to fully believe in itself, can I reciprocate that trust? The answer is self-evident. Fortunately, Mutwo has ultimately chosen to trust this human. After all, despite its disdain for the majority of humanity, there was a solitary little girl who accompanied it during its inception. Chapter 38. Mutwo's acknowledgement. Dongfang Yan gazed at the recharged summoning mark in his hand, while Mutwo had already taken 5 vials of aptitude restoration agents and departed. The re-energized summoning mark left behind by Mutwo signified its recognition of Dongfang Yan. As Mutwo prepared to exit the room, it instructed Dongfang Yan not to contact it for the next 10 days to half a month. Unspoken, Dongfang Yan understood that Mutwo sought to mend its genetic flaws, wishing to avoid any disturbances. Naturally, he had no intention of intruding upon its solitude. After all, everyone harbors their own little secrets. Outside the cloudy breeding house, today marked the ribbon-cutting ceremony celebrating the successful establishment of the ecological park. While it couldn't be said that there was a sea of people, the anticipated guests had indeed arrived, accompanied by a throng of onlookers. The construction workers who built the ecological park, including Fat Chien and the steward, were present, along with local neighbors and curious passers-by, to encourage the development of local enterprises. The mayor of Yang City had been informed of this significant event and sent a secretary to publicly commend Dongfang Yan, thereby enhancing his prestige. More importantly, this elevated the notoriety of the cloudy breeding house. Witnessing the rise in reputation from 01 to 01, Dongfang Yan felt both elated and perplexed, suspecting that the system had perhaps adopted marketing strategies from his previous life. "Brother, come help me cut." Amidst the sound of firecrackers and cheers, Dongfang Yan took the scissors and severed the ribbon. This act symbolized the official transfer of ownership of the cloudy breeding house to him. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Dongfang Yan announced that next month, the ecological park would sell 2 Pokémon. The cloudy breeding house would reopen in half a month, with promotional offers for its grand opening. The crowd rejoiced, as it is quite common for people in Huagua to relish a good bargain. Dongfang Yan introduced a plan for purchasing juvenile Pokémon from the ecological park, which meant that customers would have the opportunity to enter a lottery online to buy Pokémon, while also engaging with them in person. If both parties were satisfied, the customers could pay to take them home. However, if they did not find a suitable match, it would be unfortunate, but he would not waste their time. Although such a rule seemed peculiar, Dongfang Yan viewed it as a responsible approach towards the Pokémon. Thus, regardless of external opinions, he remained steadfast in his decision. He directed everyone's attention towards the newly established official flagship store of the Cloudy Breeding House online. Its design was quite simple, featuring the name of the breeding house prominently, along with the lottery time for the Pokémon and relevant notices. Just when he thought the matter was settled, an unexpected interruption arose. "Hey, kid, do you remember me?" Dongfang Yan turned around and, upon closer inspection, recognized the real estate manager who had previously attempted to acquire his breeding house. Dongfang Yan remained silent, shaking his head and stating, "How would I know who you are? I don't remember." Manager Han's expression hardened. The child was clearly being deliberately evasive. However, he had not forgotten his purpose for being there. It was no wonder he had been unable to locate the owners of the surrounding land until he saw the establishment of the ecological park a few days prior. Realizing that the land belonged to the person running the breeding house. I heard you caught many Pokémon, intending to use them as seed Pokémon for the ecological park. But at your age, how powerful of a Pokémon could you possibly catch? Perhaps you are merely spreading rumors to garner attention. This statement incited whispers among the crowd, as it was often said that one's words lacked credibility without the right experience. Dong Fanyan appeared too young. What if his Pokémon were inadequate? Fat Qian, infuriated by the remarks, was ready to confront Manager Han, but the steward restrained him, signaling him to let Dong Fanyan handle the situation. Dong Fanyan understood that this was an intentional provocation. What do you want? Do you expect me to show you the Pokémon I caught? Manager Han chuckled. Oh no. I merely wish to help everyone verify. How about this? Do you dare to battle me with the Pokémon you captured? Ding. The system detected a challenge to the host's authority and issued the following task. Deliver a decisive blow to this challenger. Reward: 1,500 reputation points. Punishment for the host: livestream a headstand while washing hair. Dong Fanyan raised an eyebrow, realizing the system had come prepared. You dictate the terms. Let's set a time. Very well, Manager Han replied with a laugh. Let us meet the day after tomorrow at the Yang City Sports Center's battle platform. One-on-one, winner takes all. And just to assure you, I will be using a level 50 Pokémon. You haven't caught anything that powerful, have you? Manager Han laughed, not believing that this child could have captured anything formidable. Once he won, he would ensure that word spread about the inadequacy of the breeding house. With this outcome, people would perceive the breeding house as failing, leading to financial losses for the ecological park, and he was certain that such a significant investment could not be sustained. Therefore, winning the battle was all that mattered. Afterward, he could make a lowball offer to acquire both the breeding house and the ecological park, positioning himself as the owner. With these thoughts in mind, Manager Han could hardly contain his excitement. Dong Fanyan felt speechless. Such provocations were childish, as if he were in elementary school. All right, the day after tomorrow, we'll see. Dong Fanyan refrained from further discussion, knowing that true strength would be revealed in the battle. This incident stirred the previously tranquil Yang City, generating quite a buzz among the populace. Dong Fanyan's reputation points continued to accumulate. It seemed trivial, but every little bit counts. 0-1 is still 0-1. Observing the growth of his reputation, Dong Fanyan planned to find a moment for 10 consecutive draws. Dong Fanyan, what are you going to do about the match the day after tomorrow? Fat Qian inquired with concern, believing that this man was merely looking for trouble. Meanwhile, the contractor, who had initially brought his daughter, quietly departed after hearing Manager Han's remarks. Good. I didn't want to sell anyway. Dong Fanyan thought as he promptly added the manager to his blacklist. It's fine. Fat Qian, do you still not trust me? Upon hearing Dong Fanyan's reassurance, Fat Qian chose not to press further and left with the steward. Grandma Lan had already set off in the morning, unaware of the events that had transpired. Dong Fanyan felt there was no need to mention such trivial matters to her. Sister Huan Huan also arrived, her impressive muscles invoking a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of Neza from the 10,000 Cold Joke series. She inquired if Dong Fanyan needed her assistance in teaching that oily man a lesson. After pondering, he decided against it, fearing it might escalate dangerously. As an aspiring Pokémon breeder, Dong Fanyan possessed a remarkable level of professionalism. For instance, he was currently holding a guidebook on how to cultivate a golem. Last-minute preparations, haha. To command a Pokémon, mutual trust is essential. While complete trust may not be attainable, at least obedience to commands is necessary. Dong Fanyan only needed to ensure that the male golem would heed his orders. How could he achieve this? It was quite simple, through basic nurturing, fostering a bond. He took out sandpaper and a long-haired brush to groom the golem. The sandpaper would enhance the texture of the golem's skin, lending it a more powerful appearance, while the brush could reach areas that many large Pokémon struggled to clean. Thus, they find solace leaning against the rocks, engaging in an endless friction. The formidable Porygon Z gazes at the human before him, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him, pondering the enigmatic intentions concealed within this individual's gourd. The human's mischievous demeanor evokes an unsettling sense of fear. Chapter 39. The Transformation of the Ecological Park. Under the persistent pressure of the Noctowl's watchful gaze, Porygon Z reluctantly surrendered to a passive enjoyment. Dong Fanyan climbed atop Porygon Z, commencing the meticulous polishing of its head. Surrounding Pokémon, filled with curiosity, encircled Porygon Z, observing as Dong Fanyan diligently sanded its previously rough surface into a polished masterpiece. With a long-haired brush, Dongfang Yin reached the areas Porygon Z could not, scrubbing vigorously. Porygon Z emitted a soothing hum, signaling its satisfaction with the gentle caress. Following the prolonged grooming session, Dongfang Yin completed the task with remarkable efficiency. The Noctowl flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring a gust of wind that scattered the fine dust of the polishing process. A rejuvenated Porygon Z emerged, its sanded body appearing more robust, while the meticulously cleaned crevices endowed it with newfound agility. Observing from a distance, a female Porygon Z noted that her mate seemed to exude an enhanced masculinity, while the Rockruff also perceived their father's newfound charm. To the other Pokémon, this hulking figure appeared decidedly more lively, a transformation discernible to the naked eye. The male Porygon Z, aware of the envious gazes from its fellow Pokémon and the infatuated expression of its mate, instinctively straightened its posture. Dongfang Yin surveyed his handiwork with pride, thinking to himself, indeed, quite splendid, a testament to my skill. The bond with Porygon Z had evidently deepened. However, as Dongfang Yin surveyed the vacant expanse around the Pokémon, he suddenly recalled something important: grass, the ecological park's renovation. It dawned on him why such a vast area, comparable to a football field, lay shrouded in darkness and emptiness. Seemingly eerie, it appeared he had forgotten to commence the renovations. Consequently, Dongfang Yin retrieved his Pokeballs, recalling all the Pokémon. The system had previously indicated that no living beings should inhabit the premises during the renovation. Just as Porygon Z prepared to indulge in a tender moment with its mate, a beam of red light surged forth. Porygon Z, gazing at the now barren ecological park, void of life and cloaked in darkness, it appeared quite foreboding. Yet, the presence of his beloved Noctowl provided a sense of security. The Noctowl tilted its head, observing this foolish human. Before leaving, Grandma Lan had entrusted the Noctowl's Pokeball to him. However, Dongfang Yin had no intention of returning the Noctowl to its Pokeball, given its insomnia trait. It was tasked with guarding the home, as it never slept. All it required was freedom, indifferent to his feelings. Ahem, I digress. System. Ding dong, I am here. How may I assist you, host? While Dongfang Yin found this interjection rather superfluous, the system reveled in its own self-importance, striving to appear intelligent. System, shall I take my leave then? He forgot that the system could communicate telepathically. System, ecological park renovation. Dongfang Yin feigned ignorance. The system, unfazed, provided him with reference images. Dongfang Yin perused the options: desert ecological park, ocean ecological park, volcanic ecological park, and cave ecological park. Considering his current situation, with a predominance of rock, flying, grass, and normal-type Pokémon, he ultimately chose an ecological park featuring a small lake, surrounded by trees, and including a quaint cave. Let us see how the transformation unfolds. Renovation, Dongfang Yin murmured. He then dashed to the breeding house, as he still had renovations to conduct there. System, how shall I renovate the breeding house? Since this was Grandma's labor of love, he was reluctant to make drastic alterations. Ding dong. The system detected the host's sentiments and can facilitate reasonable renovations without altering the layout. Does the host agree? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yin thought it fortuitous. Yes, absolutely. Very well, 30 reputation points will be deducted as the cost for this bespoke service. Dongfang Yin. Silently, he ascended to the second floor, leaving the space to the system. This system never bore grudges overnight. Early the next morning, the sun had already risen to accompany Dongfang Yin. Awakened by the Noctowl's distinctive calling, he found himself inexplicably out of bed. The sun shone brightly, perfect for a tenfold draw. Glancing at his meager 106 reputation points, he felt a pang of regret for being tricked by the system the day prior. It truly stung. To avoid disturbing the system's renovations, he had intentionally stayed up late, until 2 in the morning, before finally succumbing to slumber. Regardless, he could no longer resist the urge to draw. Opening the system shop, he located the golden roulette. System, grant me a tenfold draw. Dongfang Yin silently wished. Soon, the golden wheel on the system interface began to spin, the pointer gliding over a spectrum of colorful squares as he watched the wheel gradually slow. Various lights flashed by. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. A rock-type Pokemon block. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. 10 random berry seed packets. A water-type Pokemon block crafting recipe. Thank you for your patronage. A water-type Pokemon block crafting recipe. Dongfang Yin. System, what am I to do with 2 water-type Pokemon block crafting recipes? System, what to do? Toss them. Dongfang Yin. Dongfang Yin was utterly speechless. How to describe it? If one were to say his luck was bad, it produced 1 water-type Pokemon block crafting recipe. If one were to say his luck was good, it produced another. The crux of the matter was that the system offered no compensation whatsoever. With so many thank you for your patronage, he genuinely suspected the system was mimicking the lottery system of a certain corporation from his past life. Sigh, such is the game. Never mind. The system not having swindled him was already a blessing. He harbored no extravagant hopes of drawing anything valuable. One water-type Pokémon block crafting recipe was already sufficient, especially since he needed to amass 30,000 reputation points, a sum he could not muster. After the tenfold draw, his reputation dwindled to a mere 6 points. He examined the water-type Pokémon block crafting recipe, noting that it required specific berries and various other components. Dongfang Yen resolved to procure materials when time permitted. If he could successfully craft it, it would be a tremendous gain. After all, the items produced by the system were of exceptional quality. Whether kept for his water-type Pokémon or sold, they would yield profit. Having finally depleted his stored reputation, it was time to assess the renovations of the breeding house and ecological park. He stored the drawn items in the system space. Feeling that the system space was somewhat inadequate, yet there was little he could do, given the scarcity of reputation points. Descending the stairs, Dongfang Yin was taken aback by the transformed breeding house before him. Previously cluttered with numerous items, it now exuded elegance and warmth following the system's renovations. As he descended the stairs, the space beneath had been converted into a storage room for Pokémon eggs, capable of holding over 30. Pushing open the inner door revealed the breeding house's shop, while the back door led to a small courtyard, which, in turn, opened into an ecological park larger than a football field. Originally, Dongfang Yin could glimpse distant mountains and a nearby stream from the courtyard, but now it was completely overshadowed by the ecological park. Upon entering the breeding house, he found it transformed into a cozy haven. The inner door led directly to the counter, beside which stood a small fenced gate, which Dongfang Yin perceived to be merely decorative. To the left lies the designated area for the Pokémon eggs, divided into 4 tiers. At the center stands a round table, which astonishingly features a grand tree that extends all the way to the ceiling, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. Adorning the branches are 5 or 6 wind chimes, which emit a melodious and ethereal sound whenever the door swings open. Beside the round table, there are sofas where guests can rest or engage in business discussions. On the right, a glass wall separates a room dedicated to bathing and caring for Pokémon, embodying the essence of a nurturing caretaker. Dongfang Yin feels as if he is operating a pet store from a past life. System, that tree won't grow any larger, will it? Dongfang Yin timidly inquires. The system responds, grass, not something to toy with. Upon entering the ecological garden through facial recognition, Dongfang Yin is astounded by the scene before him. Chapter 40. The battle platform of the stadium. The once barren ecological garden is now a verdant oasis, infused with the refreshing scent of grass. Gazing at the expansive lawn, Dongfang Yin feels a sense of unreality. At the center of the garden lies a small lake, surrounded by lush trees, and beside it, a rocky hill stands guard. The hill features a platform made of stone, resembling a prism, while at its base, a dark cave opens near the lake, extending approximately 10 meters into the earth. The nocturnal owl also gazes in astonishment at the transformed ecological garden, somewhat bewildered by the drastic change overnight. However, it quickly takes to the air, flitting around before alighting on the platform of the rocky hill. At this moment, Dongfang Yin can only utter, the system is impressive. At the Yangcity Stadium, in the Pokémon battle area, Manager Han waits with a group of underlings in the resting zone. Nearby, many spectators have gathered at the viewing platform. After 2 days of spreading the word, the residents of Yang City, eager for excitement, arrive with snacks and drinks, ready to watch the spectacle. Life in the tranquil Yang City, marked by its economic underdevelopment, fosters a slow-paced lifestyle, and this dramatic showdown ignites a collective eagerness for entertainment. Boss, why hasn't that kid shown up yet? One underling asks. Manager Han chuckles. He's just a child. Perhaps he is frightened. At that moment, a commotion arises at the entrance of the stadium. Manager Han stands, observing the doorway as Dongfang Yin enters, flanked by the portly Qian and the resourceful Sister Wan. Upon seeing the robust and reassuring Sister Wan, Manager Han's initial inclination to mock is swiftly dispelled. Dongfang Yin and the portly fellow exchange hushed words before stepping onto the Pokémon battle platform. Ah, little boss, you've arrived. Is the real estate contract ready? Manager Han whispers, intentionally provoking the young challenger. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he never perceives this boy as merely a child, but rather as someone akin to an adult, prompting a compulsion to tease. Enough with the chatter. Are you ready to fight? Manager Han's expression hardens, followed by a sinister smile. Having suffered numerous defeats at the hands of this child, he reflects on his underestimation. Choosing not to engage in further banter, he returns to his position, awaiting the referee's signal. As both contestants prepare, the referee steps onto the stage, and the atmosphere erupts in thunderous applause. The match is about to commence. Although most spectators doubt the capabilities of the child on stage, they nonetheless admire his courage. "Let the betting begin," announces Chien, holding a stack of cards, each inscribed with numbers for recording wagers. "Hey, little fatty, do you have enough money to start betting?" A middle-aged man, eager for action, inquires. Chien raises an eyebrow. "Oh? You doubt me, fatty Chien?" He opens his Pokédex, revealing a 7-figure balance. "You can question anything about me, but not my wealth." The middle-aged man pauses, grinning widely, as if he were a blooming flower. "I'll bet 2,000 on that adult." Hearing this, others eagerly place their bets, hoping to earn some pocket money. "I'll back that oily-headed one for 250. I'll join in, betting 800. As the trainers finalize their Pokémon selections, Manager Han nonchalantly shakes his head, signaling his readiness, and releases his Pokémon first. A brown creature with a white furry circle on its belly and a serious, yet somewhat endearing expression appears. It is the Circle Bear. The crowd erupts in cheers, having already begun recording videos with their Pokédex. Some viewers, upon checking, discover it is a level 50 seasoned Pokémon. Pokémon, Circle Bear, level 50. Potential, C. Gender, male. Type, normal. Status, healthy, a bear with a peculiar penchant. Ability, quick feet, speed increases by 50 when affected by a status condition. Inherited moves, lick, scratch. Basic moves, tackle. Play nice, volt tackle. TM moves, none. Held item, none. Notes, Circle Bear, a hibernating Pokémon, enjoys climbing trees and can be easily angered, with a fondness for honey. Kid, if you lack strength, don't dream of running an ecological garden. Do you even know how to play? Manager Han can't help but mock Dongfang Yin at every turn. The crowd joins in laughter. Initially believing Yang City had opened an ecological garden and were eager to purchase some juvenile Pokémon to boost their performance. Regardless of being a young boss, they admired youth and achievement. Yet, observing the scene, it appeared the child had not captured any Pokémon. After all, he is still young. It's unfortunate for such a large ecological garden to go to waste. This sentiment resonates with most attendees, who seem to foresee the inevitable outcome, prompting some to pack up their snacks and leave. Dongfang Yin remains silent. This is his first truly formal match since arriving in this world. To be honest, he feels quite exhilarated. His powerful Pokémon, the Bastiodon, is equipped with a defensive move capable of withstanding any attack. Indeed, the Pokémon he has chosen for battle is Bastiodon. After all the grooming and bathing, it was all in the name of cultivating a bond. A deep emotional connection is unnecessary. Obedience is sufficient. Just as some astute individuals prepare to depart, he calls forth, "Come forth, Bastiodon." A shadow crashes down, a massive figure of reddish-brown and dark-brown stones, making its grand entrance. Pokémon, Bastiodon, level 54, potential, B. Gender, male, type, rock. Status, healthy. Ability, Sand Force, immune to sandstorms, while boosting the power of rock, ground, and steel-type moves by 30. Inherited moves, Sandstorm, Protect. Basic moves, Stone Edge, Power Gem, Mud Slap. TM moves, none. Held item, none. Notes, a high-pressure Pokémon, capable of compressing and launching its core for attacks. Instantly, the arena falls silent. After a moment, someone exclaims, "Wow, what level is that Pokémon? Holy smokes, it's level 54. Generally, Rock-type, Ground-type, and Steel-type Pokémon are quite large. In comparison, the Circle Bear appears diminutive beside Bastiodon, though not by much. The audience gasps, captivated by the scene before them, before erupting into cheers. This is incredible. Bastiodon is quite rare around here. Who do you think will win? This kid has been hiding his talents. His Pokémon is even higher level than mine. Manager Han's expression shifts to one of discomfort. Now, I declare the match to begin. Without allowing the crowd to speculate further, the referee announces the start of the battle. Chapter 41. Circle Bear vs. Rock Monster. As Circle Bear approached, it unleashed its slicing attack. Manager Han shouted, and Circle Bear swiftly charged forward, its hands radiating a brilliant glow. The ground trembled beneath its feet, dust swirling into the air. Guard yourself, then unleash a sandstorm. The Rock Monster, facing the fighting-type move, found itself at a disadvantage. It first defended against the blow, then utilized Sandstorm to obscure Circle Bear's vision. Otherwise, even a glancing hit could prove detrimental. Moreover, the Rock Monster possessed the Sand Force ability, providing it an opportunity to counterattack. Circle Bear's hands struck down fiercely upon the rock monster. A white shield materialized rapidly, blocking the blow. However, the deafening sound echoed throughout the arena. "Wow, these Pokémon look formidable," murmured the audience in hushed tones. It appeared that this young trainer had some fighting prowess after all. The rock monster, seasoned in cunning, seized the moment while defending against Circle Bear's attack to create some distance and conjured a sandstorm. Sandstorm? Can you believe it? This hulking rock has weather-based skills. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Weather-type moves are notoriously rare, such as Rain Dance and Sunny Day, and are exceedingly difficult to acquire. Manager Han's expression darkened. Pokémon with weather abilities are few and far between. Even if he emerged victorious, this battle would certainly bolster his reputation. Curse that little brat, he thought. Circle Bear. Strike it down with all your might. Enduring the swirling sands, Circle Bear pressed on, feeling the abrasive particles sting its skin. The audience, recovering from their astonishment at the rock monster's sandstorm ability, realized that the storm seemed to indiscriminately attack. Meanwhile, the rotund spectator had donned protective goggles, wrapping himself like a mummy. "Get your goggles here. Want to witness an exhilarating performance? Just 88, no more, no less," he exclaimed, prompting a collective scowl from those nearby. "How about 40? Someone challenged. Deal." Despite the sandstorm obscuring Circle Bear's vision, the rock monster's large form remained conspicuous amidst the chaos. The fierce winds only served to aggravate Circle Bear's temperament. It charged forward with a powerful slash, but this time, the rock monster did not evade, receiving a direct hit that left cracks upon its chest. Now, unleash Spike Cannon. With the power of Sand Force bolstering its attack, the damage was significant. It was imperative to strike before Circle Bear could retaliate. After all, the rock monster's speed was notoriously sluggish. "Circle Bear, evade!" Manager Han shouted urgently. A massive spike erupted from the ground. Though the rock monster released its skill slowly, the attack itself was swift, and Circle Bear was in peril. The crowd strained to see through the sandstorm. Had it been a knockout? A tremendous roar echoed. Circle Bear burst forth from the storm, unleashing its powerful move. 10,000 horsepower. The audience erupted in a frenzy. Unbelievable. How can it unleash Spike Cannon at such close range without any effect? Someone exclaimed. Look at its hand. Circle Bear raised its arms, one already stained with blood from the impact. The searing pain pushed Circle Bear towards the brink of madness. Guard. Eastern language commanded coolly. Circle Bear struck down fiercely. The ground trembled beneath the force of its attack, causing the entire arena to sway perilously. Yet the steadfast white shield held firm. Circle Bear. Use Lick. Manager Han quickly directed. The defense was proving troublesome. They had to find a way to neutralize it. Suddenly invigorated, Circle Bear darted towards the rock monster, its tongue flailing. The rock monster shivered, having never encountered such a scene. Eastern language recalled the description of Circle Bear from the True Sight Eye. Use Mudslap. This move not only inflicted damage but also lowered the opponent's accuracy, though the primary aim was to diminish the rock monster's precision. As expected, Mudslap connected with Circle Bear. Yet it did not deter its advance. The rock monster stumbled back in fear. Abruptly, while running, Circle Bear lunged to the ground. The sharp rocks, stirred by the storm, scattered chaotically upon the battlefield. This unexpected turn bewildered Circle Bear, causing it to accidentally bite its own tongue, grimacing in pain. The rock monster sighed in relief. A direct hit would have been devastating. Is this what it means to seize an opportunity? Eastern language pondered. The odds had certainly been in his favor. This did not feel like the typical gaming experience. The current Pokémon battle resembled the animated series, influenced by the terrain, where skills were not simply exchanged in turns. The delay in both Pokémon skills contributed to this sensation. However, Circle Bear's fall was entirely unforeseen. What it meant to capitalize on an opponent's misstep was to skillfully exploit the advantages they presented to secure victory. Hurry, rock monster. Use Spike Cannon again. The sandstorm's effects were waning. It was imperative to conclude this swiftly. Another fighting-type move could spell disaster. The rock monster, eager to finish the bout, gathered its strength. With both arms raised, it hammered the ground with tremendous force. Boom. The spiky rocks erupted from the earth in rapid succession, the cacophony drawing Circle Bear's attention. Unable to evade the incoming spikes, Circle Bear was forcefully struck, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. In the roar of chaos, the dust slowly settled, revealing Circle Bear unconscious on the ground. Chapter 42. Victory moments later. Incredible. What a fool. Does this Circle Bear even know how to fight? My money. My savings gone. The arena was awash with commotion. Most were filled with admiration for the young trainer's skill in battling Pokémon. Impressive. I should visit his shop to purchase Pokémon. This was the prevailing thought among the majority present. Yet some pondered how to explain their losses at home. Eastern language exhaled, feeling a surge of excitement. Manager Han. His expression dark, silently retrieved Circle Bear, leaving without uttering a word. Some spectators hurled insults, but those in the know understood. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. Eastern language remained in the waiting area while the rotund spectator counted his money, and Sister Huan Huan had already returned to rest. You take one, I take one. You take one, I take one. As the corpulent Qian Fatsi distributed the money, he muttered ambiguously. Are you truly lacking in such things, Fatsi? Dongfang Yan was left speechless. Was that luxury car outside merely for show? Qian Fatsi rolled his eyes and replied with exasperation. Brother, do you think making money is an easy task? My parents give the money to my sister first every month, and she takes a hefty cut from me. You have no idea how much of my earnings she devours. It leaves me with hardly any savings. He complained, his fingers still deftly counting the cash. How much pocket money do you actually get in a month? Dongfang Yan inquired with curiosity. Not much, just over $1 million a month. In the ecological park, a sprawling expanse larger than a football field, dense with thriving trees, Dongfang Yan wielded a flashlight as he approached a small cave at the foot of the rock mountain. The dim environment was silent, even with the flashlight. Visibility was low. The cave, being quite deep due to the height of the mountain, was also rather damp, with a small lake situated right in front of it. Soon enough, Dongfang Yan stumbled over something. What the heck? He exclaimed, directing his light. A stone roundel rolled about, unable to right itself, which amused Dongfang Yan greatly. If one were to ask why Dongfang Yan was here, it was merely for the routine tasks assigned by the system. Yesterday, he had exclaimed, System, I've completed the tasks, I've won, now grant me my rewards. Ding dong. The system responded promptly, confirming the completion of the task and awarding him 500 reputation points, acknowledging him among certain residents of Yangqing, totaling his reputation to 635. Dongfang Yan was overwhelmed with joy at such a substantial influx of reputation points. What were the previous conditions? Unlocking a system mode cost me 50 reputation points, starting from a mere 100. I had to scrape together scattered points just to gather enough for a tenfold draw. A high-level skill disc costs 10,000 reputation points, while any advanced item demands 50,000. Of course, he could still purchase ordinary skill discs, but they seemed unnecessary now. Dongfang Yan was more eager to accumulate reputation points to acquire the crafting recipe for the elf blocks. Those would also start at a hefty price. But he was not worried. Reputation points could be amassed gradually, while the lottery could not be delayed. Although he possessed the crafting recipe for the water-type elf block, he was in no haste. After all, he had yet to learn the pertinent skills, and having the recipes without the knowledge would be troublesome. Moreover, he did not have many water-type Pokémon, just one, Psyduck. He longed for the crafting recipes for rock-type or grass-type elf blocks, or any generic type would suffice. Thus, he decided to enhance his knowledge regarding the crafting methods before returning to it. Additionally, he realized he had some seeds left unplanted, and he could sow them in the vast grassy area in front of the ecological park, envisioning a bountiful harvest. In that case, let me reward myself with a tenfold draw, he declared. System, initiate the lottery. The system complied, and soon the golden wheel began to spin, its pointer gliding over vibrant segments. Dongfang Yan watched as the wheel gradually slowed, flashing various colors. Ding dong. Thank you for your patronage. Super Invincible Universe, Thunderhorn, X1. Grass-type Elf Block X5. Thank you for your patronage. Hachikami's Cat Teaser X1. Thank you for your patronage. 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 Dongfang Yan sighed. As expected, cheap goods come with a price. A tenfold draw for 100 reputation points yields only 5 somewhat useful elf blocks. What else is this junk? He gazed at the cool, formidable horn in his hand, along with the Hachikami's Cat Teaser. Unbelievable. With 535 reputation points still remaining. He steeled himself and decided, another tenfold draw. The golden wheel began to spin once more. Moments later, Dongfang Yan found himself slumped on the ground, staring at his remaining 1035 reputation points. What did I even draw this time? The Hachikami's Cat Teaser, fine, but the Super Invincible Universe Thunderhorn? What is the meaning of these made outfits? And I received 4 sets. I obtained quite a few elf blocks of various types. But what distinguishes this from a participation prize? At least I received plenty of thank you for your patronage. He also acquired various minor items to assist Pokémon, such as climbing structures and indestructible chew bones. Unbelievable. Having never attempted a single draw, he thought he might as well give it a try. This is the last time. Really the last time, he reassured himself. System, single draw, he declared. The golden wheel began its rapid rotation, the pointer whirling over the colorful segments. Gradually, it slowed, each pass over the golden segments causing his heart to race. The pointer finally rested on a white segment, another disappointment. As Dongfang Yin had learned from numerous lottery experiences that the brighter the color, the better the reward, white segments were virtually worthless, while transparent slots merely signified a thank you for your patronage. As Dongfang Yin prepared for another lament, the pointer unexpectedly landed on a purple segment, radiating an exquisite violet light. What is this? A never-changing stone X1. Holy smokes! Dongfang Yin exclaimed, ecstatic. He had never encountered a never-changing stone before. A remarkable item, indeed. Taking it from the system's storage, he toyed with the seemingly ordinary pebble in his hand. Yet, Dongfang Yin understood its immense significance. Firstly, wearing it would prevent a Pokémon from evolving. Secondly, when worn during breeding, it could allow the next generation to inherit certain abilities or traits from the wearer. It was indeed a powerful item. Naturally, the system store also offered it for sale, and Dongfang Yin found it priced at a staggering 50,000 reputation points. He felt as though he had struck a fortune. System, man. Chapter 43, Daily Tasks. Ding dong. Daily tasks issued. Help clean the ecological park for the Pokémon every day. Daily task reward, 50 reputation points. Daily task penalty, 60 reputation points. Sell 5 eggs daily. Task reward, 50 reputation points. Task penalty, none. I hope the host persists in completing the tasks tomorrow. Dongfang Yin was at a loss for words. Goodness gracious. System, do you even have a conscience? Isn't this a form of coercion? Cleaning rewards 50 reputation points, but if I fail to clean, I'll lose 60 reputation points. If I don't complete the tasks in a day, I'm in debt for 10 reputation points. Is this truly a daily task? Or are you just trying to set me up? System, you called me a scammer, didn't you? So what's the matter? Inside the cave, Dongfang Yin, recalling all this, picked up the stone roundel and tossed it into the back recesses. Why is this little stone roundel so heavy, like a rock? The stone roundel. Is it possible? It's just a rock. Without further ado, Dongfang Yin grumbled as he walked deeper into the cave, deliberately ignoring the 2 imposing geodudes beside him. He gathered the remaining 4 stone roundels and stuffed them into his bag for later. On the grassy field, 4 adorable bear cubs tumbled, spun, and leaped about with their eyes closed, utterly unafraid of any consequences. Nearby, a Hakimi cat toy lay enticingly, and the bear cubs reveled in their playful escapades. On a stone by the small lake sat a dull beast, its wise gaze as discerning as ever. Meanwhile, the lily root dolls frolicked quietly on the grass beside the lake, accompanied by 2 walking grasses who joined in the merriment. For grass-type Pokémon are generally known for their amiable nature. While they lack significant aggression, one cannot entirely discount the possibility of a grass-type Pokémon going berserk, especially during pregnancy or when caring for their young, which could render them more prone to aggression. One of the walking grasses was brought from the moonlit forest, while the other hatched from an egg. A grass-type Pokémon block, courtesy of the system, lay nearby. With wealth at their disposal, they had little regard for mundane items. It was certainly not a case of having drawn too many prizes. The mole Pokémon's whereabouts remained a mystery, but that was of little concern. A resounding call from a super cool loudspeaker would suffice. Otherwise, what would be the point of those 10 consecutive draws? The whereabouts of the other 3 missed skirts were equally unknown. Dongfang Yin emerged from the bushes, casually tossing 5 stone marbles onto the grass. The 4 bear cubs immediately pounced upon them. One clung to Dongfang Yin's leg, while another scrambled up in a futile attempt to reach higher, leaving Dongfang Yin utterly speechless. Whose mischievous little bears were these? Truly, they were like real bears. With no other option, Dongfang Yin retrieved a normal-type Pokémon block from their pocket and hurled it into the distance, scattering the bear cubs in all directions. Dongfang Yin picked up a water bucket and approached the lily root dolls, who appeared somewhat apprehensive, clearly not on the same level as the rambunctious bear cubs. Dongfang Yin felt exasperated, recalling the moment of weakness that led to bringing these 4 troublemakers home. It was reminiscent of the dynamic between a daughter and a foolish son. Do not be afraid. Can you assist me? Dongfang Yin offered the bucket, signaling for them to fetch some water. The few lily root dolls, having spent several days in the ecological garden, had begun to adapt to their new surroundings. Free from the dangers of the moonlit forest, they understood that this man was responsible for their current way of life, and thus they were eager to assist Dongfang Yin. True sight. Pokémon, Lily Root Doll, Level 3. Potential, C. Gender, female. Type, grass. Status, healthy. Ability, chlorophyll. Speed increases in sunny weather. Inherited skills, absorb, growth. Basic skill, assist. Skill disc, none. Item held, none. Remarks, root Pokémon. The leaves on its head are quite bitter but effective in alleviating fatigue and restoring vitality. Fortuitously, Dongfang Yin had stumbled upon a lily root doll with promising potential. From now on, you shall be known as Little C. You will be the leader among these lily root dolls. Dongfang Yin said, affectionately patting the doll's head. The doll clearly understood, its expression brightening. The other lily root dolls remained somewhat shy, but that was of little concern. Other trainers would eventually come to claim them. Naturally, compensation would be expected, but it primarily depended on mutual agreement. If a Pokémon was unwilling, there was no obligation to keep it. After all, the ecological garden had not cost much. The profits were substantial, amounting to 1 million, which was significantly more than a typical allowance for a month. Little C, upon receiving the water bucket, promptly utilized a skill that caused its body to grow slightly larger, an ability known as growth. Dongfang Yin smiled with satisfaction, and the other lily root dolls eagerly scampered off to fetch water. Dongfang Yin turned back to find 3 stone marbles still lying on their sides. Observing the toppled marbles, Dongfang Yin could only assist them back onto their feet. Before long, the marbles began to tussle once more, and Dongfang Yin felt a headache coming on. They were truly mischievous. If only there were a Pokémon capable of helping to care for them. Why hadn't this occurred to me? Dongfang Yin clapped their hands. Pokémon that enjoy caring for others include the bearer and the nursery bug, among others. There are also a variety of healing Pokémon, like Happiny and others, which would be invaluable in caring for Pokémon. After all, managing so many Pokémon alone can be quite exhausting. However, the bearer is selective, and one must consider the circumstances. The nursery bug is viable, but it evolves only at the final stage. Perhaps it's worth seeking out in the future. As for the caretakers, they are quite rare and come in male and female forms, with females being more inclined to nurture young ones, while males generally possess managerial qualities, often cultivated by affluent families. Healing Pokémon are equally scarce. It all depends on the situation. At that moment, Little C returned, swaying the water bucket with glee. Splendid. Truly well done. Dongfang Yin cheered, watching Little C's joyful antics. Dongfang Yin casually retrieved several Pokémon blocks from their bag and distributed them among the other lily root dolls, with Little C receiving the most. Dongfang Yin then picked up a stone marble and tossed it into the water bucket. The marble stared wide-eyed, clearly anxious about the water, typical behavior for a rock-type Pokémon. Once submerged, it was promptly fished out again. Dongfang Yin grabbed a brush and began scrubbing vigorously. How could a Pokémon not have a bath? This was a chance to express a father's love. After a thorough scrubbing, the remaining marbles were also cleaned up. By the time the first marble was washed and emerged from the water, the others had already begun to scamper away. Of course, escape was futile. They were all swiftly rounded up again. Chapter 44, The Alliance Egg Collection Point. Grass-type Pokémon require only a bit of food to thrive, often capable of self-cleaning. Some grass-type Pokémon can even survive solely on photosynthesis, though this is generally not advisable, as it tends to be a habit of those wild Pokémon that go days without sustenance. Therefore, grass-type Pokémon are typically considered common Pokémon, as they are easy to care for and can be cultivated without significant shortcomings in combat or companionship. However, the bear cubs are notoriously challenging to capture. They are essentially akin to cats. Only extraordinary items will suffice. Thus, Dongfang Yin produced the ultimate item, the Hakimi cat toy. Strangely enough, it seemed to work quite effectively. Dongfang Yin brandished the item, its feathers dangling enticingly at the tip, and the bear cubs appeared to discover a new world, bouncing and leaping enthusiastically. Dongfang Yin found himself quite exhausted. Where's the night owl? Several Pokémon shook their heads. Today's tasks were nearly complete. The night owl required no assistance in its care, but beside it was a talented Pidgey, who had also accompanied the night owl along with 2 Pidgeys that were caught. This particular Pidgey had been inseparable from the night owl since its arrival at the ecological garden, likely considering the night owl its elder brother. Dongfang Yin prepared to venture out for supplies, with some matters to attend to, when the night owl suddenly spoke up. Generally, Pokémon eggs from breeding centers originate from a unified location established by the Alliance. Breeding centers hold the necessary documentation and require a fee to select Pokémon eggs. Although the number of Pokémon eggs at home may be insufficient, Dongfang Yin was primarily interested in finding good deals. Time was of the essence, and Dongfang Yin pulled out the item once more. Indeed, it was the ultimate cosmic loudspeaker. Night owl. Hey, what happened to your face? The driver inquired while driving. Dongfang Yin covered half of his face, clearly marked by scratches. Oh, nothing, just had a tumble. All right then, the driver replied. seemingly at a loss for words. Upon arrival, Dongfang Yin stepped out, gazing at the structure before him. The Alliance Pokémon Egg Storage. Where are you from, young man? The security guard approached, holding a kettle of hot water. Dongfang Yin, fully aware of the guard's remarkable stature, obediently presented his identification. He understood the security guard's significance well. After all, characters in novels often depict grandpa figures as hidden NPCs. Ah, young man, I can see it now. You are the breeder from the Cloudy Breeding House. Aren't you? The guard took a sip of tea and smiled. How did you know who I am? Dongfang Yin inquired, puzzled. The guard casually retrieved a Pokédex and opened a video. Look at this title. It says, the young boss of the Cloudy Breeding House beats up Shrimp Head Man. One can only marvel at the prowess of the online world. Work hard, young man. I have high hopes for you. The guard cheerfully patted Dongfang Yin on the shoulder. Hello, I'm here to collect my Pokémon egg. Dongfang Yin asked the receptionist at the front desk. Being his first time, he felt somewhat uncertain. You are the owner of the Cloudy Breeding House, correct? Please follow me to the storage. The receptionist inquired while leading the way. Do you have any Adinos here? Dongfang Yin immediately asked. The receptionist chuckled awkwardly. I'm afraid not. Such Pokemon are quite rare. Aren't they? How about you take a look around? With no other choice, he decided to explore on his own. Of course, go ahead. Once you're done, we'll settle the payment together. Upon entering the storage room and pushing open the grand door, he was greeted by a dazzling array of Pokemon eggs. However, most of the varieties were rather uniform. For example, there were numerous Maghop eggs, categorized by potential, with the highest not exceeding C grade, and most being of D and E grades. There was also a plethora of Vulpix eggs, but he couldn't help but yearn for one. Yet, considering his budget, he thought it best to refrain from purchasing too many. Buying one or two home would suffice. Directly buying Pokemon eggs for breeding a group was impractical. It was far more enjoyable to catch a nest in the wild. After surveying the selection and determining which eggs he desired, he turned to another storage area, typically reserved for discarded Pokemon eggs. This included broken eggs, deformed ones, or those with peculiar patterns that made identification challenging, all stored here. These eggs were a gamble. If not handled properly, they would be discarded or sold to egg traders. After all, the Alliance needed funds too. True sight. Dongfang Yan's eyes glimmered slightly as he began scanning the eggs. Pokemon. Tauros, level 0. Potential, D. Gender, male. Type, normal. Status, weak. Ability, intimidate. Instills fear in opponents upon entering the battlefield, lowering their attack. Inherited skills, tackle, tail whip. Basic skills, none. Skill discs, none. Held items, none. Remarks, full of energy and with a fiery personality. Once it starts running, it won't stop until it collides with something. This egg was quite weak, primarily due to the shell being somewhat cracked, yet its potential was still commendable. It was a bit tricky, so he moved on to the next. Pokemon, Porygon, level 0. Potential, F. Gender, female. Type, normal. Status, healthy. Ability, runaway. Allows escape from wild Pokemon. Inherited skills, tackle. Basic skills, none. Skill discs, none. Held items, none. Remarks, a lookout Pokemon. It hides food in a pocket and signals its partners using its tail after a few days. This one was mediocre, with too poor a potential to warrant further cultivation. No wonder it was among the discarded eggs. After searching extensively, he found very few quality ones, with many eggs exhibiting alarming weakness. Nevertheless, Dongfang Yin remained undeterred. He simply could not miss the opportunity for a lucky find. After a thorough search, he indeed stumbled upon something impressive. Starter Pokemon. Pokemon, Noibat, level 0. Potential, C. Gender, male. Type, grass. Status, healthy. Ability, harvest. Increases the power of grass-type moves when HP is low. Inherited skills, scratch, screech. Basic skills, none. Skill discs, none. Held items, none. Remarks, a small monkey Pokemon. When it plays a special wooden stick, it can infuse plants with vitality, which spreads through sound waves. This one was fantastic. A newly emerged starter Pokemon. The remarks were promising. It would be perfect for cultivating flowers and plants at home, as grass-type Pokemon are simply delightful. The reason it had gone unnoticed was primarily due to its bizarre pattern, which was unlike a typical Noibat egg. Hence it had been carelessly discarded aside. This was indeed exhilarating. Chapter 45, Pokemon Eggs. Dongfang Yin noted down its number. He needed to scan another round, as many Pokemon eggs remained unexamined. This time, he discovered an abundance of them. These were certainly essential to take home. And this one too, absolutely worth bringing along. Pokemon, Magikarp, level 0. Potential, C. Gender, female. Type, water. Status, healthy. Ability, swift swim. Speed increases in rainy weather. Inherited skills, splash. Basic skills, none. Skill discs, none. Held items, none. Remarks, a fish Pokemon. Often overlooked due to its tattered and unsightly scales, can thrive in both oceans and rivers. This was akin to the ugly duckling of the Pokemon world. It could evolve into Gyarados through a mysterious exchange of scales, transforming into one of the most visually stunning Pokemon, appealing to all ages. Truth be told, Magikarp was quite rare, even more so than Audino, because they tend to shy away due to their perceived ugliness, making them exceptionally elusive. Who would have thought to encounter one here? It was sheer luck. Moreover, Gyarados comes in both male and female, both equally beautiful. They can be distinguished by subtle details, such as the longer drooping part of the female's eyebrows, adding to their allure. Identifying the gender of Pokemon is indeed a breeder's duty. Just prideful, indeed impressive. The storage area was vast, with some Pokemon eggs capable of being stored for up to 23 years. There was ample time, so Dongfang Yin examined all the eggs thoroughly. Only one starter Pokemon emerged, Noibat. Rare Pokemon with a quality of C included Magikarp, Dunsparce, Flabébé, and Rockruff. Some were more common yet of decent quality, such as D-grade potential, including Emolga and Tadbulb. However, these were the only ones available. One must admit that the Alliance's screening process was quite thorough. The remaining Pokemon eggs were too severely damaged, with low health, making it difficult to salvage even with a system. Yet the most delightful discovery was a Dunsparce among them. Can you believe it? Just before arriving, he had been pondering about finding one, and who knew he would actually uncover it. This was more timely than the starter Pokemon. One could only say his visit was indeed fortuitous. Thank goodness for this system. However, these were the only finds. One cannot claim to be incredibly lucky when trying to peruse an entire warehouse of eggs, especially one the size of 2 basketball courts. With so many Pokemon eggs stacked layer upon layer, it was quite overwhelming. Perhaps he would return another day to stroll around the moonlit forest. For now, he should take these eggs back. Are you certain you want these eggs? The receptionist inquired, puzzled. She simply could not comprehend why she would purchase these unidentified and questionable quality eggs. Naturally, Dongfang Yin had selected numerous eggs to sell at the breeding house, primarily those with qualifications ranging from D to E, with a small fraction rated as C. It was not that she didn't want them. Rather, it was essential to choose wisely for the purpose of nurturing Pokemon. For instance, the breeding house, akin to an ecological garden, currently housed primarily grass-type, flying-type, rock-type, normal-type, ground-type, and fairy-type Pokemon. Excluding her own Drowsy, these were the primary focus of cultivation within the ecological garden. With the additional selections, electric-type and water-type Pokemon were also included. The Pokemon known as Dolliv was categorized as normal-type, Flabébé as fairy-type, and Rockruff as rock-type. Within the ecological garden, grass-type, rock-type, flying-type, normal-type, and fairy-type Pokemon constituted the mainstream, while the others were considered supplementary, primarily intended for breeding to allow aspiring trainers to choose. Furthermore, the breeding dynamics among Pokemon were quite peculiar. To elaborate, their reproduction was excessively liberal. They did not breed solely within the same type or species. Instead, they engaged in group breeding. For example, Pikachu and Wailord both belonged to the terrestrial group. Thus, as long as they were of different genders, they could reproduce, which seemed absurd. The egg groups of Pokemon encompassed over 10 varieties, including humanoid, monster, mineral, dragon, bug, flying, terrestrial, fairy, plant, gender unknown, and those of undefined status, such as water Pokemon, which could be either invertebrates or vertebrates and amphibians. These constituted their groups, where any type could produce offspring regardless of their appearance. The most unique among them were 3. 1. The Ditto, an amorphous Pokemon capable of breeding with any Pokemon, though the offspring would never be a Ditto but rather another species. Another was gender unknown, which could only breed with Ditto, and the last was undefined, exemplified by Mew, which was almost incapable of reproduction. Hence, appropriate egg groups were essential for yielding more offspring. Nonetheless, the selections remained relatively consistent. For instance, her household's grass-type Pokemon included Lilligant, Oddish, Kricketot, and Ms. Buniri, all capable of breeding independently. Whether the resulting Pokemon were starter types or ordinary ones depended solely on luck. Pokemon such as Teddiursa and Rockruff belonged to the terrestrial group, while Hoothoot, Pidgey, and Spearow were categorized as flying types. The classification was indeed extensive, with the majority falling under the terrestrial category. After contemplating for an extended period, the receptionist grew impatient. Are you listening? Would you like to take everything? Oh, right. Please help me transport them back. Dongfang Yin finally responded, realizing there was a discount on these eggs. She inquired further, are there indeed discounts? Absolutely. These clearly labeled eggs are priced 100,000 less than the market rate. The Pokemon eggs retrieved from the warehouse are exceptionally affordable, priced at 1,000 each. The receptionist replied, calculating the total. Hello, your total expenditure is 6.59 million. Will you be paying via QR code, card, or cash? Gosh, that's rather steep. Dongfang Yin thought to herself. Of course, I will use a QR code. After all, she had selected several C-rated eggs, which would enhance the reputation of Yunai Breeding House. There was no choice but to consider it a preliminary investment. Having made the payment and provided her address, she was assured they would be delivered. Since she was already there, she decided to explore a bit more. Thus, she indulged in local delicacies, savoring tree fruit juice and a salad made from various fruits, along with a delicious dish called tail, which was definitely not drowsy. She also purchased some fruit seeds to take back to the ecological garden for planting. With the genetic lineage of her flower family, not planting something would indeed be remiss. Conveniently, she also had a mole in her household to help aerate the soil, with the assistance of her grass-type Pokemon. Now, she awaited the hatching of her Dolph, hoping to nurture it further to ease her own responsibilities. In pursuit of leisure, she recognized the need for diligence. Chapter 46, The Cunning Fox Pokemon, Zorua. After acquiring several items, she finally returned to the breeding house. Sitting at the front desk, she polished the Pokemon eggs, clearing away some dust from the counter. The breeding house would not officially open for at least another week, and it would only be selling Pokemon eggs at that time. The sale of juvenile Pokemon would require an additional week, as they had yet to be adequately nurtured and trained, and some Pokemon would not be sold in excess since they were to remain as breeding stock. Suddenly, the phone rang. Dongfang Yin turned and dashed to answer it. It was her grandmother calling. Grandma, why are you calling? What's wrong? Can't I call you if there's nothing going on? Dongfang Yin chuckled awkwardly. No. In your refrigerator, there's frozen moo cream that you can eat with bread. And if you heat it up, you can drink it with milk, Grandmother Lon cautioned from the other end. It's getting cold. Remember to dress warmly, sleep well at night, and take good care of your Pokemon in the ecological garden. Don't just leave them aside, and make sure to learn more about breeding when you have the time. Remember? I remember. Of course I will. Dongfang Yin cheerfully opened the refrigerator and took out the moo cream, an intense aroma wafting through the air. It was entirely different from the milk she had consumed in her previous life. It was truly nutritious. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I have some matters to attend to and will be away for about a month and a half, so take care. In an instant, the call ended. Dongfang Yin sighed. Ugh, does anyone understand family? Thankfully, she could cook. She placed 2 slices of bread into the toaster and set the timer. Using a spoon, she scooped out some moo cream, allowing it to soften slightly to avoid it being too cold. Ding! What's this? A system? Dongfang Yin was startled. System, all right. The toaster has finished. She retrieved the toasted bread and spread the cream on top. Although she had eaten outside, indulging in a little snack was hardly excessive. As she raised the bread to her mouth, a series of knocks echoed from the door. The wind chimes in the tree jingled melodically. Although the tree in the breeding house was not large, it could be embraced by both arms, with sturdy branches suitable for small flying-type Pokemon to perch upon. Not bad. Perhaps I should bring out the flying-type Pokemon from the ecological garden as mascots another day. Dongfang Yin opened the door, only to find no one outside. How peculiar. Who could be out there? Dongfang Yin wondered, perplexed, as the outside was shrouded in darkness, causing her to feel slightly apprehensive. Come out, Drowsy. Dongfang Yin promptly released her Drowsy from its Pokeball. Could it be a ghost-type Pokemon? That would indeed be rather frightening. No sooner had she spoken than a rustling sound emerged from behind her. Oh no, an ambush! Drowsy yawned towards the source of the sound. As it turned, it let out a tremendous yawn. Dongfang Yin quickly shut the door. Turning back, she was startled to see a small boy standing there. A piece of her homemade bread clutched in his mouth, grinning mischievously without uttering a word. Not you again. You stole my food last time. Whose child are you? Dongfang Yin inquired, bewildered, pulling out her Pokédex as she prepared to report to the Alliance police. The little boy, abandoning pretense, lunged forward, attempting to dart out the door. However, Dongfang Yin had already welded the door shut, believing he had encountered a ghost Pokemon. Although it was indeed a ghost Pokemon, the welded door was of no consequence. A quick welding would certainly bring some comfort to his heart. With remarkable reflexes, Dongfang Yin tugged at the situation, especially since there was a tree in the center of the breeding house, executing a nimble maneuver akin to a Qin emperor circling a pillar. What if a little brat managed to scratch him? That would be utterly embarrassing. Perhaps he should just give the child a good thrashing, but then again, That would be bullying. Something felt amiss. Had he yawned at the child? Surely nothing would come of it. The drowsy stood there, blankly watching the two of them circle around. Dongfang Yin was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have brought the Noctowl out of the ecological park. Now he had to sneak through the back door and input a password to enter the ecological park. Hey, little brat, where are you from? Chasing me won't get you anywhere. If I didn't want to hit you, you'd better watch out for my thunderbolt whip. Dongfang Yin exclaimed fervently. Suddenly, the little boy stumbled. His head tilted, and he collapsed on the ground, fast asleep. What the hell? Really? Dongfang Yin was at a loss for words. He could only step forward to assess the situation, with the drowsy following closely behind. Gradually, the appearance of the little boy began to change. What on earth? Dongfang Yin felt a sense of confusion. Was that? He took out his Pokédex. With a click, the device chimed. Zorua, the evil fox Pokémon. System. Apologies, I forgot I had my true sight activated. Pokémon. Zorua, level 9. Potential, C. Gender, male. Type, dark. Status, healthy. Ability, illusion, can disguise as a Pokémon in the same team, confusing opponents. Inherited moves, scratch, leer, fake cry. Base moves, mischief, scratch. TM, none. Held item, none. Note, the evil fox Pokémon can take on the appearance of its opponent, startling them, often transforming into a silent child. Indeed, it was a Pokémon. How astonishing to find such a rare creature. Could it truly be? What incredible luck to encounter a Zorua. In the realm of Pokémon, this species is rarer than even legendary beasts. They are inherently cunning, and their final evolution, Zoroark, is a master of illusion, with an entire lineage possessing the ability to shapeshift. Moreover, they are scarce, reportedly nearly impossible to find. Even if you do come across one, it is usually in a disguise, transforming into common Pokémon such as Rattata, Pidgey, Drowsy, or even humans. The earlier encounter was a clear example. However, Zoroark's lineage rarely disperses. So why was this one a juvenile Pokémon? How could it appear in this desolate place? It is well known that Yang City is devoid of particularly rare Pokémon. There are no starters, and Dragon-type Pokémon are virtually non-existent. Steel, Rock, and Ground types, while present, are quite common. Geodude, and even Onyx pale in comparison to Zorua. Of course, aside from legendary Pokémon, even semi-legendaries cannot match its rarity. Some ordinary legendaries are more frequently encountered. This truly feels like striking gold. How could he persuade it to stay? He needed to understand his desired Pokémon better. Let us take it into the ecological park first. When it wakes up, it won't be running amok in the shop. Look at this place, a complete mess. Thankfully, it didn't damage the Pokémon egg. But it will need cleaning up. Dongfang Yin picked up Zorua and opened the password door, entering the ecological park. The Noctowl remained perched on the platform, while two Pidgeys and a Spearow helped tidy their feathers. Utilizing its exceptional vision, the Noctowl spotted the little creature in Dongfang Yin's hands. With a flap of its wings, it flew over. Chapter 47, Confrontation. The Noctowl swooped down from the rocky heights, tilting its head as it gazed at Dongfang Yin, seemingly questioning. Oh, have you stolen another child? Dongfang Yin ignored the inquiry in its eyes and found a suitable spot to place Zorua on the ground. A few bear cubs quickly gathered around. Aren't you guys supposed to be asleep at night? Dongfang Yin was at a loss for words. The bear cubs, undeterred, approached boldly. Not one to indulge them, he gave them a few swats on the rear. Before they could bark in protest, he tossed them aside, having given them a good thrashing. Dongfang Yin was unsure of what to do next. He would wait for Zorua to awaken, but it wouldn't be wise to leave it here. What if it ran into a cave and was mistakenly harmed by a Geodude? And what if it changed form? How would he recognize it? So he decided to wait. Speaking of yawning, it lasts for 2 turns, right? Why isn't this guy woken up yet? Sigh. Before long, Dongfang Yin began to doze off. A few Pokémon gathered around him. The bear cubs were comfortably sprawled across him, while several grass-type Pokémon surrounded them, and the drowsy rolled over, lost in slumber. Suddenly, Zorua stirred, jolting Dongfang Yin awake. Startled, he trembled, and the other Pokémon awakened as well. Zorua opened its eyes, momentarily taken aback by the throng of Pokémon surrounding it, along with a human who was not providing food. Awake now? Dongfang Yin asked softly. Zorua showed no courtesy, leaping up and scratching him. Ah! A new scratch mark appeared on Dongfang Yin's face. The bear cubs, infuriated, were ready to retaliate, growling. How dare you? That's our meal ticket. With their paws on their hips, they advanced menacingly, determined to teach Zorua a lesson. Zorua, undaunted, bared its teeth. Dongfang Yin rubbed his face. It was already bleeding and hurt a bit. He had forgotten to prepare the necessary medicine at home. This was indeed a lapse on his part. The few Lily Cove dolls gathered around, lifting their heads to observe Dongfang Yen. It's all right, he said with a smile, patting their heads. He separated the confronting bear cubs and Zorua. All right, it wasn't intentional. He patted the bear cub's head and then pulled out some Pokemon cubes, generously rewarding them. Are you hungry? Dongfang Yen squatted down, looking at Zorua. A tuft of red fur, dark gray roots, with a patch of black fluff around its neck, red dot-like eyebrows. Two fierce blue eyes glaring at Dongfang Yen, its front paws poised as if ready to pounce. This was a threat. However, it was of no concern. It was a wild Pokemon, and such rarity warranted a bit of patience. Without hesitation, he retrieved a dark-type Pokemon cube from his system space. The enticing aroma, favored by dark Pokemon, wafted from the cube, gradually enticing Zorua's appetite. Despite its menacing demeanor, drool began to unconsciously trickle from the corners of its mouth. Dongfang Yen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. After a half-minute standoff, the drool flowed freely. All right, eat up. Without further ado, Dongfang Yen seized Zorua's jaw, prying it open, and stuffed the dark-type cube inside. Zorua, half-heartedly resistant, eventually swallowed the cube. Seeing its foolish expression, Dongfang Yen lifted it by the neck, preparing to take it away. There was no way he could leave it here, especially after the ruckus with the bear cubs. The bear cubs were not about to let this slide. A fight was inevitable. The few Lily Cove dolls nearby covered their mouths, their little faces brimming with excitement. The walking grass observed the scene with keen interest, while the nocturnal owl swooped down to join the commotion. Following closely were two Pidgeys and a Spearow, and even the previously unseen mole emerged from its burrow. The slumbering Psyduck remained blissfully unaware, steadfast in its repose, impervious to the tumult around it. Very well. The discord among the Pokemon shall be left to them to resolve. Are you too eager for a confrontation? The eastern-eyed Teddiursa and the Zorua at hand exchanged nods, signaling their readiness for battle. Let the clash commence. Everyone, ascend to Rock Mountain. The platform atop Rock Mountain was spacious enough to accommodate a gathering of Pokemon, perfectly suited for a Pokemon duel. Unbeknownst to the observers, Teddiursa's attributes had not been scrutinized closely, while Zorua had already assessed its opponent. Species, Teddiursa level, 8 potential, D gender, male type, normal condition, healthy ability. Pickup, occasionally collects items previously used by opponents, and may find items during wilderness exploration. Inherited skills, Scratch, Baby Doll Eyes. Basic skills, Scratch. Skill discs, none. Held items, none. Remarks, a small bear Pokemon, whose crescent markings shimmer upon finding honey, continuously licking its sweet. Sticky Paws. Teddiursa's potential may be somewhat lacking, yet its ability is certainly impressive. Perhaps a few outings could yield some items to play with. With both sides prepared, the match began. The eastern-eyed observer took on the role of referee. The two Pokemon positioned themselves at opposite ends, while the surrounding Pokemon cheered in anticipation. Upon the signal to commence, the two faced off. Teddiursa made the first move, lunging forward with eyes aglow. The Baby Doll Eyes skill activated, reducing Zorua's attack power, indicating that it was poised for further action. Indeed, Teddiursa's claws glimmered faintly. Meanwhile, Zorua sharpened its claws, enhancing its attack. It sought to bolster its offensive prowess further, or perhaps neutralize Teddiursa's assault. Teddiursa surged forward, raising its arm for a vigorous scratch, utilizing the scratch skill. Zorua narrowly evaded, but lost a few tufts of fur in the process. In retaliation, Zorua employed the skill taunt, rendering the previously used skill unusable for the next 2 turns, effectively silencing its opponent. Zorua then lunged forward, also employing a skill. This time, Teddiursa was unable to evade and suffered a scratch that drew blood. Thanks to the claw sharpening, even a basic scratch skill inflicted greater damage. Yet, Teddiursa was not to be outdone and unleashed a flurry of scratches in return, both paws aglow as it struck at Zorua. The latter could only react defensively, but still bore several scratches from the onslaught. After 5 vigorous strikes, Teddiursa paused to utilize Baby Doll Eyes once more, diminishing Zorua's attack power further. Not to be outdone, Zorua retaliated with Leer, lowering Teddiursa's defense, effectively rendering the exchange neutral. Both Pokemon then executed Scratch simultaneously, resulting in a mutual onslaught. Both emerged battered, their levels comparable. Teddiursa favored physical attacks, while Zorua specialized in special attacks. However, Zorua lacked any significant spell attacks at this stage, placing it at a disadvantage in this matchup. In terms of HP, Teddiursa held the upper hand. With their levels and speed comparable, the outcome was increasingly leaning towards Zorua's defeat. As the battle raged on amidst Teddiursa's flurry of scratches, Zorua ultimately succumbed. Teddiursa, elated by its victory, jubilantly leaped about, while the Eastern-eyed observer chuckled softly. Chapter 48. Healing Potions. The Eastern-eyed observer carried both Pokémon out from the ecological garden. Given their injuries from the battle, it was essential to assess their condition. After the recent bout at the stadium, the formidable golem was promptly taken for examination at the Pokémon hospital. Alas, poor Zorua, having just regained consciousness, fainted once more, a rather embarrassing predicament. Nonetheless, Zorua required further training. It had yet to fully harness its battle potential. The hour was late, making an immediate visit to the Pokémon hospital impractical. However, there was no cause for concern, as they had alternatives. The Eastern-eyed observer hoisted the two Pokémon, noting their considerable weight. Facial recognition granted them access to the ecological garden, ensuring the safety of their precious Pokémon from potential thieves. The materials of the garden were robust enough to deter most intruders, while a vigilant Noctowl patrolled the area, its level formidable. Moreover, unless faced with the notorious Team Rocket and their explosive tactics, few would dare breach the sanctuary of the ecological garden. Ascending to his room, the observer placed both Teddiursa and Zorua gently upon the bed. Each bore numerous scratches, some deep, others shallow, varying in severity. Yet, within the Pokémon world, recovery abilities were commendably swift. Without such resilience, the constant dueling, battling, and adventuring would have resulted in a far grimmer fate for many Pokémon. Accessing the system shop, the observer browsed the healing potions available. 3 types were offered: Potion, Super Potion, and Hyper Potion, priced at 20, 50, and 100 reputation points, respectively. Although somewhat pricey, the observer had sufficient funds and promptly purchased 2 Hyper Potions. Let fate decide their efficacy in the face of adversity. In jest, he contemplated the prospect of pilfering from Ho-Oh's habitat, despite the daunting power of a legendary Pokémon. After administering the potions, the wounds on the Pokémon began to heal gradually. It was indeed remarkable how extraordinary the Pokémon world could be. With their injuries mending, preparations for cultivating a medicinal garden in the ecological area awaited. The observer recalled his grandmother's previous efforts in their backyard, where she had grown a variety of vegetables and fruits. Though the garden had since been dismantled for the new ecological project, if only his grandmother were present, she would have managed everything with expertise. Nevertheless, the observer's own agricultural prowess was well honed, especially in this Pokémon world, where certain skills could accelerate crop growth. The potential was indeed formidable, as exemplified by the grass terrain ability, which significantly enhanced the growth and vitality of plants. It seems that my Pokémon at home also possesses the ability to create grassy terrain. It appears to be that walking grass, which was either hatched from an egg or purchased at the egg market. One was captured in the moonlit forest, while the ecological garden boasts only 2 walking grasses. However, one of them is at a woefully low level, merely at 2. It lacks any skills and requires at least a dozen levels to learn anything worthwhile. Fortunately, I currently possess a Everstone, making it nearly effortless to inherit desirable skills or Pokémon. Considering this, it seems that when the time comes, there may not be enough hands at the ecological garden, and I will still need to enlist assistance. I have decided to forego any collaboration with that glutton, who always burdens others with tasks, who even runs that establishment. Nevertheless, the safety of the ecological garden must be prioritized. It is imperative to avoid inviting danger into our midst. Thus, when selecting individuals, I must ensure their trustworthiness. Their character must be impeccable, and they should possess some experience in caring for Pokémon. Is this too much to ask? Oh well, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. There will always be a solution. For now, the plan is to sleep. In the early morning, as the sun basked the world in its golden rays, Dongfang Yin found it somewhat difficult to breathe amidst the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms surrounding him. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore, Dongfang Yin exclaimed, abruptly sitting up and pushing away the object obstructing his face. The cuddly bear Pokémon, drooling, lay sprawled on him, soundly asleep. However, upon being nudged, it instantly awakened. Dongfang Yin was bewildered, exclaiming that he was struggling to breathe, feeling as though he might perish. It turned out that this creature had chosen to sleep on his face. What a heavy sleeper. But wait, where was the other one? Dongfang Yin quickly stood up and tossed aside the blanket. To his surprise, there was nothing there. Where was Zorua? He turned to the bear Pokémon, inquiring. The bear shook its head in a surprisingly human-like manner. After all, it was Zorua who had fainted the night before. The bear was merely sleepy. So, where could Zorua be? Had it gone downstairs? With no other option, he decided to search downstairs. As he descended the staircase, various sounds emanated from the refrigerator in the kitchen below. Oh, Dongfang Yin gasped, startled, and hurried down the stairs. Sure enough, Zorua was voraciously devouring cream from the refrigerator, its face smeared with food. It merely cast a fleeting glance at Dongfang Yin before resuming its feast. Exuding an air of indifference, the bear Pokémon stumbled down the stairs, and upon catching a whiff of Zorua's scent, it immediately became alert. Zorua, noticing the bear, leaped off the refrigerator and transformed into a majestic Houndoom. This was Dongfang Yan's first encounter with Zorua's transformation, and he had to admit it was quite impressive. In an instant, it had taken on an entirely different form, and Dongfang Yin couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Its texture was as expected, just a different appearance. Zorua could transform into any Pokémon it had previously encountered. This was a remarkable talent inherent to its species, offering limitless possibilities for its applications. Thankfully, I am a law-abiding citizen, an exemplary one at that. Chapter 49, Transformation. Zorua's transformation into a Houndoom was pitch black, adorned with two prominent horns and emanating an imposing aura. Its fierce gaze could easily frighten a child into tears. Clearly, Zorua had encountered a Houndoom before, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to mimic its appearance. The bear Pokémon had just reached the bottom of the stairs, preparing to give Zorua a stern talking to, but Zorua was quicker on the draw. Lunging forward with a deep growl, the bear, startled, turned tail and scampered back upstairs. What on earth? Dongfang Yin exclaimed. All right, Zorua, turn back. Don't scare the bear into a puddle. Hearing his voice, the bear peeked its head out, but Zorua remained in its Houndoom form. Dongfang Yin sighed in exasperation, realizing how stubborn Zorua was, intent on redeeming itself for yesterday's mishap. Reluctantly, he retrieved a plate of dark-type Pokémon treats, releasing an enticing aroma. Zorua, still in its Houndoom form, had been growling softly, but upon catching the delightful scent, its eyes began to flicker with desire, and tears of longing streamed down its cheeks. Observing Zorua's comical expression, Dongfang Yin could only chuckle. Was it really necessary to be so theatrical? Clearly, the bear was enjoying its meal. With no other choice, he approached Zorua, firmly grasping its head and prying its mouth open, offering the plate of treats for a generous serving. After indulging, Zorua, now satisfied, swiftly reverted to its original form, mouth stuffed with Pokémon treats, chewing fervently as if reluctant to part with a single morsel. What on earth had it been up to? Judging by its demeanor, it seemed to have never experienced a proper meal. Could it really be that despite its ability to transform, it still went hungry? Surely it could simply transform into another Pokémon to scavenge a meal. The bear, upon witnessing Zorua revert to its original form, felt a twinge of embarrassment, almost shyly shuffling its feet. Both Pokémon shared an inexplicable sense of awkwardness, as if caught in a moment of social embarrassment. Dongfang Yin chose to ignore their antics. After all, children often bicker but soon reconcile. He busied himself by preparing more Pokémon treats for the bear while gathering other supplies. Today, he aimed to clear a section of the ecological garden to establish a planting area for berries. Armed with his grandmother's tools and various seeds retrieved from the system, he also purchased some berry seeds and those used for creating water-type treats, which would be excellent for practice. With a shovel in hand and seeds in a bag, he set off for the ecological garden, trailed by two rather juvenile boys who exchanged glances but refused to acknowledge one another. Such elementary school behavior. Upon entering the ecological garden, he looked up at the rocky hill. Indeed, it seemed no one had been resting. A nocturnal owl cocked its head, observing Dongfang Yin. He wandered around the ecological garden, shovel in tow, discovering its vastness. Zorua and the bear, upon entering, had seemingly lost their sense of direction. However, it seemed Zorua had yet to be captured in a pokeball. Oh well, no rush, he reassured himself. Finally, amidst a thicket, he spotted a Diglett diligently burrowing. Dongfang Yin approached and tapped its smooth head. The Diglett turned, its expression curious, as if to say, "Don't you see I'm busy?" Silently, Dongfang Yin produced a pack of Pokémon treats. The Diglett bashfully accepted them, lowering its gaze shyly. After meandering around the ecological garden, he finally found a suitable spot. Speaking of suitable, it was undoubtedly from the Alliance's egg retrieval point that he had brought back the starter Pokémon and various similar species, all of which were now incubating at the garden's entrance, likely awaiting their hatching in a couple of days. The presence of these similar-looking Pokémon was crucial. With their assistance in managing the Pokémon, life would be exceedingly comfortable. Near the edge of the ecological garden, close to a small lake, Dongfang Yin swung his shovel down with determination, pouring his sweat into the soil. All right, the rest is up to you, he called back, grinning at the Diglett. The Diglett, undeterred, swiftly dove into the earth, burrowing within the designated area as it scurried back and forth. Remarkably, it seemed genuinely effective, toiling away in this manner. I doubt I could achieve much. However, with the assistance of Pokémon, a day's work is nearly accomplished after just a circuit around the area. This is far more efficient than any machinery from my previous life. It surpasses even the most powerful of machines. Watering is necessary, but fertilization can wait. I must first apply the base fertilizer. My grandmother had previously purchased some fertilizers, so I shall use them for now. It would be unreasonable for a young lad from the flower-growing family not to cultivate a bit of land. Grabbing a few buckets, I set out in search of Pokémon once more. After all, many hands make light work. Consequently, throughout the ecological garden, apart from the stone circle grass that lacks hands, all Pokémon came to lend a hand. Of course, there was absolutely no coercion or inducement involved. Zorua transformed into the guise of a black Houndoom, startling some of the more timid Pokémon within the ecological garden. The price for this, however, was that it had to carry water buckets in its mouth, dutifully transporting them. Oriental Yin held the fruit seeds, discerning between them. One set was distributed by the system, random seeds, while the other was purchased externally. I planted them separately to observe any differences. It would be preferable if there were none. I truly wish to avoid using my reputation points for purchases. Instead, I could simply procure them wholesale from outside, which would be delightful. I instructed the Diglett to turn over the soil while I pinched my nose and applied the fertilizer beneath the ground. Covering it with soil, I watered it lightly. Using the sowing method, I planted the fruit seeds. Speaking of these fruits, they indeed look quite different from those in the past. For instance, take the melon fruit. It bears a striking resemblance to the cantaloupe of my previous life, except that the yellow stripes have transformed into green, the oval shape into a round one. And what about the golden pillow fruit? Is that not a durian? Remarkably, it is green in color. Can you believe it? There's even a fruit resembling a strawberry. Guess what? It grows on trees. Otherwise, why would it be called a tree fruit? In the world of Pokémon, fruits are either found on trees or in bushes. They are never found on the ground. Once the seeds were sown, all the Pokémon worked together to water them. After toiling for nearly an entire morning, we finally completed the task. Moreover, the chosen plot was relatively central, ensuring that it wouldn't be the first sight upon entering the ecological garden, which would have been too jarring. Next, I would arrange shifts for the Pokémon who would come to water. Of course, I would definitely not show up. I would rather die than do so. There is no way I would ever take on a job. Chapter 50. Crafting Water-type Pokémon Blocks. Returning to the breeding house, I retrieved the fruit I had purchased earlier. Pokémon blocks not only enhance the satiety of Pokémon, but, more importantly, some exquisitely crafted blocks can improve the sheen and smoothness of a Pokémon's fur. Within the Pokémon world, there exists a profession dedicated to splendid contests. The trainers of the Pokémon they raise do not merely feed them high-quality Pokémon blocks on a regular basis. Some affluent contest trainers or Pokémon from wealthy families even hire specialized breeders to create custom blocks tailored to their Pokémon's preferences. These blocks function similarly to supplements, greatly benefiting a Pokémon's health or alleviating any hidden ailments. It can be said that Pokémon blocks have become an integral part of daily life. Naturally, the recipes for these blocks are jointly owned by numerous large companies or kept as closely guarded secrets by private breeders. The blocks provided by the system encompass various types, including water and dark types, crafted based on similar flavor profiles of the respective type. This is certainly sufficient. I could also design and produce Pokémon blocks specifically for a single Pokémon, though I certainly lack the capability at present. After all, I am merely a novice. Glancing at the instructions provided for block production by the system, I had no choice but to diligently follow the prescribed recipe. The ingredients included 3 passion fruits, 3 prism melons, 3 fortune fruits, or cherimoya, 1 fresh coconut, 50 milliliters, and 1 rolling bean, ground into 250 grams of powder. This would yield 1 jar of water-type Pokémon block. I picked up the bag, having bought a dozen passion fruits and prism melons. While I could choose either fortune or cherimoya, I opted for the former, having purchased a bit of cherimoya as well, though only a small quantity for personal consumption. In total, this should allow me to make about 4 or 5 batches. While there are machines available for making these blocks, I hadn't purchased one yet. I would try my hand at making them manually first. A machine would mix and blend everything thoroughly in one go, while doing it by hand would require more effort. Nevertheless, which breeder starts out using machines? Don't they all begin by making a few by hand first, and gradually progress? I took out my family's heirloom kitchen knife and began cutting the passion fruits into 8 segments. This fruit possesses a distinctive appearance, unlike the passion fruits I remember. The similarity in name is merely coincidental. The base of the passion fruit, the calyx, is a lemon-orange hue, resembling a serrated mouth encasing the fruit. To my surprise, the fruit itself is blue. Good heavens, in this world, I have yet to try many of these fruits. Each one appears different. And compared to the fruits from my past life, they share only slight resemblances. They are all unique, with flavors that vary greatly. Previously, I had tried a fruit of an unknown variety that was even more sour than a lemon. Its bitter taste left me questioning where my teeth had gone. And after a minute, I could hardly recognize my mouth, my tongue lost in the search for my teeth. Having divided the passion fruit into 8 segments, I began to mash them. This step requires manual effort, as passion fruit is the favorite of water-type Pokémon. Its additional benefit is to enhance the smoothness of the Pokémon's skin. Consumed fresh, the effects are evident, yet when crafted into a Pokémon block, its advantages become even more pronounced. By stimulating various fruits, the goal of increasing moisture is achieved, resulting in smoother scales and softer bodies. Water-type Pokémon require such nourishment. If a water-type Pokémon with scales or skin is excessively dry, it undoubtedly indicates a problem. Many trainers specializing in water-type Pokémon for splendid contests prefer to purchase these Pokémon blocks to make their Pokémon more dazzling. It seems that every contest trainer requires Pokémon blocks. Furthermore, affluent young ladies spare no expense for their beloved pets, spending lavishly. One could say this is a profession filled with lucrative prospects. As I pondered this, I vigorously mashed the passion fruits, striking them as one would a lemon, with fervent enthusiasm. Then, I added fresh coconut juice, noting that the slight taste of the passion fruit was quite astringent. It is indeed a fruit meant for Pokémon, distinct in its quality. The prism melon, however, presents a different story. Beneath its blue exterior lies a hard shell, while the inside reveals a tender core. In essence, it is akin to a nut, albeit with soft flesh inside. The vendor mentioned that this fruit could be used as a dye. Within a minute of holding it in my mouth, my entire mouth would turn blue. Those unaware might assume it contained food coloring. Its flavor, aside from being astringent, also carries a bitterness. Simply put, it is bitterly astringent. I fail to comprehend why water-type Pokémon would consume such items. Are they devoid of sustenance? The flavor of this peculiar fruit, the dragon fruit, is indeed remarkable. Though it possesses a tangy and slightly astringent taste, it is perfectly balanced. It can be enjoyed as a fruit platter, and when chilled, its flavor is enhanced. Do not inquire as to why. One merely needs to know that I have sampled a few, courtesy of the proprietor. The Fulu fruit is the most exceptional, boasting a sweet and sour flavor. Its sweetness surpasses expectations, and you would never guess its appearance. It resembles a gourd. Can you believe it? Its skin is soft, not hard and rigid. The hue is a vibrant purple, akin to the 7 gourd children, reminiscent of the purple gourd within. I was utterly astonished upon purchasing it, feeling as if I were a whimsical grandfather. I could have summoned Sister Juan to perform a plethora of amusing jokes. Of course, I intend no disrespect to Sister Juan. It is a matter of pure admiration. Crushing the gourd fruit, I ground it into powder and sprinkled it into a bowl, allowing it to blend thoroughly, revealing a beautiful blue hue. Grinding the beans into powder, this delicacy is favored by water-type Pokémon. Many utilize it for fishing, a practice colloquially known as baiting. Bird-type Pokémon also relish this, alongside the delectable rice, which is notably plump. Ground Pokémon have a profound affinity for this, as do nearly all Pokémon. It is quite universal. Extracting the juice from the Fulu fruit and discarding the skin, I must admit the sweetness is rather lacking. Next comes the amalgamation, the stirring, and finally, the chilling. Once cooled slightly, it transforms into a solid state. Placing it into a specially crafted container, it becomes the Pokémon delicacy for water types. As I stirred fervently, it felt as though my hands were not my own. The concoction within the bowl gradually thickened to a viscous consistency. Realizing it was nearly ready, I covered it with cling film and placed it in the refrigerator, leaving the remainder to the passage of time. Chapter 51. The Special Training of Drowsy. After placing the items in the fridge, I could only rely on time. What should I do now? Naturally, take Drowsy for training. It is no joke. The midterm examinations are imminent, and I must secure a place in a reputable high school. Then, I can indulge in leisure. What else is there to do? Mastery can only be achieved through practical combat. Surely, we are not to revert to the rote memorization of a previous life. Moreover, after Drowsy's enhancement by Mutuo, its leveling has accelerated notably. Furthermore, whenever it unleashes psychic-type moves, their potency magnifies. So, what is the focus of today's training with Drowsy? It is the accuracy of its skills. Given Drowsy's exceedingly slow speed, which borders on absurdity, there is no cause for concern. As long as the moves are executed with precision, it can function as a formidable artillery piece. Imagine a team battle amidst chaos. I could deploy Drowsy. Equipped with the Regenerator ability and the Lazy skill, augmented by 2 layers of special attack boosts. It would unleash Surf or Scald. Or perhaps a Psychic-type move like Psychic or Future Sight. This would transform it into a veritable cannon, and with the addition of Teleport, it would become a mobile artillery unit. Thus, Drowsy's potential is undeniably promising. Nurturing it into Hypno could yield a truly powerful entity. However, at this moment, Drowsy is merely dazed, not yet elevated to the status of a king. Hence, accuracy is of the essence at this juncture. Now, how do we enhance its accuracy? While battling in the wild, one must certainly consider external factors. Thus, I retrieved the goggles that the hefty vendor had failed to sell. Next, I required a formidable ally, such as a quasi-elite Noctowl, to begin creating gusts of wind. On the rocky platform, Noctowl flapped its wings vigorously. Numerous stones were arranged on the mountain, serving as Drowsy's targets. Noctowl was quite accommodating, having originally perched comfortably on the rocks. However, upon summoning it to generate wind, it nearly toppled me over. I instructed the other Pokémon to stay clear. I clutched a stone tightly, hiding behind it. Drowsy remained steadfast, enduring the onslaught of wind that left 2 or 3 creases on its forehead. It was truly amusing, but training took precedence. Drowsy took aim at the target and unleashed Water Gun. With widened eyes, Drowsy swiftly shot forth a jet of water. The impact was mediocre, failing to hit the mark. Clearly, further practice is required. Who could it possibly hit with such aim? Drowsy, focus and aim better, I shouted from behind my mask, while Noctowl looked on in bewilderment. Nevertheless, training must persist. Following our recent adventure in the Moonlit Forest, Drowsy's experience skyrocketed to level 15 after encountering Mutwo. It must be said, Mutwo's influence is nothing short of extraordinary. Initially, I had accompanied Drowsy in capturing Pokémon, leading it from level 5 to 6, and after capturing several more, we engaged in multiple battles. Ultimately, Drowsy managed to withstand a blow from Mutwo and emerged victorious, albeit barely. It is fortunate the machine malfunctioned, otherwise, both Drowsy and I would have faced a severe thrashing. Speaking of which, I have yet to utilize the flute gifted by Dragonite, the summoning flute. The prospect of having a free ally is rather delightful. Yet, what precisely does Dragonite protect? That mysterious leaf? Drowsy harnessed its psychic power. Upon hearing this, Drowsy's eyes grew even wider, as faint lavender ripples appeared around its head. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, nearly startling me into submission. Not only did it strike the rock, but it also obliterated it with sheer telekinetic force. Goodness, that's a bit outrageous, Drowsy, I exclaimed as I emerged from behind the stone. Even Noctowl paused its gusting. Though Noctowl is a normal and flying type, it possesses a unique understanding of psychic-type moves and can employ them adeptly in combat. As the saying goes, an expert reveals their skill with a single stroke. Noctowl tilted its head in astonishment at Drowsy, who inexplicably flushed with embarrassment. I jokingly considered reporting this foolishness as a crime of passion. Huh, Noctowl called tentatively. The surrounding Pokémon crawled over to investigate, as the previous noise had indeed been quite substantial. I understood Noctowl's curiosity, inquiring how Drowsy's psychic power could be so formidable. This seemed beyond the capacity of its current level. What could I possibly say? I cannot disclose that Mutwo is responsible, as it is my brother. The fewer who know, the better. Until Mutwo achieves true invincibility, I must remain a humble servant. It is not as if I could openly declare, my esteemed brother Mutwo. In the Pokémon world, prowess speaks volumes. Fortunately, I was born in the Huaguo Alliance. Although the Huaguo Alliance is not without its flaws, rife with inequities, it is far superior to other nations, such as the Sinew Alliance or the Ukraine Alliance, where countless Pokémon lives have been lost due to war. Not only that, but countless civilians have also perished. The devastation wrought by Pokémon is terrifying, not solely from those malicious creatures that relish attacking humans. At times, they unite to assault human cities, wreaking havoc. When meticulously trained Alliance investigators and Pokémon legions join forces, the destruction is akin to landslides and earthquakes. The situation with Drowsy may be somewhat unique. Given that it is a shiny Pokémon, perhaps it possesses certain differences. Dongfang Yin elucidated. The observational prowess of Noctowl is indeed remarkable, even though it is not an exceedingly rare Pokémon. However, as Grandpa's initial Pokémon, it has traversed the world with him over the years, evolving from a Hoot-Hoot to a Noctowl, experiencing extraordinary sights and encounters. Through training with Hurricane, Drowsy's skill accuracy has notably improved, a suggestion that stemmed from Noctowl's own contemplations. Hoot-Hoot, a sound emanated from behind, and Dongfang Yin found it peculiar, for Noctowl was right before him. Turning around, he spotted another Noctowl, identical in appearance, soaring through the sky. Could you possibly be Zorua? What is this unfortunate child up to now? Dongfang Yin observed the jubilant Zorua gliding in the air. Noctowl appeared slightly perplexed, and soon, a pink glow enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, Zorua, who had been soaring freely, found itself immobilized. Dongfang Yin smirked. Recognizing that familiar sensation, his daily awakening routine after a lazy morning slumber. How strangely reminiscent. It felt akin to being part of Team Rocket. Chapter 52, The Completion of the Pokémon Cube. Telekinesis can also be classified as an attack. Under Noctowl's psychic influence, Zorua was compelled to revert to its original form. Zorua was indeed exceedingly rare. Since Zorua's arrival at the ecological park, Noctowl had taken a keen interest in it. Why, you ask? Because it had never encountered such a creature before. In previous tales, Noctowl had accompanied Grandpa and had even glimpsed the legendary Suicune. In Grandpa and Grandma's era, their aspirations were to pursue the mythical Pokémon Ho-Oh, renowned for bringing fortune and happiness. It is said that those who behold Ho-Oh are blessed with good luck. And receiving a rainbow feather bestowed by the phoenix signifies an everlasting patronage of fortune. Do not underestimate the essence of luck. At times, a skill simply fails to hit its mark. As Zorua was gently lowered, the unfortunate creature remained blissfully unaware, reveling in the joy of soaring without the need to flap its own wings. It was evident that Drowzee's psychic skills were exceptionally precise and powerful, while its water-type skills exhibited the same efficacy and accuracy as an ordinary Drowzee. The empowerment from the legendary Pokémon was indeed remarkable. However, specialized training must not be neglected. The forthcoming objective would not be a mere stone. The Pokémon within the ecological park also required appropriate battles. After all, would one wish to bring back a worthless creature? Moreover, while others required 30 levels or more to evolve, how could a mere level 5 Pokémon reproduce? The law simply does not permit it. In the ecological park, Drowzee's level surpassed that of all the other Pokémon, including adult Pokémon, Lurantis, Oddish, and Teddiursa. Thus, Drowzee would serve as a punching bag for the upcoming training session, with various Pokémon taking turns to engage. Notably, Drowzee had recently acquired a new skill, Disable. This skill prevents an opponent from using a particular move they have employed for the next 5 turns. It could be considered quite overpowered, especially against low-level adversaries like Karami, who would only know a single attack move or a Vine Whip. By restricting their sole offensive skill, wouldn't that be tantamount to inviting a beating? Of course, skills do have a limit. After Drowzee exhausted its ability, it was subjected to a barrage of attacks from the array of Pokémon in the ecological park. Nevertheless, the others were mindful of their strength. After all, Drowzee may be somewhat simple-minded, but it was not foolish. As the skirmish progressed, more Pokémon joined in, with a few Geodude rolling in the background, eager to be part of the fray. Following this grand melee, Dongfang Yin distinctly sensed an enhanced camaraderie among the Pokémon within the ecological park. Zorua gradually integrated into the group, allowing it to lower its guard and unseal the heart that had been sealed by its tumultuous experiences outside. Opening the refrigerator, he checked the molds, observing whether the mixture had solidified adequately. Initially, it had been intended to be served in bowls. Halfway through pouring, a sudden thought struck him. Who on earth would make a Pokémon cube that large? How would one consume it? Would one simply gnaw on it? Surprisingly, that might yield some success. Perhaps he could mold it into a fecal shape, akin to the head of lazy sheep. It would undoubtedly be a bestseller. Presenting it, this Pokémon cube would not melt at room temperature. Thanks to the inclusion of gelatinous beans, it retained a consistency similar to flour. As a refined caretaker, one must employ the most straightforward methods to evaluate their laborious efforts. Dongfang Yin searched online for guidance, exclaiming, "Wait, are you telling me this can be eaten by humans? All right, it is entirely natural, untainted, and devoid of additives. Individually, it might well be consumable. However, mixed together into a cube form, I am truly at a loss. Who decreed that a caretaker must personally sample the Pokémon cube they crafted? Of the 4 ingredients, 3 were sour and somewhat astringent, while 1 was sweet and tangy. What purpose does that serve?" Dongfang Yin picked up the water-type Pokémon cube he had made, pondering whether he had washed his hands, whether he had taken a bathroom break, or whether he had brought tissue along. Damn it, this knife is dull, and the horse is too thin. I call this my secret recipe, remember that. Dongfang Yin boldly took a bite of his own water-type Pokémon cube. Instantly, his face contorted, and he spat it out. Is this something humans can consume? Dongfang Yin gagged, forcing himself to expel the remnants. The sourness was authentic, nearly inducing a bout of morning sickness. This experience left Dongfang Yin in a state of introspection. It seemed that this concoction was truly not meant for human consumption. Water-type Pokemon, I see. Drowsy tilted its head, gazing at the large bowl of Pokemon cubes before it. What are you staring at? Eat up. This is an extra meal for you. Dongfang Yin earnestly looked at Drowsy and, for the sake of convenience, poured the Pokemon cubes from the mold into the bowl. Drowsy's eyes widened as it fixated on the cubes, repeatedly glancing up at Dongfang Yin as if confirming whether it was all meant for it. When Dongfang Yin nodded affirmatively, Drowsy bowed its head and began to feast. Observing Drowsy relish its meal brought Dongfang Yin a sense of relief. As Zorua passed by and noticed Drowsy enjoying its meal, it couldn't resist sampling a piece. Zorua abruptly halted. Gag, gag. Dongfang Yin scoffed. Humph, you simply lack discernment. Look how much Drowsy is enjoying it. Gag, gag. Dongfang Yin turned around to find Drowsy had already regurgitated its meal all over the place. Oh dear, your reflexes are astonishingly slow. Alright. The emetic agent has been successfully concocted. Achievement unlocked. Master of Toxicity. What went awry? Dongfang Yin pondered. System? Ding dong. I'm here. You provided the authentic recipe for the water-type Pokemon Cube, right? System, give me a straightforward answer. Do you need help from Pinduoduo for a discount? You need 3 more portions to unlock the complete form. System, I suggest the host restart. Dongfang Yin retorted, look at that. This system resorts to personal attacks at the drop of a hat. Is it truly so challenging to answer questions? Dongfang Yin retrieved the water-type Pokemon Cube produced by the system. Its color was striking. The system's version displayed 3 water patterns and was deep blue, while his own creation. Well, it was merely a light blue cube. Are these 2 systems the same thing, or is there a classification? System, the spirit blocks are divided into ordinary blocks and superior blocks. So that's how it is. This must be an ordinary spirit block, then. Dongfang Yin smiled confidently. Feeling quite pleased with himself, it might have a somewhat nauseating effect, but it was still quite impressive. Ha! Thinking too much, you are a second-rate product. Dongfang Yin, Chapter 53, Successful Creation of the Spirit Block. Dongfang Yin was left speechless. Aren't there 2 categories? What does it mean to be a defective product? System. Please explain. Dongfang Yin cursed inwardly. System, do you think what you created is a vomit-inducing agent or a spirit block? Be honest. Even though he wanted to retort, the sight of the contents in the trash bin made him hesitate. He wanted to sound defiant, but it was merely a fleeting thought. Hey, dear system, could you perhaps offer a suggestion? Love you. System, the method you found online for creating spirit blocks is merely a conventional approach. Due to the differences in recipes, you cannot follow someone else's method. Why didn't you say so earlier? Dongfang Yin spread his hands in exasperation. You didn't ask this system. Dongfang Yin's face darkened. What should I do then? With a determination to humbly seek guidance, Dongfang Yin inquired. Grind the rolling beans and the prism melon into powder, and make sure to extract the soft flesh from the prism melon before grinding it, or else it will taste excessively sour and astringent, which will diminish the sourness. First, mix the 2 powders together. Previously, you crushed the tree fruits into juice before adding the powder. This resulted in the powders not fully dissolving and clumping together. The colors were simply too dark for you to notice. The system explained. That actually makes some sense. Please continue, dear system. After mixing the rolling bean and prism melon powders, add fresh coconut juice. Then, blend the passion fruit and fortune fruit into juice, and don't discard the skins. That would be wasteful. Dongfang Yin glanced nervously at the discarded fortune fruit skins in the trash bin, choosing not to say another word. Freeze the mixed juice of the tree fruits in the refrigerator first, and ferment the rolling bean and prism melon powders into dough. Halfway through fermentation, add the mixed juice of the tree fruits. Ferment again, pour into molds, and refrigerate. Once successfully produced, the texture will be soft and melt in your mouth, with a sweet and sour flavor. This is the procedure for creating the water-type spirit block. Clap, clap, clap. Dongfang Yin enthusiastically applauded. Hear that applause? Dongfang Yin echoed. As the saying goes, 3rd time is the charm. Such a simple task could not possibly go wrong again. He retrieved the tree fruits and fresh coconuts. There was no other choice but to continue mercilessly squeezing lemon tea. Half an hour later, the water-type spirit block was successfully completed. Dongfang Yin picked up the spirit block and scrutinized it closely. Wait, why do these 2 look different? System, look at this. Dongfang Yin held up the 2 different types of spirit blocks. One is an ordinary block, and the other is a superior block. Is this for real? This thing can be random? No way. How am I so amazing? Hey, system, I've got your back from now on. System, the dull beast stared at the spirit block in front of it, tilting its head at Dongfang Yin, Are you crazy? Zorua glanced at it and immediately transformed into a night owl, soaring into the sky. Moments later, Zorua was escorted back, crossing its short arms with an expression of defiance. This made Dongfang Yin laugh. Of all things to imitate, it chose the most formidable creature in this ecological garden. Dongfang Yin grinned wickedly and tried to shove the spirit block into Zorua's mouth. Zorua, astonished, wore an expression of utter despair. After a moment, Zorua chewed a few bites. It seems quite all right, without that nauseating feeling. Meanwhile, the dull beast was once again in a frenzy of excitement, completely forgetting its previous discomfort. But that's all right. Being a dullard means being unique. Other Pokemon present also tried a piece or two and gave positive feedback. Seeing this, Dongfang Yin felt reassured. If he wished to sell, he would need the League's approval, but it wasn't particularly difficult. As long as the ingredients were fresh and safe, there should be no issues. Moreover, as a Pokemon breeder, knowing how to create certain blocks was hardly a rare skill. In fact, most breeders had various side businesses. To better nurture Pokemon, many chose to be caretakers or Pokemon massage therapists. There are numerous professions within the Pokemon realm, such as Pokemon item makers, Pokemon scientists, Pokemon historians, and Pokemon scholars. Each profession reflects the bond between Pokemon and humans. Researchers studying Pokemon behavior, for instance, observe the communal behavior of Butterfree during mating seasons. At certain times, Butterfree from various regions will migrate to their ancestral breeding grounds, soaring freely in the sky, flitting about in search of their ideal mates. Pokemon scholars are those who study these phenomena. For instance, Professor Oak from the television anime is both a Pokemon scientist and a Pokemon scholar, and he is quite impressive, owning hundreds of acres dedicated to raising Pokemon, serving as a primary source of starter Pokemon in that region. One could say he is a winner in life, far surpassing Dongfang Yin's humble breeding facility with its adjoining ecological garden. Nonetheless, no matter, bread will come, and everything will fall into place. In a few days, the opening of the Cloud Mist breeding house will take place. The ecological garden will not open for now, as the juvenile Pokemon will require another week. However, the midterm examinations are approaching, coinciding with that time frame. Although Dongfang Yan's dull beast might not claim to be invincible, it certainly stands out among the crowd. In a one-on-one confrontation, anyone who dares to challenge will face defeat. It's not merely about strength, but also about strategy. At that time, a health certificate will also be required, and the water-type spirit block must make its mark in the market. To build a reputation, it needs to be established. Some trees in the ecological garden will eventually be replaced with various fruit-bearing trees, ensuring a sufficient supply of raw materials for crafting water-type spirit blocks. This way, the production costs will be negligible, leading to substantial profits. Reputation and wealth will be secured. However, preparations for tomorrow's opening must still be made. Although there are plenty of Pokemon eggs ready, with some having high potential and others low, it mainly depends on the target audience. One set is prepared for Pokemon trainers, while the other is for ordinary people. Families with grandparents or young masters and misses seeking companionship will find Pokemon to be the perfect match: intelligent, lively, devoted, and loyal. Of course, trainers or owners who treat their Pokemon poorly, those who abuse them, will likely face backlash from their Pokemon. One could only say that such individuals deserve their fate. Some Pokemon, despite having good potential, can serve as breeding stock in the ecological garden. However, it is unnecessary, as too few individuals would breed too slowly. To find a suitable match still requires time and compatibility. Alas, the ecological garden currently lacks the luxury of time. They can only capture couples, such as the pair of Geodude currently residing in a small cave, oblivious to their surroundings. Meanwhile, Miss Skirt, being entirely female, requires the presence of male companions to reproduce. Chapter 54, Preparations for Opening. The weather was pleasantly sunny, not overly hot or gloomy, just right. Yet, the world outside was declining. Ring, ring, ring. Dongfang Yin picked up the Pokédex, casually fiddling with it until the sound ceased. This device truly serves as an alarm clock. Dongfang Yin removed his eye mask and gazed out the window. A shadow flitted past, and the nocturnal owl appeared before the window, tilting its head in astonishment as it regarded Dongfang Yin. It truly brought a smile to my face. Can you believe it? Every morning at precisely 7 o'clock, it makes its timely appearance at the window. Regardless of the weather, it employs its psychic abilities to rouse me from slumber. I nearly became accustomed to waking up naturally. This familiar sensation is something I experience daily, and I have indeed grown accustomed to it. Each morning, I engage in a 360-degree backflip, followed by 500 irregular pull-ups, 60 earth-throwing exercises, 30 monkey moon fetches, and 20 inverted bells. an upscale awakening service, a second-rate workout regime, and the third-rate me. I digress, but today holds great significance. The nurturing house is set to open its doors. Thus, I must rise early to tidy up. Although the nurturing house has undergone renovations, the light, natural aesthetic is truly delightful. Naturally, the mascot must also be brought forth, but not the dull beast. Its brightness is far too overwhelming. After all, I do not wish for the opening of the nurturing house to be overshadowed by the dull beast. Aside from that, what other mascot could suffice? Zoroark is certainly out of the question. It was a challenge to coax it into the ecological park. What if it runs away? It hasn't been captured yet. Even if it were captured, how would I find it if it escaped? Therefore, it must willingly choose to stay. The baby bear is also unsuitable. It is, after all, a genuine bear. The lily root doll is rather charming, or perhaps the Gugu. Walking grass is far too commonplace. And Bobo is also rather ubiquitous. Let's pass on the Diglett. As for the Shaminko, I fear it might be easily bagged and whisked away. While not a rare Pokemon, it is prone to being taken, rolling around as it walks. It could easily be kicked out by someone. Thus, I shall choose between Gugu and the lily root doll. Only children make choices, adults take them all. Although my body is merely in its teenage years, it feels a bit awkward. This is how Dongfang Yin contemplated. Gugu resides on the tree in the nurturing house, and during the day, it sleeps. This creature is incomparable to the nocturnal owl. Just look at the owl. It seems to have its eyes open 360 days a year, arriving punctually every morning. As for the lily root doll, it shall remain on the counter. To avoid unwelcome hands, such a delightful creature should not be touched carelessly, as it also serves to promote the ecological park's future endeavors. Dongfang Yin brought out Xiaoxi and Gugu from the ecological park, leaving the owl to its own devices. Xiaoxi, you stay with me here, wherever I go. You follow, all right? Dongfang Yin gently inquired. The lily root doll, named Xiaoxi, shyly nodded. This made Dongfang Yin unable to resist giving it a few affectionate pats. It truly was adorable. He recalled that in his previous life's rankings, aside from the wife beast, its evolution was among the top 10 prominent figures. The lily root doll also held a place on the list of cuteness. Even straight men find it hard to resist, let alone young boys and girls. It is undoubtedly the darling of many women, instantly evoking a protective instinct in men and a nurturing desire in women. As for its prowess, there is no need to elaborate. It possesses some strength, albeit modest, as it primarily excels in support roles. For instance, on sunny days, the lily root doll can learn aromatherapy or healing at level 40, both of which are excellent support skills. It can be said that in certain situations, it becomes an exceedingly important Pokemon. It possesses both charm and a hint of capability, primarily as a supporter, yet still retains its allure. As for Gugu, well, during the opening, it should not wander about aimlessly. It can stay on this tree and sleep as it pleases. If it runs off, the nocturnal owl will sort it out. Gugu nodded vigorously. In a single sentence, a Pokemon is made to obey. That is true power. The cleaning of the ecological park was rather casual. After all, it was merely grass and trees, primarily watering the fruit seedlings. Moreover, the ecological park, post-system transformation, can automatically decompose excretions. There is no need to overly concern oneself with sanitation unless the Pokemon refuses to bathe. Next, I must ensure the nurturing house is thoroughly cleaned. I wiped down the tables, a large round one with a hole in the center, from which a beautiful tree sprouted, reaching the ceiling. Pushing open the door not only accompanied the sound of wind chimes, reminding the owner of its presence, but also provided a refreshing breeze. Adjacent to the table are sofas, and to the far right is the Pokemon grooming room, where activities such as massages, baths, and trims take place. Of course, I am still unskilled in these tasks. For now, it will serve as decoration. I can practice with the Pokemon from the ecological park whenever I have the chance. To the left lies the display case, showcasing some important Pokemon eggs. Behind the display case, a wall is filled with Pokemon eggs, featuring a pull-out staircase. By tugging at it, one can lower the top tier to the bottom, akin to a rotating mechanism. It indicates various levels of qualifications, categorized for quicker identification of one's goals, facilitating the search. Ultimately, one concludes at the counter, which is located inside. Pushing through the small barrier of the counter leads one into the area. Long ago, I had complained about this small barrier, dubbing it the psychological comfort door. Beside the counter is a door leading to the back, with stairs ascending to the storage area for eggs, and further back lies the backyard, followed by the ecological park. The layout is quite straightforward. The vast horizon is my love. The phone rang, and the sound was undeniably awkward. For some reason, the current Pokédex, when receiving a call, displays the ringtone of the other party's Pokédex. When calling, It also emits the other party's Pokédex ringtone. This sound can only be described as piercing the heavens. Hey, Grandma, what is up? Dongfang Yin picked up the Pokédex and answered the call. Oh, grandson, up so early? Are you confident about the opening of the nurturing house today? Although he knew he was indeed her grandson, it felt rather strange to hear it spoken aloud. Of course, everything is arranged, Dongfang Yin declared with a thump of his chest, exuding confidence. Seeing this, his grandmother refrained from saying much more, reminding him to stay safe and ensure he was well fed and warmly dressed before hanging up. He wondered what she was so busy with. She had clearly mentioned visiting her sister's house. Yet, it didn't quite seem that way. When he asked what she was doing, she wouldn't say. Each time, she hurriedly called, and he thought, isn't it a bit much for a champion trainer to worry about? My grandmother could handle 10 of me without any issue. She could run, jump, and even soar through the skies riding a large Pidgeot. No joke, back in their youth. One rode the nocturnal owl, while the other rode the Pidgeot. How carefree and joyful it was to be young. Checking the time, he prepared the cold drinks and instructed Xiaoxi to serve 1 cup to anyone who comes by, not more, and if they wanted another, they would have to pay $1 for the ultimate refreshment, cool, clear water. The park opens at 8 o'clock sharp, and as Dongfang Yin sat behind the counter, counting down, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Gugu had already perched on the tree, dozing off, while the lily root doll held its cup of water, ready for action. Chapter 55, The Grand Opening. Dongfang Yin approached the entrance and took a deep breath. With a sudden push, he flung the door open. Bang! Ah! A scream erupted from outside. Oh no, I bumped into someone. Frightened, Dongfang Yin hurried outside to check. A plump person sat on the ground, clutching a bouquet of flowers and a party popper, one hand covering their nose. Bad news struck as someone was knocked over. But the good news was that Fatty had money. Why are you standing at the door so early in the morning? Dongfang Yin helped Fatty up and inquired. Damn it. You heartless one, aren't you opening today? Fat Master, I'm here to support you. You call this support? Dongfang Yin picked up the small fireworks stick in Fatty's hand, which was hardly larger than a palm, and gave Fatty a playful whack on the backside. Get lost. I can't be bothered to chat. Let me in. With that, Fatty pushed past Dongfang Yin and squeezed inside. What the heck? Fatty, what's wrong with you again? Dongfang Yin hurriedly ran back. He saw Fatty standing there, lost in thought. What's the matter? Fatty trembled and pointed inside the nursery. No way. It's been half a month since I last came here. And it's changed so much? Inside the nursery, wind chimes jingled with a clear, crisp sound. Gugu opened one eye to take a glance, and then went back to sleep. The lily root doll quickly approached Fatty with a cup of water in hand on its short legs. Did you catch this lily root doll? Fatty took the water, a bit puzzled. Who told you I only caught Shawanzis? Didn't your housekeeper tell you? I've caught so many Pokemon. Fatty thought back and recalled something being mentioned, but he hadn't paid attention. All he knew was that you caught a gopher, a Pidgey, and that walking grass that you didn't even need a Pokeball for. Just carried its head away. Dongfang Yin, it's not just your house that's been renovated. When did this tree get brought over? Fatty looked very confused. Dongfang Yin hesitated, not daring to let Fatty ask further questions. Good grief, can I even tell you about the system? Stop talking nonsense and come help quickly. Customers will be here soon. Oh, I haven't had breakfast yet. Make me a meal. Is this the Unai nursery? A voice called from outside as someone pushed the door open, causing the wind chimes to ring. Just as Dongfang Yin finished handling breakfast, he asked Fatty to take it upstairs to eat. Someone arrived at the door. Hello, is this the Unai nursery? Dongfang Yin immediately greeted with a smile, while subtly signaling to the lily root doll. Xiaoxi was quick-witted and promptly offered a cup of water. Oh, thank you very much. The visitor was a well-dressed woman in professional attire, carrying what appeared to be a designer handbag. Hello, what can I do for you? Dongfang Yin asked directly, as serving customers was part of his professional demeanor. It's like this, I'm going to work in Forever City. Although it's close to Yang City, I hardly get to come back once a week. My father is getting old and has been living alone ever since my mother passed away. I want to buy a Pokemon to keep him company. Do you have any recommendations? The professional woman inquired. Well, could you please leave your name and contact information? We will follow up later. Sure. You can call me Sister Shui. My name is Li Shuerwei, and my contact number is 137-4664. Okay, let me recommend some of our Pokemon eggs. Do you prefer ones with high qualifications or low ones? It doesn't matter, as long as it catches my eye. You're quite wealthy, Dongfang Yin thought. Alright, we have both high-quality and low-quality Pokemon eggs. If you have no particular requirements, I would recommend this rather clingy Pokemon. Sister Shui, think about it. When Uncle is home and bored, a clingy Pokemon will keep him from feeling down, preventing him from overthinking and keeping him busy, which will surely improve his mood. Li Shuerwei contemplated this for a moment and thought it made some sense. You're quite knowledgeable, young one. I saw your battle performance in the Pokemon Encyclopedia video, and I came with the mindset of just checking it out. I didn't expect you to actually know how to make recommendations. Please, continue. Li Shuerwei praised. Dongfang Yin shyly scratched his head. The clingy Pokemon I have include Meowth, Lickitung, and Maril, among others. If Uncle enjoys sports, I would also suggest Mach-Hop, which is athletic and self-disciplined. It would suit him well. He did seem to enjoy sports quite a bit before, but he has become somewhat indifferent to it lately. Li Shuerwei pondered. How about this Mach-Hop? Sister, you can rest assured, it's excellent, with a relatively high qualification, a D grade. Do you offer after-sales service? Well, what do you mean? For example, some benefits. Of course. Do you see that bathing room over there? You can come once a month for regular health checkups for the Pokemon. Primarily to help the Pokemon relax with massages and baths. Just because it can't do it now doesn't mean it won't be able to in the future. Dongfang Yin thought to himself, worst case, I can learn later. I heard there's south an ecological park built here. Can I visit it? Li Shuerwei asked excitedly. Sister Shui, that area is still under renovation and is not open to the public. Well, that is fine. Your ecological park is the first in Yang City. There isn't even one in Forever City, and many people are laughing at you. But for now, I still have high hopes for you. Please wrap up the Pokemon egg for me. Is there anything else for me? Li Shuerwei took out her card. Dongfang Yin glanced at the golden black card, which had a limit of 10 million. After a moment. Sister, take care. Come back to play when you have time. Dongfang Yin returned to the counter, and the lily root doll handed him a handkerchief, which he took to wipe his face. Fatty came down from upstairs, impressed. Wow, you've already made a sale. You think so? But I'm really exhausted. After a long time, I've only sold one Pokemon egg. That is how business is. Fatty had a look that suggested Dongfang Yin needed more practice. Dongfang Yin rolled his eyes. What about after-sales service? Everything must be clearly stated. Otherwise, how can you assure others? In the end, he delivered some water-type Pokemon cubes he had prepared yesterday. What is this? Keep it down, sister. This is my family's exclusive recipe. We make our own water-type Pokemon cubes, unique and not yet available on the market. So you won't be able to buy them later. I never expected you could do this. Come on, sister, this shop has been passed down for 3 generations. Li Shuerwei nodded in agreement, recalling that this shop had been around since her childhood, though her first Pokemon wasn't purchased here. Chapter 56, A Day. Moments later. Not long passed before a commotion erupted at the door. Dongfang Yin looked up. A large crowd surged in. Wow, this place is so beautiful. A throng of people rushed in, leaving Dongfang Yin completely bewildered. Wow, there's even a bird here. It was clear that these were all customers. Boss, I've seen you before. This group of people left Dongfang Yin utterly flabbergasted. They bombarded him with questions. And he answered that this wasn't the case, and that was also not true. Hey, look at me. A voice rang out. Dongfang Yin was already flustered. With people rushing in and firing questions left and right. Anyone would be overwhelmed in such a situation unless they were battle-hardened. At that moment, a voice pierced through the chaos, and Dongfang Yin felt as if he had found a lifeline. Sister Huan Huan appeared at the entrance. While Fatty timidly carried a cup of water, the sense of pressure was palpable. With Sister Huan Huan's assistance, they began to manage the crowd, allowing for better service. It was impractical to introduce each customer individually when a crowd rushed in. Otherwise, if anyone felt dissatisfied, the one in trouble would be him. The lily root doll was also in a frenzy, unsure to whom to pass the water. A throng of individuals gathered, both observing and touching, while some, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Is this a Pokemon? Is it for sale? How could this be permissible? Goodness, if I were to sell a Pokemon egg, would you expect me to casually allow you to whisk away a small sea? What a jest. Naturally, that cannot be entertained. I may sell a Pokemon egg, but never a juvenile Pokemon. Are you truly so impatient?" Fortunately, Sister Huan Huan arrived, a seasoned professional at the Pokemon Center, akin to a Pokemon hospital. Her exceptional skills made her an authority on these Pokemon eggs, effortlessly sharing her extensive knowledge. Her insights were astute and remarkably effective. Dongfang Yin felt a twinge of inadequacy. Even a wealthy individual like Fatty could only assist Little C by fetching water amidst such chaos. At last, it was accomplished. Dongfang Yin slumped onto the ground, exhausted after a day of labor. Many had been lured here by the captivating video on the Pokédex, leaving Dongfang Yin utterly speechless. Some merely came to spectate, without any intention of purchasing, simply seeking to join the fray. Confronting such individuals left one feeling frustrated, unable to scold them, yet equally unable to dismiss the irritation they caused. However, at a crucial moment, Sister Huan Huan came to the rescue. With her exemplary professionalism and robust demeanor, she exuded an air of authority that encouraged patient dialogue among the crowd. Little C's task of distributing water went smoothly, while Gugu dozed peacefully atop a tree, oblivious to the antics of a few mischievous children below who incessantly chirped at him. After a full day, nearly half of the Pokémon eggs in the nursery were sold, an impressive feat, indeed. Yet, it seemed that relying solely on oneself might not have yielded such success. Dongfang Yan, drenched in sweat, glanced at Sister Huan Huan, equally damp despite the air conditioning, having traversed back and forth to provide introductions. The reality was that one must endure the heat and fatigue. Little C was equally fatigued, tirelessly running about, serving tea and water, with someone even tearfully scanning a QR code to pay $1 just to have Little C fetch water. Truly, it was remarkable. Sister Huan Huan, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today, Dongfang Yin declared, respectfully offering her a cup of water, filled with admiration for her both physically and spiritually. Such trivial matters were inconsequential. Indeed, you had many customers today, but it was manageable, as the Pokémon Center often brimmed with patrons. This was especially true as students had entered high school and were out battling for gym badges. They frequented the hospital countless times in a day. There was also a gym located near Yongyuan City, at the border between Yongyuan and other cities, attracting many challengers, primarily locals. The proximity made it convenient for them to visit the Pokémon hospital. Sometimes, it was truly amusing. Sister Huan Huan, allow me to offer you a day's wages, Dongfang Yin exclaimed. In truth, had it not been for Sister Huan Huan's help, he would have been utterly overwhelmed. Dongfang Yin promptly retrieved a card containing 500,000 from a drawer and presented it to Sister Huan Huan. Isn't it a bit presumptuous of you to think you need to offer me such things for helping you? Sister Huan Huan replied with a disapproving expression. Dongfang Yin hastily clarified. No, Sister Huan Huan, you have assisted me immensely, and it was during your time off. I cannot let you make this trip without compensation, especially considering our relationship. You are becoming increasingly glib. I don't recall you being so talkative before. With that, Sister Huan Huan picked up her bag and turned to leave, casually taking a cup of water with her. At times, she could be quite obstinate. Fatty had sprawled out all day, prompting Dongfang Yin to kick him playfully. Is this how you come to assist? You lazy bum. Spare me. Dongfang Yin gave Fatty a thorough thrashing, and Gugu, who had been pulled down, received a similar fate. A Pokémon and a human lamented Dongfang Yin's shortcomings, both feeling a deep sense of grievance. Gugu felt particularly wronged, having been told to rest atop the tree. Why am I being punished? Fatty, too, felt aggrieved. I merely came to celebrate with you. Is it a crime to ask for breakfast, or to drink a few cups of water while lying around? What had he done to deserve this? Humanity had certainly lost its way. Fatty was genuinely distressed, on the verge of tears, yet fearing further reprimand. Enough with the whining. Come over here and help me clean, Dongfang Yin commanded, hands on his hips, brandishing a broom as he tossed a rag towards them. You two can sort it out. Stop your incessant chatter. With that, Dongfang Yin dictated the pace, and the Pokémon and human began a frenzied cleaning session. Gugu, clutching the rag with his claws, twisted and turned, while Little C was released to rest, having already exerted considerable effort that day. Fatty and his crew were truly unproductive. Who among them could expect to enjoy a meal and remain idle? Apart from Fatty, there seemed to be no one else. As Fatty and Gugu were cleaning with fervor, the telephone rang once more. Hello, who is it? Dongfang Yin answered, too fatigued to glance at the Pokédex screen. Guess who? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Dongfang Yin felt an unexpected wave of embarrassment. Grandma, why are you calling again? What of it? How was your day? Don't even get me started. I'm utterly exhausted, Dongfang Yin lamented. Fortunately, Sister Huan Huan came to help. I couldn't manage on my own. Was it Sister Huan Huan again? That child never changes. What do you mean? By the way, Grandma, why is Sister Huan Huan so kind to us? Dongfang Yin inquired, perplexed. Well, you know about family legacies, right? What do you mean, family? You could interpret it that way, Grandma elaborated over the phone. Many prominent families raise Pokémon trainers through a brutal elimination system. If you do not meet their standards, you are relegated to lesser roles within the family, left to fend for yourself. Dongfang Yin was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that rather extreme? You seem skeptical, but it's true. Pokémon can live for a long time. Even if a trainer passes away, they may continue to exist in this world. If a family produces a legendary Pokémon or even a champion, that Pokémon can serve as an ancestral guardian, protecting the family for generations. Over time, the family becomes increasingly powerful, and the rules become stricter. Your sister Huan Huan was cast aside by her family for certain reasons. And it was my husband and I who sponsored her to attend Pokemon High School to study Pokemon care. Grandma explained over the phone. Dongfang Yin understood now. Much like the guardian owl, even if Grandpa were to pass, he would still protect this home, albeit others may possess more ancestral Pokemon. Oh, the world is indeed fraught with danger. A family of such magnitude must wield immense power. So, does that mean I could recruit Sister Huan? In terms of strength, no Pokemon could compare to a champion. Could they rival his Mutwo? After all, his older brother was none other than Mutwo. Laughter ensues, devoid of any fear. The system is utterly useless, failing to provide any substantial support. System. Just kidding. Haha. Dear system, your utility is undeniable. How could I ever disdain you? Although Sister One has secured a position at the Pokemon Center, earning a stable salary that is bound to increase over time, our ecological park still requires assistance at the breeding house, just as previously mentioned. I cannot entrust this to just anyone. Those I trust are unqualified, lacking the necessary expertise. Sister One appears to be the sole viable option, though her willingness remains to be seen. Grandma, what do you think about inviting Sister One to join us? Dongfang Yin promptly inquired, seeking his grandmother's counsel. Haha, you little rascal have such thoughts. This is your affair. I am already retired. She retorted. She is a rare talent. And you wish to be her mentor? Enough of this. I have matters to attend to. With that, she hung up the phone with her customary swiftness. Dongfang Yin barely had time to respond before the line went dead. As he stowed away his Pokédex, he pondered the necessity of becoming a mentor himself. Opportunities like this must not be squandered. The knowledge of Pokemon care is something I cannot master overnight. Even creating a simple Pokemon cube nearly exhausted me, and I inadvertently concocted an emetic. Learning anything else would be utterly ludicrous. At this rate, I might as well abandon the shop and become a streamer. A plan must be devised to communicate effectively with Sister One. Liu Bei made 3 visits to the thatched cottage. I shall make 4. Fatty, do you have any suggestions? Dongfang Yin glanced at the plump figure still mopping the floor. He spoke to his grandmother without concern for the presence of the boy. The fatty could very well be part of this family, so surely he must be privy to such matters. Given your relationship with Sister One, sincerity is paramount, he advised, adopting the demeanor of a cunning strategist. Will you accompany me? Dongfang Yin asked. I just remembered I have something to do. I must take my leave. The fatty exclaimed, abandoning the mop and dashing away. Damn it, you lazy fool, the cleaning isn't finished. Dongfang Yin watched as the boy sprinted away, marveling at his speed. System, initiate daily task retrieval and calculate today's reputation points. Ding. Total reputation points, 1035. Today's earning, 854. Daily task reputation points, 50. Exceeding task completion multiplied by 3 equals 150. Total, 2038. What on earth? How did it increase so dramatically? Due to widespread dissemination. The host is on the verge of attaining a minor fame achievement. Please continue your efforts. The system suddenly chimed in. What use is this achievement? Are there rewards? Dongfang Yin inquired hastily. The system, however, went silent once more. Dongfang Yin retrieved his Pokédex, searched for Sister One's number, and dialed. It was prudent to arrange a face-to-face meeting. Hello, is this Sister One? It's me, Xiaoyan. I want to express my gratitude. Let me treat you to dinner tomorrow. All right, tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, correct? Sounds good. After the call, Dongfang Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He must find a way to communicate effectively with her, not solely for his own benefit, but for Sister One's as well. The feeling of being abandoned by One's family must be unbearable. Over the years, had it not been for the support of his grandparents, Sister One would have undoubtedly faced even greater difficulties. He could see that she had always been exceptionally kind to her family. Opportunities for mutual benefit must include her. Setting aside other considerations, just the profits from the ecological park and breeding house amounted to 8.65 million in a single day, netting over 2 million after expenses. Solely from the sale of Pokemon eggs. As the Pokemon in the ecological park mature and breed, cost will diminish significantly. What will the scene be like then? What will the breeding house resemble? The possibilities are truly exhilarating, and the future appears bright. To enhance reputation, customers could be randomly invited to participate in the park's development, mainly for observation and enjoyment of the Pokemon at play. This reputation will surely soar. And there are so many wonderful items in the shop that he can only gaze at longingly, which is quite disheartening. As evening descended, he realized how late it had become after a busy afternoon. He closed the breeding house and prepared for the upcoming exams, but more importantly, for the development of the ecological park. It was decided that 2 juvenile Pokemon would be temporarily released, a Rockruff and a Lurantis. Two individuals would be chosen either through a draw online or locally in Yang City. Initially, the Pokémon would have a chance to meet. If either party was unsatisfied, it would be over. If both were satisfied, they could spend a few days together, allowing their bond to flourish naturally. After all, he must also take responsibility for the Pokémon and would stipulate regular visits to the ecological park to assess their well-being and ensure they are not being mistreated. Ultimately, the Pokémon he released must be cared for by him. If they developed a good relationship, that would be fine, but one must remain wary of those with ill intentions. Chapter 58, Yang City Restaurant. The Yang City Restaurant bears a simple and unadorned name, yet it is fitting. Dongfang Yin arrived early, awaiting Sister Wan's arrival. This was a gesture of sincerity. The meal had already been ordered, ready to be enjoyed upon her arrival. Earlier in the day, the breeding house had seen a flurry of visitors, most of whom were merely there to look around and tour the ecological park. However, that was of little concern. Their presence alone contributed to his reputation. Though they did not enter, they were satisfied to see the large protective dome outside, expressing their desire to be notified should they ever be allowed inside. They admired the decor of the breeding house, and little C, the Lurantis, was even forcibly photographed several times. Some regular customers also expressed their amazement at how a place can reflect its people, although they reminisced about the past. They were equally impressed and remarked on how Dongfang Yin had inherited his family's fine traditions. After ensuring everything was in order at the ecological park and leaving the care of the house to the nocturnal owl, he arrived early at the restaurant, ordered the meals, and reserved a private room. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Dongfang Yin quickly stood to respond. Xiao Yin, why are you here so early? It was, as expected, Sister Wan. Not too early. I needed to ensure everything was perfectly arranged for you. Your flattery is becoming more and more slick. Sister Wan laughed, grabbing a bottle of beer and effortlessly twisting it open. Do you drink? She inquired, offering the bottle to him. I don't drink. I prefer juice. Dongfang Yin declined without hesitation. Of course, one must recognize their current status. I am still a minor and a younger brother. It's akin to your father offering you a cigarette. How do you respond? Accept it? How do you accept it? If you accept it well, all is fine. If not, well, your ashes will be scattered. Juice is it? Here, let me open one for you, Sister Wan said, casually picking up a bottle of juice and twisting it open. This is the essence of a delicate and gentle girl. Sister Wan embodies a striking contrast. Aside from her physical form, oh, no, even her physique is top tier. She possesses a pure and innocent face that belies a figure akin to a bodybuilder, making her irresistibly captivating. How can one deny her beauty? Dongfang Yin, with a sense of earnestness, accepted the juice. Soon, the dishes were served. Sister Huan began to devour her meal with fervor, making sounds of delight as she ate. Observing her relish in the food, Dongfang Yin felt his thoughts of business dissipate. Whatever, let us enjoy this meal first. Thus, the two of them remained silent, their heads bowed as they indulged in their feast. The waitress who brought the dishes was taken aback, startled by the sight. Sister Huan's physique had always been somewhat imposing, and in this moment, she appeared as if she hadn't eaten in a decade, resembling a model citizen emerging from a labor camp. Yet, her innocent visage presented a striking contrast. In no time, Dongfang Yin and Sister Huan had polished off 8 plates of food, along with several hearty dishes, still feeling unsated. Both let out satisfied burps, disregarding all decorum. After their sumptuous meal, Sister Huan casually remarked, Xiaoyan, what brings you to seek me out? You know, you don't just come to me for no reason, without any business. Your intentions must be dubious. Since I'm in a good mood today, let us have a proper conversation. With one foot casually resting on the table, Sister Huan spoke nonchalantly. Dongfang Yin pondered to himself, had she already discerned his intentions? However, sister, your demeanor is quite reminiscent of a gangster. It's not particularly reassuring. He thought. Primarily, I wish to foster a connection with you, Sister Huan. He complimented, attempting to flatter her. Enough with the pleasantries. Or I might just have to give you a beating. She retorted playfully. Sister Huan is no ordinary person. Recognizing the moment for frankness, Dongfang Yin proceeded without hesitation. Sister Huan, I hold your capabilities in high regard. As you are aware, the situation at my breeding house is quite pressing, and I also have a vast ecological garden to manage. With my impending school commitments, time will be scarce. I am in dire need of assistance, yet I have no suitable candidates in mind. After much contemplation, I still find myself uneasy. However, with your presence, your talents, beauty, and kindness, I place my utmost trust in you. Therefore, I wish to invite you to our home to aid us in establishing our shared breeding house and ecological garden. Dongfang Yin spoke earnestly. Sister Huan Huan remained silent for a moment, then picked up a bottle of wine and took a swig. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Do you know of my relationship with your grandmother?" Dongfang Yin scratched his head, feeling a touch embarrassed as he replied, "I know a little. There is no need for embarrassment. It is quite natural. Survival of the fittest. Failure leads to elimination." Sister Huan Huan stated calmly, "I have always been exceptional, possessing strength beyond that of most. Even some Pokémon might struggle to match me. As a member of a prestigious family renowned for its medical prowess, both our image and ability hold immense significance. In terms of capability, I consider myself formidable, not claiming to be invincible. I can confidently assert that I stand above the rest. Any Pokémon facing me must obediently heed my commands, as my medical skills, bolstered by their cooperation, have allowed me to excel in family competitions. Yet, in certain aspects, I have been overlooked. I know the reasons, yet I find it deeply frustrating. I was dispatched to a remote area, eventually finding myself in Yangcheng, where I encountered your grandmother, Grandma Milan. Your grandfather also provided significant support with their assistance. I managed to enroll in Pokemon High School and, through my own efforts, became a director at the Pokemon Center. Even so, climbing to greater heights based solely on my abilities remains a daunting challenge, as family barriers continue to restrict me." Sister Huan Huan took another sip of her drink and continued, "Today, your revelations have surprised me. However, I have considered it and will grant you an opportunity, but you must answer me this. What is your dream?" She set down the beer bottle, her gaze fixed intently on Dongfang Yin, laced with scrutiny and a hint of skepticism. Dongfang Yin understood that this was yet another test. Undoubtedly, Sister Huan Huan possessed extraordinary medical skills, and her strength was likely far from mediocre. She could likely overpower Pokemon, so her own Pokemon must be equally impressive. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Yin resolved not to hesitate any longer. Having made his decision, he would act upon it. "I aspire to make isekai'd breeding house renowned throughout the world, to become the foremost among my peers." Chapter 59, Sister Huan Huan's Test. Are you prepared? Sister Huan Huan stood on the battlefield, brandishing her advanced Pokemon ball, looking down at Dongfang Yin from her towering height. It was evident that she was significantly taller than him. Indeed, the Pokemon battle would serve as Sister Huan Huan's trial. Even as a Pokemon breeder, one must possess formidable strength to ensure one's own protection. Otherwise, how could one contend with others? It is important to remember that when encountering ill-intentioned individuals, they will not care whether you are a genuine Pokemon trainer. They will only prey on the weak and respect the strong. Thus, relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. Dongfang Yin contemplated the importance of self-sufficiency. Despite having aligned himself with Mutuo, he acknowledged that Sister Huan Huan's words rang true. He could not depend on Mutuo for everything. Such dependence would only push him further away from his ultimate goals. True power must reside firmly within one's own hands. "I am ready," Dongfang Yin declared, retrieving the Pokeball for his golem. Just a day prior, he exclaimed, "So, Sister Huan Huan, you actually agreed." Upon hearing her response, he was astonished and leaped with joy. Sister Huan Huan merely smiled and nodded, saying, "What is there to deceive you about? However, before I officially join your team, you must pass one test." Dongfang Yin, with a thump of his chest, proudly declared, "Whatever the test, Sister Huan Huan, just say the word. I am ready to face any challenge." "Oh please, you're all talk. Just because you can say you're ready to face any challenge doesn't mean you can actually do it." Sister Huan Huan rolled her eyes, her innocent visage displaying an unexpected charm. "However," she continued, "the test is quite simple. You must battle me and endure for 5 rounds. "What? It's that simple? Just 5 rounds?" Dongfang Yin exclaimed with glee, feeling that Sister Huan Huan was indeed being lenient. "All right, when do we start?" "The day after tomorrow." "I have matters to attend to tomorrow," Sister Huan Huan replied. Dongfang Yin thought to himself that this was a surefire deal and nodded enthusiastically. "All right then. See you the day after tomorrow." With that, he turned and left, while Sister Huan Huan behind him wore an enigmatic smile. "At Yunai Ecological Garden, Brother Golem. Tomorrow you will accompany me for a battle. Victory will come with substantial rewards." In the small cave, Dongfang Yin looked up at the colossal creature while holding a flashlight. Golem shook its head and pointed to the female golem beside it. Dongfang Yin turned to see the female golem lying still, watching him and the male golem. "What's wrong? It's not like we don't have a fair exchange when battling in the forest. Today, I'm inviting you for a fight. Why the reluctance?" Golem shook its head again, gesturing towards the female golem's abdomen. "Are you saying your wife is pregnant?" Dongfang Yin suddenly realized. "No way, are you joking? Is this for real?" Golem nodded shyly, lowering its head. Dongfang Yin turned to see the female golem also shyly burying its head, hiding behind the male golem. Well, how about this? If you come with me for a battle tomorrow, I'll cover your wife's nutritional meals. Dongfang Yin proclaimed generously. Upon hearing this, Peng Yin was reassured, thinking to himself that it was indeed a trivial matter. Thus, the trainer and his Pokémon were in perfect accord. Dongfang Yin leaned closer to the female Peng Yin, pressing his ear against its belly. Why was there no sound? Peng Yin remarked. Could it be that all Pokémon are oviparous, and I am merely a rock? Are you ready? Sister Huan retrieved her advanced Pokeball. Release your Peng Yin. I've observed your battles before, and you handled them rather well. Let me see where your limits lie. Dongfang Yin smiled confidently, responding, I could not wish for anything more. Arise, Peng Yin. A flash of red light enveloped Peng Yin as it descended from the sky, landing on the battleground and stirring up a cloud of dust. This battleground was situated within Sister Huan's hospital, typically unused, making it an ideal venue for today's experiment. Such a dramatic entrance. Now let us see this. She pressed the button on her advanced Pokeball. Come forth, Charm. Another flash of red light materialized on the field, revealing a figure in a pose of prayer, one foot firmly planted on the ground, while the other leg was gracefully crossed. Fighting type? Both Pokemon exchanged glances, a hint of apprehension evident in their eyes. No worries, it's only 5 rounds. Worst case, we'll head straight to the hospital. After all, we're already here. Let us first assess the situation with True Sight. True Sight. Pokemon. Charm, level 59. Potential, B. Gender, male. Type, fighting, psychic. Status, healthy. Ability, Yoga Power, doubles the power of physical attacks. Inherited moves, Detect, Endure, Ice Punch. Basic moves, Bulk Up, High Jump Kick, Revenge. TM, none. Held item, Charm Megastone. Note, a meditative Pokemon, said to enhance its inner strength through meditation, becoming one with the wilderness and masking its presence. A gym-level trainer with a Megastone and a fighting type? You expect me to last 5 rounds? Although Peng Yin was also over level 50, it was merely level 54. 5 levels beneath. What difference would 5 levels make? It could easily be knocked out in an instant. Sister Huan, did you perhaps select the wrong Pokemon? Dongfang Yin timidly remarked, while Peng Yin vigorously nodded in agreement, glancing nervously at the formidable opponent. After all, his wife had just become pregnant, and he certainly didn't wish to see her obliterated. I did not make a mistake. It is indeed Charm. Enough of this chatter. Today, I shall teach you what it means to fight with full effort, even against a rabbit. Charm, Mega Evolution. Sister Huan swiftly produced a necklace from around her neck and struck it forcefully. In an instant, a brilliant white light spiraled out from her, simultaneously. Charm's Megastone radiated a red glow, also spiraling outward. The two beams intertwined in the air, and at the moment their frequencies aligned, Charm completed its Mega Evolution. As the light dissipated, Mega Charm revealed its true form, adorned with a white cloth wrapped around its head and a yellow gem gleaming on its forehead. A red cloth floated above, while 4 white cloth pieces unfurled behind, also levitating in midair. Mega Charm had arrived. Dongfang Yin was taken aback. Chapter 60, Charm. Sister Huan observed Dongfang Yin's troubled expression and smiled. What's wrong? Faced with overwhelming adversity, are you considering retreat? How will you achieve your so-called dreams and goals with such a mindset? Is this your response to me? Under Sister Huan's persistent questioning, Dongfang Yin remained silent. After a moment, he raised his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at Sister Huan. I am not retreating. I am contemplating how I might endure 5 rounds against you. His piercing eyes and determined words conveyed his unwavering resolve to persist for 5 rounds. Sensing Dongfang Yin's determination, Peng Yin, initially fearful, still exhibited a hint of trepidation. Very well, the key has dropped. The match begins. Sister Huan produced a set of keys and tossed them into the air. 3, 2, 1. Go. Peng Yin, Iron Defense. Charm, Bulk Up. Both Pokemon simultaneously executed their buffing moves, one enhancing its defense while the other bolstered its attack. Quickly, Charm, High Jump Kick. Sister Huan commanded swiftly. Mega Charm, with remarkable speed, surged forward almost instantaneously after she uttered the word jump. Such rapid response required a profound synergy between the trainer and Pokemon. Defend. Dongfang Yin refused to be outdone. This was already the 2nd round. Bam! Mega Charm's kick collided with Peng Yin's defensive shield, creating a violent gust of wind and sand that whirled around them. Fortunately, he had not skimped on the skill, opting against gambling on the accuracy of High Jump Kick. Otherwise, one decisive blow would have left Peng Yin in dire straits. Throw mud. Dongfang Yin commanded, attempting to lower Mega Charim's accuracy with the mud throw move. Given that high jump kick had a dubious accuracy, this maneuver would significantly increase their chances of survival. Pang Yin hurled a large clump of mud, aiming to obscure Mega Charim's vision. A classic strategy. The mud flew towards Mega Charim, which remained stationary, one foot planted firmly on the ground, gazing intently at the impending attack. Something amiss. Pang Yin, defend. Sister Huan smirked. Mega Charim effortlessly glided through the oncoming mud clumps, emerging unscathed. Now Charim, high jump kick. Pang Yin hastily raised its shield, but within moments, the barrier vanished. Mega Charim appeared before Pang Yin in a flash, lifting a leg to deliver a powerful kick that sent Pang Yin crashing into the arena. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed throughout the battleground, causing several doctors to rush over, alarmed by the commotion. Dongfang Yin fanned the dust away as he approached the pit to assess Pang Yin's condition. He found Pang Yin trembling in fear, eyes shut tight, while Mega Charim brushed the dust off its body, silently reverting from its Mega Evolution state. Well done, Pang Yin. Dongfang Yin took out a pokeball to recall Pang Yin. I'm sorry, Sister Huan, for disappointing you. He lamented, feeling dejected. There was little he could do. The defense had not been fully effective, akin to what one might call a complete block in a game, and continuous use could lead to failure. It was merely a matter of probability. Yet 5 rounds meant resting for 1 round, leaving 2 rounds in a wholly passive state, an incredibly challenging situation. Moreover, it was crucial to note that this was not a turn-based battle like in games. While commanding Pang Yin to use Mud Throw, Sister Huan had already established a connection with Charim, allowing it to execute the move, Detect. This ability could fully perceive an opponent's moves, providing an effect akin to defense. Not only did it see through the attack, but it also seized the opportunity to counter with high jump kick, which was evidently a direct hit. As Pang Yin activated its shield, it had already faded away, as the majestic figure of Mega Charim loomed before the formidable Pang Yin monster. It was evident that this was more than just a mere strike. It had the potential to be a critical hit. Coupled with the doubled potency of the yoga power and the additional combat effectiveness of the fighting type, one could almost declare Pang Yin monster defeated, left in a state of near demise. Yet, in that final moment, through sheer mastery over its own form, Mega Charim diverted the blow, causing the battleground to sink slightly under the impact. It was nothing short of terrifying. The enhancements brought by Mega Evolution were not limited to mere swiftness. They also encompassed physical prowess. Had it been any other Pokémon, a direct hit of that magnitude would have rendered them incapacitated, virtually necessitating a call to the Pokémon Center. One could almost anticipate a banquet in their honor. This was no jest. In the realm of the game, a Pokémon sustaining such injuries and nearing death could meander slowly to the Pokémon Center for aid, yet in reality, without timely intervention, the outcome would be nothing short of fatal. The embellishments of the game often obscure the inherent brutality of this world. This is not an anime, nor merely a game. It is a veritable Pokémon realm, one that encompasses battles, strategy, fervor, ambition, tactics, cooperation, sincerity, and even betrayal, an array of extraordinary spectacles. We mourn for the sacrifices made for our Pokémon, rejoice in the triumphs of battles, are moved by the purity of their bonds, and feel ire at their mischievous antics. This is the essence of the Pokémon universe. Sister Huan retrieved her Ultra Ball, recalling Charim with a smile. She affectionately ruffled Dongfang Yin's hair and remarked, "While you may not have fully passed my test, your courage, seriousness, and unwavering determination have nonetheless touched me. Pokémon battles are far from mere showcases of skills or casual commands. They demand much more. In this encounter, while victory was a possibility, my true intention was to observe how you cope under pressure, whether with composure or in retreat. You have certainly not disappointed me. The battles between Pokémon, enriched by the bonds with their trainers, transcend simple confrontations. They become a testament to trust and courage. It is not merely about possessing an invincible Pokémon or one with extraordinary stats, but about nurturing a steadfast resolve to fight alongside your Pokémon. This, indeed, is the true significance of Pokémon battles. Do you understand?" Chapter 61, Rockruff. Since the battle with Sister Huan, the Pokémon hospital where she worked had become a veritable hive of excitement. The onlookers were astounded by her prowess, even more so by her resignation letter. Setting aside all else, Sister Huan was a warm-hearted individual, and after prolonged interactions, one would feel a profound sense of security in her presence. Who wouldn't want to be friends with her? Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. "Come in." The chime of the doorbell resonated with a refreshing clarity. "What is the matter?" Lost in thought. "Have you fed the Eco Park's Pokémon yet?" Are you feeding pigs here?" Dongfang Yin muttered internally. Sister Huan, holding her bag, turned to him with a curious glance. Oh no, not yet. Well, why are you dawdling? Hurry up. You can't even let anyone in the eco park for a visit? I truly wonder what you're up to in there. Is it a hidden treasure? Not at all. The place is still under renovation. It's too hazardous. Dongfang Yin protested. It's only been a little over half a month since the changes began. And it's hardly a paradise yet. How could I explain that? With that, Dongfang Yin stepped down from the counter, obediently heading to the eco park. He first visited the fruit tree area, where several saplings had flourished, their verdant leaves glistening. After browsing the system shop, he discovered some exclusive fertilizers, such as rapid fertilizer, moist fertilizer, and long-lasting fertilizer, each with a reputation value of 100. Should I buy some to try? He pondered, confirming the purchase. A bag of fertilizer materialized in his hand. Rapid fertilizer. System, is this meant to be applied directly? Ding. Yes, this fertilizer accelerates the growth of fruit seedlings. The system promptly replied. Then let us get to it. Dongfang Yin eagerly tore open a packet, using the fertilizer and mixing it thoroughly with the soil. He awaited the results with anticipation. Coo. Turning around, he spotted the Noctowl perched above him. What is up? The Noctowl gestured for him to follow. Is it time to hatch? After bringing the Pokémon egg back from the League's egg point, he placed it in the eco park for incubation. Today, they were to witness the hatching of Rockruff. The incubation time for each egg varied, anywhere from a day to 3 days, or even half a month. Other small Pokémon gathered around to observe, reminiscent of the time Zorua had awoken from its slumber, surrounded by curious Pokémon. With determination, Zorua pressed its face against the Rockruff egg. Move aside, don't block my view. Dongfang Yin playfully shoved Zorua away and leaned closer, provoking a flurry of playful swipes from Zorua. After a moment of frolicking, the egg began to tremble, signifying the vitality within. Soon it stilled. It's almost there. This is how the previous Pokémon, Drowsy, hatched. Dongfang Yin recalled, chuckling at the memory of nearly getting smacked by its tail. Crack. A sound emanated from the egg. It's happening. The shell of the Rockruff egg gradually split open. Dongfang Yin remained captivated, finding the sight endlessly enchanting. Crack. The egg finally yielded a fissure, and Rockruff's head peeked out, curiously surveying its surroundings while sniffing the air. True sight. Pokémon. Rockruff level 0. Potential. C. Gender. Male. Type. Rock. Status. Healthy. Ability. Keen Eye. Each time it flinches, Keen Eye ignites, enhancing its speed. Inherited skills. Tackle. Leer. Base skills. None. Skill discs. None. Held items. None. Remark. A puppy Pokémon. Exceptionally friendly and ideal for novice trainers, though it may develop a rough temperament as it matures. Before long, Rockruff had emerged from its egg, eagerly sniffing at Dongfang Yin's hand. Dongfang Yin grabbed a towel, wiping away the residual fluids from Rockruff's fur. The creature, possessing the dream ability, seemed promising. After drying off, Rockruff began to wander around the eco park, sniffing everything and rubbing against Dongfang Yin and the other Pokémon with the stones near its neck. It appeared utterly adorable, a perfect choice for guarding the home in the future. Come on, let us introduce you to someone, he declared. Yunai's breeding house. Indeed, this Pokémon egg was ideally suited for nurturing at home, with modest potential making it perfect for elder trainers. Moreover, grass-type Pokémon were relatively easy to cultivate, ensuring no financial waste. The day after Sister Wanwan resigned from the Pokémon Center, she arrived at the breeding house. Due to her identity as a Pokémon nurse, she possesses a deeper understanding of Pokémon knowledge and displays a remarkable level of professionalism. The advice she offers to clients is exceedingly precise, leaving others feeling somewhat inferior. However, it is of no concern. Observing and learning from the sidelines is equally valuable. Sister, look, a newly hatched Pokémon, Dongfang Yin exclaimed, rushing in through the back door while cradling a Rockruff. Sister Huan was in the midst of introducing Pokémon eggs when she spotted the Rockruff in Dongfang Yin's hands. When did it hatch? Just now. It's quite fresh. A nearby customer chimed in. Ah, is this the Pokémon cultivated in your ecological garden? It looks rather delightful. Young man, can I purchase this Pokémon from you? My old man simply adores such creatures. Another customer eagerly inquired. I apologize, but our ecological garden has yet to open. This Pokémon is a seed Pokémon nurtured by our facility. Ah, so you haven't begun breeding yet. What a pity. After some back and forth, they finally managed to send the customers away. Just how many Pokémon have you acquired? Sister Huan asked. If I recall correctly, the Pokémon you brought to the Pokémon Center last time was not this one. Hee, I visited the League's egg point and brought back some Pokémon. Dongfang Yin replied. No, that place has been scoured by countless breeders looking for good Pokémon. I need to check its health. Sister Huan stated sternly. But Sister Huan, there are no facilities here for health checks. Primarily, I've observed its condition with my true side eye. It's in good health, though it's difficult to articulate that directly. No worries, come forth, Happiny. As a Pokemon nurse, how could she not have a Happiny? While it's true that ordinary families might not possess one, belonging to a prestigious family makes it relatively easy to have a little Happiny. Let us examine the condition of this Pokemon. Happiny approached and gently took Rockruff from Dongfang Yan's embrace. Feeling the warmth, Rockruff gradually closed its eyes, still fatigued from its recent hatching. Chapter 62, Disguised as a Woman. Egg. Happiny nodded while holding Rockruff. No worries, its condition is excellent. It is indeed a healthy Pokemon. Sister Huan cradled Rockruff. Its posture is also normal. Where on earth do you find all these Pokemon? Just luck? I don't even know how many Pokemon eggs I've purchased. Surely, I've had a few lucky draws, right? Dongfang Yin chuckled awkwardly. By now, it was midday, and hardly any customers were present. Dongfang Yin gazed at Rockruff, suddenly remembering something. I need to go upstairs to retrieve something to test this Rockruff. With that, he dashed upstairs. Previously, he had drawn countless items using his reputation points, and of course, the most frequent reward was thanks for your patronage. Dongfang Yin took out all the temporarily unused items from his system space, ensuring they did not clutter his already limited inventory, which was no larger than a public restroom. While none of the items were critically important at the moment, he did place the Everstone in the system space, having yet to devise a use for it. Found it. The Chew-proof bone. The item he had drawn earlier was perfect for training Rockruff's biting skills. After all, it was indestructible, making it ideal for skill training. Many skills are developed gradually through regular practice, akin to Ash training Pikachu on the move. After much effort, he ultimately learned the skill with a little help from Team Rocket. So without Team Rocket, or without consistent effort, how could there be any gains? Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. What? Dongfang Yin had yet to register the situation. Sister Huan picked up the maid outfit lying next to the bone. For complete sets. System you. No, Sister Huan. Let me explain. Explain? Sister Huan cracked her knuckles. Today, I shall clear the doorstep for Grandma, and take down this little pervert. No, Sister Huan. Please hear me out. I can't withstand just one of your punches. So, this is what you bought as work attire? Dongfang Yin held a bag of ice against his eyes. Today's cosplay is a rogue panda. Dongfang Yin nodded. Why would you buy this as work attire? At your young age, why are you even thinking about such things? No, I was searching online. They say that breeding facilities should have outfits like Lolita dresses, maid outfits, gymnastics attire, etc. So I just bought them. Sister Huan looked at Dongfang Yin with a judgmental gaze. Do you not have even the slightest desire to try them on? See, you're hesitating. No, that's not how it is. Moments later, Sister Huan had donned the maid dress, along with Happiny and Dongfang Yin. This upper body fit is quite nice. Sister Huan showcased her muscles. Not bad, no wardrobe malfunctions. Dongfang Yin. Happiny also wore a pink maid outfit, which suited it quite well. Meanwhile, Sister Huan, in a green maid outfit, displayed her heroic essence. Xiaoyan, you actually look quite good in women's clothing, Sister Huan remarked. Noticing Dongfang Yin in a black and white maid outfit, having not donned a wig, he was captured by Sister Huan, who applied the makeup left by her mother. After being disguised as a woman, with cherry lips and naturally alluring eyes, aside from the dark circles around his eyes, he possessed a unique charm. Dongfang Yin was now caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to cry or not. This system is truly devious. Did it foresee this all along? Deliberately providing me with maid outfits, 4 of them no less, and now I'm left speechless, burdened with unexpressed grievances. No, right now, I'm actually experiencing it. All right. Seeing you with that sorrowful expression, one might think I've been bullying you. Go change back, the midterms are approaching. Take Tadaizu out for some exercise and strive for a good score. Dongfang Yin nodded and turned to prepare for a change of clothes, only to suddenly glance back. Sister Huan was silently snapping photos with the Pokédex. The two exchanged glances, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. I was just afraid you might have a wardrobe malfunction. So I took a few photos to keep you still, Sister Huan explained. Dongfang Yin, what a pale, painful realization. Before leaving, Dongfang Yin took one last look at Happiny. True side-eye. Pokemon. Happiny level 61. Potential. A. Gender. Female. Type. Normal. Status. Healthy. Ability. Healer. Can heal injured or status-affected Pokemon. Inherited skills. Charm. Mimic. Sweet Kiss. Base skills. Healing Wish. Sing. Heal Pulse. Assist. Egg Bomb. Last Resort. Healing Wish. Skill Disc. Substitute. Held item. None. Remarks. Happiness Pokemon. Anyone who takes a bite of an egg produced by Happiny will become gentle. Are you serious with this note? Then Sister Huan Huan is indeed quite gentle. In the realm of tenderness, heroes lay to rest. Sister Huan Huan's gentleness knows no bounds, whether a hero or not. All are treated equally. Moreover, I initially thought Sister Huan Huan was a gym-level trainer, yet unexpectedly, she is level 61, having just stepped into the realm of quasi-champion strength. A genuine quasi-champion trainer. What to do? The surroundings are filled with formidable figures, and I'm anxiously waiting online. Even more astonishing is that this qualification is truly outrageous. Apart from Dragonite's S, there exists Mutewo's question mark. This is the most exceptional Pokemon I have ever encountered. Astonishingly, I initially believed that Charm was the mightiest Pokemon of Sister Huan Huan. Who could have anticipated that it would not be the case? Sister Huan Huan's steadfast companion turns out to be Ms. Joy's beloved partner, Blissey. Moreover, Blissey evolves from Chansey, necessitating a profound bond and high friendship level between the Pokemon and its trainer for such an evolution to occur. This truly highlights the extraordinary nature of Sister Huan Huan. In addition to possessing Charm's Mega Evolution Stone, I unexpectedly stumbled upon a long-unseen technical machine on Blissey. From the moment I discovered the Mega Evolution Stone on Charm, I sensed that Sister Huan Huan was indeed exceptional. These stones are notoriously difficult to find in reality. One would require considerable wealth to purchase them on the black market, trade for them, or attend an auction. Regardless, possessing a Mega Evolution Stone or a Keystone is a symbol of prestige. Of course, one can be remarkably fortunate to discover such stones during wild adventures. It could be viewed as a windfall, or perhaps a mark of status, as these locations are often secluded, accessible only to indomitable Pokemon trainers who possess absolute strength and unwavering determination. At present, Sister Huan Huan's 2 Pokemon have finally surfaced. Chapter 63. The midterm examination commences. Attention to the order of the venue. Avoid crowding and roughhousing. Hold on to your registration numbers. Yang City High School. The teachers are organizing the students, imparting the essential guidelines for participating in the midterm examinations. In essence, it is quite straightforward. Within a month, it assesses how high one can elevate their Pokemon's training level. Naturally, this is based on historical data regarding Pokemon trainers' leveling probabilities and empirical testing by experts. Furthermore, there are 100 questions concerning popular knowledge among Pokemon trainers, testing Pokemon trivia, as well as the trainer's responses to unforeseen circumstances encountered in the wild. Practical skills are undoubtedly crucial, but possessing solid theoretical knowledge is equally essential. Yen, the rotund companion, seemingly emerged from nowhere, clinging to Dongfang Yin and exclaiming, "What is up?" Dongfang Yin replied with a cold demeanor, "What is the matter? No, why are you so indifferent? I heard you managed to secure Sister Huan Huan's favor. That is impressive." Dongfang Yin turned around and delivered a punch. What do you mean by secured? Can you not speak ambiguously? He rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage with this obnoxious fatso, the memory of being forced into a maid outfit still vivid in his mind. All right, let us drop that. What level is your Slowpoke now? I tell you, with the help of my butler, I've been battling with a Snorlax every day. Guess what? It's level 18. Can you believe it? The rotund friend proclaimed, his face brimming with a desire for praise. Oh, why is your reaction so bland? Ignoring the incessant chatter of his friend, Dongfang Yin contemplated the month spent training Slowpoke. The gusts of wind from the nocturnal owl Pokemon, the practice sessions with Pokemon in the ecological park, and Sister Huan Huan's advice about the unity of human and Pokemon, fostering emotional bonds through training. The rigorous exercises, repeated lateral jumps, and relentless squats have indeed strengthened his bond with Slowpoke. Although he could not pinpoint the exact changes, there was a sense of transcendence in their relationship. The level had also gradually reached 20, just one step away from becoming an intermediate trainer. This was an exceptionally rapid leveling pace. Meanwhile, Zorua had fully settled in the ecological park. This was primarily due to an incident when Dongfang Yin exited the park and failed to notice Zorua, who had transformed into a Slowpoke. Ultimately, after consuming 3 large bowls of Moo milk, Zorua revealed its true form. Fortunately, Sister Huan Huan remained oblivious to this occurrence, as Dongfang Yin was reluctant to disclose Zorua's existence, wishing to avoid unnecessary troubles. He pondered the perplexing matter. Zorua and Zoroark, as a species, were known to remain together, always willing to assist their companions. Yet, since Zorua's emergence from the cloudy breeding center, it had never encountered a Zoroark or any other Zorua, indicating that its family was not present. Subsequently, he easily captured Zorua using the system's Pokeball. It was not yet registered with the League. He could always do that later. For now, He intended to investigate any significant happenings nearby concerning Zorua. After all, he had captured it with the system's Pokeball, so he had no fear of League intervention. Yen, didn't that League investigators say we would receive commendations at school? It's been quite a while, yet we haven't heard anything. Are they just stringing us along? I'm not sure. Perhaps the League's praise was merely verbal? Dongfang Yen replied nonchalantly. He was indifferent to the League's rewards. His greatest gain from that experience might just be Mutewo's friendship. However, what was Mutewo currently up to? In an unknown forest, within a dark underground cavern, water droplets cascaded from the stalactites, creating small splashes. A tiny Rattata had squeezed in through a crevice from another location. Observing the cavern, it was somewhat awestruck. The dim, shadowy underground space was adorned with countless stones shimmering with purple light, floating in mid-air, beautiful yet bizarre. The little Rattata nudged one of the hovering stones with its head. Suddenly, all the purple stones began to tremble. Alarmed, the Rattata turned to flee, but the very stone it had touched shot towards it, striking its head. The Rattata rolled its eyes and fainted. In the deepest part of the cavern, a Snivy, level 17, Hanming appeared entirely nonchalant. Indeed, our school is a breeding ground for talent. The principal stood on the stage, observing the students assessing their Pokemon levels below. A Pokemon level exceeding 15 is already a symbol of excellence. A Pokemon born at level 0 reaching level 15 is an exceptional feat furthermore. Juvenile Pokemon at level 3 or above achieving levels beyond 15 is remarkable. 17 levels? That's only one less than me. I haven't even shown off yet. And her tail is already reaching for the sky. Hanming rolled her eyes as she passed by the rotund friend and Dongfang Yen, her disdain evident. Isn't she acting a bit over the top? The rotund friend nearly exploded. Forget it, it's almost your turn. You might as well just go up and slap her in the face. Dongfang Yen advised, feeling that it would be inappropriate to unleash a tirade in public. Hearing this, the rotund friend refrained from further antics. Soon, his name was called. Qin Dekang. The rotund friend hurriedly made his way to the front. The observers on stage scrutinized him intently. Having connections truly makes a difference. Just place the Pokeball on the machine. The rotund friend complied, retrieving the Pokeball and placing it on the machine. Quickly, the screen displayed, Snorlax, level 18. Quite impressive, Snorlax, level 18. The examiner announced. The record keeper immediately noted it down, and the surrounding crowd erupted into a buzz of excitement. With a hearty laugh, the principal expressed his delight at the emergence of yet another 18-level contender, following closely behind a 17-level one. The chubby boy, without hesitation, directed an unambiguous gesture towards Hanming, exclaiming, "Don't mess with me." Hanming, standing below, flushed crimson, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Next up, Dongfang Yen. The examiner returned the Pokeball to the chubby boy before promptly announcing the next name, Dongfang Yen. What a coincidence, they were called one after the other. Dongfang Yen ascended the stage, while the chubby boy, descending, reassured him, "It's simple, just relax. I believe in you." Of course, Dongfang Yen had confidence in himself. Yet he wondered if making his debut at level 20 might intimidate the others. The Pokeball is right here. He retrieved the Pokeball, acutely aware of 3 intense gazes directed at him from behind. Without further contemplation, he placed the Pokeball onto the machine. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 64, The Entrance Examination. The examiner glanced at the machine. What is this? A Slowpoke, level 20. The record keeper, who had just registered the information, suddenly jerked his head up. What level? Simultaneously, the other students in the audience appeared bewildered. The leaders on stage also took a moment to process the information. Level 20? Are you joking? Did he take steroids to level up? Whispers circulated, although some individuals were aware that it was indeed possible for Pokemon to be trained to level 20 or even higher. During the entrance examinations, haha, we have a high achiever in our school. The principal was the first to react, a broad smile illuminating his face. Isn't this lad the one who inherited his family's breeding house? Indeed, he is one of our class as more gifted students. Li, Dongfang Yen's homeroom teacher, quickly chimed in. Haha, there is no such thing as talent. It's all about hard work. Yes, this child has been diligent since he was young. Dongfang Yen retrieved his Pokeball and returned to the audience, overhearing the surrounding murmurs. That's him. I heard his parents are missing. Yes. He looks just like the one in the video on the Pokédex. Dongfang Yen sighed, acknowledging that fame often attracts unwarranted attention. Wow, Ian, you're quite the hidden gem. The chubby boy reappeared from seemingly nowhere. No wonder I said my Snorlax was level 18. You didn't care at all, keeping it a secret from me. Dongfang Yen offered a sheepish smile. Look at Han Ming's expression. He followed the chubby boy's gaze to find Han Ming's face pale. Moments later, everyone had completed their tests. The principal stood to address the assembly. Students, you've all worked hard this month. Alongside your Pokémon, this month has been filled with effort, sweat, and the blossoming of friendships. The results of your assessments will soon be unveiled. After you finish your tests, those with Pokémon at level 15 and above will engage in Pokémon battles. You will be randomly paired based on the numbers in your hands for the elimination rounds. And the victor will be crowned the champion of our school. Do you understand? Understood. The audience responded in unison. Why aren't trainers with Pokémon below level 15 allowed to compete? Dong Fanyan asked the chubby boy in confusion. Dude, you don't know? That's like a dividing line. If you can't even meet the level requirement, how can you expect to secure first place in the battles? Stop overthinking it, Ian. Let us review. We still have 100 questions to tackle. The chubby boy pulled out a book from somewhere and began flipping through it. Ugh, the dreaded written exam. 1. The tail of a slowpoke can be used for A. Ingredients B. Medicinal herbs C. Pokemon block recipes D. Beverages. 2. Which of the following Pokemon is single gender? A. Charmander B. Machoke C. Tauros D. Magnemite. 3. How many evolution forms does Eevee have? A. 7B. 8C. 9D. 10. 4. Which Pokemon would you wish your brother to have and keep warm? A. Lickilicky B. Shiny Machoke C. Gardevoir D. Oddish. 5. Charizard is a fire ant. A. Flying B. Dragon C. Ghost D. Bug. 6. Gengar evolves from A. Ghastly B. Haunter C. Haunter S. Night Out D. Ghastly giving Pikachu a bite. Are you serious about these questions? In a designated classroom, 3 proctors monitored the exam, which lasted for 60 minutes. Soon, everyone finished. Exiting the examination room, Dong Fanyan and the chubby boy met, both feeling somewhat awkward as they didn't discuss their answers. On the playground, for battle arenas had been set up. The students lined up in a chaotic yet orderly fashion, an inherent contradiction. You see, each class is neatly arranged. But if you look closely, there's chaos within each class. Alright, students, you've completed one exam. Now let us not dwell on it. Let us enjoy the exciting battles of our classmates. Everyone, please look at the big screen and remember your number and your corresponding opponent. Since the examination system had already filtered out trainers with Pokémon at level 15 and above, everyone could simply refer to the big screen to find their number and opponent. Alas, Ian, you're not in my group. The students were divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, representing the 4 arenas. The chubby boy was in Group A, while Dong Fanyan found himself in Group D. Coincidentally, Han Ming was also in Group D. Ian, remember to get revenge for us. Give her a good beating. Dong Fanyan rolled his eyes. Their S-type advantage. I'm not a Pokémon Master of inverse attributes. What do you mean? The chubby boy scratched his head in confusion. Everyone, take your positions in your respective arenas. Ian, I'm heading out first. Alright, chubby boy. Don't lose in Group A. I want a chance to battle you. The chubby boy waved his middle finger from a distance. Dong Fanyan arrived at his arena, where Han Ming approached him from behind. I don't know what underhanded methods you employed to elevate your Pokémon to this level, but it doesn't matter. I'll expose you. Or perhaps I won't even need to. And that video you posted online, was it someone else playing for you? May I offer you a suggestion? Dong Fanyan turned to ask. Are you begging for mercy? That's unnecessary. No, I merely wish to say, don't be so self-righteous. Refrain from viewing others through your murky lens. Now, let us welcome contestants numbered 24 and 25 to the stage. Damn it, just wait. Han Ming hurriedly dashed to the stage, her number being 25. Dong Fanyan checked his own number on the Pokédex, which was 31. He was unsure whether he would face number 30 or 32. No matter, he decided to observe the proceedings. Watching Han Ming on stage, she was up against a girl wearing glasses. The referee had already taken position. Both sides released their Pokémon. Come forth, Furfru. Han Ming sent out her Furfru. Come forth. Gummy. True sight. Pokemon. Furfru level 17. Potential. B. Gender. Female. Type. Grass. Status. Healthy. Ability. Fur coat. When HP is below 13. Grass type moves increase in power by 15 times. Inherited skills. Leaf Storm. Base skills. Tackle. Growth. Vine Whip. Bind. Skill discs. None. Held items. None. Note. Furfru enjoys basking in the sun with its tail for photosynthesis. If it becomes lethargic, its tail will droop. To speak candidly, the qualifications of this fending snake are indeed remarkable. Chapter 65, Fending Snake vs. Gunyunyo. True sight. Pokemon. Gunyunyo, level 15. Potential. C. Gender. Female. Type. Normal. Condition. Healthy. Ability. Soundproof, immune to sound-based moves due to its sound-blocking ears. Inherited moves, pound. Base moves, echoed voice, scare, howl, and screech. TM, none. Held item, none. Remarks, a whispering Pokémon. It usually speaks in hushed tones, going unnoticed unless one listens closely, but when sensing danger, it emits a piercing cry that can induce headaches. Gunyunyo's qualifications are also commendable, with a pale purple body and long ears, giving it a shy and bashful appearance. Once it evolves into a Noivern, it can learn moves such as Oblivion Wing, Boom Burst, Rest, and Sleep Talk. It may be considered a worthy Pokémon for training, if it possesses the hidden dream ability, Courage. Its normal-type moves could even strike Ghost-type Pokémon. Both Pokémon have taken their positions. Alright, I declare the match, commence. Fending Snake, grow. Han Ming immediately commanded. Eager to seize the initiative, green light enveloped Fending Snake. Gunyunyo echoed voice. The seemingly frail Gunyunyo suddenly inflated its belly and let out a deafening roar. Onlookers instinctively covered their ears. The echoed voice move can stack, increasing its damage with each use. Fending Snake interrupted it, using bind. Fending Snake struck the ground. Behold my blue-silver bind. Several vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring Gunyunyo, but it soon broke free. Once more echoed voice. Gunyunyo cried out again. After the damage accumulated from the previous round, this echoed voice was even louder and more damaging. Vine Whip. Han Ming continued her commands. Lacking control moves like Sleep Powder, she could not stop Gunyunyo from unleashing its attacks. Fending Snake lashed out with two vines towards Gunyunyo from behind. Gunyunyo, not particularly swift, could not entirely evade the Vine Whip. Coupled with the initial bind, vines occasionally emerged from the ground to ensnare Gunyunyo. Yet, Gunyunyo refused to surrender, nor did its trainer. Gunyunyo, don't give up, use echoed voice once more. Gunyunyo had resolved to rely on echoed voice, wagering on who could finish him first. Darn it, use Vine Whip again. Fending Snake's stamina was waning, with the damage from echoed voice escalating, even with a level advantage. Such an ability could overshadow that subtle edge. Echoed voice. Just as Fending Snake withdrew its vines, Gunyunyo let out another cry. Gah! The tremendous sound compelled Fending Snake to cover its ears, while the spectators were also frantically shielding their ears, as the sound pierced through the very soul. Fending Snake lay in agony on the ground, its Vine Whip failing to connect with Gunyunyo. Gunyunyo, deliver the final blow. Echoed voice. The bespectacled girl offered no chance for reprieve. Stand up, Fending Snake, don't give up. As a proud serpent, even without the contrary nature, it possessed an inherent pride. However, with the ability Overgrow, its own grass-type damage had increased. Now, it was a race to see who would strike first. Initially a contest of move speed. The ensuing scene astonished everyone. Fending Snake suddenly cried out. Level 17, the critical threshold for evolution. A radiant white light flashed from Fending Snake, growing increasingly brilliant. Fending. As the glow gradually dissipated, the once prone Fending Snake regained its posture and stood tall. No, it should be Gashin Snake. Dong Fangyan widened his eyes below. No way, it can evolve mid-battle. Who is the true protagonist of this series? What a joke, a classic trope from anime. Not happening to oneself, but occurring to a rival, merely exemplifying the unpredictability of life. True sight. Pokémon. Gashin Snake, level 18. Potential. B. Gender, female. Type, grass. Condition, healthy. Ability, Overgrow. When HP is below 13, grass-type moves deal 15 times more damage. Inherited moves, Leaf Storm. Base moves, Tackle, Grow, Vine Whip, Bind, and Grass Mixer. TM, none. Held item, none. Remarks, the evolved form of Fending Snake, it glides swiftly across the ground, confounding opponents with its agility, ultimately finishing with a Vine Whip. Splendid. Gashin Snake. Use Grass Mixer. Han Ming exclaimed with delight. Gashin Snake executed the move flawlessly. A spiraling mixer composed of sharp leaves whirled around, engulfing Gunyunyo. The rapid speed felt akin to Leaf Storm, though it was still a far cry from it, as indicated by its inherited move. Learning Leaf Storm was merely a matter of time. When the Grass Mixer concluded, Gunyunyo lay unconscious on the ground. What a pity, despite the advantages of echoed voice. Gashin Snake's speed was insufficient to compete, as sound cannot be evaded merely by running. Dong Fangyan silently lamented. Why couldn't this fool Han Ming be eliminated? And now she evolved. Didn't that complicate matters for herself? Given that his own Psyduck was a water and psychic type, susceptible to grass-type moves. However, he wasn't overly concerned, as his Psyduck was no ordinary creature. Han Ming returned Gashin Snake to its Pokeball and directly descended from the stage. I declare the winner of this match to be Han Meng and her Pokémon, Gashin Snake. The referee swiftly announced the verdict. It's alright, Gunyunyo, you did wonderfully. The bespectacled girl reassured the newly awakened Gunyunyo. However, it still needed to be taken to the Pokémon Center for a checkup. Although a nurse from the center had arrived on site, it ultimately required a visit to the center for examination. Han Meng walked straight towards Dong Fanyan, babbling incoherently. Dong Fanyan, perplexed, scratched his head. What did she say? I don't understand. What are you saying? Dong Fanyan shouted. Han Meng, babble babble babble. Oh, something seems off. Dong Fanyan glanced around. Han Meng also realized. Alright, Gunyunyo's cry was indeed extraordinary. The spectators' ears had not yet fully adjusted, still immersed in the echoes of that deafening sound. The referee above had just begun to comprehend. No wonder he hadn't heard a single clap after announcing the winner. It turned out he had tinnitus. Thus, the resting period for the arena was extended by 10 minutes. Chapter 66, Shiny Psyduck vs. Beedrill. The next round. Contestants numbered 31 and 32 take the stage. Having witnessed numerous battles, it can only be described as rather abstract. Dong Fanyan stepped onto the stage, eyeing his opponent, a boy with dark skin. Hello, I'm from the class next door. I've heard of you. Your performance is outstanding. Recently, you've become quite renowned in the Pokédex, and I've seen the videos. You're indeed impressive. I hope you give it your all, so I can witness your strength. Dong Fanyan nodded. Of course, I will give my all, as a sign of respect. Both contestants, release your Pokémon. Beedrill. The boy with dark skin summoned his Pokémon, a red light flashing forth. A yellow-bodied creature, its front limbs resembling two robust silver needles. Possesses a yellow stinger at its tail. Its wings flutter rapidly, producing a resounding buzz. He has actually raised a Beedrill, a Pokémon that typically evolves at level 10. Achieving level 15 so swiftly is utterly hilarious. Laughter erupted from the audience. However, Dong Fanyan harbored no such mocking sentiments. A Beedrill, particularly a mega-evolved one, is a formidable swift attacker, and it is the Pokémon that the boss of Banmu has studied the most. The dark-skinned boy, upon hearing the laughter surrounding him, inexplicably felt a twinge of self-doubt. What is there to be nervous about? Keep your spirits up, Dong Fanyan encouraged, retrieving a Pokeball. The boy patted his own face, rallying both himself and his Pokémon. Beedrill, let us go? Dong Fanyan nodded, affirming the necessity of this invigorating feeling. Psyduck, take the stage. He swiftly grasped the Pokeball, pressed the button, and tossed it into the air. A flash of red light illuminated the scene. Psyduck, make your entrance. The crowd fell into a momentary silence. What on earth? A shiny Psyduck? Are you joking? Is this for real? This spectacle left everyone present utterly astonished. A shiny Pokémon, no less. Some among the audience didn't even possess high-quality Pokémon, and now someone was proclaiming the possession of a shiny Pokémon at such a high level. The dark-skinned boy felt bewildered and increasingly insecure about his own Pokémon. Observing this, Dong Fanyan chose not to elaborate further. Understanding oneself and one's opponent is pivotal to achieving victory in battle. If external help is available, why engage directly? True sight. Pokémon, Beedrill. Level 15, potential. C. Gender, male, type, bug. Poison, status. Healthy, ability, swarm. Increases the power of bug-type moves when health is low. Inherited moves, Fury Attack, Twin Needle. Base moves, Focus Energy. Rage, TM moves. None. Held item. None. Remarks. A Poison Bee Pokémon, the evolved form of Kakuna. It can repeatedly stab enemies with its 3 poisonous stingers from its hands and tail. Reaching this evolutionary stage with only a C-level potential is regrettable. However, with proper nurturing and the acquisition of a Mega Evolution Stone, a true transformation could be realized. Nevertheless, my Psyduck is not to be underestimated. With the blessing of a legendary Pokémon, exceeding expectations is only natural. Pokémon, Shiny Psyduck, level 20, potential. B. Gender, male, type, water. Psychic, status, healthy, ability, regenerator. Resting allows it to recover 13 health points when returned to its Pokeball. Inherited moves, psychic, yawn, rest, confusion, curse. Heal pulse, base moves, water gun, confusion, TM moves. None. Held item. None. Remarks. Psyduck enjoys meditating atop stones by the water, and its fallen tail is considered a delicacy. It is said that Psyduck appears somewhat dim-witted due to its exceptional intelligence. Appearances can be deceiving. Many of Psyduck's moves are inherited, with some learned immediately upon reaching certain levels. Now, I declare the match to commence. Psyduck yawn. Psyduck promptly executed a yawn, a motion it had perfected through countless rehearsals. Beedrill, focus energy, then use Twin Needle. The dark-skinned boy commanded. Beedrill acted with remarkable swiftness, immediately focusing its energy mid-flight before unleashing Twin Needle, both stingers glowing with intensity. When it comes to speed, Psyduck will always be the first to concede. Use Confusion. The support move enhances its special attack, granting 2 layers of power. Psyduck's special damage is consistently high. After Psyduck executed Confusion, Beedrill swiftly approached, delivering a couple of sharp stabs to Psyduck. Psyduck tilted its head, seemingly unfazed by the pain, and gazed at Beedrill, leaving it momentarily bewildered. Psyduck, Water Gun. Beedrill, quickly dodge. The dark-skinned boy exclaimed. It would be absurd to evade at such close proximity. The water gun struck Beedrill directly, dampening its wings and slightly reducing its flight speed, though the difference was negligible for Psyduck. Beedrill, continue the assault. Use Fury Attack. Beedrill accelerated, relentlessly attacking Psyduck, drawing pity from the audience. That poor simpleton isn't even making a sound. Psyduck, Psychic. Psyduck's head glowed with a purple light, a manifestation of concentrated psychic energy. As Beedrill continued its assault, its speed gradually diminished, wobbling mid-flight as if under the influence of intoxication. Oh no, it's Yawn. The dark-skinned boy said anxiously. If Psyduck falls asleep now, it would be akin to presenting a live target. A loss would be imminent. Psyduck's psychic energy had coalesced, locking onto Beedrill. To onlookers, the space surrounding Psyduck seemed to ripple, and Beedrill appeared to be struck by an invisible hammer in midair. The assault caused Beedrill, previously swaying in flight, to descend perilously close to the ground. Now is the moment. Water Gun. Bolstered by the effects of Confusion, Psyduck's special attack damage soared. After being struck, Beedrill could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed, motionless on the ground. Impressive. Absolutely magnificent. It's not just about having powerful Pokémon. I could do that too. Oh please, focus on training your Magikarp first. Beware of my Magikarp's evolution, it will deliver a slap. A cheer erupted in the arena. This battle was a one-sided annihilation, yet it was executed with such grace that it was a delight to behold. And this was merely a single battle. In a double match, utilizing Psyduck's regenerator to continuously restore its health would be sheer torment. In this contest, Beedrill's disadvantages were glaringly apparent. It simply could not take down Psyduck. Once controlled, it was a one-sided massacre. It was evident that the skill levels of both parties were disparate. The gap in Pokémon capabilities was substantial. Moreover, the dark-skinned boy's commands were rather unclear, suggesting he himself was unsure of how to proceed. Thus, his Pokémon naturally lacked direction. Chapter 67, Psyduck vs. Snivy. I hereby declare the victor of this match to be Dongfang Yin and his Pokémon Psyduck, announced the referee. The audience erupted into applause. Dongfang Yin graciously bowed, returning Psyduck to its Pokeball before exiting the arena. As soon as he stepped off the battleground, he was immediately surrounded by classmates eager to ask questions. Dongfang Yin, where did you acquire that Psyduck from? Are you kidding? You must be the one breeding it. Oh, sorry. This match had spanned from morning until afternoon, culminating in determining the group's South first place. Dongfang Yin, clutching takeout, figured there was no need to rush back for a mere hour of lunch break. He opted for a casual dining spot instead. That chubby fellow, Qian, had gone to a restaurant with the steward. Dongfang Yin declined the invitation, preferring solitude. Finding a shaded spot beneath a tree, as soon as he settled down, Dongfang Yin heard a sound emanating from the nearby grass. Curiously, he leaned in to take a look. The dark-skinned boy, engaged in his own competition, was having a heart-to-heart with his Pokémon, Beedrill. Beedrill, I'm so sorry to have let you down. Beedrill hovered in the air, gently prodding the boy with its stinger. Before long, the boy returned Beedrill to its Pokeball, muttering to himself, it seems I still need to catch a powerful Pokémon. Dongfang Yin had no intention of meddling. How others treated their Pokémon was none of his concern. Advising someone to not constantly strive for a formidable Pokémon was simply unrealistic. What Pokémon trainer didn't he possess one or two legendary creatures? Even a casual player had surely envied those whose legendary Pokémon could soar through the skies and slip through the earth. Just as Dongfang Yin withdrew his head, he inadvertently brushed against the foliage above, causing a rustling sound. Embarrassed for eavesdropping and being caught, he thought himself quite unfortunate. Who is there? Ah, haha, it's me. Dongfang Yin awkwardly emerged, holding a lunchbox and forcing a smile. Dongfang Yin, what are you doing here? He raised his lunchbox, gesturing that he had stumbled upon this place by accident. After a brief moment, the two sat together. I believe that possessing a powerful Pokémon is the key to victory in battles. Dongfang Yin nodded in agreement. I contend that a Pokemon's innate qualities and base stats are the true path to mastery. Dongfang Yin remained silent, quietly savoring his meal, bite by bite. Listening to the dark-skinned boy's ramblings, he could not help but interject. How did you manage to catch Beedrill? Beedrill? No, I didn't capture Beedrill right away. The first Pokemon I caught was a Caterpie. One day, I wandered alone in the Moonlight Forest. Even without a Pokemon of my own, I ventured there, yearning to possess one. However, after walking for a while, I heard a noise nearby, and, driven by curiosity, I rushed over, only to find a Teddiursa. I was so startled that I almost fled, but then I spotted a Caterpie in the trees. I realized the Teddiursa was searching for food, so I decided to scale the tree where the Beedrill dwelled, which was also home to many Metapods. The Metapod's hardened ability offered it protection, while the Caterpie was distracting the Teddiursa with its string shot and poison sting. It was only a matter of time before the irate Teddiursa caught the Caterpie. Seizing the moment, I climbed up the tree from behind and brought the Caterpie down, and it didn't attack me. Finally, when the Teddiursa discovered my presence and began to chase me, I heard a loud buzzing sound ahead. To my surprise, it was a swarm of Beedrill. The Teddiursa was ultimately driven off by the Beedrill, and just as they thought I was an intruder, the Caterpie stood up and explained my presence, thus saving me. I suppose you can guess what happened next. Having finished his tale, the dark-skinned boy eagerly grabbed Dongfang Yan's lunch and devoured it, leaving Dongfang Yan utterly bewildered. I apologize for my earlier statements. After swiftly finishing Dongfang Yan's meal, he suddenly exclaimed, I shouldn't have said that Pokemon trainers ought to possess powerful Pokemon. Dongfang Yin continued to remain silent, merely nodding. Do you think Beedrill can evolve further? Dongfang Yin turned to the dark-skinned boy and resolutely nodded once more. Haha, thanks. That bowl of rice was the price for defeating me. By the way, you probably don't know my name. I'm Heiji. I'll be cheering you on. Likewise, next time, I will definitely defeat you. With that, he turned and dashed away, only to stumble and fall, then quickly got back up and continued running. Thus began the tale of a Pokemon trainer silently pursuing Dongfang Yin. I hereby declare the commencement of the first group competition. May I invite Han Ming and Dongfang Yin to the stage for their match? The referee announced through a loudspeaker. Dongfang Yin thought the volume insufficient. Far less impressive than his own super-duper cosmic thunderous horn. The two stood on the battleground, exchanging taunts. I will teach you a lesson. So you dare challenge me again? Oh dear, I'm so frightened. Han Ming snapped back, while Dongfang Yin feigned ignorance. The atmosphere was lively. Both trainers summoned their Pokemon. The referee could no longer tolerate the scene. It was akin to a squabble between elementary school students, devoid of any technical skill. Trico, come forth. Shine Psyduck. Both summoned their Pokemon simultaneously. Releasing Pokemon is one thing, but adding Shiny before Psyduck? What does that even mean? Someone mumbled, though I want to disclose who. You. I declare the match officially begins. Trico growth. Psyduck yawn. A green glow enveloped Trico, enhancing its special attack and attack, while its form expanded noticeably. Psyduck, on the other hand, yawned with practiced ease. How disgusting, trying to control others right from the start. Trico, use Grass Whistle. I chuckled, you have the type advantage. Yet you dare criticize me. Confusion, truly insufferable. Trico's skill was still charging, and for the next 5 turns, it could not use Grass Whistle again. After all, Psyduck was a water and psychic type, thus receiving double damage from grass-type moves. Grass Whistle, with a power of 65, would likely overwhelm Psyduck if hit a second time. Confusion. Psyduck's head glowed with a purple hue, indicative of its psychic prowess. The swiftly moving Trico attempted to evade Psyduck's attack, but in reality, Psyduck's psychic abilities were remarkably precise. With a single confusion, Trico stumbled as if struck from behind, crashing to the ground. What should have taken several turns to take effect, yawn, rendered Trico dazed and disoriented. What a perfect opportunity. Use Tackle. This time, there was no stacking of attack power. There simply wasn't enough time or turns to do so. If stacking an attack could yield greater damage in the subsequent turn, it would be worthwhile, but if not, it would be for naught, as was the case now. Under the constraints of type disadvantage, stacking an attack was akin to a slow demise. Trico, weakened and lethargic, struggled to keep its eyes open. Trico, don't give up. Stay strong. Yawn's effects varied among Pokemon. Some would awaken after 1 turn, while others might take several, which was utterly ridiculous. Meanwhile, Psyduck charged forward, delivering a forceful tackle. Trico was left reeling. Just like that, it succumbed to a physical form of hypnosis. Trico finally collapsed to the ground. How shameless. Han Ming shouted in exasperation. Dongfang Yin smirked, for life and death were unpredictable. Shameless? What is so shameless about it? Confusion. Psyduck unleashed another confusion, creating a path through Trico. Had Psyduck not been lacking in stamina, it could have easily regained health. Once more, confusion. I will not grant you any chances. Psyduck. Psyduck's confusion homed in on Trico with deadly accuracy. Boom. Huh. The sound was off. Trico braced itself with one hand against the ground, panting heavily. A green glow enveloped Trico. The inherent ability of the grass-type starter, Overgrow, began to activate. When its health dropped to 1/3, the power of grass-type moves increased by 15. Well done, Trico. Now it's our turn to counterattack. Vine Whip. The grass mixer remains under seal. The vine snake extends its tendrils, beginning to move swiftly and gradually approaching the Slowpoke. Pull it. Slowpoke. Unleash the ultimate technique we have trained for so long. Ultimate technique? What technique? The audience pondered in confusion. Slowpoke. It responded. Water gun. Dongfangyan shouted, calling forth their painstakingly honed skill. The Slowpoke opened its mouth, a jet of water gradually coalescing before it. Observing the trajectory of the vine snake's movement, it assessed. 8 o'clock direction, approximately 3 meters. The Slowpoke paused for a moment, turned its head toward the 8 o'clock direction, and fired. The vine snake, noticing that the Slowpoke had aimed at it, jumped back in surprise, yet the water gun was swifter and struck the vine snake directly. The vine snake collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Vine snake, Han Ming exclaimed. From another perspective, Dongfang Yin quickly issued commands, eliciting a chorus of complaints from the crowd. The Slowpoke stood momentarily stunned before releasing its move in the direction of 8 o'clock. The vine snake, seeing the Slowpoke targeting it, leapt back, perfectly intercepting the water gun. Incredible. Wow, it can be played this way too. I predicted your prediction of my prediction, and even anticipated your movement prediction of my prediction. Just like that. Could you repeat that? I'm a bit lost. A heartfelt thank you to Dongfang Yin for the splendid match. The audience erupted into fervent applause. Han Ming returned the vine snake to its pokeball, casting a determined glance at Dongfang Yin. I will defeat you. As the competition neared its conclusion, the champions of groups A, B, C, and D were determined. However, the ultimate champion of the school was not decided by these matches. With the entrance exam now concluded, Dongfang Yin was poised to enter an esteemed Pokemon high school. The upcoming competition aimed to identify the true champion, organized collaboratively by several schools, ultimately determining the top contender among all institutions, essentially the champion of their own school. Yet the specifics of the competition, where it would take place and what it would entail, remained undisclosed by the school, merely stating that further announcements would follow. Thus, the students looked forward to a delightful summer vacation, celebrating with Pokemon training, ensuring they would not fall into a cycle of overcompetition once more. However, venturing into the wild posed its own risks, albeit accompanied by excitement. In the meantime, Dongfang Yin found himself unable to travel due to the upcoming launch of 2 new Pokemon at the ecological park, which required his personal oversight. He also had to organize an online lottery event, a rare opportunity that needed extensive promotion to boost his prestige, which had been steadily rising. Each day, his prestige accumulated by at least 1,000 points, especially whenever discussions arose about the Cloudy Breeding House or the ecological park. The system would enhance his prestige whenever Pokemon eggs were purchased. Broad dissemination remained a key factor in increasing prestige. Within the confines of his room, Dongfang Yin reflected on the champions of groups A, B, C, and D. Group A naturally crowned the plump boy, who, despite his eccentricities, was a quintessentially enthusiastic Pokemon trainer. From the moment he summoned a Snorlax with a Pokeball, Dongfang Yin recognized that the plump boy would become a legendary figure. Bored and restless, he decided to engage with the long-anticipated Lucky Spin Wheel. To elaborate, he had refrained from gambling recently, feeling a strong urge not for gambling itself, but for the thrill of the lottery. His prestige had accumulated to over 10,000 points, not counting the points spent. Each draw cost 10 prestige points, and 100 points allowed for a 10-fold spin. Given his current affluence and prestige, he felt empowered to indulge. System, 10 consecutive draws. Ding dong. The golden wheel began to spin, the gears of fate set in motion. Where would the pointer of fortune land? Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. 5 Dragon-type Pokemon blocks. Thank you for your patronage. 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 I refuse to gamble, starting with me. Another 10 consecutive draws. 5 Flying-type Pokemon blocks. Thank you for your patronage. 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 2 Ultra Balls. 1 Firestone. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. This draw felt exhilarating. A Firestone costs 800 prestige points in the system store. An Ultra Ball costs 400 prestige points each. Ultra Balls are not easily affordable for an average household. Not that they couldn't buy them, but rather due to their scarcity. Although the probability of capturing Pokemon increases, it is not guaranteed. Thus, most people still opt for the common red and white Pokeballs. If the capture fails, they simply throw another. Chapter 69, Preparations for the Ecological Park. The sky is vast, the wilderness stretches endlessly, the wind rustles the grass, revealing cattle and horses. Within the ecological park, Dongfang Yin directed the diglet as it turned over the fruit trees. Fertilizer had been applied several times, all procured from the system store. The fruit trees now grew thick as an arm and towered over 2 meters high. Each fruit tree was spaced 4 meters apart to ensure ample growing space as they matured. Last night was Spin engrossed in the lottery. Having spent over 10,000 prestige points, he had drawn approximately 1,000 points in total. He was completely caught up in the thrill. Those little toys were no longer worth complaining about. What does this Lolita mean? Are you implying that Sister Wan didn't hit hard enough? Yet luck had favored him last night. After drawing a Lolita item, he was about to complain when another item appeared, leftover food. Indeed, the item was named leftover food. Its effect was to gradually restore stamina during battles. This item was a perfect match for his Slowpoke, an unbeatable combination. A lazy regeneration item, guaranteed to vex opponents. Dongfang Yin examined the rotten apple in his hand, sniffed it, and noted it didn't smell too bad. He captured his Slowpoke and secured the item tightly, fastening it to the Slowpoke's body. Alright, go have fun. The Slowpoke, bewildered, was pulled over, then curiously crawled back to sleep, yawning as it settled atop a stone by the small lake. Speaking of the Pokemon eggs he purchased at the Alliance's egg point, they had all hatched. In the forest, 5 bear cubs frolicked about, truly embodying their bear-like nature. Wait, how many? 5. Wasn't there only 4? Oh no, I forgot about that silly Zorua. Not far from the small lake, 3 female skitties sat gracefully. Alongside them were a few Lurantis and a walking grass, all enjoying the gentle care of the skitty. Grass-type Pokemon generally have stable temperaments, except for the unfortunate Noibat. It can be said that monkey-type Pokemon tend to be quite mischievous. Indeed, this Noibat, upon hatching, immediately began to jump around, causing chaos everywhere. Dogeo had one. But one mustn't spoil the child too much. Naturally, this attracted the attention of the ecological park's little tyrant, the leader of the bear cubs. Accompanied by the other 3 bear companions, they lectured the Noibat, which finally learned to behave itself. A flying squirrel flitted about in the treetops, simply playing. But it had a good relationship with the Noibat, likely due to having hatched around the same time. The Flybaby also hatched, a tiny one with a wonderful temperament. Yet quite clingy. Every time it arrived at the ecological park, it would rush over to perch on Dongfang Yan's shoulder. This time was no exception. Huabebe, have you dined yet? The timid little white flower nodded shyly. Indeed, this newly hatched Huabebe is of a pristine white hue. True sight. Fairy. Huabebe, level 3. Potential, C. Gender, female. Type, fairy. Status, healthy. Ability, flower affection. The abilities of my grass-type Pokemon will not be diminished, nor will they succumb to abnormal conditions. Inherited skills, tackle, photosynthesis. Basic skill, vine whip. Skill disc, none. Held item, none. Remarks, a solitary flower Pokemon. It channels the energy contained within blossoms, skillfully manipulating it. The flower cradled in its arms has almost become an integral part of its being. Its condition is satisfactory. I am too lazy to scrutinize the other Pokemon with true sight. The Rockruff is stationed in the breeding house, guarding the entrance. Being a watchdog, I am inclined to name it Wonkai. At last, the small lake has welcomed new members, the Magikarp and the Tadbulb. Prior to the birth of the Magikarp, Dongfang Yin had admonished all the Pokemon in the ecological garden not to mock the Magikarp's appearance. Whoever dares to do so shall face a fortnight of hunger. Such detrimental behavior towards the organization is intolerable. Dongfang Yin believes that children must cultivate self-confidence from a young age. Some Magikarp, even upon evolving into Gyarados, may still exhibit traces of timidity in their eyes. This is a manifestation of insecurity, an accumulation of pain and inferiority experienced during their Magikarp days. Hence, it is essential not to burden Magikarp with excessive psychological pressure during their formative years. Only through the evolution into Gyarados in their later stages will they gain confidence and allure, rather than abruptly transforming into Gyarados and becoming arrogant and twisted in character. Dongfang Yin approached the lakeside, where a Snorlax was blissfully slumbering. having served as a master of the inverse types in Pokemon battles twice. It has certainly endured its share of hardship, engaging in 2 matches, one against Psychic type and one against Water type. As for myself, I am unable to compare. The little fool truly excels. Shortly thereafter, 2 shadows emerged from the water, the Magikarp and the Tadbulb surfacing. I gently patted their heads and tossed a handful of Water-type Pokemon blocks into the water. Naturally, I crafted them myself. How could I be so foolish as to purchase them from the system shop? That would truly be an act of utter foolishness. I could hardly be bothered to glance at the rocky summit, where the Noctowl was accompanied by 2 Pidgeys and a Pidgeotto. Recently, the Noctowl, feeling somewhat bored, has been diligently training the trio of flying-type Pokemon. The results have been commendable. After all, they possess nearly daily-level prowess, making it no simple task to instruct the little Karasumi. Within the cave, a female Geodude has given birth to a brood of small Geodudes. The previous Geodudes shall not be sold. Their level progression has been rather slow. In due time, I must arrange several training items within the ecological garden to facilitate level enhancement. Once the 2 Geodudes reach level 25, the small Geodudes will evolve into Golem, utilizing a communication connection for their evolution. The method of evolution for the 2 Geodudes remains to be investigated. I will need to make a trip to the Moonlight Forest. Aside from the Geodude I gifted to the chubby fellow, the ecological garden originally housed 5 Geodudes, 1 with C-level potential and the rest with D-level potential. The recent births yielded 4 additional small Geodudes, 2 with C-level and 2 with D-level potential. In total, there are 9 Geodudes, which is quite satisfactory overall, especially considering the nutritious meals prepared for the Geodudes. I procured a batch of metal rocks, rich in various mineral elements, sufficient to nourish the female Geodude's body. Next, I must strategize for the upcoming Pokemon sale event at the ecological garden. This matter requires consultation with Sister Huan regarding the lottery system, whether it should be conducted online or offline. With only 3 days remaining, time is rather pressing. Nonetheless, I have resolved that if the 2 Pokemon develop a fondness for the trainers drawn by the lottery, those trainers will be welcome to embark on journeys, training, and battling together. If not, then regrettably, the lottery quota shall be nullified. I cannot allow insincere individuals to infiltrate our ranks. If one does not genuinely cherish this Pokemon, what purpose does it serve to take it home, only to leave it neglected? Therefore, I hold myself accountable to remain in the ecological garden every couple of days, dutifully accompanying the Pokemon, especially the newly hatched ones. When the noisemaker monkey misbehaves and receives a lesson from the elder bear cub, I shall discreetly comfort it afterward. I will also suggest to the elder bear cub that when the noisemaker monkey's antics become excessive, it should step in to educate it, embodying the essence of a good silver. Chapter 70, The Lottery. The online website is prepared. The lottery will be conducted directly online. But what of the offline arrangements? What can one do offline? Your juvenile Pokemon are simply insufficient. Dongfang Yin scratched his head. Indeed, there is no feasible solution. The juvenile Pokemon are indeed lacking. We shall see how many participants there are online. Additionally, accommodations must be arranged. It seems I shall need to cover lodging expenses. After all, it is necessary to observe for a day or 2 to assess the bond between the Pokemon and their trainers. The lottery is divided into 2 types. The red ticket signifies success, while the white ticket indicates a wait, or even the option to withdraw. Why the waiting, you may ask? Because if the drawn trainers are unsatisfied with each other, they may leave, necessitating a new selection for the Pokemon. The process may be cumbersome, but it is unavoidable. Oldly, you mentioned your child is approaching the high school entrance examination. Shouldn't you prepare a Pokemon for him? A middle-aged man took a puff of his cigarette. Preparation is indeed essential. The key lies in what type of Pokemon to prepare. Although we are not affluent, raising 1 or 2 Pokemon is manageable. In due course, the child will venture out on his own. I remember when we were both striving outside, accompanied by our Pokemon, embarking on adventures, accepting tasks, and competing in battles, remarked a conservatively dressed woman. Ultimately, it depends on what the child desires. Crash. The door suddenly swung open. Mom, Dad, look at this video. A young boy dashed into the living room, clutching a Pokédex. What is it, so frantic? Look. The man, still smoking, picked up the Pokédex and began watching a video of Geodude battling a Teddiursa. Stop smoking. The man received a slap, and the cigarette was snatched from his mouth, followed by another slap. Please, show some paternal dignity in front of the child, the man lamented. Once the woman's hand lowered, the man promptly clicked on the contents of the Pokédex, obediently watching. The voice of Dongfang Yin echoed through, directing Geodude in its battle against Teddiursa. Observing Geodude executing several crucial skills elicited cheers from him. This is quite impressive. It even possesses the skill Sandstorm. Indeed, I just checked. It appears that the final evolution occurs through a communication connection exchange, which means it can evolve into its final form at level 25. The couple exchanged glances. Let me ask you, son, do you like this Pokemon? The boy pondered for a moment before nodding. This seems to be the little boss of the ecological garden in Yangqing. Let me see. Oh, indeed it is. I visited their breeding house before. It is run by a young couple. Oldly, how come you are still so out of touch? The middle-aged man inquired, perplexed. What do you mean out of touch? Their parents are missing. What? By the Phoenix King? That was unintentional. All right, just knowing is enough. Let us see how to purchase their ecological gardens Pokemon. A lottery. Is it? The three of them exchanged glances, all at a loss for words. Miss Luo, regarding the splendid competition venue this time, located in Ever City. Do you have any arrangements in mind? Arrangements? Let me first browse through some local videos. Oh, what is this? The young girl was scrolling through the Pokemon Encyclopedia, which showcased a battle between the formidable Golem and the playful Teddiursa. How impressive. It appears to be about my size. How can there be so many? The Cloudy Breeding House, perhaps? And an ecological park. Wow, this Pokemon is utterly adorable. The young girl's cherubic face was pleasantly plump, yet not at all unseemly. The hint of baby fat was quite charming. As she gazed at the official website of the Cloudy Breeding House, the delightful images of the Lilligant stirred her heart. A lottery? The draw for slots has been announced, but there are only 100 spots available, to be randomly selected later. Dongfang Yan, operating her computer, looked up at Sister Huan Huan and said, well, that is no problem then. By the way, you still haven't taken me to see the ecological park. Is it not yet renovated? It seems I'm quite attached to it. I didn't give Sister Huan Huan a salary, but instead allocated her 10% of the breeding house's shares. This means that if the breeding house earns $1 million, Sister Huan Huan will receive 100,000. If it earns 10 million in a month, then she would get $1 million. This is not an exorbitant amount, especially for a potential champion-level trainer who would excel anywhere. However, Sister Huan Huan herself stated she didn't need that much, only what was sufficient. There was no arguing. One's arm cannot twist that of a thigh, and certainly, Dongfang Yan's arm could not outmaneuver even half of Sister Huan Huan's. Of course, you're welcome to inspect. This way, please. Dongfang Yan dutifully led the way. Upon arriving at the entrance of the ecological park, Dongfang Yan stepped forward and opened the gate through facial recognition. Sister Huan Huan entered and looked around. Gazing into the distance, the Rocky Mountains loomed ahead, lush greenery spread out. And at the foot of the mountains lay a serene lake surrounded by flourishing trees, exuding a refreshing coolness. A baby bear poked its head out, glancing at Sister Huan Huan and then at Dongfang Yan before scampering over. Allow me to introduce this little fellow, the Bear Guardian, the park's miniature security. The baby bear looked up at the tall woman before it, inexplicably stirred with a sense of challenge. Dongfang Yan paid no heed and swiftly scooped it up, tossing it into the bushes. Go play. I have matters to attend to. Now, seeing the baby bear raise its rear, it was clear there was nothing substantial to it. Whether that was a Zorua or the true Bear Guardian remained uncertain. No need to use the true sight eye to discern it. They were essentially of the same ilk. Sunlight poured through the layers of leaves like golden grains of sand, illuminating the grass below. A few grass-type Pokemon frolicked in the area. Upon noticing Dongfang Yan's arrival, Huabe rushed out from among the Pokemon, playfully leaping onto her. This made Little C a tad displeased. Haha, look, your Pokemon is getting jealous. You should comfort it quickly. Dongfang Yan forced a smile, only able to lift Little C into her arms and gently kick aside the baby bears that had just rushed over. Counting them. Indeed, there were 5. Activating the true sight eye, she summoned Zorua, instructing it not to reveal its true form, or else there would be a week without food. Zorua. Shortly after, the Noibat, Emolga, and other Pokemon gathered around, creating a bustling scene. A few Rockruff also emerged, though they generally preferred to stay in their cave. Gugu. Hearing the sound, Sister Huan Huan looked up. A Noctowl, accompanied by Gugu and Pidgey, soared down from the rocky heights. Ever since the ecological park was established, Noctowl had taken a liking to it, rarely leaving unless to rouse Dongfang Yan from slumber. The wake-up call was an unwavering duty. Come rain or shine. At times, Dongfang Yan even questioned Noctowl's trait. It seemed less about sleeplessness and more about perseverance. Noctowl, it's been a while. Sister Huan Huan greeted with a smile. Noctowl, exhibiting a remarkable sense of understanding, nodded in return and then took flight, signaling for them to follow. Chapter 71, The Nearly Perfect Doll. What is happening? Sister Huan Huan inquired, puzzled. Dongfang Yin glanced in that direction. Could it be? Upon reaching the destination, a Pokemon egg lay on the ground, snugly wrapped in an incubator. Is the nearly perfect doll finally about to hatch? The Pokemon eggs retrieved from the Alliance's egg point had mostly hatched, except for this one. It had stubbornly remained unhatched for half a month. The patterns on this egg were somewhat unrecognizable. Dongfang Yin scratched her head. It's no joke. How many could recognize the eggs from the abandoned warehouse at the Alliance's egg point? The patterns on this egg seemed familiar, yet arranged in a peculiar manner, resembling the egg patterns of the nearly perfect doll. Dongfang Yin. Then, the eggshell began to crack, revealing long pink ears first, with sparkling blue eyes fluttering. The entire Pokemon finally emerged from the egg. Dongfang Yin observed the nearly perfect doll. It possessed a body interspersed with pink and beige hues, with pink skin adorning the upper half of its head and back, as well as along its arms and sides. See, I was not mistaken, Sister Huan Huan exclaimed confidently. As a member of the healing family, I must study all Pokemon capable of healing, and the nearly perfect doll holds a very special place in my memory, for it can even mega-evolve. Sister Huan Huan skillfully wiped away the goo from the nearly perfect doll's body with a tissue. Dongfang Yin watched intently. The skills of a Pokemon nurse must be learned at all times. Observing Sister Huan Huan first clean the goo from the doll's face, gradually. The nearly perfect doll was rendered spotless. Once its fur dried, the Pokemon appeared fluffy and voluminous. Dabarai, the nearly perfect doll exclaimed joyfully. Dongfang Yin approached and gently patted its head, which made the nearly perfect doll even happier, nuzzling against her with its ears. Instantly, Dongfang Yin felt entirely at ease. Sister Huan Huan chuckled. The nearly perfect doll was a kind-hearted Pokemon. It possessed acute hearing, capable of detecting the faintest sounds. When its antennae touched another, it could discern the other's physical condition and emotions through their heartbeat, even knowing when a Pokemon hatched from its egg. Sister Huan Huan explained, naturally delving into the more intricate details. This also reflected Sister Huan Huan's profound understanding of the nearly perfect doll. Dongfang Yin pondered. If she were to train the nearly perfect doll herself, the outcome might not be satisfactory, especially since the park's training facilities were not yet in place. Many Pokemon had not undergone systematic training, akin to elementary students who had not done their homework all day, merely playing. Sister Huan Huan, could you assist me in training the nearly perfect doll? The nearly perfect doll turned its head, looking at Dongfang Yin with a hint of annoyance. Dongfang Yin chuckled awkwardly. This particular Pokemon had sensitive hearing and had become familiar with her voice while still in the egg. It knew who its true trainer was. Girls can be hard to please. No wonder Ash often overlooks them. There's a reason for that. Boys are easier. A good fight will suffice. Reflecting on this, seeing the baby bears and Zorua, they were still somewhat irksome. A group was conversing amiably nearby, while the few were kicking the newly hatched Rockruff like a soccer ball. Uncle could tolerate it, but Aunt could not. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 baby bears stood in a row, facing the wall in a punishment stance, though their expressions were quite telling. The elder bear cub crossed its arms defiantly, exuding an air of nonchalance, while Solgaleo tilted its head, embodying indifference. Observing this, the nearly identical doll couldn't help but chuckle, realizing how crucial it was to possess the ability to sense the emotions of Pokemon in the Eastern Language Ecological Park. Oh, are you truly willing to let the nearly identical doll train with me? Eastern Language pondered momentarily, but ultimately decided to honor the doll's wishes. What do you think? Nearly identical doll? Quit calling me that. It feels so unfamiliar. Sister Huan Huan retorted. Come on, the little one has just been born today. Of course, it's unfamiliar, exclaimed the shrimp-headed man. What about you, little Tabunai? Eastern Language inquired, turning around. Wait, do you really name them that quickly? Tabunai is another translation of the nearly identical doll, and it echoed the sentiment. The nearly identical doll nodded, indicating its willingness to learn about Pokemon nursing from Sister Huan Huan. Tabunai. Eastern Language felt a wave of relief. The ecological park was finally on the right track. Suddenly reminded of another moniker for the nearly identical doll, the Boxing King, Eastern Language felt a twinge of apprehension. He hoped that Sister Huan Huan would train the nearly identical doll in a reasonable manner. He certainly did not wish to unlock its special form. Oh, by the way, I purchased a qualification testing machine with the funds from the breeding house, so when guests come to our breeding house, they can test their Pokemon's qualifications. Eastern Language nodded. That sounds good. It's your decision. These items will undoubtedly prove useful when someone captures a wild Pokemon nearby and wishes to quickly ascertain its qualifications. If it is suitable, we can keep it. If not, we shall release it. At that moment, he noticed a breeding house nearby, complete with a qualification tester, which he deemed exceedingly convenient. This not only facilitated others, but also benefited himself. As night fell, Eastern Language perused the Pokémon Encyclopedia, examining the various training tools available. There were numerous types, yet it was imperative to sift through them to identify the useful ones. Otherwise, it would be a waste. After reviewing many training devices, he considered the current Pokémon in the ecological park, such as the bear cub, Solgaleo, and the Rockruff, primarily needing training in their catching abilities. Therefore, he decided to purchase a training bag similar to a boxing trainer's, though it would not contain sand. Otherwise, the bear cub and Solgaleo, along with electric squirrel Pokémon, would destroy it in no time. As for the Rockruff, due to their inherent hardness, they could only train their resistance abilities to further enhance their durability. Thus, he opted for a pressure apparatus to be placed in a cave for the Rockruff to strengthen their endurance. He concluded that the flying-type Pokémon need not be a concern, as the Night Owl would manage them. Ultimately, he planned to entrust all flying-type Pokémon to the Night Owl. He was still contemplating how to train the grass-type Pokémon and realized he would need to consult Sister Wanwan about it. Reflecting on the clumsy sound monkey, who spent its days banging sticks without a care, he thought it best to venture to the moonlit forest to capture a visually appealing or strong Pokémon. Otherwise, his beloved Miss Cooner might not find it appealing. Initially intending to purchase these tools from the system store, he noted that his current reputation score was only 23,086. He decided to save it for later to explore the system store for valuable items and refrained from indulging in lottery tickets for the time being. Rejecting gambling, he resolved to start with himself. Yet, a sense of impatience lingered, prompting him to take a small chance. With a series of draws from the system, he received a notification, ding dong. Thank you for your patronage. Alright, I'll quit gambling. Chapter 72, The Lottery Event at the Breeding House. Have you heard? Our Yang City Ecological Park is set to release 2 Pokémon. Yes, but they are only releasing 2 juvenile Pokémon. One is the original form of Rockruff from that video, and the other is the adorable Lurantis. Indeed, that Lurantis is incredibly cute. With only 100 slots available, drawing 2 is quite challenging. Did you draw a white ticket? I did. Great. If everything goes well, tomorrow will be the Ecological Park's inaugural sale of juvenile Pokémon. We must ensure the venue is thoroughly cleaned. Eastern Language summoned workers to construct a performance area in front of the Cloudy Breeding House, where they would showcase battles or programs. The plan was straightforward. Demonstrate some skills to give the audience a glimpse of the advantages of the Ecological Park's Pokémon. He intended to call upon the Night Owl for some added intimidation, as he observed the workers busily erecting the venue in front of the Cloudy Breeding House. Eastern Language felt a sense of accomplishment. Everything was in place, and all that remained was for the guests to arrive the following day. He still needed to create more water-type Pokémon blocks. Recently, he traveled to Forever City to obtain a Pokémon block production certification. After sharing a piece with Sister Wanwan, who expressed surprise at his newfound skill, she inquired about the formula. He casually mentioned it was a buy-one-get-one free offer from a street vendor. After experimenting with some formulas, he managed to succeed. Sister Wanwan stared at him, seizing his arm. How come you've been so lucky lately? Let us buy a lottery ticket. Such luck should not go to waste. No, I've always been unlucky. How do I even explain this? At the lottery shop, Sister Wanwan beamed as she held a ticket purchased for 50 yuan that won 3 yuan, chuckling at Eastern Language. I told you, my luck is genuinely terrible. Master, let us take a taxi to the Cloudy Breeding House. A family of 3 hailed a cab, heading toward the breeding house. Hey, did you win the lottery? Or are you just going to watch their performance? The driver asked upon hearing their destination. Haha, we don't even know how it happened. We just drew randomly. And lo and behold, one of us got a white ticket. Come on, it's not a red ticket. A white ticket merely means a chance. The driver replied, exasperated. Mom, can we draw a red ticket? Of course, that would be great. But if not, it's no big deal. As they sped away, the taxi gradually disappeared into the distance. Are you ready? Eastern Language looked at the Night Owl and the group of Pokémon. They all nodded, signaling that they were ready. Alright, just relax. Although the performance was somewhat rushed, it was relatively simple. The Pokémon would showcase a few skills. He had rehearsed with them the previous afternoon. Naturally, he selected only a few Pokémon, as he couldn't bring them all out. Outside the breeding house, it was fortunate that they had built a performance area. Otherwise, it would have been cramped inside the breeding house. Your turn to shine. Sister Wanwan smiled. Eastern Language donned a small suit and applied hair gel, looking quite dapper. Sister Wanwan nudged him out from backstage. Oh, suddenly, the audience erupted in cheers. As he gazed at the sea of people below, he realized that not everyone who drew a white ticket had arrived, but those seeking excitement would never miss out. Eastern Language grasped the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming today. I know you are all eager to meet the Pokémon from our ecological park. Now please welcome our star Pokémon. With the sound of a cannon, the night owl soared from the entrance of the ecological park. Everyone turned their attention to the ecological park behind the cloudy breeding house. The night owl circled above before diving down rapidly. Just as it approached the ground, it soared upward, sending hats flying into the air. Wow, this is incredible. Absolutely stunning. Can we draw for this too? As the audience below fervently captured images of the majestic cat-headed night hawk soaring through the sky with their Pokédexes. 3 elegant mist skirts graced the stage alongside their lily root dolls. Little C, magical leaves. Little C summoned an array of leaves that swirled around her, aiming at the nighthawk above. Yet, due to her insufficient mastery, she could unleash her skills but lacked the control to direct them. Consequently, she could only target the circling nighthawk, for it possessed psychic abilities, effortlessly utilizing telekinesis to manipulate even the less formidable skills. Look up at the stage. What? Miss Skirt. The lily root dolls are so adorable. The crowd erupted in excitement. Miss Skirt, Dance of the Butterflies. The Miss Skirts synchronized in a graceful dance. Their movements as fluid as a dragon in flight, exuding elegance. The audience was captivated, snapping photographs and unwilling to tear their eyes away. Step aside, step aside. Sunflower seeds. Cola, mineral water. A rotund vendor pushed a small cart, accompanied by a rock dog, zealously promoting his wares. What a lively atmosphere. A meticulously dressed girl beamed as she observed the jubilant crowd. The performance is truly spectacular. In her hands, she held a Pokédex displaying the white ticket from the Cloud Nursery. As the dance concluded, the Miss Skirts and Lily Root dolls bowed in gratitude, eliciting a fervent cheer from the audience. Yet, the show was not over. The Night Hawk, under its psychic control, descended gracefully, allowing leaves to drift gently among the spectators. The audience delighted in the sight of the leaves gradually vanishing from their palms. Dongfang Yin then appeared on stage as the other Pokémon vacated the area. Thank you all for your enthusiastic support. We appreciate your attendance today. Next, we will hold the drawing for the white tickets from our ecological park. Friends who draw a white ticket, please come up for the draw. Even if you don't draw a red ticket, it's perfectly fine. For those who draw a white ticket, I have prepared 2 exclusive water-type Pokémon cubes from the Cloud Nursery. With that, Dongfang Yin announced. And the crowd surged forward as several individuals approached the stage to draw tickets. Upon opening their tickets, they were met with white ones, their expressions tinged with disappointment. No worries, we still have the water-type Pokémon cubes made by our nursery. Please come back and support our activities next time. Dongfang Yin handed out several bags of water-type Pokémon cubes to those patrons. The little boss is thriving. The Pokémon from your ecological park are indeed remarkable. I was merely here for the excitement. Although I desired one, it's fortunate I didn't draw a red ticket. Let this opportunity be for someone else. Dongfang Yin responded with gratitude. Soon, another meticulously dressed girl, along with a couple and their young son, approached. Please draw your tickets. The boy was the first to step forward, reaching into the box with a murmured incantation. After a moment of fumbling, he triumphantly pulled out a ticket. With a determined flick, he opened it to reveal a red one. He leaped high in sheer joy. Ah, our child is just lucky. Drawing a white ticket and then a red one. Haha, he truly is my son, destined for greatness. The audience watched with rapt attention. A few more individuals followed, all drawing white tickets, collecting their water-type Pokémon cubes before departing. Finally, only the rapt girl remained. It was hardly Dongfang Yan's fault. Her peculiar attire was certainly eye-catching. Out of 100 white tickets, only 46 were drawn today. Not even half were claimed, and one distant participant, having drawn a ticket, was unable to attend due to the distance. Dongfang Yin, seeing their enthusiasm, sent them 2 water-type Pokémon cubes by mail. As the last girl approached, she reached into the box and carefully extracted a ticket. The audience held their breath in suspense. Although it was not a significant matter, an air of quiet anxiety prevailed. With careful hands, she opened the ticket. A red ticket. The sound of her success was music to Dongfang Yin's ears, a delightful melody that stirred emotions. Observing her appearance, voice, and demeanor, Dongfang Yin surmised she was no ordinary individual. Congratulations to our 2 fortunate friends. With that, our ecological park event comes to a close. Thank you all once again for your support. Dongfang Yin bowed to express his gratitude to the audience. Gradually, the once vibrant atmosphere began to wane, with attendees animatedly discussing the day's performance. Many admired and even envied Dongfang Yin, but it mattered little. After all, he was the esteemed master of household Pokémon. The cat-headed Nighthawk was, indeed, a safeguard against those with ill intentions toward the ecological park's Pokémon. After all, he possessed a shiny Psyduck, a fact that was no secret. Such rarity could attract those with reckless desires. Sister Huan, however, was unconcerned. Should she encounter a villain, it was uncertain whether the villain would be the one to weep. Ultimately, it was the boys who needed to protect themselves. If they were to lose their innocence, it would be quite distressing. Just joking, he added. It's mainly that Pokemon hunters abound, eager to capture rare Pokemon, whether wild or trainers' companions. Dongfang Yin expressed his gratitude to those who came to support the nursery. Thank you for your efforts. It was no trouble at all. We truly appreciate this opportunity. The couple replied eagerly. What should we call you? Just call me Uncle Li. This is my wife Zhang. You can call me Sister Zhang. Oh, wait. Dear, that sounds like we're mixing up our generations. You mind your own business. Well then, just call me Brother Li. Dongfang Yin chuckled at the couple's banter, which to outsiders appeared as a quarrel. But those in the know recognized it as a display of affection. Turning his attention to the young boy, Dongfang Yin asked, How old are you? I just celebrated my 16th birthday, the boy replied. I suppose it's about time to travel, but first I need to report to Pokemon High School. I'm 14. Yangqing Middle School? Yes. The boy nodded. I should know you. You have a shiny Psyduck. I watched your battles. You even won against type disadvantages. Dongfang Yin smiled, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. The rapt girl, having overheard the boy, glanced at Dongfang Yin, admiring the nursery's decor. She thought it beautiful. Each time she saw the wind chime, she imagined two people running their nursery together, sweetly conducting business. Though they might not earn much, the warmth of the experience was invaluable. Hey, are you listening? The girl suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing she had been lost in thought. Could you repeat that? I'm so sorry. Such politeness. Dongfang Yin mused. I was saying, please wait here while I fetch the Pokemon from the ecological park. Of course, no problem. With that, Dongfang Yin made his way to the ecological park. Little girl, aren't you hot dressed like that? Sister Zhang inquired. The young girl shook her head and said, Thank you for your concern, but it's not hot. Oh dear, this little lady is quite polite, and her voice is delightful. It's nothing. At that moment, Xiaoxi wobbled over with a cup of water, and in a moment of carelessness, she twisted her ankle and fell to the ground. Be careful. The shards of glass pierced Xiaoxi's hand. Doll. The girl immediately rushed over, retrieving a healing spray from her bag to remove the glass fragments from the hands of the Lily Root doll. Are you the Lily Root doll that can perform magic on stage? Your performance was truly spectacular. The Lily Root doll, on the verge of tears, nodded in response. Is this little one all right? Sister Zhang also hurried over. Doll, what a considerate Pokemon. Absolutely adorable. The girl continued to tend to Xiaoxi's injury, knowing that a girl's wounds must be treated properly to avoid scarring. After extracting the glass shards and cleaning the wound with the healing spray, she bandaged the Lily Root doll's hand with gauze. It's all better now. Just remember not to put your hand in water. Doll. The door swung open, and Dongfang Yin emerged with a small Maru and another Lily Root doll. Upon seeing Xiaoxi's hand, she rushed over, exclaiming, What happened, Xiaoxi? How did you injure your hand? She accidentally fell while bringing over water, the girl explained. The Lily Root doll pointed sadly at the glass shards. Dongfang Yin instantly understood the doll's feelings. Don't worry, Xiaoxi, we have plenty of money. We can buy you a dozen of these little glass cups to play with. The girl chuckled softly. The couple couldn't help but laugh as well. The little boss is indeed wealthy, huh? After calming the Lily Root doll, Dongfang Yin began introducing the Maru and the Lily Root doll to everyone. Little lady, which Pokemon do you like? You can choose first. Sister Zhang spoke up. Old Li, standing nearby, appeared a bit anxious. After receiving a light slap from Sister Zhang, he quieted down considerably. No need, you all go ahead. The girl shook her head. Then we won't be polite. The young boy chimed in with a thank you. Approaching the small Maru, he asked, Do you want to become my trainer? Dongfang Yin. Oh no, wait, I want to be your trainer. No, that's not right. Do you want to be my partner? Since the Maru had encountered humans shortly after its birth, it had met only Dongfang Yin. It harbored a certain trust towards humans. Upon receiving the boy's invitation, the Maru looked up at Dongfang Yin. She gently patted the Maru's head and said, Follow your heart. The Maru gazed at the boy and eventually nodded. Please come this way to register your home address. We need to verify your identity and understand your financial capability. Sister Zhang and her husband nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of this procedure. Ultimately, the Pokemon was taken away by Sister Zhang and her husband, without further observation over the next few days. Uncle Li mentioned that he had previously purchased a Pokemon Cube and an incubator from their breeding house. Dongfang Yin also reviewed his parents' financial records and confirmed the expenditures. This indicated that they were likely not bad people. Knowing their home address, Dong Fanyan planned to visit them the day after tomorrow to learn more about the Shirshir Maru's living conditions. If all seemed well, there would be no issue. Dong Fanyan turned to the girl, who was wrapped up tightly. Are you alright? Aren't you hot? He inquired. Wondering why she was so bundled up. Was it because she feared looking unattractive? Dong Fanyan mused that while her voice was quite pleasant, true connection would only come from meeting the Pokémon. You might want to remove some of those layers, especially since you'll be meeting Pokémon. Upon hearing this, the girl began to remove her hat and mask. As she unveiled herself, it became evident that she was exceptionally delicate, albeit with a hint of baby fat, which added a playful charm to her appearance. Once she removed her coverings, she revealed a flowing white dress, with a modestly developed figure. One could only remark on her remarkable natural beauty. She wore a pair of black shoes, and her hair was adorned with a black bow at the back, exuding a pure and ethereal aura reminiscent of moonlight. Dong Fanyan realized he had underestimated her. Not only did she possess a lovely voice, but she was also quite stunning. You are that one," the young boy exclaimed, his surprise evident at the sight of her beauty. "Is she very famous?" Dong Fanyan quietly pulled the boy aside, asking curiously. "What? Brother Yin, you don't recognize her?" Dong Fanyan shook his head earnestly. Awkwardly, he glanced back at the girl, as the boy's loud voice risked drawing everyone's attention. "She is Luo Sheng, a 16-year-old prodigy. She can sing and has won numerous championships in various singing competitions. She can dance, and her dance moves are reportedly choreographed by herself. Can she play basketball?" Dong Fanyan interjected suddenly. "Brother Yin, are you joking? Apologies. I was reminded of a past acquaintance who could sing, dance, rap, and was also quite skilled at basketball. Brother Yin, sorry, please continue. Her family runs an aquarium, and her mother was a former grand competition champion. Her father is a top-tier trainer and runs a dojo." Dong Fanyan felt a bit overwhelmed, reminiscent of Xiaoxia. "So, exactly. She herself is a glamorous trainer and will soon participate in the glamorous competition in Yongyuan City." The boy gushed, starry-eyed. The couple also chimed in with praises, noting how lovely and charming the young lady was. Dong Fanyan flipped through the memories in his mind, realizing that the original owner of this body was quite the straightforward fellow, consumed by research. Why? He recalled a fragment of memory where the original owner had thrown away tickets to one of Luo Sheng's concerts, which had prevented his friend from attending. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you." It's nothing. Haha, little boss, you all take your time to chat. I'll take them back," Uncle Lee said with a smile. Sister Zhang took the Pokeball containing the Shirshir Maru and returned it to its confines. She then led the young boy away. "No, Mom, I still want an autograph. Let's go. Let's not disturb others." Sister Zhang playfully tugged the boy's ear as they exited the breeding house. "I want to go." Outside, a few cries echoed, followed by silence. The sound of a car engine could be heard from outside, and soon after, all was quiet again. "Haha, quite amusing." Dong Fanyan awkwardly attempted to fill the silence. "This is the lily root doll cultivated in our ecological park. Let you two get acquainted." The lily root doll brought from the ecological park seemed somewhat averse to interacting with outsiders. It hid behind Dong Fanyan, peeking its head out to observe Luo Sheng. The two exchanged glances, one human and one Pokémon, for half a minute, yet it appeared they were not interested in one another. "Haha, I apologize. It seems this Pokémon is quite homebound and not very outgoing," Dong Fanyan awkwardly explained. He had considered that perhaps the Pokémon might not hold humans in high regard, and likewise, humans might not be fond of his Pokémon. However, he did not anticipate that on the very first day, there would be such mutual disinterest, leading to an awkward situation. He felt compelled to find words to ease the tension. Luo Sheng understood Dong Fanyan's intent, recognizing that perhaps there was no opportunity for connection. However, the true purpose of her visit became clearer. Little C once again carried a cup of fresh water, this time with a steady hand. After greeting the doll beside Dong Fanyan, she presented the water to Luo Sheng. "Thank you, Little C," she exclaimed. Little C smiled gently. "Doll? May I call you Xiaoyan? I heard that boy refer to you as Yin Go." Dong Fanyan patted her head. "Call me whatever you like, it's fine. Could you let the Pokémon return for now? I wish to speak with you privately." It might not be appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together," Little C replied. "You two should head back to the ecological garden first. I'll call for you later, so don't wander too far." Watching the two Pokémon depart, Luo Sheng continued, "May I adopt Little C? I know my request is rather sudden, but I truly adore her." Dong Fanyan was momentarily taken aback. "Not this creature too. Can it also steal hearts? Miss Luo? This Little C is my loyal assistant, my cherished friend. It's best not to add any more money. Little C is genuinely obedient and understanding." and it would be difficult to part with her. Luo Xing nodded. I understand your reluctance, but perhaps you might consider asking the doll for her opinion. Or allow me to communicate with little C directly. I apologize if I have caused you any distress. However, I genuinely believe I can provide a better life for little C. Dongfang Yin fell silent. One cannot deny that she indeed possesses the capability. With so many Pokemon in the ecological garden, it is impossible for her to attend to each one adequately. This is precisely why she is in search of a doll-like Pokemon egg, as these Pokemon can perceive the inner emotions of others, aiding in better comfort and care. Yet, little C is a Pokemon worthy of cultivation, endowed with C-level qualifications and commendable skills. Truth be told, it feels almost like a waste of her talents within her ecological garden. Why does it feel a bit like marrying off a daughter? She pondered, feeling a pang of sadness. Chapter 75, Bonds. Dongfang Yin was engulfed in a myriad of thoughts, and regardless of her feelings of attachment, she ultimately needed to inquire about little C's opinion. She would not make decisions for little C. Miss Luo, please wait a moment. Dongfang Yin declared as she made her way to the ecological garden. With a determined heart, she opened the grand door of the garden. Little C, come out with me. Doll. Little C queried as Dongfang Yin scooped her up and stepped outside. Suddenly, the doll-like Pokemon rushed over, halting Dongfang Yin in her tracks. What's wrong? Dongfang Yin asked, puzzled. The doll-like Pokemon then released her grip, casting a glance at little C before walking away, leaving Dongfang Yin feeling bewildered. As she proceeded outside with little C, the latter seemed to realize something, lowering her head in silence. You see, little C, Miss Luo wishes to adopt you. She is a trainer for the grand competitions and can provide you with a larger stage to showcase your talents. Dongfang Yin explained to little C. Yet, for some reason, she felt a deep unease within her heart. Yes, little C, you must trust me. Did we not get along splendidly just a moment ago? Little C remained silent, still gazing downwards. What's the matter, little C? Dongfang Yin squatted down to inquire. Little C lifted her head, her small eyes glistening with tears. She turned and ran towards the trash bin, trying to piece together the shards of the broken glass cup. Dongfang Yin stood there, dumbfounded. Little C, do you think that because you broke the glass cup, I wish to send you away? Little C nodded through her tears, clinging to Dongfang Yin's leg and sobbing uncontrollably. Doll. Dongfang Yin was at a loss for words. Miss Luo, you should head back. There are matters to attend to in the ecological garden. Seeing this, Luo Sheng ceased her insistence. I'm so sorry, little C, it was not my intention. Xiao Yin, you must truly understand the emotions of your Pokemon. This is not merely a business transaction, nor is it akin to other breeding houses. The ecological garden exists solely to nurture and care for them. Remember your original intentions. With that, she picked up 2 bags of water-type Pokemon blocks and dashed out the door. Dongfang Yin looked down at little C, still clinging to her leg and crying. She gave herself 2 hard slaps. Doll. Little C was startled by Dongfang Yin's actions, but quickly intervened, stopping her from harming herself. I'm sorry, little C, for disappointing you. Little C shook her head, determined to continue piecing together the broken glass. Dongfang Yin's eyes reddened. Oh, this foolish girl. She lifted little C. What is so important about this glass cup? It's broken, let it be. We have plenty at home. As she observed little C's emotions gradually stabilize, Dongfang Yin cautiously queried, Little C, even if I keep you in the ecological garden, would you be content? If you agree, you would gain access to a grander stage. Little C shook her head, merely pointing toward the ecological garden and placing her hand on her heart. Dongfang Yin gently repositioned little C's hand, purchasing superior healing medicine from the system store to treat her injury. The system's products were indeed remarkable. In no time, little C's hand was nearly healed. Upon returning little C to the ecological garden, the doll-like Pokemon awaited at the entrance. It tilted its head, clearly annoyed. Oh, I forgot that the doll-like Pokemon's ears are remarkably sensitive. It must have heard everything at the door. I'm sorry, Xiao Taobu. The doll-like Pokemon continued to tilt its head. Little C approached and took its hand, prompting the doll-like Pokemon to finally look down. Yet the situation was far from over. A Noctowl swooped down from the sky, its gaze fierce. No, I truly know I was wrong. Dongfang Yin exclaimed as she took to her heels. Little C and Xiao Tabu exchanged knowing smiles. Ah Yin, I shall take my leave now. All right, you go ahead. But by the way, leave the Rockruff. The chubby boy cradled the Rockruff in his arms, attempting to sneak away. Come on, I'm just taking it back to play. The Rockruff wagged its tail in the boy's grasp, licking his face. See, Rockruff and I are such good friends. It needs its rest at night. Why would you take it back for no reason? I don't care, I just don't care. The boy insisted. Rockruff and I sold little trinkets all night. It deserves a proper reward. With that, the boy dashed out with Rockruff in tow. That chubby boy. Trafficking in Pokemon is a crime. Dongfang Yin shook her head in exasperation. The video had been fully edited and uploaded to the official website of their breeding house. Yin AI. Dongfang Yin opened the Pokédex, where the video showcased their earlier performance. Moreover, the video of her battle with that manager was also featured on the site. In the comments section of the ecological garden, those who had drawn white tickets but did not come were filled with regret. I missed out on a fortune. Thank you, Sister Wanwan, for your hard work. It's just a small matter. Do you have something on your mind? Sister Wanwan inquired. Noticing Dongfang Yin's furrowed brow, I feel that the ecological garden's model requires some transformation. Sister Wanwan poured herself a glass of water. Please, continue. I believe I've been too utilitarian at times, neglecting the thoughts of the Pokemon. The development of the ecological garden needs to change. Now is the best time to make adjustments before it is fully developed. After finishing her last sip, Sister Wanwan smiled. Trust your own heart and make your own decisions. With that, she exited. That night, Dongfang Yin lay in bed, reminiscing about the times when she was alone, watching Pokemon anime and playing Pokemon games. Back then, she yearned to be a Pokemon Master, capturing every Pokemon in existence. Later, while immersed in the enchanting world of Pokemon, I noticed that the Pokemon remained confined within their Pokeballs. A yearning to release them surged within me, yet the game lacked a suitable environment for their freedom. Eastern Yin contemplated the necessary modifications to the ecological garden's development, resolving that such occurrences as today must not be repeated. The bonds shared among the Pokemon were exceptionally pure. My original intention had been to enhance the reputation of the breeding house, but I questioned whether such an increase in prestige was truly justified through these means. I had initially believed that only the primary Pokemon possessed the capability to forge such connections. Unexpectedly, I discovered that some Pokemon were indifferent to the notion of battling. Like Little C, they simply cherished their time within the ecological garden, having experienced the turmoil of the moonlit forest. They treasured stability and valued friendships even more deeply. Thus, when Little C accidentally shattered a glass, her immediate reaction was one of dismay. Fear gripped her, apprehensive of blame and consumed by guilt. Ultimately, she dreaded the thought of being sent away, which only heightened her unease. Eastern Yin mused that he had merely offered Little C a small token of affection, yet it had elicited such profound emotional dependence from her. Purity, sincerity, and the bonds of companionship were not exclusive to battle Pokemon. The ecological garden could no longer emulate those heartless establishments. It was time to devise alternative strategies. Chapter 76. The Journey to the Moonlit Forest. Miss Luo, what troubles you? Inquired an assistant, observing Luo Shang, who had begun to sob as soon as she entered the vehicle. Wah, Little C rejected me. What? Who is Little C? The assistant asked, perplexed. A Pokemon. Thus, Luo Shang recounted the entire sequence of events. Seeing her mistress in such distress, the assistant suggested, what if we were to purchase the ecological garden and the breeding house? Luo Shang regarded her assistant with curiosity. The assistant scratched his head, eyeing his monthly salary of 2 million. Your family seems to be quite wealthy. Early in the morning, Eastern Yin was tidying up, preparing for a trip to the Moonlit Forest. Be careful while you are in the Moonlit Forest, Sister Wanwan remarked as she cleaned. I know. I've brought my golem, he replied. Sister Wanwan shot him a disapproving glance. I heard you upset Little C yesterday? Hee, I just had a momentary lapse. He chuckled. How could you part with such a delightful girl like Little C? Sister Wanwan chided. I've already apologized, and Little C has forgiven me. Eastern Yin stated earnestly. Humph. Well then, be extra cautious during your travels in the Moonlit Forest. Understood, Sister Wanwan. Upon arriving at the ecological garden, Eastern Yin spotted Golem waiting not far from the entrance. He retrieved a Pokeball, capturing Golem within it, and also took along his Drowsy. At that moment, he suddenly found his feet immobilized. Glancing down, he saw that his bear cub and Zorua were clinging tightly to his legs. What are you two doing? Bear cub pointed towards the entrance while Zorua nodded in agreement. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, he sighed and retrieved 2 Pokeballs, allowing them to join him. Little C and Little Taboo awaited at the entrance. Earlier that day, Eastern Yin had formally apologized to Little C. She feigned a magnanimous demeanor, patting his leg to signify her forgiveness. Let us set off, Eastern Yin announced, shouldering his backpack. Little C and Little Taboo nodded in agreement. They exited and hailed a cab. Driver, to the entrance of the Moonlit Forest. Ah, young man, off on an adventure are we? Back in my day, I was quite the dashing figure, loved by all, and I traveled with my Pokemon to various places. omitting lengthy narrative. The ride was bumpy, lulling Eastern Yin to sleep. "Hey, young man, are you listening?" The driver's voice roused him from his slumber, and in a daze, he asked, "Where are we?" "Why? We are at the part where I defeated the black and white dragons with Ho-Oh. Are you serious?" "I was asleep." "Thanks, driver." Eastern Yin wearily disembarked, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Haha, no problem, young man. Next time, I'll regale you with tales of my epic battles against Groudon with the creator god." Unable to contain himself, Eastern Yin dashed into the forest. "Hey, young man, good luck. Stay safe." As he wandered through the forest, Eastern Yin noted the remnants of the previous battle. The forest appeared somewhat ravaged. However, its inherent regenerative abilities were remarkable. Fallen trees allowed rare flora to thrive, enabling life to renew itself. The moonlit forest was vast, and even the most seasoned rangers might struggle to recognize all the paths. Moreover, the previous ranger had been captured, allegedly a mole within the Emperor organization. The war had erupted unexpectedly, as wars often do, unpredictable and unstoppable unless one possesses absolute power. Meeting Mutwo had been merely coincidental. Yet Eastern Yin felt fortunate to have befriended such a powerful ally, even if his big brother had not yet reached out. After all, Mutwo had requested solitude upon departing, and the mark of the psychic key remained. Suddenly, Eastern Yin's backpack began to jostle. "Seriously, are you two ever going to stop?" he exclaimed, opening his pack to reveal two beams of red light. Bear Cub and Zorua struck poses as they made their grand entrance. Without hesitation, Eastern Yin handed each of them a berry. "What are you two doing out here? The forest is perilous. If something happens, how will I escape?" Bear Cub, visibly upset, raised a fist before pointing at the ground and patting his chest, as if to say, "I know this place better than you." Zorua, not to be outdone, transformed into a cater pie and climbed a tree, pretending to be dead, as if to signal, "I can play dead." Although the ruse was somewhat perplexing, the disguise was indeed impressive. Such an illusion could easily confuse anyone. Eastern Yin pondered, "Well, Bear Cub is from this area, so he must know some of the trails." Just then, the forest erupted in a flurry of activity as a flock of Spearows took flight, seemingly in pursuit of something. Meanwhile, Eastern Yin sprinted, one hand clutching Bear Cub and the other grasping a berry, with half a bag of berries still in his backpack. Zorua joyfully kept pace beside him. Eastern Yin glanced down at Zorua, whose grin stretched from ear to ear, and felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. "You silly fox, we're being chased. How can you still find this amusing?" Zorua sheepishly stuck out her tongue and quickened her pace. Bear Cub joined in the laughter, which only intensified Eastern Yan's irritation. "And you, little bear, aren't you supposed to be the one who knows the way? You led me straight into the Spearow's nest to pilfer their hard-earned berries. Are you even a bear?" With a decisive bite, Eastern Yin devoured another berry. Sweet as it was indeed exhausting. "You're too heavy. I can't keep running," he exclaimed, retrieving Bear Cub's pokeball and returning him inside. Zorua was swift enough to keep up, making it uncertain who would escape first. Just as he had returned Bear Cub to his pokeball, a commotion erupted from the trees. Eastern Yin looked up, and upon locking eyes with a certain figure, he knew he had found the one he was meant to meet. "Chirp, chirp, caw. What do you want? You noisy creature? Do you believe I would unleash the Pengyun monster upon you?" Dongfang Yin had scarcely finished speaking when several cries echoed above. "Gak gak." He looked up to see a large-mouthed sparrow circling his head. "Is this it?" Then he noticed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, truly 6 of them. He discreetly checked their levels. Each averaged at level 49. "Huh, do you think I would be intimidated?" Dongfang Yin removed his hat and forcefully tossed it down. His gaze, fierce and commanding, swept across the surroundings. He spotted a thicket and plunged into it. "Run if you dare to chase me." The voice echoed from a distance, and in that fleeting moment, one could only say the speed was extraordinary. Zorua was genuinely amused, following suit and diving in. "Chirp chirp, gak gak gak." Amidst the cacophony of angry cries, a large flock of fiery sparrows appeared in the sky. Chapter 77, Fiery Sparrows. Amidst the rustling sounds, a dark silhouette suddenly emerged. It was Zorua. Upon hearing Zorua's report, Dongfang Yin crawled out from the grass, wiping the sweat from his brow. These Pokémon certainly possess a relentless pursuit instinct. Indeed, my charm seems to have magnified infinitely. After being chased by the fiery sparrows, Dongfang Yin found himself uncertain of his location. He had originally intended to investigate the shrine and discern what was enshrined within. However, fortune was not in his favor. While sweeping through the fiery sparrows' lair, they had fortuitously returned home. What could he do but run? Dongfang Yin mused, casually retrieving 2 berries from his bag. He tossed one to Zorua to replenish its energy and munched on the other himself. Truly, these bird Pokémon have exquisite taste in berries. He gathered the seeds from the berries, intending to bring them back to the ecological garden for planting. Dong Fanyan and Zorua continued onward, surveying their surroundings. Not far ahead loomed a mountain. He picked up a stick, climbing to gain a better view. Although he still couldn't quite ascertain his exact location, at least he had established a point of reference. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the trees grew dense around him. Vines sprawled everywhere, yet beneath his feet lay what appeared to be a path, branching in various directions, like the traces of Pokémon that had scurried past. Following this path, Dong Fanyan was eager to discover what divine entity or Pokémon awaited him. At the path's terminus, a massive cave loomed. Rumble, rumble. That sound seemed oddly familiar to Dong Fanyan. He recalled that deep, resonant noise. It resembled that of a Rhydon. Curiously, it too required a communication link for evolution. It seemed he must summon the Pangyan monster to inquire further, to avoid alarming any potential threats. Dong Fanyan moved to another location and released the Pangyan monster. A flash of red light illuminated the area, and the Pangyan monster appeared on the open ground. Pang pang. After surveying its surroundings, the Pangyan monster expressed profound confusion, then instinctively walked towards the cave. Wait, what are you doing? The Pangyan monster thumped the ground and pointed towards the cave. Dong Fanyan was taken aback. Could it be that the cave is your home? He was bewildered. The Pangyan monster nodded. But inside dwells a Rhydon. It, like you, requires a communication link for evolution. This is evident. Even when I commanded you, your obedience was remarkably swift, as if you had been trained by another trainer. He truly believed that nurturing a bond on the first day would yield precise commands by the second day. How unreasonable. The Pangyan monster pointed towards the cave. Dong Fanyan rose, realizing that while Pokémon cannot speak, their body language could convey the truth. If he sought answers, they lay hidden within that cave, with 3 Rhydon inside. How could they hope to confront them with just the Pangyan monster's prowess? Now, they needed to devise a way to enter. What are you searching for? Dong Fanyan mused aloud, gnawing on a berry. The fiery sparrows above were momentarily taken aback. Truly, there are limits to endurance. Gak gak. The fiery sparrows shrieked in frenzy. Dong Fanyan smirked, glancing at the large-mouthed sparrows that had appeared above. With a wild cry, he commenced his flight once more. Come and chase me if you dare. The large-mouthed sparrows, known for their volatile temperament, were easily provoked. The fiery sparrows, being territorial, enjoyed patrolling their domain. And Dong Fanyan had seized the opportunity to delve into their nest alongside his companion, only to be discovered. Dong Fanyan sprinted frantically as the fiery sparrows launched a frenzied assault. Some of the fiery sparrows unleashed a barrage of attacks, pecking at him. He weaved skillfully among the trees, evading their strikes. Some fiery sparrows collided directly with the trunks, becoming momentarily dazed. Yet this was merely the tip of the iceberg. As more fiery sparrows converged, pursuing him relentlessly. Sensing the fierce wind at his back, Dong Fanyan recognized the urgency. He executed a roll and took cover behind a tree. At that instant, a large-mouthed sparrow sped past him. What a rapid movement. Dong Fanyan was genuinely impressed. If they were to chase, they had no need to resort to such speed. As he glanced back, he saw 3 or 4 large-mouthed sparrows, their bodies shimmering with a supersonic aura. Run. A throng of fiery sparrows continued their relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, at the cave's entrance, the Pangyan monster pounded the earth with its feet, producing a thunderous sound, a symbol of challenge. Rumble, rumble. 3 Rhydon emerged from the cave, stepping forward. RHY. After a brief and friendly exchange, the 3 Rhydon retracted their limbs and heads, initiating their rolling attack. 3 massive, spherical rocks began to roll vigorously towards the Pangyan monster. With its 4 feet firmly planted, the Pangyan monster emitted a glow around its body. This was the move Iron Defense, enhancing its physical defenses. There was no choice but to withstand their assault until Dong Fanyan arrived. The 3 Rhydon crashed into the Pangyan monster, which seized the moment to use Protect, shielding itself from all damage. Subsequently, the Rhydon lifted boulders to strike the Pangyan monster down. Yet they were not finished. The Rhydon frantically hurled rocks in a barrage. Employing the move Rock Blast, the Pangyan monster fortified itself with another layer of physical defense, enduring the onslaught with resilience. Gazing at the 3 Rhydon, the Pangyan monster pondered how to gain entry. A brute force approach would not suffice. Cunning was required. A clever strategy must be devised. Dong Fanyan contemplated, glancing upwards at the fiery sparrows still searching for him. An idea struck him. The only solution was to divert their attention. They needed one to attract the fiery sparrows while another lured the Rhydon out. The Pangyan monster and Dongfang Yin exchanged determined glances. Very well. To each their own vengeance. And so, Dongfang Yin continued his frantic flight. The fierce sparrows in the sky have gathered in ever-increasing numbers. Eastern Yin bears several wounds, all inflicted by these relentless birds. In an effort to evade the attacks of the beak-clad sparrows, he sustained a few blows from the fierce sparrows. One must understand that while one can flee from the pecking of fierce sparrows, being struck by a beak-clad sparrow leaves one incapacitated. Chapter 78, The Cave. Boom. 3 rumble rocks collided with the formidable golem, which was nearing its breaking point. Its steps were faltering, its stance unsteady. The rumble rocks regarded golem with mocking glances, deriding its ineptitude and overconfidence. As the rumble rocks roared with laughter, a sharp pain suddenly pierced their backsides. Turning around, they spotted the dull-witted beast at the cave entrance, charging its water gun. It incessantly shot at the rumble rocks behind, though one could hardly blame the dull-witted beast. It was merely confused, shooting aimlessly in random directions. Who would have thought such luck would strike? The rumble rocks, unaccustomed to such indignities, retaliated with a rolling skill, hurtling towards the dull-witted beast at great speed, albeit with less than graceful form. Yet, grace was unnecessary, for they were inherently unrefined. The dull-witted beast, however, was no ordinary creature. Though it typically engaged in petty skirmishes, it wisely chose to evade this encounter. Failure to do so could cost it dearly. At that moment, Zorua appeared from the other side, employing its provocation skill. This ability incited the rumble rocks' rage, forcing them to unleash only attacking skills for the next 3 turns. The already irate rumble rocks became even more furious. They pounded the ground with their fists, sending clouds of dust swirling across the battlefield. The rumble rocks abandoned their pursuit of the dull-witted beast, now fixated on the unfamiliar small creature beside it. Well, neither of them was familiar. The rumble rocks hefted a massive boulder, unleashing a rock blast. As the boulder soared towards Zorua, it deftly dodged the attack with its agile movements. However, the shards of stone that splintered upon impact were an unavoidable threat. Small rocks, akin to the size of fists, either grazed Zorua or struck it directly. Yet Zorua dared not halt. To do so would spell its doom. The rumble rocks continued their barrage of boulders, launching rock blasts without end. Meanwhile, the dull-witted beast seized the moment. Just as a boulder was thrown, a mysterious force gripped the rumble rocks, compelling them to lower their raised stones. The immobilization technique was employed. Faced with the restriction of only being able to use attacking skills, the rumble rocks swiftly adapted. Having witnessed much in their time, they opted for a different approach. Raising one foot, they slammed it down with tremendous force, causing fissures to radiate outward from their center, unsettling the entire battlefield. Even the 2 adjacent rumble rocks and golem felt the tremors, struggling to maintain their footing. Zorua, too, was unable to escape the impending threat of the cracking ground beneath it. In a moment of sheer panic, Zorua had a sudden epiphany. Using its limbs to push off the ground, it leapt upward with great force. Caw! The fierce sparrow. Zorua flapped its wings, darting through the area surrounding the rumble rocks with remarkable speed. Who said that the Noctowl could only teach Hoot Hoot and Pidgey? When Zorua transformed into Hoot Hoot or Noctowl, it received little guidance on flying. Instead, it often morphed into flying-type Pokémon, flaunting its skills. Thus, in this critical moment, Zorua's flying prowess nearly saved its life, and that of the dull-witted beast. But the rumble rocks were not finished yet. Observing Zorua soaring above, they hefted another stone and hurled it with all their might. Boom! Zorua reverted to its original form, plummeting straight to the ground. Still unsated, the rumble rocks intertwined their limbs and began to roll furiously. Rumble! Once again, the rumble rocks unleashed a new skill, rolling with wild abandon. This bug-type move dealt double damage to dark-type Pokémon. One could confidently say that should Zorua take another hit, it would be gravely injured, if not worse. Suddenly, a shadow loomed as Golem, barely holding itself together, interposed itself between Zorua and the oncoming danger. Zorua lay on the ground, in dire straits. The dull-witted beast appeared once more at the cave entrance, observing the unconscious Zorua. Its mouth began to shimmer with the water pulse skill, accompanied by undulating waves. The attack surged forth, striking all 3 rumble rocks. Even Golem found itself momentarily disoriented. By sheer coincidence, the attack triggered a state of confusion among them. This was likely due to their propensity for anger. In their befuddled state, the 3 rumble rocks unleashed their skills indiscriminately, causing chaos all around. They even turned on each other, leading to a cacophony of destruction. Their fury towards the dull-witted beast was palpable. Unfortunately, after the fracas, The three Pokémon gradually regained their senses, their gazes clearing. Golem, too exhausted to continue, was rendered powerless against just the single dull-witted beast. As despair enveloped the Pokémon, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. "Not you again, fierce sparrow. Where are you shooting?" Eastern Yin burst forth from the thicket. Behind him loomed a dark cloud of fierce sparrows. Eastern Yan's perseverance had been nothing short of commendable. Observing the unconscious Zorua and the battered Golem, he noted the dull-witted beast's labored breathing. Despite its daft demeanor, it had undoubtedly endured a fierce battle. Eastern Yin recognized the gravity of the situation. He withdrew Zorua and Golem into their Pokeballs, then executed a roll to evade several ambushing fierce sparrows. At this moment, Eastern Yin was nearing his limit. His lips were pale, and not a trace of color remained on his face. However, there was no time for rest. He had to devise a plan to escape. The Rumble Rocks, incensed by the disappearance of Golem and Zorua, unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate attacks, launching rock blasts skyward. Eastern Yin narrowly evaded the rain of stones. As the situation spiraled out of control, it was precisely what Eastern Yin had hoped for. Fierce sparrows surrounded him, making escape seemingly impossible. Moreover, previous attempts had proven futile. If it weren't for the dense foliage, entwining vines, and the varied terrain, along with the other Pokémon blocking his path, Eastern Yin would have charged forward without a second thought. In his frantic dash, he collided with other Pokémon, barely pausing to apologize as he continued his flight. Those Pokémon, already irate, became even more enraged when they realized the shadowy figure had vanished without a trace. Soon, a swarm of fierce sparrows descended upon him, and chaos ensued. Thus, through a confluence of diversions, Eastern Yin successfully reached his destination. One could say it was a gamble, a race filled with speed and adrenaline. Glancing around, he wasted no time and tucked the Pokeballs into his arms, sprinting towards the cave. Later, the rumbling rock emitted an even more furious roar. However, the affairs of Dongfang Yin were of no consequence at this moment. The calamity had arrived, and it was time to put an end to it. Here lies the question: where exactly are we? Accompanied by his Dullahan, Dongfang Yin surveyed the layout of the cave. Chapter 79, The Cave Within the Cave. The interior of the cave appeared exceptionally smooth, seemingly not a product of natural formation. Rather, it bore the marks of human craftsmanship or the transformative powers of terrain-altering Pokémon. Yet, the astonishing aspect was its profound depth, cloaked in darkness, rendering the end utterly invisible. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from outside the cave. Dongfang Yin speculated on its origin. With no other option, he pressed on into the cave with Dullahan in tow. Activating his Pokédex, the light illuminated the dim recesses of the cave, offering scarcely a shred of reassurance. He retrieved a Pokeball, releasing his Ursaring to accompany him. Feeling a touch steadier with multiple Pokémon by his side, his immediate concern, however, was the safety of Zorua and the injuries sustained by his Onix. Yet, to administer proper care, a tranquil and secure environment was requisite, allowing for a thorough examination of the Pokémon's condition. After all, even medication requires time for consumption. As Dongfang Yin ventured deeper, the cave's entrance grew increasingly constricted, from an initial height of over 3 meters to a mere 2 meters, narrowing progressively. Ursaring scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Ursaring gestured, mimicking Zorua's likeness. Dongfang Yin produced a Pokeball from his pocket, explaining, "It's injured and resting." Upon hearing this, Ursaring rolled up its sleeves, ready to exact vengeance. Dongfang Yin quickly intervened, jesting that with such tiny arms and legs, it would be akin to delivering itself to the slaughter. It was not yet the time for retribution. As Ursaring trudged onward, it began to kick at random objects, expressing its frustration and discontent. Dullahan followed closely, the obscurity of the environment obscuring visibility. Suddenly, Ursaring stumbled and fell, diving headfirst into a narrow opening. "Whoa, Ursaring!" Dongfang Yin exclaimed, shining his Pokédex in the direction of the commotion. Not far away was a slender passage that might have been overlooked had Ursaring not been in a fit of anger. Although the contents of the passage remained a mystery, the path ahead was rapidly nearing its conclusion. Now, Dongfang Yin found himself stooped low, navigating the cave. "Let us go," he said to Dullahan, following suit. As he descended, he took care to protect his head, ensuring his feet touched the ground before his skull. Sliding down, he encountered minor bumps and scrapes. Relieved that no serious mishap had occurred, for such recklessness could be perilous. Goodness! After what felt like an eternity of sliding, Dongfang Yin finally heard sounds ahead. "Make way! Make way!" He landed abruptly on the ground, while Ursaring similarly cradled its rear. Dullahan, meanwhile, slid down right after them. "No, I was still trying to move. Dongfang Yin shouted. Ah, there lay Onyx, weakly sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, as if on the verge of succumbing. Don't breathe so heavily. You're not dead yet. Dongfang Yin rolled his eyes. True sight. Pokémon. Onyx, level 58. Potential, B. Gender, male. Type, rock. Status, severely injured. Ability, sand force. In a sandstorm, the power of rock, ground, and steel-type moves is increased. Inherited moves, tackle, rock slide. Basic moves, sandstorm, mud slap, stone edge, iron defense. Protect, stealth rock. TM, none. Held item, none. Note, a high-pressure Pokémon. The evolved form of mantle rock attacks by compressing energy within its core and releasing it. Capable of sending mountains flying. In recent days, what mischief had led Onyx into battle? It had leveled up 3 times. Not only that, but Dullahan had also successfully surpassed level 20, reaching level 23. Ursaring had similarly progressed, having originally been captured at around level 8, now achieving level 19. As for Zorua, its peril was markedly greater, still unconscious. Pokémon, Zorua, level 19. Potential, C. Gender, male. Type, dark. Status, near death. Ability, illusion, disguises itself as a Pokémon in the same party, confusing opponents. Inherited moves, scratch, leer, fake cry. Basic moves, taunt, scratch, foul play, provocation. TM, none. Held item, none. Note, a dark fox Pokémon. It transforms into the form of its adversaries to frighten them, often resembling a silent child. Zorua's condition was quite dire. However, with the system in place, it wasn't an insurmountable challenge, though it would significantly deplete his reputation points. Dongfang Yin exchanged 4 potent healing potions and a vitality block from the system store, which evaporated over 10,000, nearly 20,000, reputation points. A third of his reputation had vanished in an instant. He administered 3 healing potions to Onyx and fed Zorua a vitality block. Seeing this, Ursaring felt a sense of relief. It had sacrificed so much for the family at such a young age. Dongfang Yin had never directly consumed a vitality block. Uncertain of its effects or taste, the system possessed a recipe for this item, but alas, he could not afford it, lacking the necessary materials. He resolved to craft Pokemon blocks diligently instead. After recalling Onyx into its Pokeball, he allowed it to recuperate, promising to address any issues later. Zorua would remain out for the time being. Even with the vitality block, healing would not be instantaneous. It required a period of adjustment. Nonetheless, Dongfang Yin decided not to return Zorua to its Pokeball just yet, entrusting Dullahan to care for it, while he and Ursaring explored their surroundings. Upon descending into the dark passage, the environment was exceedingly damp, devoid of any signs of other Pokemon habitation, as if no one had ventured here in ages. Yet, it was understandable. This desolate place was a treasure only Onyx and the rumbling rock cherished. The contrast between the exterior and this cavern was stark. Within the cave, a small lake lay at the center, emitting a tranquil ambience that, while dim, was not discomforting. Instead, it evoked a sense of refreshment and comfort. At the heart of the lake stood an ancient tree, forming its own island. In this dimness, the luminous crystals lining the cave reflected the water's surface, casting a gentle glow throughout, though distant objects remained obscured. Haha, Ursaring called out from the other side. Hearing the noise, Dongfang Yin hurried over, concerned that trouble had arisen once more. Ursaring, in a fit of rage, clutched a box, smashing it repeatedly. Wait, don't break it. Dongfang Yin rushed to stop Ursaring. Recognizing the box as a potential clue, he took it from Ursaring's paws, shaking it to hear a rattling sound. The box lacked any visible lock mechanism. How was it to be opened? Chapter 80, Beneath the Water. Dongfang Yin fiddled with the box, scrutinizing it thoroughly. It appeared to be a puzzle box. Not one that could be unlocked with a key, but rather one that required deciphering a code to access its contents. For Dongfang Yin, this was. It cannot merely be described as simple. After all, such a contraption is decidedly uncomplicated. Very well, let us commence the deciphering. Based on the points that can be moved, there exist a total of 7 movable points among 14 positions. Dongfang Yin chose not to utter much and plunged directly into the task, twisting this, nudging that. All right, let us take a brief respite. I'm fatigued. This is by no means surrender. Rather, it is a moment to relax my mind, to rejuvenate my thoughts, and then to fully engage the knowledge that resides within. In the end, I shall undoubtedly unravel this puzzle with ease. Goo. What sound is that? Goo goo? Could it be that there are other wondrous creatures here? Dongfang Yin immediately shifted into a battle stance. In an instant, she dashed to the side of the Psyduck and the Snorlax. It was not fear. That notion is unfounded. The focus was on companionship. Goo. As she approached, the sound became increasingly distinct. Dongfang Yin glanced down to see Zorua clutching its belly, its large eyes glimmering mischievously as it regarded her. Naturally, Dongfang Yin, with great tenderness, offered it a berry. Feel the pain. Fiery flames, dancing embers, leaping about freely. The firelight illuminated Dongfang Yan's visage. On this expedition, she had brought along a sleeping bag, some provisions, and an iron pot, all of which were strapped to her back, the pot conveniently covering her backpack. Initially, when departing from the cloudy nursery, she had not intended to carry it. However, Sister Huan Huan insisted she take it. There was no arguing with her stronger will. Who would have thought this item would prove useful? When pursued by a fiery bird, she managed to deflect numerous attacks and mitigate considerable damage using the pot. Furthermore, it must be said that the quality of this iron pot is exceptional. The base features a prominent protrusion, a symbol of honor. Utilizing branches to support the pot, the current technology is rather advanced. Instant meals are now more suitable for trainers in the wilderness. This small packet, about the size of a bag of salt, contained ordinary steamed rice, dehydrated vegetables, and sautéed meat. A harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, rich in nutrition. Thankfully, there exists a compact storage space within the system, approximately the size of a restroom. Though it can only hold items produced by the system, it is more than sufficient. Before setting out, Dongfang Yin had already inventoried the miscellaneous items in her system space and deposited them into the warehouse. No longer would she foolishly leave them in her room, risking embarrassment and social death when the time arose. She had prepared the system's Pokémon cubes for Snorlax, Geodude, Psyduck, and Zorua. Although there were no bowls, it was manageable to eat nonetheless. Zorua was savoring its meal with delight. Geodude was released, causing the ground to tremble momentarily as several Dark-type Pokémon cubes rolled into the water. Zorua shot a disdainful glance at Dongfang Yin and Geodude. Wasting food is truly shameful. Dongfang Yin rolled her eyes and chided. I told you not to eat first. You've made a mess of what was neatly arranged. Zorua chose to ignore her, stubbornly indulging. This exasperated Dongfang Yin, who was resolute in her stance against wasting food. Seizing an opportunity when Dongfang Yin was distracted, Zorua plunged headfirst into the water, creating a splash. That foolish fox. Dongfang Yin was genuinely at her wit's end. She had intended to explore the small lake after finishing her meal. What if something went awry? At least she would have had a full stomach, shouldering the fate of a glutton. Now, should trouble arise, she might very well starve. With no choice left, Dongfang Yin swiftly removed her clothes, leaving only her undergarments, and dove into the water. Bang! Huh, Psyduck? The other 3 Pokémon on the shore were momentarily stunned. Geodude did not dare to enter the water, anxiously pacing. Snorlax lingered at the water's edge, showing no urgency to jump in. Psyduck, however, seemed oblivious to the situation. In the water, Dongfang Yin kicked downward, observing Zorua employing dog paddle swimming techniques, diligently pursuing the Dark-type Pokémon cube. Dongfang Yin was impressed. She had not deprived Zorua of anything, and here it was, displaying a commendable quality of cherishing food. Yet, at this moment, it seemed utterly irrelevant. Through Zorua's relentless efforts, just before the cube could sink, it was finally captured. If it had not been consumed promptly, it would have melted away. Zorua, satisfied, swam back upwards, catching sight of Dongfang Yan's furious expression. It offered an awkward yet polite smile before rapidly ascending. Dongfang Yin turned to follow, but upon looking up, she noticed that while the canopy of the massive tree within the cave was grand, it did not overshadow the entire lake. It merely encircled the small island beneath it. At that moment, Dongfang Yin felt as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. The crystals above in the cave glimmered with luminescence, seemingly forming a particular arrangement. This reminded her of the box, with 7 rows on top and 7 rows beneath. A total of 7 movable points, akin to small buttons. Dongfang Yin was diligently recalling the sequence, feeling her breath nearly reach its limit, and desperately swam upward. As fate would have it, Dongfang Yan's legs suddenly cramped. The sweltering summer heat, diving into the water without warming up, it was to be expected. Cramping was normal, and perishing was also a possibility. Dongfang Yin summoned all her strength to swim upward. Yet, her efforts were futile, and she swallowed 2 or 3 mouthfuls of water. Just as she began to lose her strength, her consciousness waned. In the midst of her haze, she seemed to see 2 Psyducks swimming down, all gleaming and radiant. Stop fixating solely on gaming. You must cultivate your own interests. I understand. Must you pester me all day long? Dongfang Yin slammed her phone down. Glancing at her parents, she exclaimed, I'm just enjoying my break. I haven't committed any crime. I've completed my assignments. What more do you want from me? Dongfang Yin shouted in desperation. What era is this? Other children are studying diligently. If that is the case, then I will no longer concern myself with you. Enjoy your freedom. With that, her parents stormed out, slamming the door with a thunderous noise that resonated deeply. Dongfang Yin sat beside her desk, the game interface displaying a failure. Moments later, a notification sound chimed. She clicked it open. Ah, Xiaoyan, that Pokemon game is offering a free shiny Pokemon today. It's based on luck. Will you join? Dongfang Yin glanced at the Psyduck figurine on her desk and the enormous Jigglypuff on her bed, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart. It was as if something significant was slipping from her mind. What was it? What important matter had she forgotten? Dongfang Yin felt a splitting headache. The more she pondered, the more discomfort she experienced. Staring at the pink Psyduck figurine, so soft and tender. Pink. Wasn't mine a shiny Psyduck? Ah. Visions of the cloudy nursery flashed through her mind. The ecological garden, the Noctowl, Mutuo, and Sister Huanhuan. System. Ding dong. I'm here. Dongfang Yin suddenly opened her eyes, and two Psyduck tongues were fervently licking her face. It was real. Everything was real. I have returned. Chapter 81. The Password Box. Dongfang Yin spat out a mouthful of water. Cough, cough. I almost perished. Gazing at the two shiny Psyducks, she wiped her face. Zorua materialized, looking at Dongfang Yin with a face full of guilt. Its ears drooped listlessly. Snorlax and Geodude stood nearby, equally concerned. It's all right, Zorua. Dongfang Yin gently patted Suolia's head. It was not entirely Suolia's fault. Cherishing food was indeed commendable. Had he known, he would have brought a bowl along. Moreover, if it weren't for Suolia, he would not have discovered the clue to the password box. What is that smell? Dongfang Yin sniffed intently. Oh no, it burned. Dongfang Yin sprang up and hurriedly scuttled towards the iron pot where the rice was cooking. The rice had been steamed, but the bottom layer had turned black. There was no choice but to discard the burnt crust and add a bit of water to make porridge with the remainder. Otherwise, how could they eat? Suolia felt a tinge of guilt, having barely eaten any of the fairy cube. As Dongfang Yin prepared the food, he scooped Suolia up into his arms. These are mere trifles, Suolia. The fact that you are alive and well is already a blessing, though you may be a bit disobedient. You did save me alongside the dumb beast in a critical moment. I am truly grateful. Dongfang Yin affectionately ruffled Suolia's hair. Suolia's eyes began to glisten with tears. Oh dear, he is crying. Dongfang Yin exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The bear cub leader, upon hearing this, abandoned his meal and hurried over, eager to scrutinize Suolia's face. Infuriated, Suolia bit Dongfang Yin's hand. Ouch! Are you a dog or something? Suolia kicked off and wriggled free from Dongfang Yin's embrace, making a silly face. Dongfang Yin rubbed the bite mark on his arm, bemused. It didn't hurt too much, but this little rascal was truly incorrigible. He dashed over, seized Suolia by the hind legs, and tossed him into the water. Haha! Suolia emerged from the water, drenched and furious, snapping at Dongfang Yin once more. Seriously, are you a dog? Ah, don't bite my behind. Dongfang Yin held the iron pot and gulped down the porridge. Although it was piping hot, he was ravenous. He paid little heed and began to eat with chopsticks, taking bite after bite, then splashing some water into the pot. All right, time to feast. After a while, he polished off the entire pot of porridge. Burp. Sated, Dongfang Yin felt ready to attend to serious matters. He stretched and warmed up, only to cramp in the water, nearly losing his breath. This time, Dongfang Yin circled the small lake, frequently glancing upward. Although the surface was rocky, numerous luminous crystals adorned it, which were not easily discernible from the shore. Coincidentally, it was only at the spot where Suolia had entered the water that the arrangement of the crystals became apparent. In other areas, such an orderly formation was absent. Only by diving could one see it clearly. Otherwise, it was completely imperceptible from the bank. After preparing himself, it was time to plunge into the water. Splash. After warming up, Dongfang Yin leapt straight into the water. As he submerged, he frequently turned back. The incredible thing was that in shallower waters, he couldn't see the full picture. The arrangement revealed itself as just 7 positions, which were not entirely clear. Thus, he had to dive deeper, to the spot where he had saved Suolia, to gain a better view. Bloop, bloop. Bubbles continuously escaped from Dongfang Yin's mouth. Truth be told, the sensation of diving was quite uncomfortable. This act was, in fact, contrary to human instinct, which compels one to struggle upwards for survival. Yet, he intentionally dove downward. Trusting his instincts, Dongfang Yin looked back at the points above. 14 positions, 7 on top and 7 below. He memorized the chant. Up, down, up, up. Up, cough, cough, cough. He could no longer hold his breath. Having not seen all the positions, he had to swim back up. Dongfang Yin swam desperately towards the surface. The sensation of choking on water was unbearable. Finally, just as he felt he could hold on no longer, he broke through the water's surface. Dongfang Yin gasped for fresh air. Never had he felt air so invigorating. He had only remembered half of the positions. The other half remained elusive. Standing on the bank and looking out, it seemed like a straight line. One could only commend the brilliance of the individual who designed this password box. The method of discovering the password box was truly formidable. Had he not taken the time to swim a few laps, he might never have realized it. Who swims just for fun and looks up? They would only keep diving upwards, likely overlooking the arrangement. Moreover, even a small lake of this size was not something one could easily swim across. It was fair to say that Sualia had made a significant contribution. Woof, woof. However, the dilemma now was that swimming down took time, and swimming up required time as well. Staying submerged also consumed time. He could only hold his breath for a maximum of 2 minutes. Beyond that, it would feel like an eternity. 2 minutes would suffice. With no other option, he rested on the shore for quite a while and stretched his muscles. It truly was exhausting. He could even sweat in the water. No joke, it was real. Once more, he plunged into the water, aiming to use the momentum of his dive to cover some distance. He swam back to the earlier spot, this time determined to remember the remaining positions. Up, down, up, up, down. Okay, all memorized. Dongfang Yin kicked with vigor. This time, he was quite familiar with the routine. He reached the shore swiftly. Emerging from the water, he gasped for breath. Sualia, the dumb beast, and the bear cub leader awaited him on the bank. Dongfang Yin reached the shore and collapsed onto the ground. This back and forth had truly drained too much of his energy. Opening his Pokédex, he noted that it was already 6 in the evening. Although there was no signal, the basic time was still visible. Furthermore, the battery life of this Pokédex was remarkably long. It could last half a month in offline mode. It charged with solar energy. As long as there was light, it could recharge. Truly, it was unbeatable. Without further ado, Dongfang Yin picked up the password box. Based on the chant he had memorized earlier, he began to manipulate the small beads on the password box, aligning them to the correct positions. Confidently, he arranged and combined them, working diligently. It was not as simple as merely taking it out. He had to decide which bead went first and which came next. Finally, after adjusting the last position, he exhaled. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. Open. Chapter 82. Password incorrect. Open. After arranging all the beads in their correct positions, Dongfang Yin's heart raced, his hands trembling as he prepared to open the password box. He pried the lid upward. What is going on here? Astonishingly, the password box remained utterly still. What was happening? Could it be that he had made an error? Dongfang Yin recalled carefully. If the true password was hidden within this cave, then there was no other place to conceal it. Could it be that the tree held some other secret? With no choice, he resolved to swim over. Dumb beast, Sualia, come with me. He called upon the 2 Pokémon, feeling a bit more at ease. Venturing alone was somewhat daunting. Not that he was particularly scared. He simply wished to take the dumb beast and Sualia for a stroll. Sualia instantly transformed into a Magikarp, which made the bear cub leader envious. After becoming a Magikarp, he dove straight into the water. It was a classic leap, truly reminiscent of a Kingler. The dull Pokémon, not to be outdone, complied with the command to venture across the water. With its 4 short legs, it slowly waded into the water, employing a dog paddling technique as it glided forward. Dongfang Yin was left utterly speechless, recalling the moments when he had choked on water. Curiously, it seemed that the dull Pokémon was swimming quite swiftly. Could it be that his eyes were deceiving him? A fox-like Pokémon swimming like a fish, and a water-type Pokémon swimming like a fox. How enchanting that was. Dongfang Yin ceased his hesitations and removed his clothing in frustration, having only just put it on moments before. On both banks, there were several twigs that had fallen from a tree in the center of the lake, subsequently washed ashore by the current. This presented a convenient opportunity for Dongfang Yin. As constructing a raft was out of the question, there were simply not enough twigs. Under such circumstances, swimming across was the more sensible choice. Though there was a distance to cover, it was undoubtedly more comfortable than diving beneath the surface. After all, he could leisurely float on his back as he made his way across. With a resounding splash, Dongfang Yin entered the water, alerting the nearby Geodude to the meaning of a deep water bomb. Despite his playful demeanor, each time he plunged into the depths, he felt a sharp pain from the impact. Yet, in front of his Pokémon, he had no choice but to put on a brave face. He swam vigorously, keeping pace with the dull Pokémon ahead of him, cautious not to swim too fast. Meanwhile, the Zorua had long since vanished from sight, which was to be expected. After all, fish tend to swim beneath the surface. After a brief moment, Dongfang Yin coughed as he wiped his face. His legs felt slightly numb, a consequence of excessive exertion, leaving him uncertain of how he would return. Just as he reached the shore, the dull Pokémon clambered up beside him. But where was Zoroa? Dongfang Yin queried, casting a puzzled glance at the dull Pokémon. He scanned the surroundings, but found no trace. Surely it hadn't transformed into a fish and drowned. He was about to leap back into the water when he heard a rustling sound behind him. Startled, he turned sharply. Who goes there? He demanded, his vigilance heightened. The dull Pokémon tilted its head, acknowledging Dongfang Yan's suspicions. It began to emanate a soft purple glow, preparing for battle. Eager to discern what other entities lurked in the vicinity, a foot slowly emerged from behind the tree, the figure resembling a large sphere encased in rock. Its head protruded from the center of its body, with 3 fingers on each hand and 5 toes on each foot. Geodude! Dongfang Yin exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Why was there a Geodude here? Dull Pokémon, use Water Pulse. He commanded, seizing the initiative. The dull Pokémon glanced at him in confusion before gathering its energy. Waves composed of water coiled outward from its center. Geodude, taken by surprise, was unprepared for such a swift counterattack and was sent tumbling behind the tree by the crashing waves. Now's our chance. Retreat. But what was that sound? Dongfang Yin cautiously approached the tree, taking careful steps. Leaning forward, he peered around the trunk. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before him. Sister Wanwan. When do you think Xiaoyan will return? Fatty slumped on the sofa, utterly relaxed. Sit up properly. Show some decorum. Wanwan reprimanded him, insisting he maintain a proper posture. Obediently, Fatty straightened himself. Wanwan was busy preparing the Pokémon food cubes necessary for the ecological garden. Before Dongfang Yan's departure, she had set aside a quantity sufficient for half a month. Some attribute-specific food cubes were still lacking, which Dongfang Yan had purchased using his prestige points. As she examined the food cubes in her hands, it was evident that she possessed the expertise of an excellent Pokémon nurse, well-versed in various ailments and familiar with numerous types of berries and food cubes. The food cubes Dongfang Yin left behind, while not exceptional, were certainly practical. Over the years, having traversed many regions, she had encountered various food cubes, some even superior to these. However, she had never seen a food cube suitable for all types of Pokémon. Yet, the ones Dongfang Yin provided were different. 4 Dragon-type Pokémon. There were herbivorous and carnivorous options, each with distinct flavors. Remarkably, Wanwan discovered other attribute-specific food cubes in the storage. To conduct an experiment, she returned to the Pokémon Center and, with her colleagues' assistance, tested each food cube on Pokémon of the same type that Dongfang Yin had provided. Astonishingly, every Pokémon gave positive feedback, despite having tastier options available. They expressed a fondness for these food cubes, some even preferring them. Wanwan, skeptical, proceeded to test the food cubes of several other types, receiving unbelievable results. They all enjoyed them. She found herself puzzled about how Dongfang Yin had accomplished this. Rather than seeking the true answer, she was more intrigued by what had transpired with him. Although she had only recently begun interacting with Dongfang Yin, she had long known about Grandma Mulan's grandson, an exceptionally peculiar individual who displayed little interest in Pokémon. However, during their first encounter, his demeanor was decidedly different from what she had been led to believe. Wanwan reminisced about their initial meeting, where Dongfang Yin clung tightly to a Pokémon egg, fearful of it being taken away, a rather comical sight. This was certainly not the individual depicted in the rumors. When will he return? She pondered. Getting lost in the wild is quite normal. Stop being so paranoid. If you're bored, head to the ecological garden and help me arrange these food cubes. She chastised Fatty, who was slacking off. Startled, Fatty rushed to the ecological garden, accompanied by his little Snorlax, Rockruff, and Stoneball, desperately trying to help. Wait, you haven't even retrieved the food cubes yet, he stammered, embarrassed as he scurried back to fetch a large basin of food cubes. Wanwan took a sip of water. Xiaoyan, what on earth has happened to you? She mused, downing the glass in one go. Chapter 83, Soar. Soar. Dongfang Yin remained silent, raising his arm and silently waving it at Zoroa's rear. That's what you get for scaring people. For swimming so swiftly. For transforming into a Geodude. You think you can escape unscathed? Zoroa stood firm, embodying a defiant spirit, refusing to back down. After a lengthy scuffle, Dongfang Yin finally felt a sense of relief. He nudged Zoroa aside, determined not to indulge its behavior. Although Zoroa recognized its fault, it remained unrepentant, sulking in silence. Dongfang Yin chose to ignore it, contemplating the tree above. Due to their location within a cave, the trunk appeared damp. Zoroa, come here. He called out to the sullen creature. Fly up and see if there's anything of interest. He inquired, his gaze directed upward. But Zoroa, embodying its stubborn nature, remained unresponsive. Dongfang Yin couldn't help but cast a downward glance. What a character this guy was, tilting his head with a sly expression. You're not a fox, you're truly a dog. A bag of malevolent attribute sprite cubes. Zorua shook its head and scratched the ground, letting out two distinct sounds, suta, which indicated 2 bags. You want 2 bags? Aren't you demanding my life? It simply couldn't be more than 1.5 bags. With no other choice. Dongfang Yin reluctantly conceded. Zorua chuckled mischievously, leaping into the air and transforming into a night owl. How strikingly memorable, the sight lingered in the mind. Zorua circled in the sky a few times, yet found nothing unusual. A tree stood tall, adorned only with leaves, devoid of any fruit. Even if fruit were to appear, one would be hesitant to partake. Goo goo. Zorua flew down, chattering away. No bird language, I can't comprehend. Suasua. And no barking. That is still incomprehensible. Zorua was akin to a famished wolf ready to pounce. Alright, enough of the noise. I'll go take a look. Dongfang Yin pushed Zorua aside and began to climb the tree trunk. It was slick and rather uncomfortable, especially since he was clad in nothing but shorts. Thankfully, there was no one around. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines would have made him infamous. Despite the difficulty of the ascent, it was not insurmountable. Once he reached a section of the trunk, he could finally sit and rest a bit, for this was a rather large ancient tree. Various unknown vines twisted around it, making his climb akin to rock climbing. Dongfang Yin inspected the trunk. While the crown was damp, the further he climbed, the drier the trunk became, and the air turned refreshingly crisp. After surveying the area, he discovered several spots that could easily serve as platforms, reminiscent of tree houses. Then, he noticed remnants on the trunk, as if branches had once been used for construction. Naturally, he was not particularly surprised if a password box could be left here. It was hardly astonishing that someone had built a tree house for a nap. After a thorough exploration, he found no significant symbols. In places accessible to humans, there was nothing of interest. Even sending Zorua to scout the unreachable areas yielded no discoveries. Sitting on the trunk in his shorts, Dongfang Yin began to reflect on all the details. If the true password resided within this cave, the only potential hiding place, aside from the fortuitously discovered arrangement of crystals atop the mountain, was the password he had tirelessly sought on the ancient tree. The answer became clear. The password must be the glowing crystal atop the mountain. Up, down, up, down. The password should be infallible. But what had gone awry? Gazing at the reflection of the tree in the water, it struck him. The reflection of the tree, was it not just that? I've got it, Dongfang Yin exclaimed, clapping his hands, the sound reverberating throughout the cave. Zorua, startled, slipped from the trunk. Sua, my apologies, Zorua, who said the password had to be up, down, up, down. What if it were instead down, up, down, up? The very opposite. The perspective he had been viewing might very well be inverted. With that notion, he decided to tempt fate once more. After resting his body on the tree for a while, he chuckled at the thought of needing to swim back. The round trip would surely exhaust him multiple times over. In wilderness explorations, stamina was paramount. The Pokédex containing everything was left on the opposite shore, a decision he regretted. Fearing its loss would be truly distressing. As his sole means of communication, as long as it could receive a signal, it could summon help. Without overthinking, he slowly descended from the tree. Climbing up was challenging, coming down was a breeze. He slid down effortlessly. Thankfully, with his resilience, he avoided any scrapes. He swam vigorously across the lake, drying off his body in the sun. It was indeed a bit chilly. The lake water was frigid, even somewhat biting. However, swimming around made the cold less noticeable. Emerging from the water, he felt a chill envelop him unexpectedly. After dressing, even though his hat was missing, it hardly mattered. He grasped the password box and repeated, down, up, down, up. Click. Was that it? Just like that? Dongfang Yin felt like slapping himself in frustration. How simplistic. What a hassle. He opened the box to find a piece of parchment, a translucent leaf, and a dirty stone. To the trainer who ventured here, greetings. I am delighted you have uncovered the ultimate secret. To decipher this password, you must possess a calm demeanor and a keen intellect. This cave was constructed long ago, and during my wanderings, I stumbled upon tales of a mythical creature dwelling here. You must be quite astonished, but fret not. The wheels of fate are turning, and those with purpose shall ultimately cross paths. I encountered it, and with its assistance, I traversed time, reaching different epochs through countless adventures until I arrived in the future. What transpired in that world remains unspeakable. Yet, I yearn to effect change. Witnessing many scenes in the future, I aspired to alter them, perhaps even to save them. However, it revealed to me that only those with great fortune could reverse time and alter destiny. I considered myself among the exceptional few. The bond with my Pokémon has allowed us to triumph over many legendary beings. On this solitary journey, I acquired knowledge of the future, even mastering Pokémon training I had never encountered before. In our time, Eevee's evolutions were not so comprehensive. Most unexpectedly, we discovered the concept of communication-linked evolution. In our realm, evolution occurs through alterations in magnetic fields, allowing Pokémon to undergo rigorous training daily until they attain their final forms. Hence, I gathered several Pokémon to experiment with communication-linked evolution. Evidently, I succeeded. They are likely still here, for I have only just departed. Do not be overly astonished by this dialogue transcending time. I hope you will destroy this letter, keeping that leaf, for it may assist you in your future endeavors. You may truly encounter me. Best of luck, future trainer. Chapter 84, The Mythical Beast. Dongfang Yin was now somewhat bewildered. Time travel? This was absurd. It seemed this individual had only recently departed from this very place. What a joke. Absurd, utterly absurd. Yet upon reflection, he realized he too had traversed dimensions. Indeed, he was a soul reincarnate with a system. Upon further contemplation, it made a peculiar sort of sense. He could even greet past travelers in his mind, saying, "Hello there." However, it was strange that he could travel to the future. Did that mean he could meet himself? Why was he tasked with seeking this person? Even more curiously, he mentioned that the future was fraught with crises and calamities. According to the 3 great laws of crisis in the Pokémon anime, Team Rocket, Legendary Beasts, and Ash's inept crew, collectively termed as disaster zones. Explosions occur in various places. Evil Pokémon awaken in various locations. The villain, the rare divine beast, and the protagonist, these 3 elements serve as the very sources of crisis. The tension is palpable. Naturally, possessing a system unequivocally marks one as the protagonist. It is impossible, absolutely impossible, for me to be the source of disaster. My gaze shifts towards the Dark Organization. Speaking of the Dark Organization, one cannot help but recall the intense battle that transpired in the Moonlit Forest. The name of that organization, what was it again? Ah yes, the Emperor Organization. It was they who birthed the creature known as Mutuo. However, given my current capabilities, I can barely sustain my ecological park. Having just received a stern lecture from Sister Huan Huan and the Pokémon, is it easy for me? Let alone confronting the Dark Organization head-on. I can only bide my time and develop cautiously. It goes without saying that these organizations have extensive infiltration in the Huagua Alliance and indeed across the world. Thus, one must navigate carefully to ensure longevity. On another note, I find myself exceedingly curious about this mythical creature. Well, it goes without saying, the hints are unmistakable. Mythical beasts. Traversing realms. Leaves. This signal is overwhelmingly clear. Celebi. Initially, I believed it to be those 2 dragon-type Pokémon, but their tempers seem somewhat volatile. Oh. Upon my arrival at the Moonlit Forest, I truly stumbled upon something extraordinary. I had no inkling that this vast forest lay adjacent to my home, concealing both hidden talents and formidable beasts. It is utterly preposterous. The absurdity is beyond measure. Not only did I uncover the origins of the Geodude, but I also gleaned information about Celebi. This journey has indeed proven worthwhile. Now, I feel a surge of excitement coursing through me. Is this what Pokémon travel entails? No wonder Ash revels in exploring diverse locales. Surprises abound at every turn. With fervor, I strive to ascend. Goodness, my legs. Why was I not informed that the waters here would rise? At last, I comprehend the reason behind the moisture clinging to the tree trunks. I have no choice but to continue my strenuous climb, scarcely pausing to tidy my pot. I recall Geodude back into the Pokeball, followed by the return of the Ursa Major. This time, the Ursa Major has truly made a significant contribution. Had it not been sulking nearby, I would undoubtedly have retreated. Engaging in a battle of wits with the Geodude was perilous. Just now, I inquired, "Geodude, have you encountered that individual?" Geodude shook its head. "Then is there not a garlic man nearby?" Geodude eagerly shook its head again. "So your spouse is unaware of this as well?" Geodude shook its head once more. "What on earth do you know?" I was left speechless. Its silence was infuriating. Why not utter a single word? Instead, it merely shook its head incessantly. Geodude began to draw symbols in the earth with its hands. Soon, a 6-pointed star with a central dot materialized on the ground. It gestured towards the symbol, urging me to take a closer look. This symbol? I could sense the dampness at my feet. "Zorua, I tell you, if you continue to frolic with the Slowpoke, you shall forfeit a month's worth of meals." Following which, the water surged, dispersing the symbol. "Goodness, are you two truly incorrigible?" I exclaimed, turning back in anger, ready to administer familial discipline. Yet, I was left dumbfounded. My pot was floating in the water. Geodude, startled, retreated repeatedly. The Ursa Major perched atop Geodude's head, revealing an unexpected fear of water, which amused me greatly. Zorua, ever cunning, transformed into a night owl, perching on a nearby tree and observing us with mischief. The Slowpoke, that extravagant creature, flaunted its glimmering exterior while possessing a remarkably resilient heart. It lay curled within the pot, sleeping soundly. Initially, I hadn't noticed it, but while searching for it, I caught a glimpse of its shadow within the pot. I had no choice but to return Geodude and the Ursa Major to their Pokeballs. I also brought back the mischievous Zorua. Return, I commanded. Zorua, however, refused to comply. As the water gradually submerged all the areas where one could stand, the lake suddenly surged, completely inundating the escape route I had just crawled through. It was disastrous. I could no longer touch the bottom. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, I must escape. Zorua, quickly, back into the Pokeball. I placed the other Pokeballs carefully, retrieving Zorua's separately. Stop being mischievous, hurry. Seeing the situation escalate, Zorua grew anxious. Transforming back into its original form midair and splashing down onto the water's surface, sending waves crashing. I paddled with all my strength, feeling the water swirl around me. The swirling motion prevented Zorua and me from reuniting, as we both spun clockwise, while I swam desperately against the current. I could have swum towards the center of the tree, but that would mean abandoning Zorua, a prospect I could not entertain. I exerted greater effort until Zorua transformed into its less appealing form, swimming beside me. I swiftly recalled Zorua into its Pokeball, securing it to prevent it from being swept away by the water. Then, I slapped myself, pondering my own foolishness. With renewed determination, I swam towards the tree, but the force of the swirling water intensified, leaving me slightly dizzy. Having exhausted much of my energy earlier, I glanced at the time. It was nearly 6 in the evening, and I had yet to rest. My strength was waning, and just then, a pot struck me from the side with a loud clang. Bang! It crashed against my head. What could I say? I could only double-tap 666 and curse the pot's lineage. Before losing consciousness, I felt the water level plummeting rapidly, akin to the swirling motion of a toilet being flushed. The surprise was truly astonishing. Chapter 85, Disappearance. The urgent ring of a telephone pierced the air. Hello. This is the Yunai breeding house. Sister Huan answered. Hello, this is the Yanqing police station. We have found a backpack and a pot downstream. Inside the backpack, there is an ID belonging to someone named Dongfang Yan. What? Sister Huan sprang to her feet. Could you repeat that? Family member, please remain calm. You should come to identify the items. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat startled. What's wrong, Sister Huan? Qian Fatsi entered, carrying 2 breakfast items. Sister Huan silently hung up the phone. Come with me. Xiaoyan may be in trouble. What? Qian Fatsi dropped the 2 breakfast items onto the floor. What has happened to him? He is still alive, it seems. Is that true? No, it's a lie. Regardless of the truth, a taste will reveal all. Dongfang Yin felt a jolt beneath his eyelids. What the heck? In an instant, he sprang up. Where am I? He surveyed his surroundings. Lush trees enveloped him, and a small river flowed behind him, with towering trees obscuring the sky. He had just heard voices conversing nearby. This was indeed peculiar. Lowering his gaze, he exclaimed, What on earth is this? Under the watchful gaze of 2 Pokemon, Dongfang Yin stood alert. This seemed to be the true side-eye. Pokemon, Turtwig, level 14. Potential, D. Gender, male. Type, grass. Status, healthy. Ability, shell armor, a hard shell that protects it from critical hits. Inherited moves, Wood Hammer, Frenzy Plant. Basic moves, Tackle, Withdraw, Leaf Tornado. TM, none. Held item, none. Note, a tender-leaved Pokemon. Its shell is composed of soil, hardening when it drinks water. There's another. This one possesses a dream ability. Pokemon, Steenie, level 12. Potential, D. Gender, male. Type, grass. Status, healthy. Ability, Sap Sipper, which renders it immune to grass-type moves, converting the damage into an increase in attack. Inherited moves, Milk Drink, Grassy Terrain. Basic moves, Tackle, Growth, Tail Whip, Leech Seed. TM, none. Held item, none. Note, a Mount Pokemon. Said to be one of the first to coexist with humans, capable of being ridden. What luck, my friends, to stumble upon the starter trio here. Alongside a remarkably rare Steenie. How might I entice them to return with me? Oh no, how can I persuade them? Hello there, Dongfang Yin exclaimed. The 2 Pokemon bolted away. Hey, wait a moment. Observing Turtwig's remarkable speed, Dongfang Yin managed to sprint a short distance to catch him. However, Steenie had already vanished in a puff of smoke. Then, less than a minute later, Steenie returned, tossing Turtwig onto its back, and once again disappeared in a flash. Dongfang Yin was left speechless. He reached for his backpack, instinctively swinging it from behind. Oh no, where's my backpack? Startled, Dongfang Yin quickly checked his coat pockets. The one secured with a clasp remained intact. Upon tearing it open, 4 pokeballs were still inside. He then ripped open the left pocket, revealing sheep leather, a transparent leaf, and a stone. This stone? It had been submerged in water for an unknown length of time, washed ashore. The now clean stone revealed remnants of mud had been scrubbed away. Strangely enough, the writing on the sheep leather had completely faded. Astonished, Dongfang Yin wiped the remaining dirt off the stone. What could this be? It appeared so familiar. Could it be a keystone? What an absurd twist of fate. This stone is one of the essential requirements for mega evolution. The keystone can connect with various megastones, enabling the process of mega evolution. Thus, it is indeed an indispensable item for players seeking mega evolution. To find it in this location is incredible. The individual who dropped it was truly generous. My initial objective was to seek out such stones. Now it seems the endeavor was effortless. Dongfang Yin quickly stored the stone safely. It is worth noting that this item is also considered rare. While he had perused the system shop where keystones were available for purchase, acquiring one through personal effort felt entirely distinct. It was not a matter of affordability. After all, Dongfang Yin had a penchant for adventure, which had nothing to do with prestige points. Ding dong. Congratulations, trainer. You have achieved a modest level of fame. Reward, 100,000 prestige points. Dongfang Yin was taken aback. A mere 100,000. Oh, how generous the system is. It must be Sister Huan who has been vigorously promoting my cloudy breeding house outside. To be frank, this achievement had stated it was not yet completed, and to have it fulfilled now truly surprised him. Lost in thought, Dongfang Yin remained oblivious to the 2 shadows encroaching from behind. Incredible, absolutely incredible. 100,000 prestige points. Haha, I can purchase so many things now. Initially, he had a few thousand prestige points, and with this addition, his total had soared to 160,000. The influx of several thousand points daily would undoubtedly continue. However, Dongfang Yin pondered deeply about obtaining even more prestige points. He realized that to achieve this, he must tread a path of sustainable development. The ecological park had yet to yield viable ideas. Nonetheless, the cloudy breeding house could sell Pokémon blocks. Within the cloudy breeding house, he already possessed the recipe for water-type Pokémon blocks. Next, he should acquire a grass-type or rock-type Pokémon block recipe. As the ecological park only housed a few Pokémon, the remainder could simply be purchased with prestige points. The food supply would be ample, right? As he mused, Dongfang Yin noticed the sky gradually darkening. Turning around, he gasped. Yangqing River. A stylishly dressed woman held a microphone, standing before the camera. According to our station's report, the young proprietor of Cloudy Breeding House has gone missing. Relevant personnel have discovered his backpack and iron pot by the riverside. The whereabouts of the missing individual remain unknown, possibly having lost vital signs. Our salvage team is currently scouring the river. In the foreground stood a staff member of the Cloudy Breeding House, ready for an interview. Excuse me, get lost. All right. Sister Huan clutched the iron pot and Dongfang Yin's backpack tightly. You foolish child, what am I to do now? In the river, several Gyarados swam about, with a few divers equipped with diving gear. Fat Money scattered bills into the water. Sister Huan silently approached and kicked him. Chapter 86, The Valley. Dongfang Yin shrieked in terror at the 2 shadows behind him. He opened his eyes quietly. A Turtwig and a Steenie were silently observing him. Dongfang Yin awkwardly scratched his rear. How to describe it? The atmosphere was tense, and he felt a pressing urgency. What to do? Turtwig suddenly emerged from behind, calling out a few times. Turtwig. He is peculiar, suddenly jumping up and scaring us to death. Turtwig. It is indeed a bit strange. The sound from Turtwig was heavier than that of Steenie. Although Dongfang Yin could not comprehend their dialogue, he sensed it was directed at him in reproach. Bah. I wanted to take a lick to see if he was alive or not. Bah. You unfortunate child. Didn't I say not to eat anything indiscriminately? You foolish one. How dare you eat? Dongfang Yin fell silent. He could tell the reprimand was rather scathing. He had no desire to summon his golem. It was not out of fear, nor was it due to the opposing Pokemon's higher level. He certainly was not intimidated by their numbers. A quick glance revealed 2 Turtwigs, 1 Steenie, 2 Mount Goats, and 1 Steenie. A loving family of 3, along with another happy family of 3. And then there was Dongfang Yin, a solitary figure with his 4 burdens. He didn't even dare to release them. Turtwig? What should we do with this person now? Bah. I don't know. Turtwig? Should we send him away? Bah. How do we send him away? Watching the 2 large Pokemon converse with one another, Dongfang Yin felt a sense of wonder. The enchanting world of Pokémon offers a remarkable advantage, the ability to propagate across species and engage in interspecies communication, much like a translator Meowth, who comprehends the speech of any Pokémon and possesses the ability to articulate as well. Such rarity is beyond compare. One wouldn't readily exchange it even for the 3 legendary beasts. Dongfang Yin can sense that they are likely assessing whether they pose any danger, pondering their own course of action. Alas, under this roof, one must bow their head in submission. Tai. Well, let's take him along. He should pose no threat, right? Mimi? How can you be so certain? Tai. I don't know. Mia. Then do as you wish. Dongfang Yin remains silent, merely observing the 4 Pokémon with his true sight. Pokémon. Torterra, level 62. Potential, B. Gender, male. Type, grass. Status, healthy. Ability, shell armor. Its sturdy shell protects it from critical hits. Inherited moves, heavy slam. Basic moves, tackle. Withdraw, leaf blade. Giga drain, leaf storm. Bite, earthquake. TM moves, none. Held item, none. Remarks, a regional Pokémon, the evolved form of Turtwig. Sometimes smaller Pokémon gather atop Torterra to build nests. Quite impressive. Dongfang Yin relinquishes his struggle. The other Torterra is female, the mother of a Turtwig, also with B-grade potential, having inherited a raucous demeanor. This is indeed fitting, as at this moment, the female Torterra is mercilessly thrashing the other Torterra. Nearby, the mountable Capra is observing as if such behavior is commonplace. Pokémon. Capra, level 64. Potential, B. Gender, male. Type, grass. Status, healthy. Ability, herbivore. When hit by grass-type moves, it sustains no damage. Instead, its attack power increases. Inherited moves, grassy terrain. Basic moves, earthquake, growth, body slam, leech seed, leaf blade, synthesis, horn leech, leaf tornado, milk drink. TM moves, none. Held item, none. Remarks, a mountable Pokémon, the evolved form of the little goat, capable of sensing its trainer's emotional shifts through the grip on its horns, allowing for a harmonious run together. Its mate shares the same B-grade potential and impressive strength. After enduring a beating from its spouse, the Torterra seems to have persuaded her, turning to signal Dongfang Yin to follow. Dongfang Yin pauses momentarily. Does this imply that he is temporarily safe? He obediently follows, occasionally glancing at the Capra and its young, a desire to ride them stirring within him. The grass looks exceedingly inviting, soft and plush. Surely, sitting upon it would be a delightful experience, far more comfortable than riding a Zoroark. Suddenly, Zoroark's Pokeball shakes, and in step with the Torterra, they arrive at an exit that appears reminiscent of a utopia. A slender canyon cuts through this place. Below, a basin likely untouched by many trainers unfolds, essentially the heart of the moonlit forest. The Torterra gestures for Dongfang Yin to proceed, and he does not refuse, stepping forward cautiously. He glances back frequently, ensuring the Torterra and Capra remain unchanged. With a polite bow, he dashes ahead, as etiquette demands, while maintaining a swift escape. Observing Dongfang Yan's comical demeanor, several Pokémon share knowing smiles, returning towards the valley. At that moment, a colossal figure emerges from the shadows, fixating intently on the Pokémon within the valley. Huffing and puffing, Dongfang Yin finds himself utterly exhausted. This journey seems to consist solely of fleeing, imparting the lesson that there is no shame in retreating. After all, in video games, there exists an escape button. Surely no one has refrained from using it. He merely seeks to gain wisdom through experience. Sometimes, a failed escape truly signifies defeat, does it not? Firebird. Gazing at the Firebird in the sky, familiar eyes and an impending outburst loom. Dongfang Yin genuinely wishes to remain silent. Chirp chirp caw-caw. What are you squawking about? Come down for a proper duel. In a moment of desperation, he picks up a stone and hurls it at the Firebird. Instantly, the sky darkens ominously. Dongfang Yin is rendered speechless. Why? A large Spearow appears, sporting the hat he carelessly discarded. Without the iron pot for protection, he feels rather vulnerable. With a crooked smile, he turns and bolts. Torterra, save me. Capra, rescue me. There is no shame in his plea. Surely the Torterra must miss him dearly. After all, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Both Torterra and Capra simultaneously sneeze, stirring a flurry of flora around them. Something feels amiss, as the Torterra and Capra suddenly become alert. Tai, stop. Mia, halt. From the thicket emerges a brown bear with a yellow circle on its belly, followed by more of its kind, baring their teeth. Chapter 87. The Circle Bear. Dongfang Yin runs frantically. Can one blame him for such madness? If he doesn't act irrationally, he risks being consumed by chaos. Moreover, The absence of his iron pot leaves him feeling quite uncomfortable. When he had the pot, he could execute a slick maneuver, but now, it has become both a boon and a bane. Had it not been for the pot, he certainly would not have collapsed and been swept away as though by a toilet's whirlpool. Roar! As Dongfang Yin runs, he occasionally dodges the Spearows attempting to ambush him from behind. Hearing a furious roar ahead, he wonders what calamity has unfolded but presses on regardless. Suddenly, a brown figure materializes in front of him, and Dongfang Yin is unable to halt in time. Hey, excuse me, brother, move aside, he shouts in despair. Driving unsafely leads to tears for loved ones. With a resounding crash, he collides with a furry yet prickly body that emits a foul odor. Dongfang Yin quickly sprawls outwards, gazing at the retreating silhouette. A brown body. Well, he decides not to overthink it. After all, what is the worst that could happen? It's merely a circle bear. The circle bear turns in a fury, glaring at Dongfang Yin. He awkwardly scratches his rear, dismissing the embarrassment. After all, he has faced far worse. His skin is thicker than his backside. Undeterred, the circle bear readies itself, launching a thunderous strike. Dongfang Yin had anticipated its move. After all, he nearly crashed into its rear. Did he truly expect it to engage in polite conversation? He rolls on the ground, slipping through the circle bear's legs. The bear slams its paw into the ground, bending down to glare at Dongfang Yin as he escapes. It is a sight of pure humiliation. However, unbeknownst to the bear, Dongfang Yin is not alone. A horde of Spearows rushes in from behind. Chirp chirp, caw caw. A large flock of Spearows comes barreling toward them, displaying formidable ferocity. After all, Dongfang Yin had toyed with them for quite some time. It would be unnatural for them not to retaliate. In a chaotic frenzy, they bombard the circle bear, landing every hit. What else could Dongfang Yin possibly say? This sequence is entirely attributable to one's own clever intellect, combined with innate calculations and the extraordinary designs that culminate in such precision and coincidence. System 6. Modesty. Although the reason for the system's sudden emergence remains unclear, the urgency of the moment is palpable. Why? Dongfang Yin gazes ahead, observing a dozen circle bears, the land turtle and its female counterpart, along with the riding goat and its mate, encircled. The grass sprout turtle and the riding lamb huddled timidly in the center. Initially, the plan was to solicit a small favor from the land turtles, yet it appears that the opportunity for self-serving mischief has arisen. Haha, I am the savior. Dongfang Yin barks like a dog and dashes forward without a moment's hesitation. Why? A glance behind reveals that friends and family have gathered. Let the feast commence. A large assembly of fire sparrows and several great beaks, employing high-speed maneuvers and pursuit techniques, unleash every skill at their disposal. Dongfang Yin feels privileged to have ventured into the moonlit forest twice, where chaos invariably ensues. Of course, this has no bearing on him. One might as well blame Soroya. Soroya's pokeball inexplicably shudders. The fire sparrows and great beaks pierce through the circle bear's encirclement. Many circle bears, already irritable from their relentless assaults on the land turtles, having sustained numerous injuries and considerable damage, grow increasingly agitated. The arrival of a raucous flock of sparrows, chirping and squawking, only exacerbates their ire. To add insult to injury, they begin pecking at the bear's hindquarters. The circle bears can scarcely tolerate this provocation and, in a fit of rage, unleash their skills indiscriminately, inadvertently striking their neighboring circle bears. The ensuing chaos within the once harmonious circle becomes a tumultuous melee, obscuring all visibility. Dongfang Yin, agile in body, navigates to the front of the land turtles. Let us go? We must flee swiftly, he urges anxiously. As a trainer of distinction, he cannot abandon his benefactors. The land turtle, momentarily surprised, is equally unanticipated by the riding goat, who finds it hard to believe that this audacious child would return. Without lengthy discourse, the land turtle swiftly comprehends Dongfang Yan's intent. Go. With a command, the family of three, accompanied by another family of three, dashes frantically into the valley. Escaping outward is not feasible. After all, a massive horde of circle bears and a multitude of fire sparrows are not to be trifled with. At this juncture, Dongfang Yin is utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, barely able to maintain his footing. He is not a superhuman, though he can endure and fight, carrying that small meteor and withstanding destructive rays and scorching flames. A mere peck to the head could leave him incapacitated. Friends and family must part ways amicably. The meal cannot be packed away. Dongfang Yan's legs begin to weaken. Suddenly, he feels himself being lifted into the air, with a slight pressure on his abdomen. Glancing back, he sees the riding goat utilizing two vine whips to hoist him up. Dongfang Yan is perplexed. The riding goat places him onto its back, gesturing for him to grip its horns. Goodness, such treatment. What further thoughts could he have? He clings tightly. Bah! With a command, the riding goat employs vines to hoist the grass sprout turtle onto its back as well, and they take off at once. The riding goat moves with remarkable speed, leaping 2 to 3 meters effortlessly, with no need for a running start. Dongfang Yin feels as if he is soaring into the air, lifted higher and higher. Yet, the riding goat's soft body ensures a gentle ride. Comfortably. He would rate it a perfect score. Seemingly attuned to Dongfang Yan's feelings, the riding goat accelerates even further. Meanwhile, the land turtles are moving at a more sluggish pace, not out of reluctance, but from sheer inability. The female land turtle strains with all her might to crawl forward, while the male remains stationary, observing the encroaching circle bears. The circle bears close in once more. The male land turtle appears to be the last line of defense, facing all incoming attacks to ensure the safety of those behind him. Go. Dongfang Yin endures the jostling, watching as the land turtle is besieged. He unleashes earthquakes and other skills, targeting all Pokémon indiscriminately. The female land turtle, hearing her husband's anguished cries, can no longer restrain herself. Go. With a sudden change of direction, she charges forward, shouldering the brunt of the circle bear's assault. Leaf Tornado. A fierce whirlwind engulfs all Pokémon present, including the airborne fire sparrows. In the aftermath, although every Pokémon suffers injuries, none are fatal. The circle bears become even more agitated, launching an intensified barrage against the 2 land turtles. Observing this, the female riding goat cannot stand idly by any longer. Turning sharply, her horns gleam with energy. Wood Horn. Chapter 88. Bulk. The riding goat races forward, gaining momentum. The power of the wood horn amplifies with its speed, thrusting forward and sending several circle bears flying. Yet, the circle bear's tough hides allow them to rise again, seemingly unscathed despite the visible marks of battle. With so many circle bears present and the vigilant fire sparrows above, the damage inflicted is but a drop in the ocean. The male riding goat continues to sprint, urging the riding lamb to run as well. It can turn back, but it must not. Dongfang Yin is left in awe. The land turtle, undaunted, remains behind to absorb all attacks and damage. The female land turtle, faced with her husband's sacrifice, initially runs with tears in her eyes. Upon hearing his desperate cries, she cannot hold back any longer and resolutely returns to share the burden. Meanwhile, the female riding goat chooses friendship over survival. The male riding goat, for the sake of its offspring, the land turtle's young, perhaps even for its own sake, must survive alone. Confronting a situation that could shatter anyone's spirit, Dongfang Yin is truly moved. This is the essence of Pokémon, pure, benevolent beings, with Soroya being the sole exception. The riding goat continues to sprint with unwavering determination, deftly maneuvering until the chaos behind fades from view, leaving only the sounds of unleashed skills echoing like thunder. Upon reaching a more open area, the riding goat comes to a halt. The riding lamb is nearly out of breath, while the grass sprout turtle witnesses the entire ordeal, its eyes brimming with tears. Dongfang Yin, perplexed, stares blankly at the riding goat, which fixes its gaze intently upon him. It nudges Dongfang Yan's chest with its horn, where 4 Pokeballs are nestled. Dongfang Yin looks at the riding goat, which gently nudges the riding lamb and the grass sprout turtle towards him. What does this mean? Dongfang Yin inquires in confusion. The riding goat nods decisively, abruptly changing direction and sprinting away. Bah! The mount, a small goat, was utterly devastated as it watched its father gradually recede into the distance. Unable to suppress the urge to pursue, the inconsolable crying of the grass turtle ensnared the mount with vines. Dongfang Yin gazed vacantly at the 2 Pokémon still engulfed in despair. Did you resolutely choose death, believing that I could safeguard your offspring? Yet, even if I could capture them with the Pokémon balls from the system, would they not lose their joy? But still, Dongfang Yin lowered his head, observing the 2 Pokémon wailing pitifully. After much contemplation, he clenched the inner pouch tightly. The mount goat dashed forth with unprecedented speed, a desperate act of devotion. In the realm of Pokémon, such acts of sacrifice were not uncommon. In the human world, however, treachery and deceit thrived, with individuals often choosing to betray their own conscience amidst rampant desires. The saying, in times of great calamity, each flees to save themselves, rings true, revealing the myriad sorrows of life. The mount goat raced toward the battlefield, shocked by the scene that unfolded. 3 Pokémon were resolutely charging to their demise, unleashing devastating skills that wreaked havoc upon the land. Cracked earth, fallen trees, and flying debris littered the area. while the fierce sparrows and a dozen bruised but still formidable bear Pokémon were scattered about. As Dongfang Yan's gaze traveled further, he spotted 2 soil turtles, their shells shattered, despairingly huddled together. Meanwhile, his beloved Mount Goat lay beneath the foot of a bear Pokémon, its arm glowing ominously. Arm hammer. Meh. The Mount Goat sprinted forward, launching itself into a sacrificial charge, pouring all its strength into the attack. This skill, meant for reckless forward assaults, was now a selfless act to shield its beloved from a fatal blow. Boom! The immense force slammed the Mount Goat into the ground, leaving a slight indentation near its belly. Meh. Tread. The 3 Pokémon cried out in despair. Though they never had the chance to meet their young or bid them farewell, they held unwavering faith in the Mount Goat and the somewhat foolish human trainer they had encountered a few times. The bear Pokémon smirked wickedly, seizing the Mount Goat's horn and violently slamming it to the ground, stomping with glee while laughing maniacally. The scars on its face exuded an oppressive aura, a testament to its ravaged appearance. The female Mount Goat struggled to rise, her forelegs trembling as she attempted to stand, teetering perilously on the brink of collapse. Yet, she pressed on. The mere distance of 2 steps felt like a century. The bear Pokémon grinned maliciously, rallying its companions to join in a chorus of taunts. The scarred bear Pokémon, seemingly bored, lifted the Mount Goat by the head. Its left arm glowed once more. Arm hammer. Meh. Tread. With a mighty slam, the bear Pokémon struck. Boom. The colossal force stirred a cloud of dust that obscured the view for the surrounding Pokémon. Then, a piercing melody echoed through the air, a resounding flute tune that harmonized with the wind, reminiscent of a tempest roaring through the mountains. As the smoke dissipated, a yellow claw grasped the bear Pokémon's hand with unyielding strength, steadfast as Mount Tai. The newcomer was none other than the imposing Dragonite. Just moments before, the Mount Goat's heart skipped a beat, sensing an impending calamity. Though it had been charging forward, it halted in that instant. The grass turtle seemed to sense something amiss as well, standing frozen in shock. Dongfang Yan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that this was no ordinary occurrence. He had intended to keep it for later, but now found himself incapacitated by a heavy pot, leaving him powerless to blow that instrument. Even if he could, how could he summon help? Indeed, that very item had been his constant companion, the flute gifted by Dragonite. Dongfang Yan retrieved the 2-finger-long flute from his inner pouch, an instrument that had caused him discomfort during the journey. Yet, its sturdy material had withstood all the bumps and tumbles along the way, proving its remarkable quality. This was his trump card, alongside his elder brother, Mutuo. However, the time for Mutuo had not yet come. For now, these minor adversaries could be left to Dragonite. Furthermore, his brother had yet to seek him out, making it unwise to call upon him with a psychic mark. If his brother were busy, interrupting his rhythm would only hinder their efforts. Without further ado, he had no time to ponder. If he did not play the flute soon, it would be too late. Unsure of how to blow it, his hands instinctively lifted it, and to his surprise, he began to play. Strangely enough, the melody was rather enchanting.